Dark clouds loomed overhead, and electric serpents danced wildly. The might of heaven and earth was so overwhelming that even a colossal dragon could not lift its head, leaving only the heartless lich to gaze up at the sky. That a beam of golden light split the heavens, and chaotic spatial currents swirled like a tornado armed with blades, violently tearing apart the firmament and opening a portal in the crystalline barrier. A metallic object, roughly the size of an ancient red dragon's palm, leapt forth, barreling towards the solid ground with unstoppable momentum. Zhao Mai gripped the steering wheel, crying out in despair within the confines of his vehicle. "I told you we should have bought an airplane instead of driving." Chapter 1. I'm a part-time driver. Yawning, Zhao Mai slapped the alarm clock, forcefully silencing the impending chime. He had long since honed his agility and quick reflexes, being acutely aware of time, ensuring the alarm never truly rang. It was 2:30 in the morning, and he had been engrossed in writing, having not slept a wink. Next door resided a pair of elderly individuals, light sleepers with quite a temper. If the alarm were to sound, he would undoubtedly face their wrath the following day. The alarm clock served merely as a last resort, a safeguard against forgetting appointments. In truth, his biological clock was remarkably accurate, never failing to alert him when it was time to rise. He splashed cold water on his face and gulped down a large swig of chilled beverage, feeling as though he had emerged from the fantastical realm of his writing. By day, he rested. In the evening, he typed away, and during the night, he drove as a hired chauffeur. The alarm was set to prevent him from missing any ride requests, for a single poor review could cost him valuable tips. His birth name was Zhao Mai, signifying a lineage of singular descent. However, following the relaxation of family planning policies, his parents welcomed a pair of twins, a brother and sister, prompting them to rename him Zhao Mai. The family's 3-bedroom apartment could hardly accommodate so many, leading him to rent a small place of his own. Discontent with the corpulent visage of his manager, Zhao Mai swiftly navigated the transitions of graduation, employment, and unemployment within a single year. With a strong-willed nature, he refrained from seeking assistance from his parents, concealing his dismissal from work while striving to sustain himself. He owned a vehicle, the model of which would be determined by the book's reception and potential sponsorship. The car was unremarkably a compact sedan he acquired after passing his driving test in his junior year, a belated coming-of-age gift from his father, who had saved from the expenditures meant for his siblings. His parents had remarked that, with the arrival of the twins, their attention towards him had waned considerably. Yet, Zhao Mai was now an adult, capable of self-sufficiency, and excessive concern would only impede his growth. Observing that in foreign dramas, parents gifted their children cars, they followed suit. Thus, this vehicle became Zhao Mai's cherished possession. This car would endure throughout the entirety of this narrative, outlasting even the One Ring from the epic The Lord of the Rings. Given that the title of this tale is Swords, Magic, and Taxis, one might wonder if any sponsorship would materialize. If not, let us christen the car Thesh, with all letters capitalized to signify its uniqueness, leaving room for potential sponsorship opportunities should they arise. Zhao Mai possessed few talents, but writing was among them, albeit modestly. While he may never achieve fame, his work was sufficient to sustain him, but he had a penchant for swords and magic, leading him to write fantasy novels. Had his language skills been stronger during his academic years, he might have ventured into writing about the realms of the fantastical or the immortal. Writing demanded imagination, and in the solitude of his single life, Zhao Mai often found himself conversing with himself, akin to speaking while writing. In the realm of stand-up comedy, this would be termed a monologue. In film, it would be known as voiceover or narration. In the world of anime, it would resemble dialogue bubbles, appearing above characters' heads. From a literary perspective, this technique served to express characters' inner thoughts, enrich their personas, and enhance reader immersion, all while helping to meet word count. Returning to the main narrative, as Zhao Mai's writing hovered at a level just above mere survival, he sought to improve his living standards by earning extra pocket money driving. For a ride-hailing service, he particularly enjoyed the hours from midnight to dawn, when he could write in the first half of the night and drive in the latter half. During these hours, the roads were sparse, and the air was cleaner, primarily filled with travelers rushing to catch trains or flights, that if he could share a few kind words and dispense a modicum of motivational platitudes to uplift their spirits, he might earn a little extra in tips. Moreover, another vital reason for his preference was the delectable breakfast he could indulge in after his early morning shift: creamy millet porridge paired with succulent soup. Dumplings, a meal that significantly enhanced his sleep quality. Today, his passenger was an elderly gentleman, his balding head framed by a crown of white hair that resembled a map of aging spots. Though frail in physique, his spirit was vibrant, eyes gleaming with vitality, showing no signs of fatigue from the late hour. An elderly gentleman catching an overnight flight, and still so spirited. This is a first for me. How old are you, sir? 428 years, the old man replied, his voice rich and resonant, capable of commanding attention if he were to serenade at a public square. You must be using Taoist calculations, where 60 days equate to a year, right? Zhao Mai offered a compliment. Your mindset is admirable. Being able to joke with someone as young as me, you truly have reached an age of freedom. You know that tale, which is quite impressive. What do you usually read? Having struck a conversational chord, Zhao Mai felt at ease that I read a bit of everything, books that impart knowledge, broaden horizons, cultivate awareness, and bring joy. There are just too many books in this world. I read whatever I stumble upon, with no particular selection criteria. However, one should possess the discernment to distinguish quality from mediocrity, much like evaluating passengers. Those with fierce glares, dazed expressions, or the scent of alcohol are best avoided, as they bring nothing but trouble. But I welcome someone like you with open arms. I drive quite steadily. Even those prone to motion sickness hardly notice. Indeed, the old man nodded, sizing Zhao Mai up with a discerning eye, as if he were a gourmet assessing a fine dish. Young man, how much do you earn driving each month? Truthfully, I've never calculated it, as driving isn't my main occupation. Don't laugh, but I write online, relying on my fans for sustenance. That if we're talking strictly about income, I earn less than those who drive taxis full-time. Besides, I detest traffic jams. They feel like a complete waste of life, don't they? Hence, I only accept ride requests during these hours, which yield a modest sum. Riding at such a young age is commendable. What genre do you write in? The elderly man proved to be more talkative than Zhao Mai had anticipated, displaying knowledge of fantasy. He conversed comfortably about elves, dwarves, and dragons. Had this been a peer of the same age, Zhao Mai would not have been surprised yet. Faced with this venerable figure, the generational gap seemed to dissolve. Please refrain from looking at me through the rearview mirror with such peculiar eyes. It is rather impolite. That I'm a translator, having spent most of my life translating foreign literature, so I have encountered a myriad of works, not unlike yourself. My son works at a publishing house and occasionally brings home manuscripts needing evaluation, which I assist with, thus broadening my knowledge. Before Zhao Mai could finish his exclamation of astonishment, his phone rang, the ringtone a stirring march reminiscent of a grand military parade. Both the reclusive young man and the taxi driver shared a peculiar obsession, the unwavering refusal to witness the battery indicator turn red. Thus, as long as the phone remained silent, it would perpetually remain charged. That a glance at the screen revealed a call from his younger sister, her large profile picture bobbing in sync with the ringtone. Zhao Mai had once been known as Zhao Mai, a testament to the whimsical naming conventions of his parents. This tradition continued with his brother, Zhao Xiaofeng, and his sister, Zhao Xiaowan, both names evoking avian connotations. It was just past 4 in the morning, a time when his slothful sister should be deep in slumber. Why then was she calling? Zhao Mai turned to the elderly passenger and said, I apologize, but I must take this call. It may be urgent. For safety while driving, I will use the speakerphone. I kindly ask that you refrain from speaking. My family is unaware that I am driving for hire at this hour, so please keep this under wraps. The old man blinked and made a gesture as if zipping his lips, then leaned back against the seat, feigning sleep. His sister's voice was hushed, as if she were hiding while making the call, most likely in the bathroom, as Zhao Mai had suspected. Brother, keep your voice down. I'm calling you from the restroom. Dad is sick, has chronic kidney failure, and is now at the stage where he needs a transplant. He is currently undergoing dialysis. A thunderclap of disbelief struck Zhao Mai's mind, causing his hand to tremble and the vehicle to sway. Regaining his composure, he inhaled deeply and quickly inquired, How do you know? Are you certain? Yesterday, I noticed Mom's eyes were red, as if she had been crying, but she wouldn't say anything when I asked. Later, my brother accidentally saw her looking at some documents and crying in secret. We thought Dad had someone else outside. So when Mom went grocery shopping, we opened a drawer to sneak a peek and discovered the diagnosis and medical records. Brother, what should we do? I looked it up online, and this illness is excruciating. It requires regular hospital visits for dialysis, and only a kidney transplant can cure it. Chronic kidney failure, in its advanced stages, is colloquially known as uremia, with the most reliable treatment being a transplant. However, viable kidneys are scarce, and patients must wait in line at hospitals. The alternative, dialysis, is a painful process where machines substitute for kidneys to cleanse the blood of accumulated toxins, and it is not a cheap endeavor. If only there were a substantial sum of money, perhaps alternative methods could be sought to alleviate their father's suffering swiftly. Yet, lacking a stable job, and with his brother and sister still in middle Shulan age, when expenses abound, there was no way the family could afford such an expense. Sister, I understand. I will send all the money I have home, and then contemplate further solutions. You and our brother must take care of Dad and Mom, so they need not worry. Focus on your studies and spend sparingly. Do not burden the adults, allowing them to maintain a semblance of peace. Above all, our father's treatment must not cease, understood? His sister sniffled softly, responding in a hushed tone, I am still here for you. You two must prioritize your studies now. Listen to me. Hang up and go to bed. In the morning, be dutiful children, both of you. Do you understand? I understand, brother. Please take care of yourself. And with that, the call ended. The cabin fell silent, as anyone faced with such a dilemma would inevitably sink into despair. You all right, young man? There are no insurmountable hurdles in this world. Difficulties can always be gradually overcome. The old man said it, I know, Zhao Mai replied. For now, the family is managing, but this time, Dad has suffered greatly. Alas, Mom's strong-willed nature compels her to shoulder everything. She must be the most distressed. This illness is treatable, so it is not as if the sky is falling, the old man reassured him. A dear friend of mine once said, any problem that can be solved with money is not a real problem. But lacking money is indeed the gravest of problems. Zhao Mai forced a smile as he said, if I had 100 or 80,000 right now, I could certainly leverage connections too. Secure an earlier surgery for Dad, alleviating those myriad pains. Better treatment and improved care what does not require funding. Yet, you are right, this is not a hopeless situation, as it is a curable ailment. Elder, should you come across any opportunities for earning, I would be grateful for your guidance. If fate permits, there shall be no issue, the old man replied, a fleeting glimmer of green light flashing in his eyes. The driver had regained his composure, focused intently on the road ahead, oblivious to the exchange. Chapter 2. Why always you? Upon arriving at the airport, the elderly man prepared to alight from the vehicle, seemingly forgetting to mention the lucrative work he had alluded to. Zhao Mai chose not to inquire further. Although familial matters weighed heavily on his heart, he resolved to uphold the utmost decorum. The old man's luggage consisted of a large, well-worn leather trunk, its brown surface polished to a gleaming shine and secured with a brass lock, suggesting it was no ordinary item. However, the primary issue with this trunk was its lack of wheels, making it cumbersome to load into the car's trunk and even more so to unload. Zhao Mai hastily ran a few paces to fetch an airport luggage cart, placing the hefty trunk, weighing nearly 40 pounds, onto it. He patiently demonstrated to the elderly man how to use the cart and reminded him to check his baggage, ensuring he wouldn't miss the check-in. I've flown many times. I know all this, the old man chuckled. You still need to earn a living. Don't waste time on me. Go on, good lad. Be busy. In truth, there was little for Zhao Mai to do. He merely needed to adjust his phone status to indicate he was awaiting passengers. Given the considerable distance from the airport to the city, returning empty would be a significant loss. Fortunately, the foot traffic was decent, and he reasoned that, with a little patience, he would eventually find a fare. A notification chimed on his phone, indicating that the fare and a Tinyuan tip had been credited to his account. Just as Zhao Mai prepared to log into his mobile banking app to transfer the funds home, his phone unexpectedly blacked out. In the fleeting moment before the screen went dark, he had glimpsed a ride request, now inaccessible. It was the slowest boot up he had ever experienced, taking a full 10 minutes to return to the home screen. Upon inspection, the phone appeared to be functioning normally, devoid of any rogue software. So he resumed his unfinished tasks. His bank account still held over 10,000 yuan. He left just enough for meals, rent, and gasoline, sending the remainder home. Perhaps it was time to cease renting and return home, thereby saving some money. However, this would expose his current unemployment status. His traditional parents would undoubtedly dismiss his pursuits as a rider and taxi driver as unworthy professions, especially for their eldest son in his 20s. Though they had sternly declared that once he turned 18, they would no longer be responsible for him, their concern had not waned in the least. As an only child, Zhao Mai often found himself alone during his youth, with his father frequently away on research expeditions, leaving him to see his father only a few times a year. His mother, preoccupied with household duties, had him live with his grandparents for a significant period, where he experienced the life of a pampered little emperor. In those days, when he was referred to as Zhao Mai, he was indeed the undisputed authority at home, accustomed to having his every need met, dangerously close to becoming a dependent. Later, due to a job transfer, his father spent more time in the office, abandoning his constant travels, and began to take an active role in his education. Zhao Mai had once loathed being controlled, often throwing tantrums, while his father, resolute and unyielding, used discipline to correct him. Their relationship became strained for a time. One day, he overheard a heated argument between his parents. His mother chastised his father for being too harsh. Intrigued, he listened intently, expecting to hear his father's usual stubborn retorts, only to be met with a heartfelt admission. When he was young, I was not there for him. I wanted to be, more than anyone else. But it's precisely because I love him that I cannot allow him to become a wastrel. I have no other demands. I simply wish for him to be a responsible individual, at the very least accountable for himself. Independence is the bare minimum, is it not? You spoil him too much, catering to his every whim, only for him to be overwhelmed by the harsh realities of life later on. Initially, when I disciplined him, he didn't even know how to cry, just laughed with that chubby face. Now, at least he knows shame and makes fewer mistakes. How long can I discipline him? Soon, he will be taller and stronger than me. His character will mature. I must correct his temperament before it's too late, lest he be ruined by your indulgence. Zhao Mai leaned against the door, unable to fully grasp these words at the time, yet they left an indelible impression on his heart. Gradually, he ceased to provide his father with reasons to punish him, transforming into a model son. Although his academic performance was subpar, landing him in a mediocre high school, he persevered and ultimately gained admission to a prestigious university entirely on his own merits, much to his family's delight. A small car, a rare gift at the time, further solidified his resolve for self-sufficiency and instilled a sense of confidence among his peers. Upon graduation, he dared to dismiss his boss, a decision greatly influenced by his character. To attain independence and freedom, one must embrace risks far greater than those faced by the average person. In a crowd, one may lower their head and act like a meek lamb, but to survive independently, one must embody the spirit of a tiger or bear. Zhao Mai recognized he could never fully become a solitary beast. His highest aspiration was to be a wolf with a sense of honor. However, this wolf still needed to care for its pack, particularly the aging alpha. He had never smoked, yet now felt an overwhelming urge for a cigarette. Perhaps believing the smoke might ease his turbulent emotions, he parked in a temporary lot and rummaged through the glove compartment for a cigarette left behind by a previous passenger. Just as he pressed the lighter, his phone rang. It was not yet 7 a.m, and the caller was none other than his mother. Zhao Mai hesitated briefly, taking a deep breath to steady his nerves before answering. Son, how have you been? I noticed a deposit in your account. What is that about? His mother's voice remained gentle, though Zhao Mai could detect a hint of fatigue. I received a bonus recently. I wasn't sure what to buy you as a gift, so I sent it all home. Cash is more practical, after all. Haha. Zhao Mai feigned nonchalance, attempting to inject a playful tone into his voice. I'm a man now. I can earn a living and support the family, so let me show my filial piety. A moment of silence hung on the line, punctuated only by her shaky breaths. Zhao Mai felt his mind go blank, unsure of how to respond. He yearned to offer words of comfort to his mother, yet he recognized their stubborn nature. Their silence was a form of kindness, one that ought not to be disrupted. As long as you take care of yourself, we can rest easy. Your father is a stubborn old man. He rarely speaks kindly. Just understand that we care deeply for you. If you're busy, then be busy. We're fine here, with your younger siblings around us. You needn't worry. Ultimately, his mother said nothing more, shouldering the weight of their family's burdens alone. Zhao Mai resolved to follow suit. This was merely the way of their family. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he ended the call. The warmth of their conversation dissipated, and now it was time to devise a plan. As his mother had pointed out, his father was a fiercely competitive and obstinate man, with a hint of the old scholar's temperament. He was always matter-of-fact, exceedingly serious. Social interactions were not his forte. Throughout Zhao Mai's life, he had seldom seen friends at home, nor had he witnessed his father socializing or engaging in social gatherings. Even if there were acquaintances unknown to him, his father would never stoop to soliciting favors. His mother, a kind-hearted and warm woman, lacked connections to the affluent, diminishing the chances of borrowing money. Reflecting on his own predicament, it was not promising. He had graduated from the mathematics department just over a year ago and had only worked for 9 months, with few acquaintances in society. The only person he could consider borrowing from was his dorm mate, Wang Tianhua, nicknamed Prince. If one were to summarize him in a single word, it would be slothful, as he seemed to drift through life without purpose beyond amusement. Regrettably, he possessed an indescribably unfortunate visage. Otherwise, with youth, wealth, and generosity, he might have earned the reputation of a charming young gentleman. Zhao Mai possesses a profound understanding of his roommate, who, despite appearing jovial and carefree, is undeniably an individual of pretentious nature. He harbors an unparalleled wariness towards strangers while frequently harassing those he holds dear. It is a mystery what impulse drives him to firmly believe that Zhao Mai is a trustworthy brother. Through their interactions, they have indeed evolved into confidants who share everything. Even after graduation, their connection remains robust, with frequent communications. When Zhao Mai dialed his number, it was promptly answered. Prince Wang would never rise so early unless he had pulled an all-nighter. Before Zhao Mai could utter a word, a gravelly, hoarse voice emerged from the other end. Old Mai, are we gathering this Saturday? I'll bring a new girl along. How about we form a party? Apologies. I have family matters to attend to this week, so I likely cannot make it. Please convey my regards to our friends in the group. Humph. Speak for yourself. I'm not your messenger. Prince Wang suddenly lowered his voice, winking into the receiver. This girl is exceptionally beautiful. If I don't engage her in the party, I want to know her true character. Any girl who is stunning and still pursues you is either lacking in willpower or possesses an overly high self-deception skill. You ought to tread carefully. Besides, a party is merely a game. It's not a lie detector. What can you discern from it? Are you pinning your hopes on this for matchmaking? I revel in this, particularly in the fantastical adventure party you orchestrate. If she cannot commit to playing with me, how can I expect her to share my life? Enough of this. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Do let me know when we can commence the party, as I'd like to return in advance. By the way, if I were to borrow money from you, what interest rate would you charge? You don't even inquire whether I lend it to you? The sound of Wang Tianhua sniffing came through the receiver, followed by a few seconds of silence. I can decide on thousands or tens of thousands, but anything beyond that is out of my hands. My mother makes the call. However, we might consider a business partnership. If we frame it as an investment, it offers more flexibility. Draft a proposal. The content matters not. Whether it yields profit or loss is inconsequential, as long as we have the paperwork. My mother has been pressuring me to find work for years. If you could provide me cover for a few years, we could manage this. Deceiving the Queen Mother? I'll have to ponder that. Zhao Mai felt uneasy at the thought of lying to his aunt, who, although described by her son as fierce and imposing, had always treated him with kindness. Old Mai, I was not jesting earlier. If you find yourself in trouble, just mention a figure. I can devise a solution far better than you. All right, with your assurance, I feel considerably more at ease. Their camaraderie had reached a point where gratitude was unnecessary, and after exchanging a few more words, they ended the call. Despite Wang Tianhua's affluent background, it did not come without effort. Borrowing from a brother differs greatly from utilizing a brother's mother's funds. Therefore, after hanging up, Zhao Mai turned his thoughts inward, contemplating how to secure his own means. He reached out to friends and classmates in the medical field, keen to establish connections before spending any money. If a shortfall were to arise, he would certainly hold the wealthy heir accountable. Yet, if the funds for his father's treatment bore no trace of his own endeavor, he would find no peace of mind. After a flurry of calls, 2 hours slipped by unnoticed. Once he organized his thoughts, he realized he had yet to open the car rental app, resulting in an absence of available jobs. With nimble fingers, he tapped the screen a couple of times. Within 2 seconds, a notification chimed, and he swiftly accepted it, ensuring a profitable return to the city. Zhao Mai hurriedly drove to the 4th exit, only to find the same elderly gentleman boarding once again. The heavy leather suitcase had vanished, replaced by a sleek silver metal briefcase. It resembled the kind often seen in films, bound to unfortunate bodyguards with handcuffs, concealing either precious gems or explosives. As this notion crossed his mind, a sense of awkwardness washed over him, and with a wry smile, he remarked to the elder, "It seems you are fated to miss your flight, yet our destinies remain intertwined." The old man squinted at Zhao Mai, the corners of his mouth curving into a slight smile. "I never anticipated it would be you. It appears you cannot escape and must accompany me for a while. Given your assertion of fate, I shall not neglect you." "And your large suitcase?" Zhao Mai, after much contemplation, finally inquired. "If you were to check it as luggage, having already checked in, you must board the plane. There's no reason for you to leave without it. You little rascal, you overthink things. I merely left my belongings here. I am not a nefarious character. My rescheduled flight 1T depart for another 10 hours. While the airport hotel is bearable, the food is utterly dismal, so I must venture into the city. You drive quite steadily. Why not accompany me? I'll ensure you're compensated for your wait, without hindering your earnings." Zhao Mai exhaled in relief and nodded. The thrilling scenarios that flitted through his mind seemed improbable. Overthinking only served to frighten himself. He released the handbrake, shifted gears, and said, "Please make yourself comfortable. We should have time to grab breakfast. Feel free to direct me wherever you wish. Anywhere will suffice?" The elder smiled enigmatically, pulling out his phone to make a few gestures before instructing Zhao Mai, then follow the navigation. Chapter 3. Please ascend logically, after accepting a ride request. The destination on the ride-hailing app should be set in stone, making mid-journey changes improbable. The driver can also see the name of the destination. Yet, for reasons unknown, the navigation was operational but failed to display a target or distance, leaving Zhao Mai feeling somewhat unsettled. Gritting his teeth, he departed the airport and merged onto the intercity highway, with vehicles passing by in succession. Presently, the navigation was still directing him towards the city center. And as he passed several highway interchanges without veering towards other cities, Zhao Mai felt a sense of relief. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed the elderly man had just awoken from a brief slumber, yawning as he stretched. His posture suggested vigor, defying the stereotype of a frail octogenarian, evoking the image of a poised tiger or an eagle taking flight. "Young man, how are things at home?" the elder inquired. "I see a slight improvement in your demeanor. At least your brow has relaxed a bit. Is there some progress? Frowning accomplishes nothing, does it? At present, there is little to discuss. I must earn more, and these tribulations will eventually pass. Thank you for your concern. Should any promising opportunities arise, I would appreciate your guidance." If there were a job that was highly risky yet lucrative, would you be willing to try? The elder's fingers subtly moved, producing a small iron box from seemingly nowhere. Slightly larger than a matchbox, adorned with silver lines. As Zhao Mai drove, he could not turn back to witness this scene. The elder spoke while tapping rhythmically on the box, akin to a pianist at play. Are you satisfied with your current life? Do you desire change? Had this question been posed earlier, Zhao Mai would have surely declined. He was confident in his abilities, believing he possessed the acumen to rise above, given time. However, life is not always smooth sailing. When colossal waves arise unexpectedly, there is no time for gradual progress. Fortunately, he was not one to shy away from challenges. How many times can one truly seize life as opportunities? After a moment's contemplation, he clenched his jaw and replied, "As long as it is not illegal, I am willing to try." "Ah, I understand." The elder nodded, elegantly opening the iron box to reveal 3 gold coins. Each coin was roughly the size of a 5-dime piece, but bore no serrated edges, having worn down to irregular ovals. One side depicted a scale, while the other showcased a mountain enveloped in a halo. The elder tossed a coin from the back seat onto the passenger seat and stated, "This is a gold coin." Often referred to as a fate coin by many, it is said to possess the power to alter one's destiny, though few can truly unlock its potential. Whether you can earn this money depends on your fate. Initially, Zhao Mai intended to merely glance at the coin, but upon seeing it, he found himself entranced. As if ensnared by a vortex, he watched the coin spin in the air, each detail vividly clear, reminiscent of slow-motion scenes in films. He noted every smudge and remembered the angles and directions of its wear. If only he could harness such skill in sports. Perhaps he would secure a place in the national table tennis team. This state of enchantment was fleeting. Once the coin settled on the passenger seat, the moment passed. Zhao Mai momentarily lost himself, excitement surging within him. His heart raced wildly in his chest, a sensation of breathlessness tightening around his throat. An explosion of vivid imagination and divergent thoughts flooded his mind, presenting countless possibilities in an instant. Striving to regain control, he gripped the steering wheel tightly, biting down hard before finally managing to speak. "Sir, you are not an ordinary person, are you? This has little to do with my earlier statement." The elder replied with a faint smile, his voice remarkably calm. "Once you grasp the coin, you shall embark on an extraordinary path. Should you choose to disregard it, nothing will transpire, and you will forget this encounter." Zhao Mai's right hand released the steering wheel, suspended in midair. He swallowed nervously, weighing his options for 3 seconds before decisively seizing the coin. His palm felt empty, and upon opening it, he found nothing. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him as he prepared to confront the elder for his jest, only to hear the navigation system chime. "In 2 kilometers, please take the upward passage." The gentle, electronic female voice repeated the instruction, and Zhao Mai confirmed he had not misheard. The elderly man pulled the seatbelt across himself with a snap and reclined against the seat. Ahead lay the highway leading to the city. A straight path devoid of interchanges. Where was this upward passage? Glancing at the navigation screen, it displayed his location and surrounding map without any sign of malfunction. Just as he was about to tap the screen, the prompt sounded again. "In 1 kilometer, please take the upward passage. Please refrain from driving on the ground." "This is not an airplane. How could I possibly ascend?" Zhao Mai exclaimed. "I must be dreaming. How will you know unless you try?" This statement resonated clearly in Zhao Mai's ears, igniting an intense impulse within him. It is said that when one's attention is completely focused, all extraneous noise falls away, leaving only the goal amidst a void. Zhao Mai recalled inhaling deeply through his nose, isolating the sounds of the engine, wind, and vibrations from the car, leaving only the electronic prompt echoing. "In 500 meters, please ascend. In 100 meters, please ascend." Ascend. This entire scenario reeked of the fantastical. Well then, since it had come to this, why not attempt it? Zhao Mai gritted his teeth and yanked the steering wheel back, as though pulling an aircraft's control yoke. What transpired next was something he had never envisioned occurring in his brief existence. Soaring into the air, heading straight for the heavens. Zhao Mai's laughter erupted within the confines of the taxi. At that moment, he felt nothing but exhilaration and thrill, finally becoming a unique entity within an otherwise mundane world. The outline of the CG glimmered with a golden light, causing the driver to overlook the ascending vehicle, even erasing parts of his memory, as if no car had ever been there. "Welcome to the tunnel road. The toll of 1 gold coin has been paid. The road ahead is clear, and the estimated time to your destination is 3 minutes. Please fasten your seatbelt. There may be slight turbulence." As the words faded, the world outside the car window plunged into darkness. The once azure sky and soft white clouds vanished, replaced by a tapestry of stars. Even in the most captivating documentaries, Zhao Mai had never beheld such a multitude of stars, nor did he expect them to radiate such vibrant colors. After merely 2 seconds, the starlight began to swirl, morphing into a kaleidoscope of hues. Zhao Mai felt as though he had fallen into a kaleidoscope, just as he was about to speak. The entire vehicle jolted as if traversing a small pit. Looking outside once more, the stars had vanished, leaving only the night behind. The road ahead was fraught with peril and opportunity, joy and suffering. Different individuals experience it in myriad ways. We likely have about 2 minutes to converse. So I shall speak while you listen, the elder remarked, leisurely stretching his neck. Chapter 4. The 3 Laws of Taxiing in the Dark Void, bereft of any reference points. The only indication of forward motion came from the slightly swaying speedometer and the gentle jolts transmitted through the seat. The navigation software continued to display the instruction to maintain a straight course, allowing Zhao Mai to calm his mind and listen to the elder's words. I serve an organization whose aim is to forge pathways between worlds, facilitating peaceful exchanges. Your role is merely that of a driver. Only by fulfilling a few conditions can you enter this transitional realm and traverse safely. Firstly, this vehicle can only be activated by you as the driver, and only you may navigate it across dimensions. Secondly, you must rely on your phone's navigation. Without it, the entrances and exits remain unseen. Thirdly, the toll can only be paid with destiny coins. No other form of currency will suffice. Different worlds have varying rates, which are not included in the fare. Questions immediately sprang to Zhao Mai's mind. If I lack coins, how can I return? How do I acquire these coins? The elder, having anticipated this inquiry, produced a coin from an iron box and tossed it onto the front seat. When you keep a coin close, you can sense the presence of others, but only within a limited range, approximately 10 meters. At other times, these coins manifest in various forms of currency, entirely without patterns. A word of caution, destiny coins are exceedingly rare on Earth, making them quite difficult to procure. With a heavy sigh, the elder remarked, in this age of decline, magical artifacts are increasingly scarce. Another reason is the rising number of travelers who have likely depleted the coins. Zhao Mai pondered this notion, though he knew better than to voice such thoughts aloud. As long as you possess destiny coins, your phone and vehicle are impervious to harm. This includes the physical and energetic laws of the mundane world. They cannot damage your car or phone, and all external influences will be disregarded. However, this protection does not extend to other entities or yourself, so you remain as vulnerable as before. Zhao Mai rolled his eyes, realizing that he would not transform into an invincible being through this journey. Your phone will automatically record your travels from now on. Every place you visit will be marked on a map, and you can control it using voice commands. As the elder spoke, he unbuckled his seatbelt and placed the metal box on his lap. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Mai observed the elder remove his handcuffs and rummage through the box. Suddenly, a loud thud echoed, resembling the sound of a weighty tome, capable of inflicting grievous harm if wielded as a weapon. You are a novice driver, and this is the most perilous moment. As a guide for the Pioneer Organization, it is my duty to help you acclimate. However, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall leave you with something valuable. This book will teach you the universal language, a fortunate gift. How long will it take me to learn? Zhao Mai felt a wave of despair wash over him. Frankly, arriving in a foreign land without knowledge of the local tongue renders one utterly helpless, even with gestures. Without understanding the customs, who knows if an outstretched hand signifies a friendly greeting or a sinister incantation? Nodding or shaking one's head could lead to misunderstandings. What if nodding is an insult? Your comprehension will depend on your aptitude, but having a guide is better than none. The elder patted Zhao Mai's shoulder, imparting a mysterious energy into him, and spoke with unwavering confidence. Child, I believe your understanding will be exceptional. You will grasp things swiftly. After all, entering a new world often comes with an exhilarating period of adjustment. Indeed, I suddenly feel that way too. Zhao Mai felt invigorated, his mind racing. Yet, a flicker of concern arose. Perhaps newfound intelligence would lead to increased caution. Could this be dangerous? Danger? Opportunity invariably carries risk. Guaranteed profit does not exist in this universe. However, many vie for such chances and still find none. You are far more fortunate than those who must work in menial jobs, the elder said, his tone suddenly rigid, though the reason remained unclear. At least this vehicle is yours, granting you a greater degree of autonomy, since there is an organization for traversing worlds. I need not pay any dues, correct? Correct. The elder hesitated before continuing. You can only be considered a part-timer, which makes forging your own path considerably more challenging. Yet, the benefit is that whatever you acquire will truly belong to you. That still seems to outweigh the drawbacks. Just as Zhao Mai was about to inquire about calculating the fare, the navigation software chimed in. Approaching destination, please descend. Zhao Mai turned the steering wheel, and the vehicle trembled slightly, an unexpected sensation of weightlessness enveloping him. Isn't it impervious to external influences? Why do I feel this way? As the question escaped his lips, the scenery shifted dramatically. The black void vanished, revealing a realm of clouds as far as the eye could see. Towering edifices of gold and blue dotted the landscape. Castles with walls, churches with spires, and indistinct glowing entities hovered around the structures. A pale orange river crisscrossed, possibly flowing with honey, while lush orchards adorned the surroundings, inhabited by a flock of dark red figures. As Zhao Mai attempted to discern the details, he suddenly plunged toward the cloud-covered ground, accelerating with alarming speed. This sensation far surpassed that of a roller coaster. At least roller coasters follow tracks. While he was utterly unrestrained, the vehicle spun in midair, and Zhao Mai found himself strapped tightly in his seatbelt, oblivious to up or down. The phone's navigation continued to chime. You have arrived near your destination. Please stop. With a firm stomp on the brake, the vehicle abruptly halted its rotation midair. Although the surroundings ceased to spin, the speed of descent remained unaltered. The sheer sensation of weightlessness was unpleasant, but Zhao Mai had no time to dwell on it. His thoughts were consumed by the animated scenarios he had often witnessed, something plummeting to the ground, shattering into two-dimensional debris upon impact. Do not worry, invulnerability is no deception. The elder seemed to sense Zhao Mai's anxiety, reaching from the back seat to pat his shoulder. Ah, your hand is glowing. My shoulder feels so warm. Zhao Mai finally realized, his body shuddering as he exclaimed, This is the fare I paid, wishing you safe travels. Should fate allow, I hope we may meet again. As the vehicle descended freely through the air, Zhao Mai found himself at a loss for words. The distance between him and the cloud-covered ground shrank rapidly, allowing him to glimpse the glowing and dark red figures. The luminous beings were angels, flapping their wings and wielding radiant staves, engaged in a fierce battle against invading demons. Their speed was astonishing, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. With his limited vision, Zhao Mai could catch mere glimpses of their forms as they paused momentarily. Yet even then, he could not discern the features of either the angels or demons. A hazy light veil obscured the angels' faces, while the demons were enshrouded in black smoke. Beneath the indistinct visages, both were similarly unarmored, their muscular, bare bodies marred with wounds. One bled golden light from its injuries, while the other oozed black sludge. The taxi plummeted from the sky, directly colliding with a towering structure adorned with spires. As the impact drew near, Zhao Mai distinctly saw a rainbow-hued protective barrier materialize, only to be shattered in an instant. Although the composition of this towering structure remains a mystery, its impressive height of approximately 40 meters ensures its sturdiness. Yet, this very edifice was shattered into fragments as if made of glass upon being struck by a taxi. The vehicle's speed diminished, but the sensation was less about the impact and more about the wheels traversing the debris of the tower. However, through the car window, Zhao Mai found no trace of damage on the vehicle's exterior. This was not the most astonishing aspect. Zhao Mai was in a state of sheer anxiety, convinced that he would perish from the collision or at the very least, feel the sting of the airbag deploying against his face. Yet, within the confines of the car, there was no indication of external force. Seated in the driver's seat, he perceived only a minor jolt akin to driving over a rough surface, devoid of any violent shocks. The only sensation he experienced was that of normal braking. The tower had been severed in two, and the car shot forward like a meteor, tracing a straight diagonal line. As it neared the ground, the front of the vehicle lifted slightly, all four wheels gently tapped the clouds, and then the car came to a smooth halt. Nearby stood a crimson demon, freshly victorious over a four-winged angel. Withdrawing his blade from the angel's chest, flames enveloped him in an instant. Those fiery eyes were fixed intently on the descending vehicle, and through the window, they bore into Zhao Mai's soul, devoid of curiosity and filled instead with ferocity. Alas, finding oneself in the midst of a battlefield, an inexperienced novice faced quite the predicament. The elder surveyed the surrounding structures before advising, drive towards the 3 o'clock direction. There you will find the exit. Zhao Mai gazed out at the demon beyond the car window, a spectacle far more shocking than any film, game, or magazine could ever portray. In theoretical discussions, demons were mere constructs of health points, defense levels, elemental resistances, spellcasting abilities, and combat skills, easily dismissed with a jest. Yet here stood a living, breathing entity, menacingly poised. Damn it! It was a miracle he hadn't soiled himself, let alone engage in banter with it. Suddenly, Zhao Mai recalled the possibility of purchasing personal insurance. Was it still feasible? Chapter 5. The futility of invincibility. I arrived at my destination and disembarked. The elderly man swung open the car door and stepped out with a swift motion. The driver handled the vehicle adeptly. Perhaps fate would allow our paths to cross again. Hey, wait! Zhao Mai shouted. What should I do next? Before he could finish, a wave of scalding, acrid air surged towards him, forcing its way down his throat and into his stomach. All the words he intended to utter were stifled, and his insides began to churn. The environment outside the vehicle was utterly unbearable. Who could possibly withstand the myriad of radiant energies emitting from who knows where? If those emitted chaotic radiations were indeed harmful, they could snuff out a life in an instant. With a resounding bang, the car door slammed shut, sealing the nauseating heat outside. It became clear to Zhao Mai that maintaining a closed environment was the paramount principle for survival. While frantically searching for a vomit bag, he firmly etched this lesson into his mind. The elderly man outside let out a fierce roar, his form suddenly swelling threefold as two pairs of luminous wings unfurled from his back. He tossed aside his suitcase and drew forth a glowing staff. Transformed into a towering angel over 5 meters tall, the elder lunged at the nearest demon, the unfortunate creature that had been glaring menacingly at Zhao Mai. Once again, Zhao Mai could not discern the details of the ensuing battle. However, after a flash of golden light, the menacing demon was obliterated into a cloud of fragments. Viscous, dark red blood splattered against the vehicle, trickling slowly down its surface. A chill ran through Zhao Mai as he realized he was a mere pawn in an exceptionally high-stakes game, where he could barely stand against the formidable forces at play. This was a place where one must never leave the confines of the vehicle. He repeatedly admonished himself. Whether angel or demon, their speeds were far beyond anything Zhao Mai could hope to contend with. The air was filled with the cacophony of explosions, and unknown energy beams darted about. Safety lay solely within the car. Should he step outside, even if he were not directly targeted, the area of effect spells could easily spell his doom. With the windshield wipers in motion, Zhao Mai cautiously maneuvered the vehicle, striving to avoid the battlefield. The danger at 3 o'clock seemed too far. He sought a secluded corner to hide until the conflict resolved. After all, this was the territory of angels, who held a significant advantage in this contest. While he was no saint, Zhao Mai was neither wholly virtuous nor entirely flawed. He remained a decent person, believing that kind-hearted angels would not give him undue trouble. It was akin to accompanying seasoned players in a game. As long as a novice survived, the rewards would be substantial, though the intention was noble. Truly evading attention proved exceedingly difficult. Perhaps only a legendary rogue could accomplish such a feat as expected. A demon soon took notice of Zhao Mai and his vehicle. Regardless of their motives, violence was their first recourse, and annihilation was an inevitable outcome. Yet, whether wielding a massive cleaver or conjuring fiery projectiles, these fiends could not inflict even a scratch on Zhao Mai. The flame cleaver, nearly the length of the car itself, descended with a mere flicker. However, upon contact with the vehicle, all speed ceased and silence reigned. The demons often ended up with broken wrists or shattered hands, while the car remained unscathed. Initially, Zhao Mai felt trepidation, but as time passed, he realized he was akin to a being cloaked in invincibility, which inflated his confidence. With a swift turn of the steering wheel and a heavy press of the accelerator, he charged toward the demon. Wasn't this a familiar trope? Typically, lower-level characters reaped remarkable rewards by vanquishing higher-level foes. The demon sidestepped, effortlessly evading the vehicle. In that brief moment, its injuries healed, and it retaliated with a combination of flame cleaver strikes and elemental magic. While these attacks failed to damage the car, they did convey the demon's ire. Zhao Mai circled around, driving at the demon once more. The demon leapt gracefully, avoiding the vehicle by a hair's breadth, its bat-like wings flapping as it hovered in the air. Zhao Mai attempted to pull back on the steering wheel, but the car refused to take flight. Could it only soar during a traversal? Though merely conjecture, he sensed it bore a semblance to the truth. The demon, far from foolish, quickly discerned his opponent's weakness. Despite its own absurdity, the vehicle lacked offensive capabilities and mobility. This steel box that had unleashed a four-winged angel was merely a cumbersome turtle. The demon circled the car, attacking from various angles: roof, windows, wheels, even the exhaust pipe, striking fiercely with its massive cleaver. These assaults proved futile. Zhao Mai remained unharmed within the vehicle. Yet a sense of dread began to settle within him, quelling any remnants of arrogance. Ultimately, he possessed no combat prowess. Relying on the car's shell would eventually lead to his downfall. The demon, having exhausted its various offensive tactics to no avail, pondered its next move. If only an angel would arrive at that moment, the demon would abandon the vehicle and return to its true passion for combat and destruction. Yet the area was eerily calm, devoid of any living creature that might pique its interest. Thus, the demon began to contemplate. There is an adage that likens cunning to that of a devil. If Zhao Mai and the demon were to engage in an intelligence test, it was likely that Zhao Mai would be duped before even completing the questions, perhaps even assisting in counting the proceeds. Seasoned veterans possess not only combat skills but also a wealth of experience and cunning. In less than half a minute, the demon devised a clever plan. It descended and strode purposefully to the side of the vehicle, grasping the chassis and attempting to lift it. Zhao Mai felt the car tilt precariously. This wretched vehicle was nothing but a cumbersome turtle. While sturdy, it was far too unwieldy. He cried out in terror, and in a split second, he slammed down on the accelerator. The wheels rolled over the demon's powerful biceps and chest, bouncing off the ground twice as Zhao Mai was propelled forward. The demon, grinning at the wave pattern imprinted on its chest, rubbed its hands together and pursued eagerly. The demon's sharp observations had revealed that the car could indeed be overturned and that only the front wheels provided propulsion, leaving the rear wheels utterly ineffective. If it could lift the front end, the vehicle would be rendered immobile. Thus, a chase ensued. If the vehicle were flipped upside down, Zhao Mai could not guarantee a favorable outcome. Even if he remained safe within the car, losing the ability to move would surely lead to his demise. Both angels and demons were extraordinarily long-lived beings. It was not uncommon for a skirmish to last a week or two. However, a human trapped in a vehicle without food or water for that long would be a most extraordinary occurrence. He abandoned the thought of hiding in a secluded corner and sprinted toward the 3 o'clock direction, desperate to escape. Along the way, he sought out crowded areas where the fighting was fierce, hoping a benevolent angel might intervene to fend off the demon trailing behind him. This frenzied, malevolent creature had attempted several times to reach the front of the car, aiming to lift it. Fortunately, the lich proved indomitable, with a resounding crash. It pressed forward without losing speed or yielding to the demon's efforts, even rolling over it once, though not as resilient as the car. The demon was nonetheless tough-skinned and quickly recovered from the impact. Did he still hope to gain experience by slaying monsters? This was but a game. Zhao Mai needed to be more lucid. He summoned all his focus to drive, realizing that this approach was unsustainable. The next moment, the demon might devise a plan to crawl beneath the car and flip it over. In the midst of this pursuit and evasion, time slipped away unnoticed. Zhao Mai finally beheld the portal to paradise. Surrounding the gateway lay a multitude of corpses, some belonging to angels, yet the majority to demons. At this moment, only one guardian angel remained, battered and bruised, having just vanquished her adversary. She had no time to admire her own voluptuous form as the lich, with its headlights ablaze and horn blaring, charged towards her. Help! There are demons behind me. Let me escape from this place. Chapter 6. Never be captured, can an angel. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, still be referred to as a sweet angelic girl? Perhaps she has already surpassed a millennium in age. Regardless of her beauty or grace, she cannot simply be addressed as sister. At the very least, she deserves to be called an angel. This is the inherent flaw of humanity. Achieving complete focus is nearly impossible. Even as the relentless demons pursue him from behind, Zhao Mai's mind wanders. He strains forward, pressing his human visage against the windshield, desperate for the angel to scrutinize him closely. Heaven forbid she mistakes him for an ally of the demons. The angel stands upright, tilting her head as if to gaze directly at the speeding vehicle. A veil of light obscures her features, leaving Zhao Mai uncertain of her intentions. In mere seconds, the car would reach her side, and the demons would not arrive any later. Yet, to his astonishment, the angel relinquishes her weapon, rubbing her hands together in front of her chest. Though she appears to be massaging her hands, they are not soft, rounded objects. Anyone with even a modicum of knowledge, if such a thing can be considered knowledge, would recognize that the angel is casting a spell. Zhao Mai fervently hopes this incantation will vanquish the demons, or, at the very least, send them flying. The angel chants her incantation, and it seems that the 2-meter-wide circular halo beside her is a portal. The scene projected within is a stark contrast to the Cloud City. Lush forests blanket rolling hills. Birds chirp and soar above the treetops, and a cheerful stream froths with white waves as it glides over smooth pebbles. A pristine unicorn drinks from the riverbank, its azure eyes curiously peering at the magical disturbance. In terms of efficacy, this is undoubtedly a stable teleportation spell, likely a gateway to another realm. The other side appears significantly safer, a haven from the chaos of war. However, one must ponder, is it truly wise for the vehicle to plunge into a forest? What could it possibly yield? Zhao Mai aspires to amass great wealth to return and heal his father. The forest is not his preferred destination. Yet, given the circumstances, he has no choice. Gritting his teeth, he resolves to tackle one problem at a time, first evading the demons. He turns off the high beams, adjusting the car's angle to charge directly at the portal. 2 honks serve as a greeting to the angel. To his surprise, just as the angel completes her spell, a beam strikes the portal, which begins to close slowly. What is she attempting to do? Initially, Zhao Mai fears she intends to eliminate him. However, the angel suddenly gestures for him to hasten into the portal. She then retrieves a sword from the ground, her gaze fiercely fixed on the demons pursuing Zhao Mai. A benevolent soul. Understanding dawns upon Zhao Mai. This angel is one of the guardians of the portal. Her comrades have perished, and to prevent the demons from exploiting it, she must close the portal and fight desperately in the ensuing battle. The angel prepares for a noble sacrifice, yet the demons are far from chivalrous. A sudden eruption of black smoke engulfs her, and a demon leaps from within, wielding a flame slasher that arcs menacingly toward her shoulder. 2 pristine wings are severed, blood cascading from her form as she falls to her knees, pain etched upon her face. The portal trembles, flickering erratically, the scenery within swirling like a vortex. Now, 2 demons have turned their attention to Zhao Mai, and no other angels appear to come to his aid. Should he be besieged? It would only be a matter of time before the demons upend the vehicle. If they take an interest in this sturdy contraption, they might even decide to carry it away for study. Time is of the essence for Zhao Mai. He floors the accelerator, recalibrating his direction. Damn it. He can only gamble everything now. This is a high-stakes race. The vehicle hurtles into the portal, leaving behind a classic villain's line. I'll be back. The demons attempt to follow, but the angel, with her dying breath, conjures a final spell to seal the portal. then charges toward the demons with her sword raised high. The two demons exchange a glance, realizing they cannot catch the strange vehicle, and instead, they brandish their weapons, joining forces to attack the angel. The war over the Cloud City raged for 3 months, with only the demons privy to the outcome. Such battles unfolded in many Cloud Cities, as demons and fiends united against the angels, who were weary from safeguarding mortals. The ramifications of this conflict would gradually become apparent. Zhao Mai plunged into the portal, enveloped by a chaotic temporal flux. Were it not for the indestructible vehicle shielding him, he would have disintegrated into atomic fragments, eternally adrift in the boundless rifts of space. The navigation on his phone faltered, unable to indicate his location. Only an arrow representing direction spun endlessly. This had no bearing on Zhao Mai, who sat listlessly within the vehicle, assuming this was a normal consequence of traversing a time portal. Perhaps the spatial rift reacted to indigestible matter. After 10 minutes of tumultuous chewing, he was abruptly expelled from it. Zhao Mai beheld the mountains and lush forests, but from a vantage point nearly 2,000 meters above ground. What is happening again? I knew I should have flown a plane. He plummeted, accelerating. Yet this time he had gleaned some experience. He pressed down on the brakes, managing to maintain his position in the air without spinning uncontrollably. After all, the vehicle was indestructible. With newfound composure, Zhao Mai glanced downward. His gaze, however, brought shock. Directly beneath the vehicle lay a lake, its surface like a mirror, covering the valley. If he fell, landing in the lake was the only outcome. Does this vehicle possess diving capabilities? Would it still operate if the engine was submerged? Zhao Mai dared not experiment. What if it failed? At this moment, conventional wisdom offered no salvation. Only divergent imagination could resolve his predicament. Years spent gaming with a group of fantasy enthusiasts had sharpened his mind, rendering it distinctly different from the ordinary. Zhao Mai scrutinized the lake's shape, contemplated for 2 seconds, and then pressed a button, opening the driver's side and the rear passenger window. A gust of wind rushed in, causing ripples across his skin. Zhao Mai struggled to breathe, unable to control his lips, resulting in saliva flying wildly. If this were a regular vehicle, the friction of the air would have sent it tumbling or plummeting headfirst. Thus, Zhao Mai pressed down hard on the brakes, managing to maintain a maximum aerodynamic position with all 4 wheels facing downward. The rushing air formed a channel, akin to an invisible tether, guiding the vehicle to the right and rear. Although this movement speed could not compare to gliding, it gradually brought the vehicle closer to the lake's shore. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Mai extended one arm, which was immediately thrust against the car door by the fierce wind. Yet it served as a sail to help adjust his direction. The entire process, though it may sound intricate, took only about 3 minutes. With a resounding crash, Zhao Mai descended. Warm liquid erupted, splattering across his face, no less jarring than a punch to the nose. He could see and hear nothing, desperately suppressing dizziness and disorientation as he hastily pulled up the 2 windows. Finally, the vehicle returned to a sealed state, and Zhao Mai sighed in relief, exhaling deeply. He vigorously wiped his face, only to find the sensation was not that of lake water. Gazing at his palm, he discovered a viscous, crimson substance intermixed with 2 scales. Zhao Mai stood in shock. What on earth had he landed upon? Chapter 7, Verity. Having ascertained that the blood was not his own, there was no need for undue alarm. Panic resolves nothing, save perhaps to obscure one's true emotions for the purpose of deception. His encounters with angels and devils in Cloud City revealed that their forms and behaviors were largely as he had anticipated. Based on the myriad literary and cinematic portrayals of these beings, angels, beneficent and eager to assist, contrasted with devils, malevolent and driven to destruction. Though his experience had been cursory, with little time for detailed analysis, Zhao Mai gleaned a general understanding of this world's fundamental nature. He had, without a doubt, transmigrated to another world. The ascent of his car into the void had made that abundantly clear. Transmigration, while fraught with peril, also presented a wealth of opportunities. By seizing these chances, he might amass a fortune and secure the funds necessary for his treatment. He glanced at the Tsihai dictionary on the passenger seat, where the fake coin remained undisturbed. He dared not lose it, for without it, there would be no return. After some deliberation, he deemed it unsafe to keep on his person and secreted it away in the deepest recesses of the glove compartment. Discovering more fake coins was, of course, desirable, but securing his means of egress was paramount. This single coin could at least open a portal home. What would be the value of any wealth acquired in this realm if he could never return? The old man had said that possession of a fake coin would allow him to detect others hidden amongst conventional currency. Thus, there was no need to carry the fake coin about. He could simply bring other coins to the car. He was now in a fantastical world bereft of firearms and warships, where swords and sorcery reigned supreme. Although he had no practical experience with either, he had accumulated a vast theoretical knowledge and possessed, at the very least, a discerning eye. The angels and devils had conformed to his expectations, hopefully. Other aspects of this world would prove equally predictable. Zhao Mai gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles whitening. It was impossible to deny a certain degree of trepidation and excitement. A denizen of a scientifically advanced and affluent society thrust into a world governed by sword and spell required a period of adjustment. In terms of physical prowess, Zhao Mai was far from ungainly, yet he was hardly robust. His performance in university physical examinations was, at best, mediocre. While academic success was not necessarily indicative of intelligence, it was clear that he was of average intellect. Ordinary in body and mind, he was further cursed with a commonplace appearance, utterly unremarkable in any crowd. Zhao Mai realized, with a profound clarity, that he was the archetype of the average man. So be it, he mused. Since I am here, I shall make the best of it. Excellence has little to do with one's foundation. It is cultivated through diligent effort. And what ordinary man can claim to have driven a car to another world? In this respect, I am exceedingly fortunate. Zhao Mai could readily enumerate the countless treasures that a fantasy world might hold. Anything absent from Earth but present here, particularly if imbued with special powers, would be priceless. Even mastering a single spell would be an extraordinary achievement. Inimitability, he knew, was the greatest asset of all. His first task was to ascertain his location and the nature of his surroundings. He recalled the old man mentioning that the taxi app on his phone could record his journey. The displayed location read, Galarian World, Lake of Ashes. The surrounding map was entirely blank. Since the bizarre black screen crash at the airport, the phone had acquired new features, including a button to download the local map, which required a payment of 2 gold coins. These, undoubtedly, referred to fake coins, of which he possessed only 1. He was unwilling, and indeed unable, to activate this function. However, the name Galarian was sufficient to provide him with substantial information. He had heard of this world before, as one well-versed in various fictional settings. Zhao Mai knew that Galarian, while not as widely known as Azeroth, was familiar to those in the tabletop role-playing community. Unfortunately, his knowledge was limited, and further complicated by language barriers. He was not an encyclopedia, nor could he recall an entire world's lore. Nevertheless, the name allowed him to deduce the general rules governing this world. The standardization of a world using 6 attributes, strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, and a mathematical system was a remarkable innovation. Though no mathematical system was perfect, it was adequate to help people understand and adapt to new environments. Zhao Mai vaguely recalled that Galarian was not plagued by worldwide conflict, nor were there any signs of deities disrupting the mortal realm. Its long history and tumultuous past had left behind numerous ruins, making it a haven for adventurers. The bold, the meticulous, and the skilled would find ample opportunities to distinguish themselves. Alas, Zhao Mai possessed only boldness and meticulousness. Skill was foreign to him. Venturing into the wilderness alone would be a death sentence. His immediate priority was to find a friendly settlement. After all, did not most adventures begin in a tavern? Without soul transference or memory integration, learning the local language was of paramount importance. Let's see high, like universal language tutorial could not be mastered in a short time. Certainly not before he starved. Zhao Mai spent approximately half an hour learning a few simple phrases. Help. No harm. Help me. And bad at speaking. He repeated these phrases, striving to commit them to memory so that he could utter them accurately and swiftly whenever necessary. Next came a crucial moment. He gently opened the car door and cautiously stepped onto the ground, taking his first step into this alien world. It was a small step for Zhao Mai, but he realized his mistake. Galarian was inhabited by humans. It could hardly be considered a giant leap for mankind. Even as an interdimensional visitor, he was not the first to arrive in Galarian. Some had even settled permanently. From this perspective, magic was far superior to technology. For Earthlings had yet to discover irrefutable proof of extraterrestrial life. He regretted his step immediately. How could he have forgotten the location of his car's landing? Beneath his feet was a layer of viscous slime, the remains of a creature whose bones and organs had been crushed and splattered by the descending taxi. Like a pulped tomato, the scent of blood, while not overpowering, filled his nostrils, causing a slight wave of nausea. Yet, compared to the stench of a devil's assault, this was nothing. Before he could examine the remains, a crossbow bolt whizzed past and embedded itself in the ground beside his foot, the short shaft still quivering. Without thinking, Zhao Mai blurted out, "Help. No harm. Help me." Bad at speaking. Chapter 8. First contact. The Ashen Lake is a misnomer. It is devoid of any ashes. The water here is crystal clear and tranquil, reflecting the distant forests and mountains in sharp detail under the midday sun, creating a harmonious tableau with the azure sky and fluffy white clouds. Such a picturesque scene is exceedingly rare on Earth. For any place of such beauty is invariably trodden upon by humans, leading to its disruption or degradation. Were it not for the crossbow bolt at his feet, Zhao Mai would confidently declare this to be the most beautiful lakeside he had ever encountered. One hand grasped the car door, while the other was raised to signal his lack of weaponry. His keen eyes scanned the surroundings with utmost urgency, seeking the source of the arrow that had been loosed. Blocking his line of sight was a dense thicket of shrubbery, standing nearly to his waist, and beyond that, the forest was so thick it appeared impenetrable. He could discern no one. The assailant was either well concealed or had already relocated. Zhao Mai called out several times in the universal tongue, yet was met with silence. Although retreating into the car would guarantee his safety, it felt akin to being ensnared by a demon in a city of clouds. After a couple of minutes with no further arrows and no one emerging to claim responsibility for the attack, Zhao Mai pondered that the likelihood of another assault was minimal. Summoning his courage, he resolved to proceed with the task at hand. He inhaled deeply, silently invoking blessings from all the deities he knew, and then stepped forward, crossing over the body beneath the car and onto solid ground. The pebbles along the lakeshore had been smoothed and rounded by the water's flow, lending him a sense of grounding. As he surveyed his surroundings, it dawned on him what creature had met its demise at the hands of his vehicle. Beings with wings and 3 heads are rare, particularly those exhibiting 3 distinct heads. This was undoubtedly a chimera. The chimera is not a specific species but a classification for creatures influenced by chaotic forces, possessing magical abilities, and characterized by 3 or more heads and traits. No 2 chimeras are alike, and their vast differences render stable reproduction nearly impossible. However, with lifespans extending to a millennium, the chimera is left with but one desire: to feed. The chaotic magical energies grant them the ability to exhale various elemental breath attacks, and sometimes endow them with the capacity to cast simple spells. Each head can unleash different incantations, potentially manifesting flames, corrosive acids, icy blasts, or bolts of lightning, greatly aiding their predatory endeavors. In addition to hunting wild creatures, ferocious chimeras frequently raid villages, placing them high on the lists of targets for adventurers. Unlike the draconic kin, whose colors and elements correspond, a chimera's abilities are entirely unrelated to the forms of its heads, making them exceedingly challenging for adventurers to confront. Thus, they often become prey themselves. The chimera at Zhao Mai's feet bore the heads of a goat, a lion, and a bird-like creature. It had recently captured a wild boar and was preparing to feast by the lakeside. The taxi had come to rest just behind its neck, delivering a powerful blow that shattered its shoulder and reduced its upper body to a puddle of gore. It was a swift and painless demise, leaving behind a largely unscathed lower half. Observing the dark green scales on the chimera's muscular thighs and the gaping belly of the slain boar, Zhao Mai shook his head. It was best to start with food he was familiar with. The crossbow bolt remained embedded in the ground, yet thoughts of sustenance began to surface. Perhaps this was a manifestation of the most robust genes inherent in the Chinese populace, a deep-seated belief that food is paramount, and every morsel on the plate is earned through toil. Zhao Mai recognized that his vehicle held scant provisions. Aside from 2 emergency chocolate bars and a few bottles of mineral water, there was nothing else. With his originally planned breakfast of steamed buns now a distant dream, he needed to devise a means to address his hunger. To consume the pork, he needed to first carve it up and clean it, yet he lacked a knife. Thus, he immediately turned his attention to the chimera's sharp claws, given that the beast's body was already rent asunder. He grasped its right forepaw to begin cutting at the left. Each leg weighed over 50 pounds, and hoisting it onto his shoulder was laborious. Cradling it like a saw was even more exhausting. Only if he could detach a claw light enough to wield as a weapon would it serve his purpose. With no food and no attire, yet an enemy delivered to his doorstep, lacking firearms, yet an adversary crafted the means. Zhao Mai hummed as he worked. And there was nothing more fitting than the gorilla song for his current predicament. Although this realm bore no figures like Chow Chow, the notion that something could manifest upon utterance might be a quirk shared across worlds. Zhao Mai vowed to remain vigilant. Yet he remained unaware of the glinting blade that had silently crept up behind him. Not hostile, not hostile. Zhao Mai murmured as he slowly released his grip on the claw, repeating the phrase. He felt no alarm, confident in his assessment. The individual wielding the ranged weapon had not shot him dead. Thus, they were not a ruthless brigand, and communication was still conceivable. Of course, there was danger involved, and Zhao Mai was acutely aware of it. Were he in a bustling metropolis, he would never have taken such a risk. Yet, in this remote wilderness, the present circumstances were the best he could hope for. The stranger mumbled a few words, their age and gender indiscernible from the tone. Although Zhao Mai's grasp of the universal language was insufficient to comprehend their speech, he understood the meaning behind the blade's gentle tap against the side of his head. Slowly, he turned to face his captor. Before him stood a gaunt old man clad in camouflage, his cloak adorned with foliage, rendering him nearly indistinguishable from the underbrush when crouched. Zhao Mai often encountered such elderly figures in parks, most of whom wielded chess pieces or fishing rods. The man before him wore a serene expression, akin to a kindly neighbor, yet he was fully armed. In addition to the steady sword he held, 3 long spears and a heavy crossbow were slung across his back, while a blowpipe and a quiver of poisoned darts dangled from his belt, with daggers strapped to his boots. Difficult to speak, Zhao Mai gestured to his mouth, following it with reassurances of his benign intent. The old man maintained the sword poised at Zhao Mai's throat, searching his body to ensure no concealed weapons remained. Before sheathing the blade, he pointed at the car, then gestured towards Zhao Mai, intoning in a different tone, not hostile? Zhao Mai echoed the sentiment, to demonstrate his intellect. He pointed to his chest, proclaiming, Zhao Mai. The old man grasped Zhao Mai's intent, yet his tongue faltered, failing to produce the sound for Zhao, rendering it akin to old. While old Zhao posed no issue, old Mai felt amiss. After a moment's contemplation, wishing to conceal his true name, Zhao Mai opted for the alias Mike. This pronunciation was far simpler for the old man. Through their exchange, Zhao Mai learned the elder's name, Karl Karasa. Moreover, he discerned the old man's primary skill set, a ranger of the dense forests. Chapter 9. Babbling, setting aside the thick dictionary and disregarding grammar. Zhao Mai finally managed to communicate with the ranger Karl using merely a string of words. You must have come from another realm, right? How dare you venture out without even knowing the common tongue? Karl chattered incessantly while Zhao Mai diligently listened, striving to become accustomed to the pronunciation and intonation of this unfamiliar language, even if he could not fully comprehend it. Although the dictionary provided phonetic annotations, thoughtfully employing pinyin, each language possesses its own unique characteristics that can only be discovered through extensive listening and speaking. Despite his inability to understand everything, Zhao Mai was undeterred, mimicking the sounds he heard. Initially, he could only grasp a couple of key pronunciations, but soon he was able to piece together fragmented phrases, and after a while, he could achieve about 70% accuracy. This remarkable learning speed had never been evident before, perhaps due to his transmigration, the pressure of survival, or simply because he had finally encountered something that piqued his interest. Take English, for instance. Memorizing vocabulary was always a tedious task, yet through various RPG games, he had acquired over half of his vocabulary. If he viewed his transmigration as a game, he could relax his mindset and concentrate, thereby unleashing an extraordinary passion for learning. Humanity is a race adept at learning, and in this fantastical world, they are exceptionally versatile. According to gaming terminology, humans possess one additional proficiency compared to other races from the outset, but this is merely a generalization and varies among individuals. Just as not every Chinese person excels in mathematics, it does not imply universal aptitude. This was not akin to being transported into a game world where one could simply open a skill interface and allocate points to instantly master a language. There was no supreme deity here, nor any system to impart enlightenment. Zhao Mai understood that success might require suitable opportunities, but there were no shortcuts. Thus, upon encountering Karl, he absorbed knowledge like a sponge, striving to adapt to this new world as swiftly as possible. Karl, a ranger of the dense forest, had spent most of his life amidst the trees, occasionally returning to his birthplace to visit. His duty was to protect the verdant forest behind him, preventing ferocious beasts from the distant wilderness from settling in and attacking the peaceful villages nearby. At the southernmost edge of the verdant forest lay a farming town named Nebo, predominantly inhabited by humans, with gnomes as a secondary group. Karl's mother hailed from Nebo, while his father was a half-elf in the previous generation as ranger. Nebo was remarkably open-minded, embracing a tolerant attitude towards others, resulting in no taboos surrounding interracial marriages. Without this attitude, Karl's parents would never have had the opportunity to unite. This mindset also influenced Karl. When he witnessed an iron mass plummeting from the sky, crushing a chimera, and a peculiar figure emerging, dark-haired and dark-eyed, he refrained from immediately aiming for a headshot. Nevertheless, he remained vigilant, ears perked to catch any sound from Zhao Mai, and his hand never strayed more than a foot from his weapon. From his observations thus far, the newcomer appeared quite docile, focused solely on learning to speak and showing no signs of malice. After pondering, he decided to test the waters. He beckoned Zhao Mai over and casually tossed him a dagger. Zhao Mai was startled, clumsily dodging the blade before retrieving it from the ground. Recklessly attempting to catch a flying weapon typically resulted in injury or worse. Eschewing bravado, Zhao Mai was exceedingly cautious. This was not merely a life lesson, but a habit cultivated through gaming. Many games featured survival modes, which, despite their vast differences from actual survival, retained the core essence that carelessness could lead to death. During his university days, a classmate jokingly claimed that if he were to transmigrate to the Tang and Song dynasties, his skills would enable him to thrive. Zhao Mai had laughed, reminding him that in an era devoid of penicillin for tetanus or vaccines for rabies, he should first focus on surviving childhood. Now that he found himself in a similar predicament, he was exceedingly cautious. This had nothing to do with a lack of adventurous spirit. It was a necessary prudence. Knowing what he could do and striving to do it well was the most crucial principle of survival. On this foundation, learning became essential. Through it, he would discern what he ought to do and how to do it most effectively. Karl gestured for him to skin the chimera, ideally removing its hide entirely. Zhao Mai attempted to slice through the creature's fatty tissue, but the scaly hide proved impenetrable. After a brief struggle, he abandoned the effort to complete the task with the dagger and turned his attention to extracting the chimera's claws. Karl did not come to assist but dragged a wild boar to the lakeside, using the water to cleanse it. Zhao Mai's instantaneous reaction revealed his complete lack of combat skills, rendering him a negligible threat. Thus, Carl confidently produced flint and iron, igniting pre-prepared dry grass and gradually adding branches to kindle a roaring fire. He skewered the skinned boar meat on a thick wooden stick and positioned it over the flames to roast, assured that Zhao Mai lacked the ability to pilfer the delectable feast. Before long, the aroma of roasted boar wafted into Zhao Mai's nostrils, stirring a rumble in his belly. Having consumed only a few biscuits during his journey and subsequent transmigration, he found himself ravenous. Glancing at Carl, he noted that the old ranger had no intentions of offering him food, focusing solely on the sizzling meat. Growing hungrier, Zhao Mai resolved to consume a chocolate bar instead. Perhaps this treat held significant value in this foreign land, but preserving his strength for labor was paramount. Thus, he abandoned his task, dove into the vehicle, and rummaged through his belongings, his gaze naturally falling upon the digital clock inside the car. The current time read 8:13 in the morning, a stark contrast to the sun directly overhead outside. A time difference was not unusual, but the clock's ticking seemed decidedly off. Zhao Mai trusted his internal clock. He was acutely aware of the duration of a second. 30 seconds had elapsed for him, while merely 1 second had passed within the vehicle, presenting a disparity of 30 times. The vehicle had kept accurate time when in his homeland, and its internal mechanisms were unaffected by external influences. This raised the question, were the flow of time and space different on either side? If a month were to pass here, assuming a month consisted of 30 days, wouldn't only a single day elapse back home? Zhao Mai had initially intended to return with a rare find, and the chimera hide seemed a splendid choice. However, understanding that time might stretch considerably, he pondered the multitude of possibilities that could unfold. With time, coupled with his imaginative ideas and an abundance of diligence and resilience, how could he not emerge as a formidable presence? If he failed despite such advantages, he would deserve to wallow in shame, suffocating on his own exhaust fumes. In this foreign realm, he declared, I have come to seize what is rightfully mine. Chapter 10, The Claw Dagger. Zhao Mai unwrapped a chocolate bar and, in front of Carl, consumed half of it before offering the remaining portion to him. The seasoned ranger took a cautious bite, startled by the overwhelming sweetness. He glanced at Zhao Mai but did not continue eating, instead carefully stowing it away in his waist pouch. Through gestures and expressions, the two reached an agreement to share the pork, both believing they had gained an advantage. For Zhao Mai, the prospect of consuming cooked meat brought him great comfort. He felt that the half-chocolate bar paled in comparison to the benefits of pork for his digestion. Not to mention the opportunity to establish a preliminary connection with a local ranger was a considerable boon. Carl shared similar sentiments, perceiving the exotic delicacies of this other world as far more valuable. Returning to their tasks, they examined the chimera's claw, which measured nearly 30 centimeters in length. The tip was slightly curved, reminiscent of a single-edged fruit knife, while the rear half was rounded, making it safe to grip. When it came to slicing through flesh, the chimera's claw proved far more effective than a dagger, effortlessly peeling away the outer skin. This was Zhao Mai's first weapon, and he wielded it with great reverence. He considered crafting a non-slip grip for it, which would further enhance its practicality. Carl observed everything closely. He knew the chimera's claw was sharper than a typical dagger, a fact he had long been aware of. However, he also understood that such claws were prone to decay. Within a week, they would begin to soften, becoming indistinguishable from human nails after 2 weeks. The sharpness of the chimera's claw was a result of magic, which would gradually dissipate, especially after the creature's demise. Only a skilled mage could perfectly preserve the remains of magical creatures, extending their potency and even solidifying the embedded magic. Druids in the forest possessed similar abilities, albeit limited to natural forces, while temple priests preferred to deal with materials related to divine power. As a ranger of the dense woods, Carl had a few rudimentary spells at his disposal. Yet, his healing spells were less effective than using herbs, so he seldom practiced that aspect of his abilities. His primary reliance lay in his trusty crossbow and the blade at his waist. Recently, he had heard rumors in the town of Nebo about strange occurrences at the Serpent Cliff Fortress upstream from the lake, and while on his way to investigate, he encountered the chimera and began his pursuit. The falling meteor that struck the chimera also brought this peculiar otherworldly being before him. Carl suspected divine intervention and felt compelled to make bold hypotheses and cautious inquiries, believing they might aid him in his forthcoming endeavors. The meat of the wild boar's leg was now fully roasted, and he used his dagger to slice it off, placing it into a plate woven from reeds. Mike, eat. Zhao Mai had been eagerly anticipating this moment, quickly securing the chimera's claw before bounding over. He stuffed a steaming piece of boar meat into his mouth, its primal aroma filling his senses. Without any seasoning, not even a sprinkle of salt, the freshly roasted wild boar exuded a rich, greasy flavor. Were he at home, he would never indulge in such bland fare, but after a long stint of physical labor, it was the epitome of deliciousness. After a few hearty chews, the first piece slid down his throat. He reached for a second piece only to notice that Carl was still busy turning the boar leg. Without a second plate in sight, upholding the tradition of respecting the elder, Zhao Mai offered the meat to Carl, signaling for the old ranger to join him. Carl did not pause in his work, merely tilting his head and opening his mouth, indicating he wanted Zhao Mai to feed him. Zhao Mai, undeterred, leaned in and began to feed him, alternating between bites for himself and for the elder. As Carl ate, he scrutinized Zhao Mai's expressions, gradually recognizing the youth's earnestness and genuine goodwill, which led him to slowly accept him. After their lunch, they resumed their tasks. One processing the wild boar while the other dealt with the chimera. Carl worked swiftly, soon extracting the most valuable parts of the boar before joining Zhao Mai in skinning it. With his dagger, he worked with the efficiency of a master butcher, tenfold that of Zhao Mai. He often slowed his pace to demonstrate his techniques and experience, knowing that with language barriers, Zhao Mai would need to learn through constant mimicry. Zhao Mai recognized this as a rare opportunity and concentrated intently on learning from the old ranger. Working in harmony, they quickly obtained a large, intact piece of chimera hide. Carl decided to carefully process this hide to craft 1 or 2 pieces of leather armor. He instructed Zhao Mai to carry the rolled hide while he hoisted the boar meat, preparing to head north along the lakeshore. From above, Ashen Lake resembled a character for divination, with 2 rivers pouring copiously from the uppermost vertical stroke and the rightmost point. Nebo Town rested at the bottom of that vertical stroke, while the Serpent Cliff Fortress lay above the rightmost point. Figuratively speaking, Zhao Mai and Carl were positioned beneath the armpit of this character, needing to circle halfway around the lake to reach their destination. Seeing that they would not be entering the dense woods anytime soon, Zhao Mai invited Carl to ride in the vehicle, and the two advanced along the lakeshore. The ground here was relatively flat, with pebbled areas unlikely to yield easily collapsible sandpits, although some bumps and jolts were unavoidable. Riding in the vehicle was certainly less strenuous than walking. Once seated, Carl was visibly tense, startled by the suddenly illuminated dashboard and the roaring engine. Zhao Mai, trying to reassure him that there was no malice, gradually started the vehicle. Once they were underway, Carl felt more at ease, beginning to understand that this was a magically driven carriage, albeit a more wondrous one, and nothing to fear. No matter how impressive, it was merely a tool. Before long, his curiosity began to take precedence, and he explored the interior of the vehicle like a child. Zhao Mai noted this as a positive development and refrained from curbing the old ranger's enthusiasm. Throughout the journey, he remained attentive to the fuel gauge, which displayed a steady fuel level over the course of an hour. Could it be that the invulnerable components included the fuel tank? What kind of transformation had this vehicle undergone, and where did its power originate? This was indeed a fascinating and curious discovery. Zhao Mai pondered how best to utilize this vehicle. As a traveler from another realm, failing to leverage such a golden opportunity would be a waste of resources. The entire vehicle appeared indestructible and seemed capable of perpetual motion, yet without a road network, its utility was significantly diminished. What if he could remove a portion of the vehicle to carry with him? That would also render it invulnerable. This idea lingered in his mind, refusing to fade. During their camping rest, Zhao Mai conducted an experiment, using the newly acquired Chimera Claw dagger to test the hardness of the floor mats. To his surprise, it sliced through effortlessly, lacking the protective qualities of the vehicle's exterior. He tried various bits and pieces, from the seat coverings to the cushions and the pillows on the backrest, but none proved effective. Zhao Mai surmised that these were merely decorative elements, not essential components manufactured by the vehicle's makers, hence not part of its invulnerable nature. It made sense. If the vehicle and its interior were both impervious, would not his clothing be invulnerable too? It appeared he needed to focus on the vehicle's components. However, the sheer power of its invulnerability was astonishing. He found himself unable to detach any part, the screws refusing to budge. Well, he hadn't held out much hope from the start. After all, if the vehicle was indestructible, how could it be taken apart by hand? It seemed there were no loopholes to exploit. How splendid it would be if he could detach a window to use as a shield. However, should the window be removed, Zhao Mai could not guarantee its reinstallation. In the event of encountering an environment akin to the battlefield of Cloud City, the absence of a window would compromise the vehicle's enclosure, inevitably leading to dire consequences. A sudden spark of inspiration struck Zhao Mai, and he conceived a brilliant idea that might indeed prove successful. Chapter 11. Traversing the forest, a small hill protruded at an angle, obstructing their path. The territory of the siege was not sufficient to ascend the slope before them. Carl gestured for the others to prepare for their entry into the woods, acknowledging that the vehicle could not traverse the dense forest. Zhao Mai halted the car at the forest's edge, while the ranger Carl gathered some vines and branches, casually draping them over the vehicle. This was an inevitable situation. Zhao Mai understood he could not remain in the safety of the car indefinitely. Observing the surroundings, he noted the absence of landslide risk and the rarity of human presence. Deeming it safe to leave the vehicle here, he opened the trunk and retrieved the items he had contemplated earlier. Every vehicle is equipped with a spare tire, meant for emergencies when a tire fails. Although he had previously tested the car's components to ensure they were intact and unremovable, the spare tire should ideally match the specifications of a standard tire. While the appearance of the wheel may vary based on brand and model, They were all produced by automotive manufacturers and installed upon leaving the factory. Could this not be considered an integral part of the vehicle? Zhao Mai earnestly hoped that this tire would possess indomitable qualities. Its size and shape were quite suitable for use as a shield, yet its weight posed a challenge. He tested it, finding that neither Carl's dagger nor the claws of the chimera left a mark upon striking the tire. This was splendid. The spare tire shared the same capabilities as the one in use, validating Zhao Mai's hypothesis. Concealed behind the tire, he felt entirely secure, provided he could manage to hide behind it. The weight of the spare tire was not trivial. Lifting it with one hand was conceivable, but approached the limits of Zhao Mai's strength. Holding it at chest height like a traditional shield and adopting a defensive posture would be exceedingly difficult for him. There was a gap in the center of the wheel. Should an adversary aim through it with arrows, the tire shield would be of no use. However, he could not abandon this option. After all, he possessed very few items he could effectively utilize. Regardless of the hardships, he must persevere. One could certainly train to enhance their arm strength. And while larger gaps could be obstructed, absolute invulnerability was a rarity. For those who could not be revived, it was preferable to prioritize defense and increase the chances of survival rather than relying solely on offensive strategies. Thus, he resolved to carry this shield regardless of the circumstances. Consequently, Zhao Mai borrowed Carl's rope, gritting his teeth as he secured the spare tire to his back, intending to acclimate to the weight and bolster his physical prowess. Of course, he also needed to carry the dictionary, as he had yet to master the local language and could not afford to relax. Following closely behind this otherworldly traveler, the seasoned ranger embarked upon the wooded path. First, he needed to return home to unload the supplies he had procured from the town, preparing for battle before heading to the Serpents Cliff Fortress. Having lived in the forest for nearly a lifetime, he was well acquainted with the terrain. The sprawling roots and protruding branches posed no hindrance to him. The green and gray moss, though slippery, did not impede his speed in the slightest. Zhao Mai, however, struggled to keep pace, stumbling frequently. Had he advanced slowly, he might have avoided such clumsiness, but to match the ranger's speed, he would inevitably pay a price. He gritted his teeth in silence, diligently following Carl's footsteps. Minor scrapes were inconsequential. The discomfort he felt was a consequence of his previous lack of training, but would ultimately contribute to his future agility and grace. Since falls were unavoidable, they should not occur in vain. He would not allow tears to cloud his vision, for he aimed to keenly observe Carl's movements. The ranger's affinity for the untamed wilderness manifested in two ways. First, a profound familiarity with his geographical surroundings, which endowed him with great expertise in foraging, surviving, tracking, hiding, and fighting within this environment. Second, his adeptness at traversing the forest floor, moving effortlessly through the thorns, underbrush, and treacherous terrain. Woodland traversal was a skill of the wilds, utterly meaningless in urban settings. Only those well-versed in stones, tree bark, grasses, and moss could truly grasp its essence. In Galarian, this ability was passed down through the tales of rangers and druids, rarely acquired by outsiders. However, this certainly did not include Zhao Mai. As a competent otaku from a world brimming with knowledge and information, he regarded woodland traversal not merely as a form of lightness but as a technique ripe for analysis. After all forms of agility and lightness hinge upon bodily control, mastery of speed, angle, center of gravity, posture, and environment. Techniques like the light steps and 8 steps to chase the toad might not be directly comparable, but the seemingly mundane art of agile movement could well be the advanced version of woodland traversal. Zhao Mai paid particular attention to how Carl handled similar situations. He observed the posture employed on the sloped mossy stones, which part of his foot made contact with the damp, arched roots, and how he stabilized his body using the branches that jutted out. Learning was not solely confined to the pages of books initially. It involved keen observation followed by physical imitation. While woodland traversal constituted an entire repertoire of skills, mastering it fully would not happen overnight. However, even grasping the basics would suffice to spare Zhao Mai from further injuries. Moreover, with the angel's assistance enhancing his observational and comprehension abilities, his learning pace was adequate. What remained was diligent practice. Carl, unperturbed, had acclimated to this pace upon entering the thicket. Typically accustomed to solitary journeys, he lacked the habit of caring for others. After walking for an hour in the dense woods, he finally recalled that he had a companion, an entirely unskilled traveler from another realm. Upon glancing back, he saw Zhao Mai standing a little over 3 meters behind him, though his clothing bore many scratches, and mud and crushed plant juices adorned him. His exposed skin bore several bruises, yet Zhao Mai wore a cheerful smile, showing no sign of complaint for his tribulations. Acknowledging his oversight, Carl decided to alter his plans and take an early rest instead of continuing for a while longer. In the thick forest, darkness fell swiftly. The lush foliage consumed the beauty of twilight, leaving only an impenetrable night. The ranger needed no special preparations. He could easily find a branch to ensure a pleasant night's rest. However, he knew that Zhao Mai could not manage the same. The otherworldly traveler lacked the essence of the forest. He gestured for Zhao Mai to sit and knelt down to inspect his injuries. Minor scratches and some bruising were trivial, requiring only a simple healing spell. He casually plucked a blade of grass from the ground and rubbed it in his palm, praying to the natural forces for a moment. The grass transformed into a viscous paste, which he applied to the wounds, immediately stopping the bleeding and promoting healing. Zhao Mai's eyes widened in astonishment. This was his first encounter with magic. Though the teleportation spell cast by the angel was more advanced, a spell released through human hands held true significance. If others could achieve such feats, he had no reason to believe he could not as well. One day, he would learn magic. Zhao Mai was not interested in world-destroying powers. After all, nothing could rival the might of a sweeping tide. He was captivated by the ability to heal and save lives. A spell to remove ailments could combat all natural and unnatural diseases. While he was unsure of its efficacy against uremia, it nonetheless represented a viable method of addressing issues. Even if it fell short, he need not consider the effectiveness of revival spells. Mere physical regeneration could resolve many troubles. The sticky herbal paste coated his wounds, delivering a refreshing coolness that felt exquisite. The repeatedly torn wounds ceased bleeding almost instantly, scabbing over at a visible pace. The surrounding redness and swelling rapidly diminished, accompanied by a mild itching sensation as healing took effect. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 12. The missing element of the ranger healing the wounds was merely the beginning. The seasoned ranger set down his backpack and retrieved a small leather pouch. After uncorking it, he took a mouthful, mumbling something akin to a spell before forcefully spraying it onto Zhao Mai, once on the front and again on the back. The substance released a minty aroma, not at all unpleasant. Through gestures and guesses, they eventually discerned its purpose. The nocturnal forest was rife with mosquitoes, though their bites were not necessarily fatal. The itch and pain were unavoidable, and sometimes could even lead to illness. Rangers in the woods had various means to combat such nuisances, with insect repellent being the most convenient. Neither of them had brought a tent, so the hide of the chimera served as makeshift canvas. Utilizing branches between two trees and anchoring one side with their heavy backpacks, they fashioned a rudimentary rain shelter. A small fire was kindled, first heating the ground, then layering it with leaves that Zhao Mai had never seen before. This was to be their resting place for the night. Dinner consisted again of roasted pork, devoid of salt or seasoning. Carl ate meticulously, using his dagger to scrape every last morsel of meat, subsequently roasting the bones over the fire until they were crisp enough to chew. This might have been merely a quirk of Carl's, or perhaps a Ranger-esque custom. Having accepted the Ranger-esque hospitality, Zhao Mai followed suit, gnawing at the bones as if they had been ravaged by a swarm of termites. Soon, the forest was enveloped in darkness. Beyond 20 feet from the fire, sight was no longer as keen as touch. Darkness did not equate to tranquility. The cacophony of insects mingled with the rustling leaves, ceaselessly filling the air. Zhao Mai felt a surge of anxiety, several times sensing footsteps drawing near, as if he glimpsed pairs of green beastly eyes. Yet, Carl remained unfazed, exuding a relaxed demeanor. Zhao Mai could only suppress his own fears and feign confidence. The elder, perceiving Zhao Mai's pretense of calm, smiled reassuringly. There was no need for concern. This place was quite safe. Observing the confusion on Zhao Mai's face, the ranger pointed to the hefty dictionary, indicating that he should hasten to learn the language. Zhao Mai concurred. By the firelight, he endeavored to read and study earnestly. Having chosen to rest early, Carl was not overly fatigued, thus he sat beside Zhao Mai, pointing to the text and reading aloud, constructing sentences to teach him the most fundamental phrases and grammar. Through this method of communication, he assigned Zhao Mai a task to periodically add twigs to the fire while studying, ensuring its continued burn. Furthermore, before retiring for the night, he was to clear the area around the fire of any branches and leaves to prevent a potential fire hazard. After imparting this, he donned his cloak and closed his eyes, falling into a slumber. Zhao Mai observed for a while, sensing that Carl slept lightly, as if any breeze or rustle could awaken him. As a child, he had a dog at home that was similarly vigilant. The elder had referred to this as shallow sleep. Its restorative effects were not as profound as deep slumber, yet it could preserve one's life in critical moments. It was said that Zhang Fei from the Three Kingdoms era was a light sleeper, and that on the night he was beheaded, he had drunk too much and succumbed to deep sleep, losing his alertness and falling prey to thieves. Wishing not to disturb him, Zhao Mai kept silent. Focusing on his reading, even the act of adding firewood became cautious. The surrounding darkness was absolute, and the time displayed on his phone seemed to crawl at a sluggish pace, rendering it useless as a clock. However, relying on his biological clock, he estimated it must have surpassed 9 o'clock at night. Zhao Mai was a creature of the night, typically resting during the day. Yet, having traversed the forest, toiled, and studied intensely throughout the day, he should have been utterly exhausted. Instead, he found himself only mildly drowsy. feeling he could persist for quite some time. When the time on his phone indicated 9 o'clock in the morning, the forest had already entered the latter half of the night. Zhao Mai felt that staying awake any longer would appear peculiar, so he tidied the fire, nestled beneath the chimera hide, and closed his eyes. He soon drifted into sleep, his gentle snoring rousing Carl. The elder glanced at the sky, surveying the campsite in the firelight, then smiled with satisfaction. He noticed that Zhao Mai was sleeping fully clothed, without any blankets, so he draped his own cloak over him and leaned against a tree, cradling his weapon as he rested. Before dawn, the elder began to stir. Breakfast could no longer consist solely of pork. He tore some into porridge, which was a fragrant concoction of oats, rice, and various beans. And the aroma wafted through the air, rousing Zhao Mai from slumber. The elder produced a small paper pouch, carefully opening it in his palm. Zhao Mai leaned in to see, discovering it contained coarse salt. The unrefined salt was a yellowish-brown crystalline substance, and some grains still held particles of dirt. Zhao Mai had heard of such salt, but had never seen it before, so he reached out to grasp a bit. Carl instinctively recoiled, his eyes darting around before he finally handed it back. He rubbed a finger against it and tasted it, finding no discernible flavor. Thus, Zhao Mai took a sample himself. Aside from the salty fishiness, it contained an odd medley of peculiar tastes. He swore he even detected a hint of chemical flavor. Grabbing the leather pouch filled with lake water, Zhao Mai rinsed his mouth vigorously, spitting repeatedly, resolutely refusing to allow Carl to add that salt to the porridge. To him, it was not salt at all, it was a poison, though its harmfulness was far less than that of gutter oil or Sudan red. It sufficiently tarnished Zhao Mai's entire vision of a bowl of fragrant porridge. He could endure a day or two without salt, but he would seek to filter and purify some edible salt at the first opportunity. Seeing Zhao Mai's strong reaction, Carl refrained from insisting on adding salt. After a day of interaction, he had come to regard Zhao Mai as a kind-hearted yet fragile junior, willing to offer assistance where possible. He considered him the most astute young man he had ever encountered, diligent, eager to learn, with great potential for development. However, he could not quite believe Zhao Mai's assertion that the salt could be made palatable, thinking it a misunderstanding stemming from a miscommunication. Understanding that the salt here was scarce and unpalatable, Zhao Mai resolved to create some good salt. Lacking the necessary gauze for filtration, he made do with his cotton t-shirt. To absorb toxins, he sought some charcoal from the fire. While he could not achieve perfection, enhancing the quality of the salt was certainly within his reach. The iron pot was occupied with cooking porridge, so he could not use it to boil salt at that moment. Inquiring with Carl, he learned that there was a salt lick nearby frequented by local animals. With that knowledge, he decided to assess the situation before taking action, hoping that the ranger's dwelling might possess better tools. Having relied on the ranger's care thus far, it was time for him to prove his own capabilities. With such aspirations, Zhao Mai trotted along behind the ranger, swiftly navigating through the forest, his legs and mouth both in constant motions, rapidly improving in both the forest navigation and the common tongue. Chapter 13. The ranger's tree hollow deep within the dense forest stands a quaint abode belonging to the ranger. This is not a conventional structure fashioned from timber or stone. Rather, it has been gradually sculpted by manipulating the growth direction of the trees, tracing back through time. This dwelling has existed for 2 centuries, initially comprising but a solitary tree hollow. As the tree thrived, this original hollow has ascended to an impressive height of 20 meters, which has adversely affected the stability of the tree. Consequently, decades ago, the hollow was demolished and transformed into the open observation platform that Zhao Mai now beholds. Remaining are 3 habitable chambers, each belonging to 3 generations of forest rangers, constructed during their respective eras. Beneath these, there exists an unfinished tree hollow, presumably intended for the next generation of rangers. Vines of a deep crimson hue entwine around the tree hollow, occasionally emanating a soft, ethereal glow. Unlike the vines that draw nourishment from the trees, these purple tendrils anchor firmly in the soil, exhibiting no signs of weakness. Instead, they expand the hollow's size like a relentless chain. The gourd-shaped ranger tree is encircled by a patch of grass, the only flora capable of surviving beneath the immense shade of its canopy, as no other trees can thrive in its presence. A group of rabbits frolics nearby, but upon spotting Zhao Mai, they scatter in haste, seeking refuge beneath the intricate roots of the ranger tree. A large white goose, with neck outstretched, flaps its wings vigorously and honks aggressively at Zhao Mai. Carl raises a foot and sends the goose tumbling aside. The goose blinks, aware it has fulfilled its duty, and, with a show of defiance, honks twice more before waddling off to the feeding trough, reminiscent of a rotund official from ancient times. Possessing a strong territorial instinct akin to that of a dog, the goose's honking draws forth a gray-green head from the highest tree hollow. It belongs to a half-orc, a descendant of orcs and other humanoid races. Regardless of whether they are human, elf, halfling, or gnome, all offspring of orcs are half-orcs, which speaks to the potency of their lineage. Currently, only Dragonborn can suppress the Orcish bloodline, resulting in half-dragons. As for dwarves, there has never been a half-dwarf recorded. which signifies the resilience of their bloodline and temperament, akin to rock. This leads us to mention another race, elves. The progeny of elves and humans are half-elves. But what of orcs? This is a taboo subject. Even the most genteel elf would be enraged upon hearing it. Zhao Mai and his imaginative companions have speculated that the eventual outcome should be half-orcs rather than half-elves. It is said that orcs have long used this matter to assert their lineage's superiority over that of elves, a root of the enmity between the two races. Orcs also seek to dilute dwarven bloodlines, further deepening the animosity between dwarves and orcs. Curiously, while other races generally harbor a favorable disposition towards half-elves, elves maintain an aversion towards them. This nuance is best left to interpretation. Even the most noble of races occasionally succumb to primal instincts. "Teacher, you've returned," the half-orc exclaims joyfully, leaping directly from the nearly 10-meter-high treehouse. He adjusts his posture mid-air, landing gracefully on the ground like an agile cat. His head is small, neck robust, and he has yet to fully mature, remaining in his youthful stage. Bare-chested, he sports a leather skirt around his waist. As he descends, his lower half sways unceremoniously into Zhao Mai's line of sight, inducing an unpleasant sensation. "Soul," the old ranger gestures towards the half-orc, introducing him to Zhao Mai. "This is Mike, whom I found by the lake. He was lost." The half-orc opens his arms and embraces Zhao Mai, his muscular frame squeezing the air from Zhao Mai's lungs. Zhao Mai's eyes roll back as he gasps for breath, emitting muffled cries. Thankfully, Soul releases him promptly, turning to rummage through Carl's backpack, joyfully retrieving a wild boar leg. Zhao Mai takes deep breaths to regain his composure. He had caught a glimpse of a sly glimmer in the half-orc's gray eyes, unsure whether it was mere jest or something more. Carl sets down his backpack, placing his fingers to his lips and producing a sharp whistle. Instantly, the ranger's abode bursts to life as dozens of various animals emerge from their hiding spots. Zhao Mai observes a python, thick as a bucket, pushing through the soil, stealthily slithering towards the rabbits, its jaws agape. Before he can utter a warning, a rabbit is launched into the air, sent aside by the python's tail. The plump gray rabbit bounces like a tennis ball across the grass, rolling away. The python, baring its fangs, maneuvers forward, its demeanor amicable and submissive as it inches its head close to Carl's hand, akin to a child seeking approval. The old ranger remains still, biding his time. Shortly thereafter, a scruffy, yellowed old dog emerges from the tree hollow, one leg slightly lame and one eye blind. A long, diagonal scar across its forehead is clearly the cause of its blindness. Trailing behind is a chubby puppy, struggling to keep pace. The old dog resembles a golden retriever. While the puppy's lineage is indeterminate, bearing traits of both Akita and Shiba Inu, it perpetually opens its mouth, attempting to nip at the remaining fur on the old dog's tail. Soul sets down the boar leg and strides forward to scoop up the puppy, affectionately rubbing it against his face. The old dog extends its tongue, licking its lips, and spits towards the python, resting its chin in Carl's palm. It first savors its owner's affection before contentedly curling up under the sun for a nap. The python, hoping for a full-body massage, yields its position after being gently shaken by the old ranger. Carl gestures towards the second-level tree hollow, indicating that Zhao Mai may reside there. Before leading the flock of chickens, ducks, geese, and rabbits to inspect the yard, Soul tosses the puppy onto the ground, excitedly following suit. The python cocks its head at Zhao Mai, extending its nose to sniff him thoroughly, seemingly assessing where to strike. Zhao Mai, aware that the ranger's trained animals pose no threat, faces the creature calmly, unperturbed. This demeanor evidently pleases the python, which brushes against Zhao Mai before meandering away. The puppy tumbles over, landing at Zhao Mai's feet. Seeing its little pink tongue lolling out, Zhao Mai tenderly embraces it. The python hisses softly, casting a glance back. Chapter 14. The temporary abode in the dense forest. Rangers, who have long lived in the wilderness, primarily rely on their own martial skills and familiarity with the natural environment. However, human endurance is finite, and even the most skilled ranger occasionally requires assistance. Consequently, they tame certain animals to serve as companions in their lives. The bald old dog, affectionately named Dogmeat, has been Carl's loyal companion through 2 decades of trials and tribulations. Together, they have hunted in the dense forest, tracking and driving away malevolent creatures that dared to invade their domain, ensuring that goblins and kobolds do not disrupt the neighboring villages or establish strongholds within the woods. This bond and understanding are akin to that of a soldier and his military dog, a connection deeply entwined in their souls. As Carl ages, Dogmeat ages even more swiftly. About 5 years ago, it could no longer endure the rigors of intense battle, prompting Carl to assign it a new duty, guarding the treetop cabin. The new animal companion is a robust python named Longworm, currently in the prime of its life. Through extensive training, it has learned to coordinate with the ranger in combat, caring for one another in their daily lives. Carl takes it on patrols through the forest, but never to the town of Nebo. The rationale is easily understood. A stout python is far less appealing than a large dog, as the latter does not incite panic. The python is aware that one day it will accompany Carl to town, especially as Carl continues to grow older and the python will be able to assist him in carrying goods. It quietly awaits the day when dog meat passes away, marking the moment it will officially take its place. Until then, it coils in its nest, continually rubbing its body in hopes of becoming stronger and more formidable. Zhao Mai harbors no fear of the python, yet he does not particularly like it either. His full attention is devoted to the small yellow fur ball nestled in his arms. This little male dog, roughly the size of a volleyball, has a slender frame beneath its long, fluffy coat, weighing hardly a few pounds, making it heart-wrenchingly light in his embrace. Its deep brown nose sniffs incessantly at Zhao Mai, seemingly detecting a scent it adores as it attempts to climb higher. Its hind legs straighten with effort, while its front paws scratch eagerly. Zhao Mai lifts the little dog, inspecting it with curiosity. The puppy, unable to contain its excitement, twirls in midair, emitting anxious whimpers. What an adorable, silly creature. Satisfying its desire, Zhao Mai places the fluff ball on his shoulder. The puppy immediately settles down, comfortably resting against him, gripping his t-shirt with its tiny paws, and soon begins to doze off with its eyes half closed. Since you adore me so, I shall take good care of you, Zhao Mai murmurs, playfully tugging at the puppy's tail, provoking a vigorous shake of indignation in response. The little dog has taken a liking to its perch on Zhao Mai's shoulder, refusing to come down. Even when Zhao Mai uses both hands and feet to climb to the second level of the tree hollow, the puppy remains steadfast in its spot. Occasionally, it extends its tongue to lick Zhao Mai's shoulder and neck, a cool and ticklish sensation that elicits laughter from him, a delightful display of affection from the small creature. The tree hollow is quite rudimentary, with a pile of old furs, worn over countless years, serving as its bed, and a half log used as a pillow. A clean, hairless hide serves as a blanket. The hollow lacks a door, relying on an entrance barely half a person tall for ventilation and light. One corner is filled with a bounty of acorns, chestnuts, and walnuts weighing approximately 100 pounds, filling the space with a rich, oily scent of wood. Zhao Mai leaves the chimera's hide outside, climbs into the hollow to tidy up, and uses a tire as a makeshift door, setting it aside. He surveys the small space, running his hand over the unyielding fur bed. This is his first refuge, a cozy little dwelling imbued with the essence of the wild. Were he on Earth, he could never have found such a unique spot, where he could embrace nature without reservation. The concrete jungles of urban life cannot compare to the primal beauty of nature, where the essence of millions of years of evolution favors the authentic sense of trees and earth. Zhao Mai finds himself well adjusted to this environment. Though occasional waves of anxiety and worry creep in, they are overshadowed by a profound excitement and tranquility that come from returning to nature. The terms excitement and tranquility may seem contradictory, yet here they harmoniously coexist. This feeling resembles that of a wayward child returning home, experiencing the joy of reuniting with long-absent parents. Upon entering this tree hollow for the first time, a place that should have felt foreign, an overwhelming sense of absolute safety and protection arises within him. He attempts to lie on the soft bedding, feeling every pore in his body relax completely, as the fatigue accumulated from carrying heavy loads through the forest surges to the forefront of his mind. It is the perfect time for a nap, and he closes his eyes, drifting into a deep slumber. Two heads poke into the hollow, revealing the old ranger and his half-orc apprentice, drawn by the sound of snoring. They find Zhao Mai sleeping soundly, with the yellow-brown fur ball nestled on his shoulder, its red tongue peeking out as it dreams. Solo contemplates entering to retrieve the puppy, but is halted by the old ranger's gesture. He beckons the half-orc to the base of the tree. Let him rest today. Starting tomorrow, you both will train together. In the morning, I'll teach you language and knowledge of nature. He needs to learn the common tongue, and you should learn to write. It will be beneficial for both. In the afternoon, I will instruct you in combat techniques. Carl pats Solo's shoulder, his gnarled fingers pinching the half-orc's muscular arm. You have already grasped the basics, so be sure to teach Mike well. If you can impart foundational martial skills to him, I will allow you to accompany me on an adventure. The half-orc nods vigorously, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Remaining near the great tree has long since worn down his patience. Accompanying the ranger on expeditions has been his cherished dream for ages. I give you 7 days. If he has not mastered the basics by then, consider it a failure. After 7 days, I will embark on my patrol without you. Carl's tone is earnest. You possess excellent physical attributes, but your mind lacks sharpness, which concerns me greatly. This will be a test of your ability to tackle unprecedented challenges. Therefore, think deeply and devise ways to teach Mike, and I shall be at ease. Yes, teacher, I will devise a plan, the half-orc replies, a goofy smile spreading across his face as he swiftly climbs to the highest tree hollow. Moments later, the sound of rummaging fills the air, leaving one to wonder what the half-orc is up to. Carl sighs, retreating into his own tree hollow, with the python closely following him inside. After a short while, the python peeks outside, lowering its body and stealthily slithering into the dense forest. Tied around its neck is an oiled paper package containing a letter Carl had just penned. The old dog lies at Carl's feet, listlessly gazing at its master. It senses the worry etched across Carl's brow but lacks the strength to dispel it. Chapter 15. Fine salt, gold, and martial skills. Upon awakening from his midday slumber, Zhao Mai stretched his limbs vigorously, inadvertently sending his small, furry companion tumbling to the ground, where it lay sprawled, emitting soft grumbles. After playfully teasing the little creature with his fingers, it settled down once returned to his shoulder, akin to a chick nestling under the protective wings of its mother hen. Tomorrow heralded the commencement of training. Today, however, was a day for rest. A squirrel, clutching a note, obstructed Zhao Mai's path. It swayed its bushy tail and regarded him with its beady black eyes, its tiny beak twitching in anticipation, understanding the unspoken communication. Zhao Mai retrieved a large acorn from a pile of dried fruits in the corner of the room. The squirrel grasped the acorn with both paws, cheeks bulging as it nodded in appreciation before scampering away. The prospect of training was a boon for Zhao Mai. Only by acquiring self-defense skills could he venture deeper into the forest in search of valuable treasures and navigate through the jungle to the town. The fabled coins of destiny manifested in various forms of currency, while the old ranger's home was devoid of anything but essential provisions. Doubtless, it did not harbor coins or similar wealth. The allure of true ranger training was immense for a modern individual. Even in the military, wielding firearms often lacked the exhilarating passion found in combat with cold steel. The wilderness of this fantastical realm was a primal landscape teeming with beasts, and the ability to survive within such an environment for years far surpassed that of various adventurers. Had even Bear Grylls ever skinned a chimera? Zhao Mai had. Perhaps the crocodile represented the pinnacle of Bear Grylls' hand-to-hand combat prowess? One could only wonder what ferocious beasts Carl had slain. If he could return home bearing the hide of a dragon, it might indeed astonish the world. Lost in thought, an epiphany struck Zhao Mai. Rather than focusing solely on precious metals or gems, capturing some living specimens might yield greater profit. Setting aside the likes of dragon eggs, acquiring a griffin egg for incubation would be priceless. While affluent individuals vied to construct grander yachts, who among them could boast of owning a griffin? Yet, even the griffin posed a formidable challenge. Without formidable martial prowess, one would merely be offering themselves as a meal. Zhao Mai assessed his current capabilities and realized he could hardly best even a warhorse, ranking at the bottom among the carnivorous creatures of the ranger's domain. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. He suspected his prowess ranked slightly higher than that of the small dog perched on his shoulder. For now, his lack of martial skill was of little concern. After all, he had not received any form of training in this regard throughout his life. He resolved to seize the opportunity to improve. To enhance his physical abilities necessitated an adequate intake of nutrition. Meat appeared plentiful, yet the coarse salt was nearly inedible. The old ranger's willingness to instruct him was a kindness that deserved reciprocation. With the afternoon free, he decided to embark on the task of boiling salt. Descending from the tree, he shared his idea with Carl and Soru. The old ranger smiled and nodded encouragingly, while the half-orc displayed an expression of skepticism. After exchanging a few words with Carl, he dashed off, uninterested in assisting. Their disbelief was understandable, for such finely ground salt, akin to flour, was a rarity found only among elves. Other races were left with coarse salt. This disparity arose from the elves' relatively fragile physiques, in stark contrast to the dwarves' robust tolerance for toxins, allowing them to consume coarse salt without consequence. Due to their stringent detoxification needs, the finest salt produced by elves was crafted through specialized magical processes, while even the second tier required intricate alchemical techniques. For centuries, others had yearned to uncover the elves' secret methods, but to no avail. Ranger Carl knew that the town of Nebo housed salt mines, where rock salt was excavated from deep underground and subsequently sold after grinding. This salt was already of relatively low impurity, fetching 5 gold coins per pound, a staggering price equivalent to that of high-grade silver or 250 times that of an equal weight of potatoes. And this was merely coarse salt. The alchemically refined fine salt of the elves had no standard pricing, surfacing only as a luxury item at auctions. Elven magic was notoriously leak-proof, and the techniques for producing fine salt had never been pilfered. Thus, Carl was skeptical that Mai could indeed produce fine salt. He surmised the young man could at most enhance the flavor of the salt, merely masking its bitterness. To him, it seemed a childish game, requiring only encouragement. Consequently, when Zhao Mai sought tools from him while cradling a dictionary, he smiled and complied without hesitation. In truth, the items were unremarkable: a handful of pots, basins, some firewood, and large chunks of rock salt unearthed from a cave. The villagers seldom consumed this rock salt. Carl used it primarily to save money. He observed as Zhao Mai broke the rock salt into pieces, grinding it into an uneven powder with stones. This salt powder was then cast into a pot, where it was boiled and stirred, transforming into a murky, yellow-brown liquid. Removing his t-shirt, he folded it to fashion a rudimentary filter. The murky liquid became somewhat clearer. After washing the fabric and repeating the process, the liquid improved further, though it was nearing its limit. The subsequent task required the addition of charcoal powder. After filtering once more, the liquid emerged clear and transparent. The remaining work involved evaporating the water, leaving behind pure salt at the bottom of the pot. While it could not compare to the vast quantities of industrially produced fine salt, it was a whitish substance tinged with a hint of brown. Pinching a small amount between his fingers to taste, he found it devoid of any harshness. Were proper gauze employed and the charcoal of superior quality, perhaps the salt's quality could be further refined. A fist-sized chunk of coarse salt had transformed into a modest bowl of fine salt, which Zhao Mai took to present to the old ranger, Carl. The elder was inside a hollowed tree, intently examining a piece of hardwood with a slight purple hue, his fingers gliding over its rough surface as if sensing the power concealed beneath the bark. Behold, the salt I have prepared. Zhao Mai reverently placed the ceramic bowl before the elder. Carl always exuded the warmth of a familial elder, his demeanor radiating a unique familiarity, prompting Zhao Mai to instinctively adopt the respect a younger person holds for their elder. Carl glanced at the bowl, and his eyes widened in astonishment. He set down the hardwood, dipped 3 fingers into the salt, and gingerly tasted it. The pure, saline flavor flooded his mouth, devoid of the bitterness and acidity characteristic of coarse salt. Having never sampled the L's alchemical fine salt, he could not provide a comparison. Yet, because this salt originated from Mai's hands, he simply regarded it as the finest salt in existence. You have done remarkably well, he praised, suddenly recalling that the young man might not fully comprehend his words. In his culture, a gesture of commendation involved raising the middle finger, being the longest and most prominent digit. Thus, he pointed his middle finger at Zhao Mai. Observing the smile on the elder's face, Zhao Mai understood it was not an insult. After consulting the dictionary for clarity, he felt an odd sense of amusement. In his culture, a thumbs up signified praise, as the thumb was the stoutest finger. After considerable effort, both parties reached an understanding, and Carl returned the gesture with a thumbs up. Subsequently, the bowl of salt was set aside as he began to explain the training process in a slow manner, utilizing simple vocabulary. Zhao Mai, anxious, persistently inquired about the potential selling price of his fine salt. The elder remained reticent, only raising an eyebrow and playfully striking Zhao Mai on the head after being questioned multiple times. What use are gold coins without the means to preserve one's life? The more gold one carries, the more it bends the spine. He not only voiced this wisdom, but also inscribed it on paper. Once Zhao Mai comprehended the message, Carl gently patted the spot where he had struck, seemingly offering consolation. Zhao Mai had intended to argue that even heroes sometimes face dire financial straits. Yet he recognized the old ranger's intentions were benevolent. Since it was goodwill, he decided to set aside the matter of fine salt for the time being and focus on learning vocabulary pertinent to combat. Chapter 16. The combat style. What kind of weapon do you wish to wield? The elder inquired, noticing that Zhao Mai's attention had returned to the matter at hand. Inside his hollow tree, there lay a chest filled with an assortment of worn equipment, varying in size and style. Without the elder's explanation, Zhao Mai discerned the origins of these weapons. They were undoubtedly spoils from countless battles, accumulated by rangers through their victories. Among the collection, one could find the serrated knives of goblins, the double-headed axes of orcs, the spear-tailed polearms of centaurs, and the dual-bladed great swords of wolfmen. Although Zhao Mai possessed no martial skills, his vision transcended time itself. From the primitive clubs of ancient man to the lightsabers of interstellar battles, his theoretical knowledge surpassed that of anyone in Glalian. Heroes from history and literature resided within his memory, and now he needed to choose the path most suited to him. When considering ranger weaponry, one might think of the elven ranger's impeccable archery or the dual daggers of a rogue. Both paths were commendable, exhibiting both aesthetic appeal and formidable power. However, upon deeper reflection, the pinnacle of mastery in these arts did not necessarily signify their suitability for most learners, particularly for someone like Zhao Mai, who lacked any foundational skills. As a mere human, he could not dedicate a century to mastering these techniques as elves or dark elves might. If given 100 years, Zhao Mai would undoubtedly choose to pursue Tai Chi or develop inner strength, which would prove far more reliable than the dual dagger style. His understanding of martial prowess revolved around defeating adversaries while ensuring his own protection. Achieving a balance of offense and defense with a single weapon posed a significant challenge. Thus, he quickly resolved to embark on a particular path, the usage of a shield paired with a short spear. I shall prioritize the shield, with the option of a short spear, sword, or hammer, he articulated to the elder. This approach seemed the most prudent. Survival took precedence, and it would not overly hinder his agility. The shield he had already chosen was the spare tire from his vehicle. Although somewhat cumbersome, with a sturdy rope to secure it, it would serve as an indomitable shield. The short spear, also known as a one-handed spear, was a weapon designed solely for thrusting. When wielding the shield, only the simplest and shortest thrust would ensure his defensive hand remained unimpeded. The ancient Spartan warriors combined shields, short spears, battle formations, and metallurgy, fostering a legendary military force through their cultural practices. Zhao Mai believed that adopting this combat style as a foundation would best suit him. In the future, he certainly intended to learn ranged combat, perhaps utilizing a crossbow. The Ranger Karl's light crossbow could be fired with one hand, though it required two hands to draw, and it would not interfere with his use of the shield. Zhao Mai's philosophy was simple: to hide behind the shield, observing others engage in battle while he remained focused on delivering the finishing blow. This choice presented no remarkable advantages, yet it bore no disadvantages either, to which Karl readily agreed. He had harbored concerns that Zhao Mai might opt for some ostentatious combat techniques, such as dual-wielding longswords and daggers. Such martial skills necessitated intricate footwork, which Karl was unfamiliar with and feared he might teach incorrectly. The shield and spear, however, were much simpler, requiring fewer learned movements. The techniques for the shield encompassed 5 basic maneuvers: the defensive stance, blocking, sliding, pushing, and smashing, alongside ample arm strength, keen reflexes, and sustained concentration. The essence of spear usage boiled down to a singular action: thrusting. With a shield in one hand, Zhao Mai could focus solely on offensive thrusts, deferring the learning of defensive maneuvers for the time being. The elder Ranger Karl produced paper and pencil, sketching a crude figure, and began to explain the fundamentals of combat training. He divided the ground in front of Zhao Mai into 9 squares, similar to a computer keypad, labeling them with numbers. Number 1 indicated an attack from the lower left, while 6 represented the middle right, and 8 signified the directly above position. If Zhao Mai could defend against incoming attacks and then exploit the unguarded zones to strike, victory would be within his grasp. This approach was remarkably straightforward and easy to comprehend. With his wooden shield, Karl demonstrated the defensive movements for the 9 squares, prompting Zhao Mai to mimic each one until he executed them correctly. Subsequently, he picked up a wooden stick, calling out the corresponding numbers as he initiated attacks. Ignoring feints and technique, they focused solely on basic blocking. This was the essence of foundational training. Zhao Mai listened intently to the numbers, requiring quick reflexes and accurate movements. Initially, Karl's strikes were slow, but they gradually increased in speed, compelling Zhao Mai to keep pace. Strength, speed, and technique formed the core components of martial prowess. Yet they needed to be built upon a solid foundation. While Karl might not cultivate a master martial artist, he was the perfect instructor for Zhao Mai's introduction to combat. He guided Zhao Mai step by step, observing as the latter developed the most basic reactions. Once he was confident Zhao Mai had mastered the fundamental movements, he encouraged him to practice independently. Setting aside the lightweight wooden shield, Zhao Mai shouldered the heavy spare tire shield, feeling his center of gravity shift awkwardly. Simply standing stable with the weight was a challenge. While practicing with a lighter shield was feasible, without the spirit of perseverance, how could he expect to improve rapidly? Without pressure, there could be no motivation, and this was not about others imposing challenges on him. It was about the standards he set for himself, leaving no reason not to strive diligently. He practiced each movement meticulously, gradually acclimating to the weight and inertia of the spare tire shield. The muscle soreness was trivial. Zhao Mai's only regret was the absence of a large mirror. If only he had a full wall of reflective glass like in a dance studio. It would greatly aid in correcting his form. As he trained, the small creature, Mao Mao, could no longer perch on his shoulder. Yet, the little one remained close, its big eyes fixated on Zhao Mai's practice, its tail wagging with enthusiasm. Whenever Zhao Mai executed a move correctly, its tail would wag vigorously. If he faltered, it would remain still. While it may seem outlandish to have a dog assist in correcting his training, this was indeed a fantastical world, was it not? As dusk approached, the Ranger Karl called an end to Zhao Mai's self-training, heading to the kitchen with salt in hand to prepare dinner. Zhao Mai longed to follow, but his arms could scarcely lift. In his over 20 years of life, he had never felt such exhaustion, nor such satisfaction. He required no external praise, for he could feel his own progress. The half-orc Solu tilted his head, scrutinizing Zhao Mai before following Karl into the kitchen. Tonight's dinner would feature cheese and sweet wine procured from Nebo Town, a delicacy he had long salivated over. He held disdain for Mike, who sat idly in the yard waiting for food, deeming it a sign of weakness and uselessness. "Teacher, are you attempting to train him as a ranger?" "No. He cannot become a forest ranger. He will not remain here indefinitely." Karl reflected on Mike's arrival in this world, aware that eventually he would leave. He shook his head and instructed Sola to fetch more water. The half-orc's robust shoulders had broadened significantly. In terms of physical prowess, Sola surpassed him by far. In terms of strength, endurance, and speed, he could easily assume the role of a forest ranger. Yet Karl's concern lay solely with the half-orc's temperament. Chapter 17. Rations and wages. The muscles in his arms still trembled slightly, particularly the left arm responsible for holding the shield, which would often give way unexpectedly, nearly causing the bowl to slip from his grasp. Each time Sola witnessed this, he would chuckle softly, while Karl appeared oblivious, hastily consuming his portion of food. It seemed he had pushed himself too hard. This was a sign that his muscles were on the verge of injury, having never undergone specialized training before. He was unaware of his limits and lacked a scientific approach to training. The current discomfort was an inevitable price he had to pay, yet Zhao Mai remained undeterred, placing his bowl on the table and lowering his head to drink directly from it. This posture was somewhat unrefined, yet remarkably practical. After a while, he felt a tug at the hem of his trousers and glanced down to discover it was the little dog's doing. The small creature was tugging at his pants with its tiny, white teeth, its large eyes emitting soft whimpers. Zhao Mai pondered for a moment, realizing that such a small dog likely could not be fed meat directly, so he scooped a bit of rice porridge into his palm for it to sip. The little tongue tickled his hand as it eagerly lapped up the porridge. Just as Zhao Mai was about to serve it more, the ranger Carl tossed a piece of fatty meat towards the dog. Upon seeing this, the little dog darted forward excitedly, snatching the morsel and returning to Zhao Mai's feet to eat contentedly. "This little dog is now yours," Carl remarked to Zhao Mai. "Take care of it, and it will look after you in return." It took Zhao Mai a couple of seconds to grasp the meaning of these words. He had long wished to adopt this little dog, but had struggled to find the right words to express it. A brilliant smile illuminated his face as he scratched the dog's head and inquired, "What is its name?" "Jerky," came the reply. This name was clearly unsatisfactory to Zhao Mai. A large dog named Dogmeat and a small pup called Jerky? While such trivial names might ensure survival, they were far too confusing and impractical for daily calling. Carl's peculiar naming conventions for his animals took Zhao Mai some time to comprehend. The guard goose was named Sausage, the message-carrying squirrel was Biscuit, and the rabbit, constantly toppled by a python, was dubbed Potato. Unsure whether this was a quirk of Carl's or a ranger tradition, Zhao Mai contemplated for a moment before deciding to rename the pup Aliong. "Aliong, Aliong," Zhao Mai called, scratching the pup's chin. It appeared delighted, panting and gazing at Zhao Mai with affectionate eyes, occasionally barking in response. "From now on, your nickname shall be Aliong, Ration." In a world where no one understood Chinese, the little dog remained blissfully unaware of the meaning of its name, simply reveling in an inexplicable happiness, now known as Ration Aliong. After expending considerable effort to finish his dinner, Zhao Mai began seeking ways to alleviate the soreness and weakness in his arms. He persistently kneaded his muscles, attempting to relax them as best as he could. His techniques were derived from mere imagination and clumsy imitation, falling far short of a professional therapist's expertise, but it was better than nothing. By the time he drifted off to sleep, his arms were finally feeling much improved. Ration continued to nestle beside Zhao Mai's shoulder as he slept, occasionally brushing its fur against Zhao Mai's ear, yet he remained oblivious. When fatigue overtook him, he slumbered deeply, entirely unaware of his surroundings. He could surmise why the little dog favored his shoulder. It likely related to the gentle pats from the elderly angel. However, he dismissed it as a mere blessing, unaware of the peculiarities exhibited by his shoulder while he slept. Whenever Zhao Mai entered a state of rest due to exhaustion or injury, a pure and sacred energy flowed from the invisible imprint, silently healing him. Zhao Mai had yet to fully adapt to the shift in his worldview, transitioning from the mundane to the fantastical, requiring a reevaluation of many thoughts and ideas. This hidden energy remained undetected by anyone, be it Carl, Dogmeat, or the long snake. Only Ration seemed to sense something amiss, thus claiming the prime spot. When the positive energy flowed, it would extend its little tongue to lick, displaying a satisfied expression as if it had just savored honey. The interdimensional taxi was far more complex than Zhao Mai had anticipated. It utilized destiny coins as fuel and tolls, yet the fare was calculated separately, as it was unfeasible to have the driver make empty trips each time. Different worlds presented various dangers, all of which the driver had to endure, thus requiring passengers to yield a portion of their abilities as fare. This was a rule dictated by the deity of space, one that none could contravene. Those who could independently obtain destiny coins were often favored by fate, possessing diverse and extraordinary abilities. However, it was undeniable that many were unique and irreplicable. In the long-ago era of magical ships, the abilities used to pay for passage would incur permanent loss, prompting many powerful individuals to resort to violence after their journeys to prevent their abilities from being studied, learned, or disclosed to their enemies. This situation rendered interdimensional travel a high-risk endeavor until the sudden emergence of the Ring Alliance. This organization harnessed the powers of the deities of knowledge, magic, and prophecy, transforming what was once a permanent loss of ability into a temporary one. As compensation, while this power resided with the driver, there was a certain probability that they could comprehend it. The understanding gained would differ from the original abilities, as the initial user and the current user were distinct individuals. In the past, direct usage was the norm. Now, there was an opportunity for learning, presenting advantages and disadvantages for drivers alike. Simultaneously, with each occurrence of interdimensional travel, the Ring Alliance received a portion of the abilities, enabling them to pinpoint the identity and location of travelers. Should any incidents arise involving the silencing of passengers, the Ring Alliance would enact retribution, This was not a simple act of revenge, but rather the erasure of all causality linked to the passenger, rendering their existence in this world non-existent. Subsequently, the Ring Alliance would extract a portion of the erased causality to reconstruct the slain driver, with the remainder serving as sustaining energy for the Alliance's operations. This aspect was of utmost importance to the seasoned drivers. As interdimensional travel expanded, the magical ships gradually joined the Ring Alliance, forming an official fleet that monopolized the travel market. Some high-ranking members within the Ring Alliance believed that excessive monopolization by magical ships would lead to the decay of the Alliance, ultimately burying it in obscurity. Thus, they cautiously supported a select number of part-time drivers to stimulate competition against the magical fleet. These part-time drivers, like Zhao Mai, did not enjoy the causal reconstruction services of the Ring Alliance. Nonetheless, they appeared to possess abilities akin to those of the magical fleet, thus remaining under the protective umbrella of intimidation. This information was kept secret from the part-time drivers to prevent them from defecting to the magical fleet. The Ring Alliance granted these part-time drivers greater flexibility, hoping they would gradually grow and, after savoring the benefits, operate independently, ultimately becoming loosely organized yet formidable competitors. The power bestowed by the elderly angel was pure positive energy, a vast yet domineering vitality. This energy could be used to heal wounds and promote growth, but it could also lead to detrimental effects akin to overfertilization. Since his arrival in this realm, Zhao Mai had endured mental tension and physical fatigue. However, the positive energy gradually released itself, continuously comforting and healing him. While it could cause overgrowth in a healthy body, it was entirely beneficial for an injured one. The process of physical training inherently involved creating minor injuries that the body could endure, followed by swift healing, maintaining a sense of threat while replenishing nutrients. Zhao Mai lacked knowledge of scientific methods. His training had indeed exceeded reasonable limits, but the angel's positive energy was even more excessive. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 18. Initial training part 1. After a hearty breakfast, the subsequent academic pursuit was the universal language. It was at this moment that Zhao Mai realized that the half-orc, Solu, could speak yet struggled with reading and writing, primarily due to his aversion to learning these skills. In this regard, Zhao Mai far surpassed the half-orc. The rigorous, rote learning methods had long since become an integral part of his life. Memorizing 100 words a day was no challenge for any Chinese student, and even repeating them twice was not insurmountable. Such learning was an essential component of acclimatizing to a new world, albeit one of the most tedious aspects. Given that the written form ultimately boiled down to Chinese characters, one ought to honor the author's brilliant notion of skimming through this segment swiftly. Whether on Earth or in Gralien, whether among humans or half-orcs, pure cultural study was rarely engaging. Combat, however, was an entirely different affair. The ranger family, including the animals he tended, did not indulge in afternoon naps, so they wasted no time after their meal and promptly commenced their martial training. The expansive canopy of the forest ranger trees shielded them from the midday sun, casting only intermittent patches of light upon the grass, where the temperature under the shade remained relatively mild. Zhao Mai rubbed his belly, gripping a spare shield in one hand and a slightly purplish short staff in the other, one end wrapped in thick cloth to match the weight of a spear. Facing him, the half-orc wielded 2 wooden swords, each fashioned with a slight curve, reminiscent of a ranger's curved blade, crafted entirely by Karl's skilled hands. These wooden weapons posed no risk of severing limbs or inflicting serious wounds, but they could still deliver a significant impact upon the body. Solu rotated his wrists continuously, eager to acclimate to the feel of his weapons. Squinting, he scrutinized Mai, perceiving him as rife with vulnerabilities, heavy footsteps, a torso seemingly petrified, and a vacant gaze. It was evident he was at the same level as the village farmers. In Sola's mind, should they find themselves in the wilderness, it would take merely a goblin to dispatch Zhao Mai. Zhao Mai's proficiency in the universal language was still rudimentary, allowing him to grasp only the simplest, commonly used terms. Thus, he intermittently thought he heard Solu uttering something about wanting to deal with goblins. He suspected he might have misheard, but at that moment, Solu lunged at him ferociously. A chill raced from his tailbone to the crown of his head, prompting an instinctive reaction to raise his shield and shut his eyes. Closing his eyes signified a surrender of situational awareness on the battlefield. Solu, not foolish enough to strike the shield, merely adjusted his angle, and the 2 wooden swords came crashing down against Zhao Mai's ribs. A searing pain enveloped him as he was knocked to the ground. Such an injury was hardly fatal. The half-orc stepped forward, preparing to deliver another downward strike. The loyal creature, Food Supply, rushed to Zhao Mai's side, baring its teeth at the half-orc in a display of loyalty. Sola hesitated, narrowing his eyes as he let out 3 guttural cries, startling Food Supply into silence. The little dog, unable to bark, pressed its rear against Zhao Mai's head, continuously baring its teeth at the half-orc. Zhao Mai inhaled deeply, gradually pushing himself up from the ground. He glared at the half-orc. A tempest of indignation brewing within him. My martial skills may be lacking, but that is only because I never learned as a child. Being chastised and bullied is nothing more than a tuition fee. However, you dare to bully my dog. That is intolerable. Food supply could hardly gnaw on bones. Being merely a small pup, what skill is there in scaring it? Had I not been forced by my parents to study as a child, but rather trained as a monk in the Shaolin Temple, your abilities would not even warrant my attention. In Zhao Mai's mind at that moment, Solo had already been subjected to all manner of martial arts techniques, repeatedly battered by his imagined prowess. All young, just stay back and witness my formidable display, he thought. For apart from Solo, no one else understood the language, allowing him to boast without fear of contradiction. Solo cast a glance at Carl, who maintained a neutral expression, before turning his attention back to Zhao Mai, now rising. Instinctively, he sensed a difference in his opponent's demeanor. With no warning, the half-orc sprang forward, executing a surprise attack with his dual blades from positions 7 and 3. This time, Zhao Mai learned from his prior mistake and resolutely kept his eyes open. He discerned the sequence of the attacks, sidestepping diagonally and using his shield to block. Due to the constraints of his stance, the simultaneous assault from both swords was impossible. Thus, only one could continue its onslaught while the other retracted to a defensive position. Zhao Mai's lateral movement compelled Solo to adjust his angle, thereby hindering the continuity of his strikes. Carl, observing the exchange, was taken aback, uncertain whether Zhao Mai's response was merely coincidental or a product of innate battle instinct. The previous day, he had only instructed the most fundamental blocking techniques, without any mention of footwork. If Zhao Mai could exhibit such remarkable reactions in subsequent encounters, it would indicate a significant martial aptitude. The wooden swords struck the spare shield in succession, their impact feeling as though it had sunk into the depths of the sea. This sensation was more disconcerting than a blade striking stone, as practitioners instinctively estimated stress changes based on battlefield dynamics and utilized wrist and palm strength to counteract recoil. However, the indomitable spare shield was unlike any ordinary shield. After being struck, it bore no marks and emitted no sound. This indicated that all the energy exerted upon it was completely rebounded, neutralizing the impact. Zhao Mai braced himself for a counter-reaction, but discovered nothing. While this was far gentler than a punch against a wall, it still felt unpleasant. Solo's movements faltered, presenting an ideal opportunity for a counterattack. Yet, Zhao Mai, lacking experience, failed to recognize or seize this moment, remaining overly cautious in preparation for the next wave of assault. Carl sighed softly, realizing that Zhao Mai indeed lacked battlefield experience. Unable even to recognize the opponent's staggered steps. Nevertheless, his use of the shield was commendably correct. It seemed the previous day's efforts had not been in vain. The dual wooden swords continued to strike the spare shield relentlessly, no amount of force able to shift it even slightly. This scenario bore both advantages and disadvantages, as Zhao Mai, unable to sense any vibrations, could not discern the opponent's changes in strength, nor could he differentiate between genuine and feigned attacks, forcing him to respond mechanically to each strike. With the factors of strength and speed negated, only pure technical responses remained. The various attacks from different angles, each employing distinct stances, had all been addressed in the breakdown offered by the seasoned ranger, Carl. Zhao Mai's task was to form the correct reflexes and integrate them seamlessly. As the wooden swords gradually transformed into numerical values, martial techniques morphed into equations, and the training process became one of seeking optimal solutions. While this notion may be somewhat reductive, it represented the most prudent approach for novices. Even if the pinnacle of martial arts lies in the principle of no move surpasses a move, did not all heroes begin their journey by learning techniques systematically? With the half-orc possessing a natural physical advantage and Zhao Mai brimming with martial theories, for the moment, neither could gain the upper hand. Chapter 19. Initial Training. 2. Had Zhao Mai wielded a common shield, he would have swiftly succumbed to injuries from the reverberations caused by his opponent's strikes, rendering him incapable of raising the shield, thus forfeiting his defense and ultimately, the battle. Typically, a shield is a far heavier piece of iron than a longsword, demanding considerable arm strength despite not requiring much agility. Solo's relentless pounding on the spare tire shield was a calculated effort to overwhelm Zhao Mai with the force of the impacts, leading to exhaustion and the lowering of his guard, thus exposing his head. A well-placed strike would then conclude the engagement. The spare tire shield flawlessly mitigated this predicament. As long as Zhao Mai could hoist it, it provided unwavering, vibration-free protection, conserving his stamina. While this might not be conducive to Zhao Mai's attainment of martial prowess in the long run, it served as an optimal safeguard for a novice. The orc, with his obstinate mindset, relentlessly persisted with his attacks. Zhao Mai's temper flared in response. This was merely a training exercise intended to familiarize a neophyte with the use of weapons and armor, not to serve as a punching bag. Enduring such repetitive, mindless hammering served no training purpose whatsoever. He observed that Solu's gaze had shifted from its initial state, now betraying intermittent flashes of anger. Despite veiling it with incessant war cries, Zhao Mai discerned that Solu was losing control. He evidently harbored animosity toward him, yet Zhao Mai had done nothing to provoke it. Having been abruptly transported to the world of Golarion, his objective was to acquire skills, earn substantial wealth to cure his father's ailment. And he had no time to squander on this orc's whims. With minimal contemplation, Zhao Mai could discern the orc's petty intentions. But that did not imply his willingness to indulge them. Since he was unwilling to exhibit genuine martial skill, Zhao Mai resolved to elicit it by force. Consequently, he altered his tactics, ceasing to be a passive recipient of blows. Seizing an opportunity during one of Solu's dual-blade downward strikes, he surged forward, initiating a shield bash. The orc's entire weight, combined with the momentum of his descent, was rendered inconsequential by the spare tire shield. Zhao Mai exerted his arms, forcefully heaving, catapulting Solu into the air. Before the orc could comprehend what had transpired, he landed ignominiously on his back, one of his wooden swords slipping from his grasp. Zhao Mai, unrelenting, maintained his shield as a bulwark while thrusting his short spear forward. Solu, unwilling to remain prone and defenseless, parried the spear with his remaining wooden sword, lashing out with his legs in a desperate kick. Zhao Mai deflected the blow with his shield, experiencing not a tremor, which allowed him to continue his assault unhindered. The spear continued its advance, compelling the orc to roll and evade on the ground, never struck, but humiliated nonetheless. In terms of raw physical attributes, Zhao Mai was no match for Solu, so the orc, after a series of rolls, created distance and regained his footing. His eyes turned blood red, his muscles bulged, and he charged, wielding a single blade. This time, he issued direct assaults, opting for lateral leaps, his upper body tracing erratic ellipses. The threat posed by one blade now surpassed that of the previous two, with both the force and velocity of his strikes amplified. Zhao Mai rallied his focus, responding with unwavering concentration. He lowered his stance, employing the spare tire shield to simultaneously protect his nose and chest, his eyes fixed intently on his adversary. Regardless of the orc's movements, he maintained the shield as an interposing barrier. Without prompting from Carl, Zhao Mai understood that he could not relinquish the initiative. Nor could he afford to simply pivot in place, lest he become disoriented and lose his defensive resilience. Therefore, he combined turning with lateral movement, employing a series of short arcs to counter Solu's semicircular maneuvers. Carl nearly applauded this display, for controlling position and distance was the cornerstone of single-soldier shield combat. During his defense of the Kanjian jungle, he had clashed with numerous shield and sword-wielding adversaries, one Knoll captain being particularly memorable. In his hands, a square shield transformed into a mobile wall, invariably appearing where the force of the attack was spent. That Knoll was meticulous in controlling distance and angle, wielding his heavy shield with a variety of curved steps, conserving energy while maintaining the shield's momentum. He could exploit the culmination of an opponent's attack, employing his shield to disrupt the continuity of their movements. Owing to the shield's greater weight compared to a longsword, it inherently held an advantage in collisions, making it easy to achieve a breakthrough by seizing the critical juncture where old strength waned and new strength had yet to materialize. Had Dogmeat not intervened at the cost of an eye, Carl would have long since become a forest skeleton. Zhao Mai was, of course, far from the Knoll captain's caliber, but his ability to grasp the concept and demonstrate even a rudimentary form of it was commendable. Although Solu had become serious, Zhao Mai was still able to maintain a balanced situation thanks to this improvement in shield use. Carl nodded in satisfaction, surmising that the two could train well, and quietly departed. Zhao Mai concentrated intently on the orc, oblivious to the old ranger's departure. Being a novice in combat, he was far from capable of observing in all directions and listening intently. Solu, eyes bloodshot, circled Zhao Mai, attacking, but also noticed the ranger leaving with Dogmeat into the dense forest. Rangers often spent hours patrolling the forest, so the orc decided to defeat Mike as soon as possible, making this human clearly aware of the gap between them. The position of the forest ranger belonged to the orc Solu, and not to a strange-looking human. Ever since the ranger Carl had inexplicably brought back this useless fellow, he had not only given him a better room to use, restarted the long-interrupted courses, but also given him Dogmeat's child. Weren't all these signs that he wanted to hand over the forest ranger to the hateful Mike? He had to let Mike know how powerful he was. Spare food sensed the change in atmosphere, and suddenly barked, looking annoyed. Zhao Mai was slightly stunned, and then felt a mass of white, viscous matter smeared on his eyes. Solu, taking advantage of his unpreparedness, spat out saliva, foul, sticky, and disgusting, instantly blurring Zhao Mai's vision. With his plot succeeding, he kicked towards Zhao Mai's knee, preparing to give him a reverse fold. If this succeeded, even with subsequent treatment, it would be enough to keep him in bed for more than a week, possibly leaving him with lifelong disabilities. As for the ranger Carl's instructions to teach him martial arts well, the orc, whose mind was occupied by jealousy, had completely forgotten. The big foot stretched out, but hit the spare tire shield. Zhao Mai fell to the ground, completely hiding behind the shield, and rolled 3 times to the side. Taking advantage of this gap, he wiped the saliva from his eyes with his sleeve, and then stood up angrily. Being spat on was something he hadn't expected, but his subsequent reaction benefited from his extensive knowledge. The orcs' main god was Grush, and among the orcs there was a highly respected warrior path called the Eye of Grush, which belonged to the elite profession of the orc race. One of their abilities was blinding spittle. Spitting and cutting the knee had become a fixed routine. Zhao Mai's eyes flashed, and he immediately thought of this, and instantly responded. Solo was not a purebred orc, nor did he have the qualifications to become the Eye of Grush, but where did he learn to spit in people's eyes? Zhao Mai remembered clearly that the primary prerequisite for receiving Eye of Grush training was evil. Otherwise, the orc god would not grant the trainee the magical ability of blinding spittle. Perhaps he was overthinking it, but judging from the current situation, Solo was likely to have another master, an evil fellow with the elite warrior ability of the Eye of Grush. There was one more reason to defeat him. Chapter 20. Opponent or enemy having fallen victim to a devious ploy, Zhao Mai found himself unexpectedly calm, fully aware that impulsiveness would not aid his cause. The crimson eyes and bulging muscles of his adversary suggested a state of rage, yet inexplicably, this fury endured far longer than he had anticipated. It dawned on him that Solu was not entirely consumed by rage. Rather, he was likely mimicking a state of fury. Mastery of such ferocity and the transformation into a barbarian depend on one's innate talent. It is not merely a matter of succumbing to rage. During their earlier confrontation, Zhao had been overly cautious, misjudging Solo's capabilities. With the thought of vanquishing the half-orc igniting his resolve, Zhao took immediate action. For the first time in the battle, he advanced, using his shield as a barrier to close the distance with the half-orc, his short spear poised at the side of the shield. Its tip rotating slowly but never straying beyond Solo's reach, he adopted the posture of the Spartans from the films, bending slightly and crouching as he approached Solo. Useless. Come at me. Zhao intended to taunt his foe with words akin to fool, come to your doom, but his limited vocabulary hindered him, leaving him with only the simplest of phrases, yet, he believed it conveyed his intent clearly enough. The enraged half-orc could not resist the provocation, bellowing and charging forward. Seizing the moment, Zhao lunged as well, forcefully driving his shield against Solo. The backup shield absorbed the impact. Yet it did not grant Zhao the strength to topple everything before him. He still needed considerable arm strength to lift Solo. In a swift motion, he bent forward, arching his back, and using the shield as leverage, he summoned the power of his legs to lift Solo once more, flinging him behind. His spear struck back violently, landing a blow against the half-orc's waist, precisely where Solo had previously wounded Zhao with dual blades. The half-orc howled, panicking as he kicked backward, causing Zhao to stumble. Damn it! Solo exclaimed, scrambling to his feet and launching an assault. Zhao, unwilling to back down, retorted in the common tongue with something unintelligent about eggs fighting in a fray. Solo soon exhausted his grasp of the common language, reverting to his native tongue. Karl had forbidden him from using the Orcish language, deeming it savage, primitive, and wicked. In his haste, Solo forgot this injunction, unleashing a torrent of profanities accompanied by a shower of spit directed at Zhao. Thanks to the deceptive strength of the backup shield, Zhao managed to hold his ground. But he could not afford to falter in the verbal clash. His command of the common tongue was woefully inadequate for the task, lacking sufficient ammunition for a proper exchange of insults. Although he could not comprehend the Orcish language, he instinctively sensed Solo had switched tongues, and he responded without restraint. No language possesses the depth and richness of Chinese, regardless of the context. His fervor swiftly overshadowed that of the half-orc, allowing him to maneuver effortlessly in both offense and defense. An array of creative curses, coupled with a fierce tone, enabled Zhao to find his rhythm in battle. This rhythm was a harmonious coordination, a means for his body to acclimate and exert control, revealing hidden potential. Many boxers don headphones before stepping into the ring to acquire their rhythm. For Zhao, that rhythm lay within the fervor of his invectives, perfectly in sync. Had Solo been able to calm himself, he would have quickly discerned the vulnerability of Zhao's shield, while the force of his attacks proved ineffective. A simple shove to the side would turn the confrontation into a mere test of strength, one Zhao would undoubtedly lose. Yet, driven by singular focus, Solo relentlessly battered the shield, as if vowing to shatter the bothersome object. With his wooden sword proving inadequate, he yanked a 2-meter-long, thick tree branch from a pile of logs, wielding it like a colossal club. Zhao raised his backup shield to meet the incoming strike, the wooden club exploding into splinters upon impact. A shard of wood spun through the air, piercing Solo's right eye. A wail erupted, blood spraying forth as Solo dropped the bloody club, clutching his face and howling in agony. Momentarily stunned, Zhao rushed forward to inspect the damage, casting aside his shield and spear, sympathy washing over him. However, before he could fully express his concern, the half-orc became more ferocious, landing a surprise punch to Zhao's abdomen that sent his organs reeling. Following that, Solo seized Zhao's throat with both hands, squeezing fiercely. Zhao found himself toppled to the ground, Solu's weight pressing down upon him, restricting the flow of blood and air. His vision blurred, rendering the half-orc's grotesque visage almost indistinguishable. The reserve grain, in a fit of desperation, lunged to bite at the half-orc's ankle, but the pain inflicted by its milk teeth was brushed aside by Solu's sheer force of will. "You mutated human whelp. How dare you injure me? Do you think that Carl's protection renders me incapable of eliminating you? There is still ample time to drag you to the depths of the pit. The forest is mine, all mine." Zhao's fleeting kindness had led to this dire outcome, as Solu's knee struck his abdomen with brutal force. The threat of death loomed, yet no matter how rapidly his heart raced, it could not pump blood to his brain. His remaining consciousness grasped that he had but seconds left before he could no longer retaliate. In that moment, panic could not be wasted on futile struggles. As the mountain crumbles before him, his countenance remains unchanged. As the deer rises to his left, his gaze remains steady. Only then can he discern the advantages and await the enemy. The more perilous the situation, the more critical it becomes to maintain composure. One cannot squander their chance in a frenzy. Zhao raised his right hand, feeling the half-orc's face, then summoned all his strength to bend his fingers, driving his middle and index fingers into the wound of Solu's right eye. His counterattack was swift and explosive, his left hand stabbing repeatedly, inflicting unbearable pain. The brain's instinctive response to imminent danger compelled the half-orc to release his grip and retreat. Zhao's windpipe and blood vessels resumed their function, oxygen and blood flooding back, bringing with it a wave of dizziness. He could barely make out the approximate location of the half-orc. As his hands groped along the ground, they brushed against a slender, pointed object, likely a fragment of the shattered branch. With the intent to kill now firmly established, Zhao knew he could not allow this enemy to remain, otherwise he would find no peace. Lacking extensive combat experience, he nevertheless recalled the spirit of Lei Feng from his primary school days: treat the enemy with the cruelty of a harsh winter. He lunged forward, attempting to drive his weapon into Solu's heart, yet overestimating his own physical prowess. The lack of oxygen and the severe injury to his abdomen rendered him unsteady, transforming his charge into a stagger. The half-orc, now partially blind, still possessed the strength to swing his fists. Zhao watched helplessly as Solu's fists loomed larger, while his own arms struggled to rise. A fierce determination surged from within. If he could not suffer alone, neither should his opponent thrive. He would not inflict harm upon the innocent, but would spare no effort against those who sought to harm him. Gritting his teeth, he evaded to the side, choosing to meet Solu's fist with his forehead, while simultaneously driving the wooden splinter into the inner thigh. This area should contain a major artery. Blood loss for 5 minutes would be fatal. In his fading consciousness, Zhao vaguely heard the reserve grain calling out incessantly, feeling as though he had been kicked a few more times before slipping into oblivion. Chapter 21. Can one take on tasks by fainting? The half-orc Soru fiercely kicked Zhao Mai several times, intending to crouch down and snap his neck. However, he was suddenly overcome by dizziness. The crimson hue faded from his eyes, the frenzy subsided, and exhaustion surged forth, exacerbated by a wound on his thigh from which he was losing blood, intensifying the aftermath of his rage. The barbarian's fury was, after all, a method of temporarily exhausting bodily functions. Behind a period of strength lay an equal duration of weakness. Although Soru's frenzy was less potent, the considerable blood loss still led to severe symptoms. He tore his clothes, ripping fabric to bind tightly around the base of his thigh. While the blood flow slowed, it did not cease. Damn it, why is this not working? He covered his eyes and, dragging his injured leg, struggled to crawl into the Ranger Carl's hollow in the tree. The space was cluttered with jars and bottles containing various herbs, including a hemostatic potion. The little creature, stocked with provisions, whimpered beside Zhao Mai, licking his ear. This had always roused his master in the past, often eliciting joyful laughter. Yet now, Zhao Mai lay motionless on the ground, unresponsive. The creature sensed the murderous intent emanating from the half-orc, directed both at itself and predominantly at its master. Thus, the foremost priority was to conceal Zhao Mai from the half-orc's gaze. The little dog raised its head, eyes sparkling, and swiftly scampered towards the ranger's tree. It peered cautiously at the partially repaired hollow, occasionally glancing back to gauge the distance to Zhao Mai. The rummaging noises above ceased as Sara found the salve and began to tend to his wounds. In addition to the gash on his thigh, he needed to address the injury to his eye. He had to endure the excruciating headache while striving to maintain focus. At this moment, the instincts of the half-orc were of little use. It was the emotional control taught by the ranger that proved beneficial. As his impulsiveness waned, regret surged within him. The situation was exceedingly difficult to navigate, and the bloodstains on the ground were irrepressible. The wound on the inner thigh was particularly stubborn. Even with the finest salve and bandages, blood continued to seep, rendering any forceful movement impossible. Thus, it was utterly unfeasible to carry Make into the jungle, and the inability to dispose of the body meant that suspicions would remain unresolved. It seemed prudent to hide for a while, tending to his wounds while concocting an excuse. Even if he could not destroy the body, Make had to be silenced. Leaving no witnesses was paramount, a concept that half-orcs understood well. Carl's chest held numerous weapons. He could simply take one at hand. The clattering sound of metal echoed from above, and the little creature realized its time was running short. It leaped from the hollow, panting as it sprinted to Zhao Mai's side, jumping onto his abdomen. Then it clamped its teeth onto Zhao Mai's waistband, furrowing its brow as it stared intently at the direction of the hollow, its back arching. Its fluffy fur bristled upright, occasionally sparking with arcs of energy. The creature's legs stiffened, trembling uncontrollably. With a soft puff and a cloud of black smoke, both the man and the dog vanished in an instant. A large white goose waddled about, settling itself at the entrance of the lower hollow, bending its neck to preen its feathers. When it raised its wings, it perfectly obscured the motionless Zhao Mai and the little dog, who lay dazed and helpless on its back. Thus, when the half-orc Soru finished bandaging his wounds and departed the hollow with his curved dagger, he failed to detect Zhao Mai's presence. He never considered that the human was concealed in the lowest hollow, instead believing that after awakening in fear, Zhao Mai had fled into the dense forest. He limped slowly to the spot where Zhao Mai had previously descended. The injury to his right eye hampered his ability to discern tracks, while the headache further clouded his judgment. In a daze, he thought he spotted the route of Make's escape and began to pursue it. As he passed by the spare shield, he casually picked it up, weighing it before hoisting it onto his back. Without the frenzy clouding his thoughts, the half-orc was not foolish. Zhao Mai bore no visible wounds. His unconsciousness stemmed primarily from oxygen deprivation compounded by a concussion. As he succumbed to slumber, the positive energy left by the angel began to work its healing magic. Feeling this energy, the little creature endeavored to roll over, tumbling onto Zhao Mai's shoulder, then continuing to sleep. In a hazy state, Zhao Mai found himself in a strange dream. He stood, healed, wandering through a pine forest. The surrounding animals, be they the whimsical squirrels, mischievous monkeys, or elegant deer, all turned to gaze at him. Zhao Mai felt a deep embarrassment and instinctively covered himself. At that moment, he realized his arms had transformed into wings, and his lower body had morphed into bird legs. With a powerful push, he soared into the sky. Flying was undeniably a wondrous sensation, yet becoming a birdman was not a favorable turn of events. As he flew, tears streamed down his face, falling into the forest and morphing into torrential rain. Suddenly, black-red flames erupted in the woods, initially appearing as tiny flickers that rapidly grew into raging infernos. His tears, transformed into rain, could not extinguish the blazes. It was as if the apocalypse had descended. The black fire scorched the trees and hardened the ground. The once fertile land became akin to a lava-strewn wasteland. In terror, animals scattered, while the black-red flames reached out, relentlessly grasping at these unfortunate beings. The paths left for escape served only as traps, and ultimately, the entire forest succumbed to the sea of fire, countless lives becoming fuel for the flames of destruction. The bird that Zhao Mai had become witnessed this scene in its entirety. He ceased to weep and instead became aware. He realized he was dreaming. Yet the reasons for such a dream, and how to awaken from it, eluded him. As this realization dawned, he transformed back into his human form, standing atop a billowing white cloud, now clothed in a complete outfit. Through movies, television, and video games, Zhao Mai had encountered countless more brilliant and fantastical sights, rendering the previous events incapable of easily stirring his nerves. Just say what you need to say. Spare me the theatrics, Zhao Mai shouted into the void, suspecting he had fallen into some form of dream spell. Stop hiding. I know someone is present. I sense no malice. And I know you need me to undertake certain tasks. If I can accomplish them, I shall endeavor to do so, but do not let my efforts be in vain. The clouds rolled, emitting a chorus of whispers akin to numerous small creatures conferring. Zhao Mai perked his ears to listen intently, yet nothing made sense. Thus, standing idle atop the cloud, he watched the winds rise and the clouds drift. After a considerable time, the scenery finally began to shift. A massive white cloud ascended before him, swirling inward to coalesce into a humanoid form. Well, since it's all a transformation, could it not be something more attractive? Zhao Mai sighed in disappointment. Chapter 22. There are no compulsory quests in this world. Zhao Mai agreed to become a time-traveling taxi driver primarily to raise funds to help his family resolve pressing issues. Beyond this, the allure of experiencing a fantastical world firsthand served as a significant incentive. The gift of time travel was bestowed upon him by an elderly angel, while a ranger assisted him in navigating the jungle. Having finally encountered a creature that wasn't an old man, he nearly suffocated himself in the process. Upon entering the dreamscape, he fantasized about meeting various forms, only to find that when the clouds parted, it was yet another elderly figure. This old man, hunched and clad in a dark green robe, leaned on a polished wooden staff. His deep-set eyes and large, hooked nose framed a face marked by a peculiar smile. A triangular-headed serpent emerged from his sleeve, coiling around the staff and flicking its tongue incessantly at Zhao Mai. This figure hardly exuded the aura of a virtuous being. Rather, he seemed to embody the very essence of malevolence. There exists a saying about evil forces. They are organized, possess dreams, work diligently, and never succumb to despair. With a protagonist's resilience, they face the tribulations of the world with laughter and composure. While collaborating with such dark forces is not entirely out of the question, it must be predicated on a foundation of self-preservation. Zhao Mai, armed with a shield akin to a divine artifact, was still nearly defeated by an untested half-orc apprentice. He could hardly afford to entangle himself with malevolent powers. Of course, he could not let the other party perceive his sense of trepidation. A fleeting moment of weakness could lead to dire consequences, a lesson Zhao Mai had recently learned the hard way. He understood that feigning calmness could easily lead to exposure. Fortunately, as a reclusive individual, he possessed a universal skill to mask his true emotions, an incessant stream of sarcasm. Take note, when devils wish to enlist someone as aid, they often dispatch enchanting succubi to create a favorable first impression, making conversations far more pleasant. After all, this was a dream environment. Why must the figure present itself as an old man? The elder shook his head, and a voice floated forth from his being. The reason for the term floated was that his lips remained sealed throughout, rendering it unclear from where the sound originated. Evil is on the brink of invasion. Heralding a calamity, chaos and malevolence have already infiltrated this beautiful and tranquil forest. As its guardian, I summon you. You possess a kind heart and pure power. Will you contribute to preserving the balance of nature? Zhao Mai lowered his gaze to inspect his form, confirming that his dream self manifested as an adult. Had he been transported back 10 years to his more naive self, he might have impulsively agreed. Yet, even in his youth, he would have dismissed such a poorly crafted opening dialogue. To be frank, even if you were to serenade me with, "Brave young one, go forth and create miracles," I would remain unconvinced. Zhao Mai shook his head and replied, "I possess no martial skills, no spells, and no equipment. I can scarcely ensure my own survival, let alone undertake the lofty task of safeguarding nature's balance. Surely, you cannot expect me to confront the Burning Legion before I have even left the novice village? By the way, may I inquire who you are and how you speak my language? You are not in a novice village, nor are your enemies the Burning Legion. I am Joseph, the druid of the farmer's forest. Through the divine tongue, I can communicate with all sentient beings." It was no wonder the hunchbacked elder kept his mouth shut. He communicated through telepathy. Zhao Mai enviously rubbed his hands together. What an advanced skill. I would love to learn it. How come I never knew druids possessed such abilities? By the way, where's the farmer's forest? The farmer's forest lies across a lake from the healthy forest. We are to the northwest, while you are on the eastern shore. Joseph, with a furrowed brow, earnestly informed Zhao Mai, danger will soon spread from the northern reaches of the healthy forest. The previous scenario will soon repeat itself. You must. Before he could finish, he abruptly turned, seemingly whispering to someone. This time, Zhao Mai noticed his lips moving, yet no sound emerged. After a moment, Joseph returned. Wearing an awkward smile, "My apologies. You should rest. We are not seeking your assistance." "Wait." Zhao Mai began, but was abruptly expelled from the dream. He felt dampness on his face, and upon raising his hand to touch it, he encountered a tuft of soft fur. The supply dog, seeing him awake, yipped excitedly and rolled against Zhao Mai's neck. Zhao Mai discovered himself lying in the Ranger Carl's room, his torso wrapped in layers of bandages, a bitter medicinal scent permeating the air. The bald dog lay lazily at the entrance, wagging its tail upon seeing him awake, but remaining still. Carl was absent, leaving a bowl of brown herbs by the bedside, accompanied by a note instructing him to drink it for healing. It seemed he had been saved, Zhao Mai mused. He scooped up the supply dog, rubbing it affectionately against his face. "Thank you for always protecting me." Unbeknownst to him, the supply dog had facilitated his miraculous escape, leading him to believe it was Carl's timely intervention that had saved his life. However, during the battle, a Liang had fought valiantly by his side, repeatedly risking his safety to flank the enemy, thus earning Zhao Mai's trust and affection, making it only natural for him to express gratitude. After assessing his body, he felt little discomfort. Perhaps the wounds were not as severe as the old ranger had anticipated, although somewhat out of shape in terms of nutritional reserves. None could compare to Zhao Mai. The bowl of herbs emitted an unpleasant odor. After tentatively tasting it, he was met with an unpalatable flavor that further diminished his appetite. Since he was no longer injured, he reasoned he could forego the remedy. The supply dog approached eagerly, gazing longingly at the bowl of herbs. "Can you even drink human medicine?" Zhao Mai wondered, intrigued, as he brought the bowl closer. Dogs possess keen noses and tongues. They would not consume anything harmful. Since the supply dog was eagerly lapping it up, the concoction must pose no danger to it. This was not merely a potion for healing injuries, but rather a restorative supplement, infused with calming and sleep-inducing properties. While Zhao Mai found the taste repugnant, the supply dog cared little. It had expended considerable energy and desperately needed this supplement. After drinking its fill, it nestled beside Zhao Mai's elbow, Finding a comfortable position to sleep, Zhao Mai, reluctant to disturb it, remained still. Before long, he closed his eyes once more, drifting into slumber. Together, man and dog nestled against each other, relishing a brief moment of tranquility after their battle. Positive energy continued to flow slowly and subtly, healing their physical and mental wounds. A python, observing from a higher perch, peered down into the tree hollow. The bald dog swatted at its large head, baring its teeth. The python flicked its tongue and obediently retreated. It had spent an entire day traversing the dense forest, returning with a small companion, and now had little desire to engage and play with the old dog. Chapter 23. Everyone has their troubles. The ranger, Carl, knelt, carefully unfolding a paper packet on his lap, ensuring none of its contents spilled. His movements were measured and deliberate, possessing a certain rhythm, even a touch of sanctity. After sifting through the contents with his fingers, he selected a portion that satisfied him, gently pinching it with 3 fingers and placing it onto a nearby reed leaf. A breeze stirred in the forest, and though still distant from the tree hollow, the keen ranger detected it. With hands as nimble and swift as a hummingbird, he hastily rolled up the paper packet on his lap to prevent the mischievous wind thief from stealing its contents. Subsequently, he rolled the reed leaf into a tube, placed it in his mouth, and brought a smoldering twig close, touching the far end of the reed. Immediately, wisps of blue smoke arose. Carl squinted, his breathing becoming slow and deep, his worries seeming to dissipate with the drifting smoke. Old dog detested the ranger's smoking, each time causing its nose to itch and run. It shifted its body away, crouching low to stay upwind of the smoke. It wanted to live a few more years and dared not linger too close to the toxins. Though his animal companion disliked his habit, Ranger Carl saw no significant issue with smoking. He wasn't heavily addicted and was quite particular, favoring a type of tobacco known as Fey fireworks, which was exclusively produced in one place worldwide, the verdant forest. The verdant forest encompassed a vast area, providing sanctuary for numerous creatures, including a gnome village. They had resided there long before humans and dwarven pioneers established villages on the forest's edge, consistently using illusions to conceal their village's location. They only interacted with the forest rangers and a few trusted druids to gather information from the outside world. Otherwise, they lived in seclusion. Do not seek trouble, and trouble will not seek you. This statement was somewhat presumptuous, but the gnomes adhered to it as their creed, jealously guarding the secret of their village's location. The gnome village now had a population of 2,000, effectively a large town, but to outsiders, the village's existence remained a mystery. Fey fireworks were a product of the gnome village, primarily used not for smoking, but as a magical component in casting illusion spells. It's been a while since I've had this, Carl murmured, exhaling a smoke ring before coughing twice. I don't seek you out, and you don't emerge. Always staying in that one place, doesn't it get tiresome? We have many things to occupy us, so we do not grow weary. The speaker was a gnome, sitting cross-legged on the ground, leaning against the ranger's large snake. Big head, small body, short limbs, round eyes, and 3 tufts of goatee. Ranger, the elder instructed me to assist you this time, but didn't specify the task. Can you enlighten me now? Unsettling news has surfaced from Viper Cliff Keep. Scavengers spotted eerie shadows there. Discounting the exaggerations born of fear, their descriptions of the shadows closely resemble spawn of wrath. Carl took a deep drag, almost inhaling the entire reed. Thick smoke billowed from his ears, causing the gnome to stifle a giggle. Clearing his throat, the gnome barely restrained his impatience, managing to speak calmly. Still this vexing matter? Hasn't the relic of the demon priest been found? Viper Cliff Keep was destroyed 3 centuries ago. Yet spawn of wrath appear intermittently. We long to know when this trouble will be resolved for good. Your elders have explored Viper Cliff Keep themselves. Yet they couldn't locate the Mask of Discord, either? Carl retorted, annoyed by the gnome's attitude. Besides, I have my own worries. Who will answer my questions? What transpired between the missing Solu and the injured Mike? What are the bloodstains and missing weapons? Why were several small animals harmed, while the goose, sausage, remained unharmed? Yesterday, he sent his snake, Long Worm, with a letter to the gnome village seeking assistance. This afternoon, he had only left briefly to patrol the forest and meet the returning snake, only to find his home in disarray. The chaotic marks on the grass indicated a fierce battle, yet only orc blood was present. Mike was a novice fighter and shouldn't be a match for Solo. So who harmed the orc, and where did he go? Spawn of Wrath won't leave that area until they amass a certain number, so eliminating them early is crucial. I'll inspect Viper Cliff Keep in a couple of days. I need the amulet of gleaming gems. Carl extended his hand to the gnome, who seemed uncomprehending. The amulet of gleaming gems? Don't tell me you didn't bring it. Carl's eyebrows furrowed, and he clenched his fist. Only the amulet's protection against evil and calming influence can counteract the spawn of Wrath's influence. Otherwise, the danger is too great. Of course, I brought the amulet. But this time is different. I'm accompanying you with the amulet. The gnome shook his head, smiling faintly. The elders believe that the mask of discord may only surface when the spawn of wrath appear. Merely clearing the spawn of wrath is a superficial solution, and the longer it drags on, the greater the impact on our community. So, I'm joining you this time. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Grins Mumu, the village's finest spellcaster. This deviates from the original agreement. The forest rangers protect the verdant forest from evil, and the residents here provide assistance promptly. The gnome raised a finger, wagging it. Isn't that what I'm doing? The amulet of gleaming gems is assistance, but you'll only be a hindrance. Ranger Carl retorted bluntly. Your village has been secluded for too long, relying on illusions to hide and evade. No one has real combat experience. Taking you to the battlefield is worse than taking that young man downstairs. At least he's big enough to attract the enemy's attention and cover me for a second or two. Ranger, the situation is that wherever I am, the amulet is. I will show you my powerful magic. The gnome flicked his fingers, and specks of dust trickled from his fingertips. After a graceful incantation, the gnome's figure became as hazy as a mirage, then gradually vanished. Dog Meat ran to the door, sniffing, then subtly pointed a paw in a direction, indicating the gnome was hiding there. Carl shook his head, not intending to expose the gnome. The old dog whined softly, pawing at the ground, indicating something was happening downstairs. What, has that fellow awakened? Carl stood up, brushing the dirt off his body, and slid down to the next level using the vines beside the tree hollow. He saw Zhao Mai waking up with a yawn, while the puppy still slept soundly. Tell me, what happened? Chapter 24. A cordial farewell with the aid of a dictionary. Zhao Mai painstakingly elucidated the circumstances. He recounted how the orc source spat upon his eyes, ambushed him after being wounded, and attempted to strangle him. After what seemed an eternity, he finished his account, awaiting questions from Carl. However, the old ranger remained silent and departed. He doesn't believe me, Zhao Mai realized. People are always skeptical of things they haven't witnessed firsthand, and doubts arise within them. The normal course of action would be to pose questions, gradually forming one's own judgment based on the narrator's responses. Yet, Ranger Carl didn't inquire, indicating that he had already formed a subjective conclusion. He merely went through the motions of listening to Zhao Mai's account, remaining unconvinced. Soon, Zhao Mai and Reserve Grain were the only occupants of the tree hollow, the latter still fast asleep on his back. Zhao Mai gently cradled the dog in his arms, stroking his belly. Reserve Grain stirred, then rolled over, softly licking Zhao Mai's fingers. You always trust me and help me, Zhao Mai said earnestly to the puppy. Believe me. Even if we have no one else to rely on, nothing can hold us back. As long as I have something to eat, you won't go hungry. Reserve Grain barked twice, seemingly filled with boundless confidence. Zhao Mai pondered that if he were in Ranger Carl's position, facing someone who had arrived only 2 days ago and turned everything upside down, he likely wouldn't feel much goodwill either. Remaining here wouldn't be of much benefit. Furthermore, Zhao Mai didn't think he could bring himself to ask Carl to teach him martial arts, as it had become difficult to even exchange a few words. He resolved to leave and venture into areas with more people. Although he was penniless, having even lost his spare tire shield, he wasn't without skills. With Reserve Grain's help, he asked the giant python to guide him, and Zhao Mai carried a sack of crude salt back from the cave. What followed was laborious work, grinding, boiling water, filtering, and evaporating. Zhao Mai's t-shirt was completely ruined, resembling a mop when worn, especially with its irritating itchiness. It was no longer suitable for wear. However, this garment had earned him over 10 pounds of refined salt, leaving 2 pounds as a farewell gift for Carl. He planned to exchange the rest for a considerable sum in town. Although their parting was somewhat unpleasant, he still felt obliged to bid farewell out of courtesy. Ranger Carl had anticipated that Mike would leave, but he hadn't expected him to say goodbye. The etiquette and customs of the ancient Eastern Kingdom evoked a sense of gratitude and respect in people like Carl. He set down the bag of salt and, in return, presented Zhao Mai with a set of equipment. This included a leather jerkin, a short sword, a hand axe, and an iron-rimmed wooden shield. Although these weren't brand new, they were sufficient for Zhao Mai's needs. The gnome mage, Grins Mumu, showed no interest in the weapons, his gaze fixed on the bag of refined salt. Snowy white with a hint of blue, its quality rivaled that of elven alchemical salt. Even the portion before him, a full 2 pounds, was worthy of being an auction item. Judging by the tied leather sack on the young man's back, it likely contained over 10 pounds more, a considerable fortune. Even the forest ranger was unaware that the gnome villages had begun to interact with the outside world, though they still kept their location a secret. As the village population grew, so did the need for land, and the protective magical barrier had to expand accordingly. However, the village lacked sufficient manpower to cast the spells and resources to maintain the barrier. Gnomes were naturally small, lacking strength and speed, and were at a disadvantage against any beast. A bobcat could easily kill many gnome children in the village. The barrier was their only safeguard. Gradually, the village became increasingly crowded, and simple farming and gathering were no longer sufficient to maintain their past standard of living. To prevent life from becoming imprisonment, The gnomes began to consciously interact with the outside world, exchanging trinkets they made for needed supplies to supplement the village's needs, just as humans had a knack for commerce. Gnomes possessed a remarkable aptitude for illusion magic. The items they created using illusion magic were mostly toys that sold well, making it easier than toiling in the fields for a year, but with communication, even through a narrow channel. The outside world began to gradually influence the originally tranquil life of the gnome village. Grin's Moo was one of those who had undergone a significant change in mindset. Using illusion magic to alter his appearance and secretly following caravans, he had witnessed the prosperity of the human world and learned the power of money. With gold coins, he could purchase more magic scrolls and more powerful wands. The gnome village could also acquire more resources for expansion, changing its current predicament of being trapped in the forest. If he could accomplish all of this, he could become a hero of the village, perhaps even an elder, better leading the village to prosperity and strength. To achieve this righteous and grand goal, he was prepared to exert all his efforts, even at the cost of everything. When he saw the refined salt, he knew his opportunity had arrived. The salt cave in Kongjian Forest was no secret, but the mineral salt inside was extremely unpalatable, and the cost of detoxification was very high. The gnomes had prepared some themselves, but the cost was completely disproportionate to the product obtained. Guarding a salt mine but not being able to eat salt, this pain had penetrated deep into their bones. If a high-level transformation mage could be stationed in the village, the situation might be better. However, most gnomes were illusionists, and illusion magic was mostly deceptive, unable to change the essence of things. The gnome had determined that the young man before him was capable of producing large quantities of refined salt. Working alone for a day, from mining to the final product, he could produce over 10 pounds. What difference was there between this and directly creating gold coins? The gnome didn't yet understand the principle of scarcity. He only knew that the more he made, the more money he would have. You cannot leave. The gnome interrupted the two who were bidding farewell with gestures and simple common language, suddenly speaking. The ranger frowned and turned to look at the gnome. This is none of your business. He knows I am here. After he leaves, he will expose the relationship between the village and the forest rangers. Then people will know that they can find our village through you, which may endanger the safety of the village. I won't reveal the location of your village. And this matter has nothing to do with Mike, Zhao Mai said. Zhao Mai couldn't fully follow their conversation, but he could sense the change in atmosphere. He asked the ranger, what does this person want? Grins, with enough strength, said directly, I am a gnome, not a person. Watch your wording. If you want to leave, you need to provide a guarantee. Since you seem to be poor, why not use the salt-making technique as collateral? If we hear that you have revealed information about the gnomes within a certain period, the collateral will belong to us. Because of his excitement, the gnome spoke quickly. If Ranger Carl hadn't slowly explained, Zhao Mai wouldn't have understood at all. Seeing the gnome's face turn red with excitement, Zhao Mai laughed in exasperation. Even if it were a robbery, at least it should be carried out by a burly man with a bare chest and a broad axe. Preferably with lines like I own this mountain. But a little dwarf, whose hair and hat don't even reach his leg length, couldn't even touch his face without stacking on top of each other. Where did he get the confidence to rob him? Just with that chopstick-like magic wand. Alright, here's the refined version of the text you provided, optimized for clarity, conciseness, and a more sophisticated tone. Chapter 25. A simple proposition. Very well, non-human gentleman, Zhao Mai began. 1,000 gold coins in exchange for my guarantee. Zhao Mai's vocabulary was limited, necessitating such rudimentary phrasing. Compared to the overall profits derived from salt production, a mere 1,000 gold coins was a paltry sum for the secret. With proper exploitation, Zhao Mai's bag of salt alone could fetch that price. However, one mustn't allow the allure of gold to obscure the true value of things. The process, filtration with tightly woven fabric, charcoal absorption, and boiling, took Zhao Mai a mere 3 minutes to comprehend. What was that truly worth? Furthermore, Zhao Mai wasn't granting exclusive rights to the gnomes, merely selling a single copy of the formula. By the time the gnomes mastered the process and commenced production, Zhao Mai might have already found 10 other merchants willing to pay the same price. In Zhao Mai's estimation, the optimal approach was to travel from village to village, peddling the secret. A modest 100 or 200 gold coins per village, perhaps 500 for a lord, while others hoarded their knowledge. Zhao Mai would have already sold thousands of copies, reaping extraordinary profits without soiling his hands. Eventually, salt would be accessible to all, rendering any retribution from the elves inconsequential. Carl, the ranger, calculated that 1,000 gold coins was indeed a reasonable price. Living a self-sufficient and austere life, he wasn't particularly sensitive to money. The pursuit of wealth rarely occupied his thoughts. Nevertheless, he possessed the ability to discern and judge. The gnome's demands infringed upon his authority as the land's master, akin to violating his territory. If Micah's proposition offered a resolution, he would respect Micah's judgment. The gnome, however, disagreed. He neither possessed 1,000 gold coins nor desired to part with them. No, you must leave the secret as collateral before you can depart. There is no other option. Zhao Mai understood only the negative response. Carl stepped forward, his left hand subtly grasping the hilt of the short sword at his back. The animals near the ranger grew alert, their gazes turning menacingly toward the gnome. Dogmeat silently circled behind the gnome, while the python slithered along the branches, suspending itself directly above the gnome by its tail, slowly descending. "This is my domain," Carl warned. "You cannot restrict his freedom. I advise you to step aside, lest this matter escalate beyond control." "Oh, is this about to turn into a brawl?" Zhao Mai was uncharacteristically excited, standing beside Carl, feigning camaraderie to protect his interests. Unfortunately, the gnome wasn't foolish. Assessing the situation, he grudgingly stepped aside, clearing the path. This was unfavorable for Zhao Mai. He had hoped the gnome would act rashly, prompting a conflict that he could resolve with the ranger's assistance. Having chosen the path of a bandit, he should have committed fully. What did stepping aside accomplish? A promising career, abruptly suspended, unable to address the core issue, utterly frustrating. Venturing into the forest now entailed risk. The gnome might not relent. However, turning back, retreating to the tree hollow with his provisions, felt demeaning. To halt halfway was to mirror the gnome's indecisiveness. Paths are forged by walking, obstacles overcome by treading. Zhao Mai scooped up the still squawking provisions, tucked them under his arm, and, with a defiant gesture, strode past the gnome. The gnome appeared indifferent, his fingers lightly tapping against his leg, emitting faint sparks. The provisions bared their teeth at the gnome, emitting low growls. Zhao Mai stroked their head, offering reassurance. "Don't worry. It's all part of the plan." He swaggered into the woods, then accelerated his pace. The imitation forest stride was somewhat exhausting, but it effectively increased his speed. The gnome's short legs would be no match in the forest. As he ran, Zhao Mai contemplated his strategy. From their brief encounter, he had gleaned several insights. Lacking armor and clad in simple attire, the gnome was likely a spellcaster. The use of a wand instead of a holy symbol suggested either a mage or a sorcerer, each with a 50% probability. Determining whether he carried a spellbook would confirm the gnome's class. Gnomes were particularly prone to becoming illusionists. While this didn't guarantee the gnome's specialization, Zhao Mai needed to remain vigilant. Illusion magic encompassed various categories: sensory illusions, mental illusions, phantasmal illusions, and shadow illusions. Sensory illusions affected the five senses, while mental illusions directly projected signals into the brain. Phantasmal illusions delved deeper, influencing the subconscious to conjure elaborate narratives. Shadow illusions used energy to create semi-real objects, simulating the sensations of the real world. However, phantasmal and shadow illusions were complex, requiring skilled practitioners. If the gnome could wield such magic, Zhao Mai would surrender immediately. He wasn't willing to risk his life for a salt-making technique. If the gnome could fly and hurl fireballs, he would surrender instantly, relinquishing the secret. Perhaps, during a cordial discussion about the 3-year plan for the salt industry, new opportunities would arise. Such a crisis was unlikely. Despite his lack of practical experience, Zhao Mai was intimately familiar with the intricate lore of fantasy worlds. So far, both the old ranger and the half-orc had demonstrated abilities within his expectations. No inexplicable phenomena had occurred. As long as this continued, Zhao Mai was confident in his ability to counterattack. First, he needed to select familiar terrain, memorizing every detail to avoid being deceived by illusions. Illusions often contained flaws, discernible with patience and careful observation, a luxury rarely afforded. The ideal battlefield was near the taxi, where he would be entirely safe inside the vehicle. Unfortunately, returning to the lake would require at least a day's journey, impossible before nightfall. From the moment he left, the ranger Carl could delay the gnome for at least 2 or 3 hours, after which a chase would likely ensue. Upon their departure, the gnome had likely cast a tracking spell, so Zhao Mai couldn't rely on remaining undetected. In the current environment, the most effective travel spell was undoubtedly flight, which would necessitate a feigned surrender. If his luck held, and the gnome couldn't fly, he would likely summon a mount. Horses were unsuitable for the jungle, but riding dogs were viable, and the gnome's small stature made him well-suited to riding one. This transformed the situation into a pursuit problem. A departs first at a speed of XX. B follows at a speed of YY, faster than A. When will they meet? Zhao Mai calculated the result, and then began the task of preparing the battlefield. Chapter 26. The gnome riding a dog glimpses Moo, the gnome illusionist. Believing he had evaded the ranger Carl's gaze, entered the jungle under the cloak of invisibility. He had cast a tracking spell on the human, enabling him to pinpoint his location within 15 miles and sense his general direction within 30. With only a 3-hour head start, escape was improbable. Through discreet inquiries, he gleaned information about the human. Mike, barely conversant in common, was likely an outsider, and an inexperienced one at that. The gnome's suspicion was corroborated by the ranger, though he couldn't ascertain how Mike had arrived in this world. It seems the salt-making technique is also from another world. How can I not use it to benefit this world? The illusionist deemed his rationale sufficient. He couldn't delay an endeavor that could elevate the well-being of all living things. Thus, he summoned his mount and accelerated his pursuit. A pristine white hound materialized before him, bowing its head in submissive readiness. The animal conjured by the summon mount spell required no sustenance or rest, and came equipped with all necessary tack, remaining docile during the ride. However, the gnome's magical prowess could only sustain the spell for approximately 6 hours. Nightfall would follow in 6 hours, rendering continued pursuit impossible, even with a mount. Thus, the spell's duration was inconsequential. The gnome mounted the hound, patted its head, and embarked on his journey. He opened his pack, placing readily accessible scrolls on the outer side. Charm Person was the first spell he considered, capable of altering Mike's perception of them, fostering a fraternal bond. Perhaps, after some amiable conversation, Mike would divulge the salt-making technique. And then, he mused, should I release him? The gnome remained undecided. He hoped to dissuade Mike from venturing into the salt industry. The elves' alchemical salt wasn't merely a product. A vast network of merchants and stakeholders meticulously monitored for potential disruptors, a relationship an inexperienced outsider couldn't challenge. Mike would inevitably be devoured, leaving not even scraps behind. To knowingly allow him down such a perilous path would be a dereliction of a friend's duty. The gnome village might not withstand potential elven retaliation, and reliance on the illusionary barriers surrounding the village was unwise. While sufficient to deter the beasts of the Conant forest, the barriers were as effective as unlocked doors against the more magically adept elves. After careful consideration, it was best to shield the village from involvement and bear the burden alone. The gnome, despite his diminutive stature, felt a sense of responsibility. He envisioned his triumphant return to the village, laden with resources to expand the barriers, receiving a rapturous welcome, and a smile crept across his face. He sensed Mike had ceased his movement, remaining within a confined area. Observing the sky, he realized dusk was approaching, suggesting Mike was preparing a campsite. Given his limited supplies, he was likely preoccupied. Aware of this, the gnome deliberately decelerated. Riding the summoned hound required no exertion, but the forest was rife with obstructive shrubs and thorns. Unlike real mounts, summoned creatures, impervious to pain, lacked the instinct to evade obstacles, often causing the gnome injury. He wished to avoid appearing before his quarry battered and bruised, as the scent could betray him. Thus, he focused on guiding the hound along the easier paths. As darkness descended, he was certain he had overtaken Mike. From afar, he detected a faint aroma of food, unable to discern whether it was roasting meat or fungi. Dense foliage obscured his view, but he could still discern the intermittent flicker of a fire. A rudimentary triangular shelter, constructed from branches, stood beside the fire, barely large enough to lie beneath. A haphazard layer of grass and leaves covered the shelter, with gaps large enough to fit a fist. In the event of rain, the shelter would be utterly useless, offering no protection. Zhao Mai, his back to the fire, lay curled within the shelter, fast asleep. His leather armor served as a pillow, his shield acting as a wall, shielding the back of his head and obstructing the gnome's view. However, aided by the firelight, the gnome discerned a short sword and axe, both placed beside Zhao Mai's legs. He was fully clothed, his shoes still on, a prudent choice. The leather pouch containing the salt lay near the fire, presumably to prevent moisture. However, the heat would cause the salt powder to emit an odor, attracting animals with keen senses. Leopards or tigers might investigate. Coupled with the roasting aroma, Mike seemed to be courting death. The gnome cautiously approached, straining to hear any sounds. Suddenly, an odd melody reached his ears, a soothing and elegant tune with incomprehensible lyrics, unlike any music he knew. Following the sound, he saw a glowing object, about the size of a human hand, placed beside the shield. The music emanated from it, accompanied by scrolling text. Upon closer listening, the music conveyed lightness and sanctity, inducing relaxation and a desire to revel in its captivating embrace. An effect akin to a sleep spell? The gnome bit his lip, raising his guard. He doubted Mike was a spellcaster. Otherwise, he wouldn't have remained oblivious to the tracking spell. The gnome dismissed his mount, recast the invisibility spell, and cautiously approached the fire. Tripwires made of vines were concealed among the tree roots, serving as a rudimentary alarm. However, such a ruse wouldn't fool the gnome, who could easily step over them. The fallen leaves were damp, and the moss abundant, but this had the advantage of muffling his footsteps. The Charm Person spell required proximity, within 10 meters. Ideally with eye contact to observe the target's expressions. The gnome reached the vicinity of the fire, deeming the distance sufficient, and retrieved his wand, beginning to chant. The guttural incantation mingled with the crackling fire, and a beam of red light struck Zhao Mai. The red light outlined the contours of his prone form, before dissipating in all directions like scattered dandelion seeds. The gnome's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 27, Smash. Trap. The gnome illusionist became acutely aware of the precarious situation he was in. Just then, the sound of dry branches snapping echoed from behind an ancient tree nearby, indicating that someone was approaching. Adhering to the principle of striking first, the gnome swiftly turned and unleashed a burning hand spell. The fan-shaped flames illuminated the woods, igniting the dry leaves and moss beneath. To his astonishment, the ground beneath the moss and leaves was not soil, but another layer of decaying foliage, revealing that the slippery surface he had just trod upon was a deliberate trap. What could this mean? The gnome was momentarily at a loss. At that moment, a crackling sound came from behind him, similar to the previous one. The gnome quickly turned and instinctively recited the incantation for a sleep spell, but it fell completely flat. At this moment, he finally grasped the unfolding events, but it was too late. When he lifted his gaze, dressed only in white undergarments, Zhao Mai leaped down from the branches, his expression as serene as a statue of a philosopher, wielding an axe in hand. The glow of the campfire reflected off the axe blade, casting a hue reminiscent of blood. Yet, perhaps it was the blood from his own forehead that stained it red. The gnome could not ascertain. With a single swing, Zhao Mai cleaved the gnome's skull, then collapsed onto the ground, becoming entangled in the dry branches, leaves, and moss, inadvertently biting his own tongue. However, Zhao Mai paid little heed to his own plight. He quickly scrambled to his feet and lunged at the gnome, raising the axe once more to strike again. Unlike the meticulously devised plans of before, his mind was now a blank slate, devoid of any thoughts. His actions became a mere mechanical repetition, stripped of any emotion. After an indeterminate number of strikes, the gnome's head was reduced to a state unworthy of further blows. Zhao Mai gradually rose, panting heavily, surveying the scene he had orchestrated. It was a rudimentary ambush site, lacking any traps, merely suitable for preying on novices. Zhao Mai possessed no practical experience in risk-taking. Yet, alongside his companions, he had traversed countless adventures in the vivid tapestry of his imagination. The narratives and scripts he employed were crafted by dedicated writers from around the world, the products of their intellectual labor. Through these tales, he had accumulated a wealth of experience. Creatures not born to fly nor dwelling in caves are fundamentally terrestrial beings. Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, their primary concern lies with the ground, assessing whether it is stable enough to support their weight and whether it poses a risk of collapse. They then consider the four cardinal directions, wary of being ambushed by similarly mobile entities. Terrestrial beings tend to overlook what lies above, often disregarding that direction entirely. Experienced adventurers strive to alter this instinct, forcing themselves to look upward first to avoid being caught off guard by aerial foes. Zhao Mai had assessed the gnome's capabilities and concluded that he hardly resembled a seasoned adventurer. Thus, he resolved to employ a tactic of aerial assault, disguising his camp as a sleeping site and utilizing looping music from his phone to draw the gnome's attention were straightforward. However, devising a means to counter invisibility proved to be a challenge. The gnome's race was renowned for producing illusionists, the most common spell among them being invisibility. Lacking any magical abilities himself, Zhao Mai knew that even if he concealed himself, it would be futile if he could not discern the gnome's position. Therefore, he deliberately sought out slippery moss and loose leaves, layering them atop the already compacted ground, creating a treacherous surface. Unable to monitor a full 360-degree radius of the camp, he had to manipulate the environment. By strategically placing tents, shields, and surrounding trees to form barriers, he left an open fan-shaped area. From this arc, one could observe the entire campfire site without hindrance to spellcasting. Much like a rabbit treading a path through grass to conserve energy, Zhao Mai intentionally crafted this fan to provide the gnome with a more favorable avenue for attack. Thus, one must remember, the paths left by the enemy that appear easy to traverse are rarely safe. He then fashioned a mock tripwire from vines. Though he was still inexperienced in setting traps, were he adept in the forest terrain, he would not have needed to ponder so deeply. He could have simply deployed various triggering traps to resolve the issue. This tripwire would not ensnare anyone. Its sole purpose was to compel the gnome to lift his leg, amplifying his movements. Concealed above, Zhao Mai attentively monitored the ground surrounding the tripwire, using the firelight as his guide. The moment he observed the loose leaves shifting atop the slick moss, he knew the gnome was near. Subsequently, he tossed small branches to divert the gnome's gaze, summoning his courage to leap down from nearly 3 stories high in a sudden assault. In a daze, there were no cries of battle, only the rhythmic rise and fall of the axe accompanied by the crisp sound of chopping. After a spell, Zhao Mai finally regained his composure, glancing down at his disheveled state, and felt a surge of gratitude for having removed his clothing beforehand. He shook his head, seemingly attempting to dismiss the horrifying thought of having taken a life. However, such actions did little to alleviate the dizziness he felt. Lifting his shield, Zhao Mai crouched to free the supplies bound and gagged. Alian looked up at him with an expression of innocent distress, giving a gentle bite to his finger before hastily licking it. Zhao Mai stroked its head, apologizing, "You are still too young. I couldn't risk letting you make a sound for fear of jeopardizing the ambush plan. Once you grow stronger, we shall train together and fight side by side. I know you are formidable, aren't you?" Woof. The supplies wagged their tail vigorously in agreement. Gathering some leaves, Zhao Mai wiped the grime from his body while stretching his limbs. Perched on a branch for an extended period was no simple task. He felt as if all the tension had settled in his lower half, enduring discomfort and soreness throughout. The exhilaration of battle initially served as a painkiller. Yet upon entering a state of relaxation, the aches returned with a vengeance. The only remedy to forget such suffering was to examine the spoils of victory. With this thought, the soreness in his waist and legs dissipated. He felt capable of squatting for another 5 hours without issue. The gnome's wounds lay above the neck, while all his possessions resided below it. How utterly perfect. Some might wonder why Zhao Mai did not retch upon seeing the corpse. The scent of blood was indeed strong. But having just engaged in combat, it had yet to turn foul, rendering the stimulus less intense. As for visual stimuli, well, as someone who had battled zombies for countless hours in video games, what scene had he not witnessed? Designers, in their fervor for creation, had honed the already robust nerves to become even more resilient and indestructible. Zhao Mai gazed at the gnome, feeling a twinge of disgust. He felt a slight wave of nausea, yet it was not enough to cause him to lose composure. Ah, what is this necklace? The gemstones embedded within are exquisite. Before long, Zhao Mai had discovered a dazzling gemstone pendant. At that moment, the supplies suddenly began barking excitedly, leaping about in the underbrush. Zhao Mai dropped what he was holding and zigzagged to the makeshift shelter, retrieving the shield and short sword from the ground. Although the shelter was riddled with holes, it provided a modicum of protection. Even if merely a psychological shield, it was invaluable for a traveler in a foreign realm. In contrast to his caution and vigilance, the supplies exhibited exuberance. A dog sensing danger typically adopts a defensive posture, crouching with its front half lowered and back arched, baring its teeth in a low growl. Yet, the supplies were bounding joyfully, barking happily rather than growling menacingly. Surely, this could not indicate an enemy, could it? Zhao Mai chose to trust his companion's instincts. For in terms of sight, hearing, or smell, he was inferior to a dog. After a moment's contemplation, he resolved to rise to his feet. Though his shield remained firmly in front of his chest, his short sword hung loosely at his side, signaling a posture of relaxation rather than one of combat. From the depths of the forest emerged a shadow, which approached the campfire and came to a halt. Dog meat, despite having lost one eye, still exuded an air of regal composure befitting a canine king. It lowered its head to sniff at the gnome, then raised its hind leg. Just as Zhao Mai intended to intervene, he noticed the urine flowing down the slope, leaving the gnome's backpack untouched. Thus, it was of little consequence. Judging by the timing of its appearance, dog meat had undoubtedly been trailing the gnome at the behest of the ranger Carl. That recent urination was a clear declaration of allegiance. Had they still been in combat, it would have lunged from behind to tear at the gnome's throat. Zhao Mai set his shield down beside him and approached, intending to stroke dog meat's head, only to be met with a dismissive paw. From its once somewhat clouded eye shone a distinct air of arrogance. Zhao Mai was bemused, unable to articulate this expression, which seemed to convey a sentiment of, "Oh, I know what you intend, but your aspirations are in vain." He found it curious how his mind could whirl with such thoughts in an instant. Perhaps it was the frustration of language barriers that was driving him to madness. Reserves, in a burst of pride, leaped onto dog meat's back, comfortably settling there. However, its head faced backward, tongue lolling as it engaged in a playful game of chase with dog meat's tail. It was only natural for dogs to bond closely, and one could hardly deem humans inferior for such camaraderie. Yet, more astonishing events were to unfold. Dog meat raised its front leg and lowered its head, using its mouth to tug at its armpit, remarkably extracting a small cylinder. With a decisive bite, it skillfully unfurled a roll of parchment. During the brief moment that Zhao Mai's eyes widened and his mouth gaped in astonishment, dog meat opened the parchment, revealing a map sketched in charcoal. For the first time, Zhao Mai grasped the approximate geography surrounding him, recognizing the shapes of the Kongjin Forest and Ashen Lake, as well as the locations of nearby villages. Dogmeat repeatedly tapped a claw on the map, indicating the location of Nebo Town. It traced arcs on the map, likely intending to convey the route to the town. Zhao Mai gazed at Dogmeat in bewilderment, only to perceive a mix of pride and a hint of smugness in its expression. This was truly peculiar. He had only heard of magical pets belonging to wizards and sorcerers that could enhance their intelligence. He had never encountered a ranger's animal companion endowed with such capabilities. Traditionally, one could only train animal companions to enhance their strength or agility, while increasing intelligence was reliant upon enlightening spells, which were typically reserved for high-level druids, far beyond the purview of rangers. Fortunately, Dogmeat did not display a look of incredulity. Or Zhao Mai might have been led to believe that this old dog possessed telepathic abilities. Perhaps the pristine environment of this land imparted intelligence to its creatures. Understood. I have memorized the map. Please convey my gratitude to Ranger Carl. Zhao Mai carefully rolled up the map. Dogmeat nodded gravely, as if accepting this blessing. It then trotted over to the gnome's lifeless body, pawing at a necklace on the ground before placing it beneath itself. Hey, don't you dare steal that. That's my trophy, Zhao Mai exclaimed. Dogmeat shook its head, sniffing the resplendent gem pendant before pinning it down with its front paws. Reserves jumped down from its back, playfully rolling on the ground and attempting to sneakily tug at the necklace with its hind legs, as if to claim it. What a good little companion, already considering its master's interests. Zhao Mai strolled over slowly, extending his arm toward the necklace. Dogmeat, sensing this duo's intent, nudged Reserves aside with its nose and began to scratch the puppy's belly with its paws. Reserves erupted in laughter, one hind leg raised in the air as if pleading for mercy. Dogmeat affectionately licked it before picking up the necklace and gazing at Zhao Mai with wide eyes. If I were in trouble just now, would you come to my aid? Zhao Mai inquired. Dogmeat emitted a soft whine, seemingly in response. In truth, Zhao Mai was uncertain whether a dog could comprehend his words, especially when he spoke in Mandarin. Yet, the bond forged by the ranger gifting him this little dog remained unfulfilled. All right, take the necklace as a reward for your readiness to assist. Zhao Mai waved his hand, addressing Dogmeat. Do you wish to play with Reserves a bit longer, or shall we return now? The night has fallen, and I suggest you wait until dawn to depart. This time, Zhao Mai was convinced that Dogmeat understood him. The two dogs, one large and one small, went off to play, adding an extra layer of security to the camp. Zhao Mai pondered briefly before donning his clothes, ensuring he was not left clad in only his undergarments. He then turned his attention back to the gnome's belongings. The small backpack contained few items, most of which were suited only for diminutive beings, making it somewhat cumbersome for Zhao Mai. For instance, a small portion of dried food, only slightly larger than a compressed biscuit, would suffice for him for half a day, yet it could sustain the gnome for 3 days. A small water pouch, a tiny mirror, and a bar of soap were of little utility. However, a small bottle of ink was quite valuable, and although the paper was small, it could still serve a purpose. The quill was almost too delicate to manage. Upon careful consideration, a pouch of coins emerged as the most significant find. And for the first time, Zhao Mai beheld the currency of this world. The so-called gold coins were roughly the size of a human thumbnail, appearing rather meager. The quality of the gold was subpar, and the weight fell off. They were likely mixed with other metals, possibly copper. The front of the coin bore the inscription Valisha, a name Zhao Mai recognized as the region's designation. Valisha was hardly a nation. At best, it was a coalition of city-states, where commercial aspirations outweighed political and military considerations. The reverse side displayed the numeral 1 in various languages, accompanied by a warning in the common tongue. Abadar watches over you. Who was Abadar? Zhao Mai felt he had encountered this name before but could not recall the specifics. After all, he was not a walking encyclopedia, unable to clarify everything with a mere query. The silver coins were slightly larger, akin to a 1 yuan coin, while the copper coins were even larger yet lighter. After counting, he found approximately 70 gold coins, 30 silver, and 15 copper coins in the pouch, marking his first earnings in this foreign realm. As for the magical scrolls, their contents were indecipherable. He had no use for wands, and who would dare drink potions haphazardly? Zhao Mai began to nostalgically reminisce about the industrial systems of Earth, where products at least came with instructions, warranties, and production dates. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once he reached Nebo Town, all of these items, including that large sack of salt, would be sold off. Chapter 29. One person, one car, one dog. There is little that surpasses the security of 2 dogs guarding one abode. Although they were still ensconced in the forest, lying atop a bed of leaves, Zhao Mai slept with an unparalleled sense of peace and tranquility. In his dreams, he envisioned his cozy home, complete with a comfortable mattress and soft pillows. As he opened his eyes, he found the campfire nearly extinguished, its embers glowing like intermittent stars, pulsating gently in the morning breeze as if breathing rhythmically. Not far away, he heard the cheerful barks of his companion, who was tugging at a prize alongside the Dogmeat, struggling with some quarry. Upon sitting up, a smile graced Zhao Mai's face as he beheld a tortoise, nearly the size of a basin. Its legs were injured by the Dogmeat, rendering it unable to flee, and it could only retract its head as it was dragged toward the camp. Zhao Mai unsheathed his short sword and rushed over, plunging it forcefully into the seams of the tortoise's shell, thus ending its life. On Earth, many tortoises are protected species, known for their docility and harmlessness, beloved by many. However, in this fantastical realm, survival necessitated such actions, compelling Zhao Mai to capture this creature for sustenance. The law of the jungle is not the entirety of existence, yet it undeniably holds sway. The headless corpse of the gnome lay nearby, its body stripped bare, leaving nothing behind. Survival reigns supreme. Self-preservation is never trifling. Thus, Zhao Mai bore no moral qualms about setting traps for the gnome, nor did he feel remorse that its remains would serve as nourishment for insects. To dismantle the tortoise's hard shell was an impossibility for Zhao Mai, armed only with a short sword and an axe. A hammer and saw would be requisite for such a task. Nevertheless, cooking it with the shell intact was feasible, albeit with some waste. He gathered ample firewood, using his shield as a makeshift spade to excavate a shallow pit slightly larger than the tortoise, then ignited the fire, tossing the creature into the pit. This method resembled a fusion of teppanyaki and beggar-esh chicken, one of the simplest forms of culinary preparation. During this interval, Zhao Mai donned his armor, categorically organizing his equipment to ensure that every tool was within easy reach. Among his spoils, he cherished a length of rope, light yet resilient, measuring over 20 meters, now secured at his waist. This gnome was no seasoned adventurer, as evidenced by the meager provisions he carried. Had Zhao Mai and his companions possessed ample resources and carrying capacity, they would have filled their packs with every conceivable item, preparing for any potential dilemma. The gnome, however, had only a haphazard assortment of trinkets suitable for barter but lacking in practical tools. Once equipped, Zhao Mai fashioned a long, robust branch into a spear, which could double as a javelin for striking foes when necessary. By the time he completed his preparations, the tortoise was nearly roasted to perfection. Its once hard shell was now charred, and with a decisive blow, it shattered into pieces. Zhao Mai extracted the charred mass from the fire using a branch, wiped his axe clean, and forcefully opened it. The flesh of the tortoise, though somewhat tough, exuded a delectable aroma, and the surrounding ambience further enhanced the wild essence of the meal. Seated upon the ground, Zhao Mai sprinkled some salt and, emulating the preparation of roasted duck, sliced the meat with his axe, stuffing pieces into his mouth, followed by the dog meat and rations. The trio, 2 dogs and a man, remained silent, engrossed in their sumptuous feast. Once satiated, Zhao Mai was permitted to stroke the head of the dog meat. Although it would shy away after 3 gentle pats, only its master, Carl, could freely ruffle its fur. Among the unbreakable bonds of life, having shared the same roof could be considered a connection. As they had all undergone the training of the ranger, Carl, sharing the burden of arms was a stretch, yet the dog meat likely anticipated ambushing the gnome. Albeit Zhao Mai's swift actions rendered that unnecessary. Splitting the spoils was undoubtedly a solid bond, with the brilliant gem pendant still resting beneath the dog's body. As for sharing other experiences, well, Zhao Mai pondered, perhaps that was best left unexamined. Recently, he had begun to perceive these animals as beings of intellect akin to his own, a trend that, while understandable, still struck him as peculiar. Reflecting on this, Zhao Mai concluded that he ought to immerse himself in civilized society, engaging more with humanity. Though loyal and endearing, the dog meat should not alter his aesthetic sensibilities. Should it? After feasting, it was time to part ways. The farewell was simple. The dog meat licked the rations affectionately, then sniffed its rear, signaling a goodbye. Clutching the gem pendant, it trotted into the thicket without a backward glance. The rations lifted its nose, inhaling deeply for a prolonged moment, before turning to nudge Zhao Mai's calf, seeking a hug. Once hoisted onto Zhao Mai's shoulder, the ration's mood lifted, its tail wagging joyfully once more. Zhao Mai carried it through the dense woods, returning to the shores of Ashen Lake. His vehicle remained undisturbed in its original position, though the branches that once obscured it lay scattered on the ground for reasons unknown. Surveying the surroundings, he noted with satisfaction that the car bore no trace of dirt or dust. What had the old angel said? This vehicle was indestructible, self-sufficient, impervious to external influences? Such resilience was indeed fortuitous, sparing him the trouble of removing camouflage. Seated behind the steering wheel, Zhao Mai watched as the rations pranced about in the passenger seat, sniffing the air with curiosity. With a mischievous grin, he abruptly started the engine, delighting in the startled yelps of the rations, who leapt in alarm. Driving south along the lake's edge, guided by the map, he aimed for Nebo Town. However, the absence of roads presented a myriad of challenges. The rugged cobblestones were manageable, provided he avoided the larger boulders. Yet many areas consisted of soft mud, which, while not quite swampy, posed a risk of ensnaring the vehicle, necessitating careful navigation around such treacherous spots. Zhao Mai often found it necessary to halt his journey, wielding his axe to clear away bushes, thus creating a passage for the car. Each day, he allocated 2 hours to forage for food, ensuring adequate supplies for himself and the rations. Curiously, he wished to ascertain whether the water in the car's radiator was potable, yet he hesitated, fearing it might jeopardize the vehicle's operation, thus shelving the experiment. Living off the land, Ashen Lake teemed with vitality, brimming with diverse fish and avian species. Zhao Mai endeavored to spear fish with a wooden javelin, but his lack of skill rendered him unsuccessful, wasting considerable effort in vain. Nevertheless, the rations discovered a clutch of bird eggs in the reeds by the lake, providing a splendid source of nourishment. With the car, nights became significantly safer. Once the doors were secured, neither man nor dog within would suffer harm. Regardless of the tumult outside, the vehicle offered air conditioning, music, and cushioned seats for sleeping. The rations relished curling up in the passenger seat, resembling a fluffy ball. Each evening before retiring, Zhao Mai would dig a shallow pit by the lake, diverting water into it, constructing a barrier from sharpened branches. The pointed ends faced inward, creating a trap. The fish, oblivious to danger while swimming in, would find themselves pricked upon attempting to escape. These thorns would not harm their scales but would effectively prevent their exit. Zhao Mai sought out ants, worms, and other bait, hopeful to find greedy fish ensnared by morning. With a simple earthen dam blocking the pit's mouth, he would be left with the task of retrieving his catch. The rations were not finicky eaters. They savored roasted fish with the same enthusiasm as a cat. Zhao Mai offered as much as it desired, and it complied obediently. This was the dog that resonated most profoundly with Zhao Mai, unrivaled in its companionship. Chapter 30. About Nebo Town. As one journeys southwest along the verdant expanse of Kangjian Forest, the trees gradually become sparse, intermittently revealing fragmented logging paths that appear near the shores of Ash Lake. Flanking these paths are remnants of ancient and decaying tree trunks, which, after enduring the relentless assault of wind, sun, and rain, have become sanctuaries for moss and mushrooms. Through the interstices of the trees, one can glimpse aged stumps, cloaked in grass and shrubs. This area was once a thriving timber yard, providing high-quality wood that served as a livelihood for many. Nestled beside Kangjian Forest, Nebo Town emerged. Or more accurately, a portion of Kangjian Forest was felled and reshaped into what is now known as Nebo Town, once flourishing due to the timber industry. The town fell into calamity as a consequence of excessive logging. A group of druids residing near Ash Lake vehemently opposed the rampant deforestation for commercial gain. After numerous futile warnings, they initiated their own measures. A plague curse targeting the loggers descended upon Nebo Town, afflicting all who felled trees with a debilitating weakness that rendered them utterly incapable of work. Tensions escalated between the townsfolk and the druids. The merchants of Nebo Town hired numerous adventurers to mount a persistent assault on the druid community, relentlessly pursuing them across the two forests flanking the eastern and western banks of Ash Lake. The druids, fortified by their advantageous position, proved formidable. Many adventurers who ventured forth to fulfill their contracts vanished as if consumed by the forest itself. The substantial risks associated with these endeavors inflated the bounties. Yet the merchants' accumulated wealth sufficed to sustain the ongoing quests. An increasing number of adventurers, lured by the prospect of profit, converged upon Nebo Town, uniting their efforts for this cause. After incurring significant casualties while clashing with the druids, they unearthed an alternative path to wealth. The young men of Nebo Town, primarily lumberjacks, found themselves cursed by the debilitating plague, barely able to sustain themselves, let alone wield weapons for self-defense. The town's defenses plummeted to an unprecedented low, while the adventurers gathered were among the mightiest ever seen. Although not all adventurers succumbed to banditry, a faction of ill-intentioned individuals incited those with noble intentions to become a minority. A wave of plunder ensued, plunging the town into chaos, with bloodshed continuing unabated in the name of greed. The druids observed this turmoil and extended a helping hand during the townsfolk's moment of despair. A safe passage to the forest emerged, with wild beasts serving as guardians, significantly mitigating the losses incurred by Nebo Town. Although the town was nearly reduced to ruins, a reconciliation was reached between the villagers and the druids, marking the end of the frenzied commercial logging era. The focus shifted from timber production to the processing of wood products, resulting in a reduced consumption of trees while profits remained comparable to the past. Moreover, the townspeople began reforestation efforts, systematically enriching Kangjian Forest, establishing a new equilibrium. The pursuit of the bandit adventurers persisted for 2 decades, with all recovered funds reinvested into the town's reconstruction. This experience instilled in Nebo Town a profound appreciation for dialogue and communication, vehemently opposing the escalation of conflicts to violent confrontations. Their efficient, professional town guard stood as a robust safeguard for this philosophy. This is a town of eloquence. Though somewhat pejorative, this description encapsulates the essence of the town's character. It is thus not surprising that it has become the most inclusive and open-minded settlement in the north. The forests that Zhao Mai observed along his journey were those that had been replanted. The stumps left from past logging, with their roots still clinging tenaciously to the soil, remained due to the prohibitive costs of removal. The pathways through the woods were often half consumed by stumps, rendering them unsuitable for vehicular passage. Modern transportation necessitates an entire supporting system, yet the level of development in Gralian remains at the stage of horseback riding and cart usage. Zhao Mai contemplated this as he drove, discussing with his companion. I believe we should not park the vehicle within the village. The risks are too great. Such a rare object would attract too much attention, don't you think? Wang, the food reserve, opened his eyes wide and replied earnestly, although I defeated the gnome illusionist. It was under fortuitous circumstances and does not truly reflect my capabilities. If someone were to plot against me and strike from behind, I would be in dire straits. Food reserve opened his mouth wide, his tongue sweeping over his upper teeth, then barked twice. Oh, you disagree? You believe that with you around, no one would dare to strike me from behind? Zhao Mai chuckled at the little dog, feeling grateful. Thank you for your concern, but you are still too young. I cannot risk you. It is better to be cautious. Juan, I must surely be losing my mind to be conversing with a dog so fluently. Zhao Mai pinched his cheek hard, the sharp pain jolting him into awareness. He hoped this wasn't a sign of mental instability. Too much self-conversation could lead to dire consequences. This was Zhao Mai's foremost concern. The fact that he could traverse in a taxi had profoundly shocked him. if he could not share this experience with others. The excitement within him would continue to build, potentially overwhelming his mental defenses. Thus, he seized every opportunity to learn the common tongue, striving to simulate various conversational scenarios with his limited vocabulary, hoping to integrate into this world swiftly. Nonetheless, the vehicle must be concealed. Boldly driving into the town was never a prudent choice. The ranger had informed Zhao Mai via his canine assistant to head towards Nebo town. Yet the nature of the town remained undisclosed. What if a powerful lord decided to rob him upon seeing the vehicle? If Zhao Mai remained inside, he would be unafraid of anything. The only thing that frightened him was what he had mentioned to the food reserve, being struck from behind. An abandoned lumber yard appeared by the roadside, with many animals startled by the car horn fleeing from a half-collapsed warehouse. The roads within the yard had long been destroyed, and the ravages of nature, compounded by neglect, had concealed the traces of industry. This seems a suitable place. Zhao Mai circled the area, finding no signs of camping or human activity. He moved aside a few rotting timbers and parked the vehicle within a warehouse missing a portion of its wall. Unless one were to enter and stand directly beside the car, it would be nearly impossible to discern its presence from outside. The journey ahead was now his to undertake. Zhao Mai rummaged through the old lumber yard, selecting several decent lengths of wood, which he split, shaped, and bound with cloth to serve as a staff, a yoke, and a walking stick. A dilapidated handcart remained usable, provided one could endure the cacophony of its creaking wheels. However, he found no oil within the lumber yard. So this jarring sound accompanied Zhao Mai on his journey. After departing the lumber yard and following the faintly visible remnants of an old road for over half a day, Zhao Mai finally encountered a trade route marked by wheel ruts. In the distance, beyond the trees, wisps of white smoke spiraled into the sky, merging with the clouds. That was Nebo town, soon to welcome 2 hungry travelers. Chapter 31. The Hearth Tavern. As Zhao Mai and his young canine companion entered the town, the soldier stationed at the wooden watchtower cast a fleeting glance at them, lasting no more than 2 seconds. The sheriff, tasked with inspecting passing travelers to prevent wanted criminals or bandits from infiltrating the town, hardly spared Zhao Mai a second thought. Perhaps, in their eyes, a ravenous youth accompanied by a puppy posed no threat whatsoever. With no time to scrutinize the cobblestone streets or assess the strength and living standards of the townsfolk, Zhao Mai's gaze flitted incessantly over the various signs. This was not Earth, education was not widespread, and illiteracy was commonplace. Thus, even those who could not read a single word could still navigate life here. The illustrations on the signs conveyed a multitude of meanings, and one particular sign depicting a hearth, roasted chicken, and beer captured Zhao Mai's attention completely. This was the place. He had finally found somewhere to eat. His loyal companion wagged its tail in agreement, following closely behind him as they entered. 2 serving maids stood beneath the sign of the Hearth Tavern. As Zhao Mai strode inside, the older girl shielded her face with her hand. Zhao Mai politely requested that they step aside, not wishing to accidentally harm them upon entering. The younger maid giggled, understanding his intentions, but her laughter suggested that his awkward demeanor did not convey the air of a truly refined individual. Their presence at the entrance was intended to entice arriving patrons, swiftly negotiating a transaction related to their services. The older maid's gaze was sharper. She noticed Zhao Mai's dark pupils and the strands of black hair peeking from beneath the brim of his leather hat. Such rare physical traits hinted at risk, and her gesture to cover her face signified disinterest, urging him to reconsider. This subtle communication was lost on Zhao Mai, who remained oblivious to the implications. Even if he guessed the nature of the 2 women as professions, he was entirely ignorant of the social nuances at play, being merely a novice. Within the tavern, at the far end of the bustling hall, a portly man was diligently wiping down the counter. His large hands maneuvered a massive cloth across the surface with impressive speed. Despite his busy hands, his tiny, squinting eyes observed everything with keen attention. The tavern was a melting pot of various elements, including trouble. Those wishing to conceal their identities nestled in shadowy corners, while those seeking information gathered by the hearth, basking in its warmth. The inebriated claimed the central tables, and the raucous patrons who sought to lay hands on the maids positioned themselves along the corridor leading from the kitchen to the main hall, a thoroughfare through which all must pass. Zhao Mai cradled his supplies and made his way through the hall, settling at the most conspicuous table, closest to the rotund proprietor. He intended to order some food, but suddenly realized he was unfamiliar with the local dishes. After a quick scan, he opted for the safest options: meat, bread, eggs, and ale. "Which foolish child has wandered here?" murmured some patrons, their gazes drifting from him as they failed to find what they sought, neither opportunity for profit nor anything of interest. His attire, a patchwork of outdated armor that was slightly ill-fitting, drew disdain. The remnants of his survival in the wilderness, mud, soot, and wear, adorned his gear, while his short sword and axe appeared rather meager, lacking the essentials of a proper warrior's kit. The heavy sack at his back might have attracted attention, yet his novice appearance dissuaded further scrutiny, rendering him inconspicuous. The proprietor, arriving at the same conclusion, was relieved to ascertain that this new customer posed no threat. His sole concern now was whether he would receive payment for the meal. His voice, a curious tremor accompanied by the flapping of thick lips, rendered Zhao Mai's already limited hearing nearly useless. Nevertheless, what issues could arise in a tavern? Inquiries typically revolved around room rentals, payment methods, or requests for special services. Often, life resembles a game, or rather, games distill life's most fundamental and likely scenarios. In a tavern, barring brawls, nearly every matter could be resolved with coin, and if that failed, by the fist. Zhao Mai surmised that the tavern owner sought payment, and thus he opened his gnome-sized coin pouch for inspection. The gold coins had long been removed and stored elsewhere, leaving merely 3 pieces for show. A simple meal would not cost much, and his basic fare merely required a few silver coins. With wealth comes ease. Shortly thereafter, a hearty serving of chicken stew with carrots drenched in potato broth, 2 boiled eggs, a loaf of brown bread the size of his forearm, and a sizable mug of ale were presented before him. Among the array of dishes, the ale piqued Zhao Mai's interest the most. This beer-like beverage, brewed from roasted barley, was reputed to possess a sweet and rich flavor. Alesh from different regions encapsulated the essence of their local terroir. Prior to this meal, all he had known of it were the descriptions found in books. Having sipped only boiled lake water during his journey, its peculiar taste never quite satisfactory, he was eager to try the ale, which was favored for its ease of production, affordability, longevity, and nutritional value, serving as a substitute for water. With a generous gulp, Zhao Mai found that the accounts he had read were somewhat exaggerated. If the beer he had previously tasted resembled a refreshing orange drink, then this ale was akin to a fruit drink filled with chewy bits. While it was certainly sweeter than the boiled lake water, it was merely palatable. As for the aroma of the beverage, he detected little. Let it suffice as water to accompany my meal, he mused, surveying the platter before him. Each item, in terms of appearance and aroma, was satisfactory. Zhao Mai discerned a simple message from his meal: eat until full. With hunger as his seasoning, he could consume anything. He seized a spoon and hastily devoured his meal, washing it down with ale, finishing his portion in mere moments. His companion, the pup, relished the chicken and eggs with delight. The entire meal was rather bland, aromatic yet lacking in saltiness. After some contemplation, he ordered a substantial portion of roasted meat, eager to gauge the local flavors and seek a market for his salt. As expected, even the roasted chicken was equally insipid, offering only the fragrance of fat without the enhancement of good salt. Zhao Mai refrained from salting his food in public, and his appetite waned momentarily. With the aid of body language and rudimentary common tongue, he managed to secure a room for lodging and expressed his desire to hire a local guide as a temporary servant, rubbing the 2 gold coins in his hands. The portly owner pondered, swiftly conjuring a list of suitable candidates in his mind. Ferdinand Green, nicknamed Crazy Rat, might be just the right fit. Chapter 32. The Guild. I can communicate in the common tongue, albeit poorly, thus I require someone well-versed in local matters. Zhao Mai articulated this in a halting manner before scrutinizing the individual before him, one Ferdinand Green, who bore the moniker Mad Rat. At first glance, he bore no resemblance to a rodent. His facial features were sharp, his build average yet slightly muscular, and his skin was well maintained. Judging by his eyes, he appeared to be around Zhao Mai's age, embodying a certain youthful maturity infused with passion. With a touch of proper grooming, he could undoubtedly be an exceptional young man. Yet his tattered and patched clothing marred the overall impression. Nevertheless, his command of the common tongue was commendable, spoken clearly and deliberately, likely slowed intentionally to aid Zhao Mai's comprehension, which earned him considerable merit. I understand. You wish to employ me as a servant to assist with various tasks, Green stated. While this is not my primary vocation, I am certainly capable. According to the guild's standard pricing, the daily wage for a servant in Nebo Town cannot fall below 5 silver coins. I can offer superior service, thus my rate is 8 silver coins per day. Zhao Mai pondered this, realizing he grasped Green's meaning with little effort. A remarkable feat. He observed that Green possessed a linguistic aptitude, emphasizing key terms within his sentences. Even if the remaining parts were not fully understood, these pivotal words facilitated comprehension of the entire statement. For this reason, he deemed it reasonable to pay a little extra, especially since all his funds had originated from the gnome illusionist. Let the first 3 days serve as a trial. I am willing to pay 5 silver coins per day, and thereafter we can discuss an increase. How does that sound? Of course, that is permissible by the guild. If you have no pressing matters, please accompany me to the guild for registration so that I may commence my service. Zhao Mai nodded in agreement and inquired about the guild's functions. It took considerable effort for Mad Rat Green to elucidate the guild's role. The guild was a dedicated establishment for handling civil contracts, offering services such as drafting, reviewing, notarizing, safeguarding, and enforcing accountability, akin to a civil court, notary office, and law firm amalgamated into one. While this amalgamation had its drawbacks, such as a lack of precise division of labor and excessive power, it represented a significant advancement for Glalian at its current developmental stage. The guild's operations spanned various aspects, with a group of specialists in documentation and writing defining the essential elements of standardized contracts. It was said that during this process, they referenced numerous infernal soul contracts to achieve an impeccable standard, though this remained a distant aspiration, due to a considerable number of illiterates. Individuals often suffered losses when signing contracts and documents. The guild's existence altered this reality, as standardized practices fostered a more expansive market, coupled with the town's proclivity for negotiation. The guild's business flourished. Utilizing the service fees collected, the guild could hire adventurers to pursue those who breached contracts. The guild was primarily concerned with whether the recovered gold could compensate the aggrieved party, showing little regard for the fate of the defaulters. Green shrugged and, in a serious tone, cautioned Zhao Mai, "It is far easier to kill than to capture, and mercenaries prefer to work in the most efficient manner. Thus, the vast majority of defaulters do not survive. Is there no lord in the area to oversee this?" Zhao Mai inquired. "If the defaulter remains in the vicinity, they typically approach the guild to explain their breach. With dialogue, a solution can generally be reached," Green replied. "Once they flee, however, they escape the jurisdiction of the local lord, and other lords are usually indifferent to such matters, as the deceased are not their subjects." Zhao Mai grasped the situation. The autonomy of local lords, combined with a certain tit-for-tat mentality, while indicative of an orderly civilization, was incomparable to the world with which he was familiar. Each locale adhered to its own rules, and every region wielded its own enforcement entities. Judgments and punishments could arrive swiftly and severely. The absence of a unified constitution and a clearly defined judicial system rendered this world perilously insecure. Perhaps in villages, neighbors might look out for one another, preserving a modicum of order, but beyond the town's borders lay a realm governed by the law of the jungle. If one lacked proof from other merchants or local guarantors, registering one's identity demanded a fee equivalent to 1/10 of the contract's value. Green asked, "For how long do you intend to employ me?" "Not exceeding 2 months." Zhao Mai replied after some contemplation. Consulting the clock on the carriage, he recognized the 30-fold disparity in temporal flow between Glalian and his own world. Here, a stable month consisted of 30 days, equating to a single day in his realm. He had already been present for nearly half a month. An extension of another half to a full month represented his limit. He did not wish to cause undue concern for his family, who might perceive him as missing. He registered his identity under the name Mike, while his local contact was designated as Ranger Carl, which elicited surprise from Green, who widened his eyes. Noticing Green's reaction, Zhao Mai inquired, "Is Ranger Carl well known?" Though seldom seen, he is widely recognized. He is a trusted figure among local townsfolk and the druidic community. It was he who facilitated the druid's assistance to Nebo Town, and at that time, he was but a child under 10. Zhao Mai lifted the supplies and presented them to Green. "This dog was a gift from him, and now he is my loyal companion." The supplies let out an appropriate bark, panting adorably. Green smiled, yet his mind churned with thoughts. After a few hours of interaction, he discerned several inconsistencies. This Mike, who hailed from outside the town, was indeed not fully proficient in the common tongue, yet he exhibited a certain refinement. A true bumpkin, upon first arriving at the guild, would likely be overwhelmed by its intricate procedures and novel concepts, rendered utterly lost. However, Mike appeared quite at ease, even identifying certain deficiencies within the system. Transitioning from chaos to order necessitated ample learning. Yet what type of education could occur without the common tongue? This newcomer possessed another native language. And while his speech was halting and occasionally grammatically flawed, traces of his distinct mother tongue emerged. Green, fluent in multiple languages, had never encountered such grammatical habits. Considering the exceedingly obedient dog and the connection to Ranger Carl, Green immediately associated this individual with the druidic community. The enigmatic druidic language had long been kept secret. Perhaps this was the source of Mike's origins. Matters were becoming increasingly intriguing. "Why did you register as a merchant rather than an adventurer?" Green inquired. "Merchants incur higher taxes, which seems impractical. Because I have goods to sell, and if possible, I wish to establish a trade route, which necessitates registration as a merchant, does it not? Technically, you could commission other merchants to sell on your behalf, which would reduce your costs." The guild's clerk lifted his gaze to meet Green's, choosing not to expose the inconsistency in his words. While Green's statement held truth considering taxes, commission sales would indeed lower costs. The potential profit could diminish even further. However, the individual before him, named Mike, struck Green as a clever person with his own ideas, likely having grasped the underlying rationale. Chapter 33 The Common Tongue was nearly mastered. Thus, Zhao Mai acquired a household registration in Nebo Town, transforming into a person of some repute. However, he chose to remain discreet, residing temporarily in the guest room of the Hearth Tavern, with no intentions of renting or purchasing property within the town. After calculating his daily expenses, He realized that if he were to earn nothing, his 70 gold coins would be depleted within a month, leaving him in a state of destitution, which struck him as quite astonishing. The farmers of Nebo Town toiled for an entire year without earning such an amount. Why would he squander it so quickly? Upon calming his thoughts and meticulously listing his expenditures for comparison, he began to grasp the intricacies involved, excluding housing, servants, and food. Zhao Mai found that he required only 2 or 3 gold coins a month. Furthermore, many farmers produce their own clothing, necessitating even less currency. Within the self-sufficient peasant economy, land stands as the ultimate capital. With land, one can cultivate grains to sustain oneself and erect shelter against the elements. Meat can be raised, clothing woven, and even the trials of life and death are tended to by the life goddess, Phalesma, although a lord still governs, imposing some harsh and fluctuating decrees. Those who possess land indeed live for themselves. Owning land and building one's own home had always been Zhao Mai's dream, which explains his eagerness to explore the possibility of acquiring a parcel of land here. However, doing so alone is fundamentally improbable. There is plenty of unclaimed land beyond the town, Green remarked, though nominally owned by various lords, due to the lack of cultivation and tax payments. The lords show little concern, as they receive no income. If you identify a suitable plot, as long as you cultivate it and pay the taxes, no one will disturb your land. Why do so few attempt this? Zhao Mai inquired. It is perilous, Green replied, pulling a chair to the table and gesturing for Zhao Mai to sit, indicating a desire for a serious discussion. Wild beasts present the first challenge. Yet an experienced farmer can manage them. More troublesome are goblins and kobolds, which swarm in groups and have devastated many villages before they could establish themselves. Should one encounter orcs or gnolls, their military organization is formidable, and ordinary adventurers often fall to them, relying instead on the Lord's army. Most of the time, they merely drive them away. Complete annihilation is rare. Remember, lords must also manage their own battle losses. Why not employ regular patrols to deter orcs and the like? Zhao Mai asked. Because there are even more dangerous entities, Green clarified. Magical beasts, aberrations, undead, and dragons do not fear armies. In such instances, the strength of adventurers becomes more reliable. However, even they can only contend with 1 or 2 stragglers at a time. The utmost power lies with a few professional guilds, supplemented by temples. Nebo Town maintains ties with the druid community. Otherwise, how could it have developed to such a scale? Every civilization possesses unique survival skills, a truth that Zhao Mai gradually began to understand. He spent over a week engaged in conversation with Green, enhancing his mastery of the common tongue. Without such practice, how could he comprehend the complex introductions? You ought to pay me more, Green jested. Hiring a professional language instructor is far more costly than a servant. I've spoken so much these days that I've gained weight. He took another hearty gulp of ale. Perhaps we should switch to water, Zhao Mai teased. Green chuckled, ceasing his complaints. The ale was purchased with Zhao Mai's hard-earned coin, and as long as he did not become inebriated, Green was free to indulge. He was naturally fond of drinking, relishing this arrangement. Moreover, drinking provided an opportunity for conversation on any topic, provided they maintained a slow pace in the common tongue with simple vocabulary. It was truly the most comfortable occupation. How could Green be dissatisfied? Zhao Mai felt similarly pleased. Through Green's descriptions, he connected the abstract concepts on paper with the vibrant world around him, gradually shaping a vivid, corporeal image. The price of such corporeality, however, was financial scarcity. Green, do you have any suggestions for safely selling goods without attracting attention? Green paused in his drinking, setting down his cup and licking his lips. Then said, if it were your first day here, I would recommend the Wooden Stake General Store. They have connections with the Southern Thieves Guild and might fulfill your desires. However, now I advise against it. Is it because you think I'm a good person? Zhao Mai retorted. Pa, I believe you are too weak. Green shook his head. Do not let your armor and weapons deceive you. If it comes to a fight, your combat prowess is quite concerning. Most apprentices could best you. Your only advantage lies in your intelligence, which may aid you in spontaneous situations, but that is not reliable. Against cautious opponents, your wits will be of little use. You are correct. I concede my shortcomings in combat. But how did you discern my intelligence? From your rapid language acquisition and astonishing breadth of knowledge. Green would not voice this, instead shifting topics. For safety's sake, you likely will not disclose what you intend to sell until you arrive at the Wooden Stake General Store. I do not mind this approach, as I will still receive my commission. However, I am concerned you may produce something noteworthy, attracting the attention of the Thieves Guild, which could lead to dire consequences. Thank you for your concern. Do you have any recommendations? Utilize the guild's channels and rely on the protective contracts of Nebo Town. I can assist you in contacting merchants and drafting confidentiality clauses in the contract for the guild to safeguard. The costs may be higher, but the security far exceeds that of dealing with the Thieves Guild. I believe this is what truly matters to you. Let me ponder this, Zhao Mai nodded. He was no naive youth and would not take one side's word at face value. He felt confident that his command of the common tongue was sufficient for most situations and resolved to visit the guild. He had previously signed a contract with Green at the guild, so he knew its location and that there were individuals dedicated to explaining guild procedures. The 2 gold coins for the explanation might seem considerable to an ordinary person, yet Zhao Mai deemed it a worthy investment. Now, he could roughly understand the conversations around him, greet others with appropriate local etiquette, and avoid embarrassing himself. He could even distinguish between genuine beggars and spies from the Southern Thieves Guild. Green had once lamented that the Thieves Guild from Southern Nadal was striving to extend its reach northward. The Shadow Council, Nadan's governing body, lacked significant military strength, yet tirelessly supported local organizations in their outward expansion, leaving one to wonder about their intentions, whether real or feigned. Zhao Mai placed a copper coin in the bowls of both genuine beggars and impostors alike, having discerned that none of the coins were fake coins. In the healthy wilderness, currency was scarce, and fake coins held no value. Yet, upon arriving in a trade-oriented town to seek out other fake coins, one must naturally keep the previous one close at hand. He sought a craftsman to create a pendant, embedding the coin within it, which he wore close to his body. Zhao Mai hoped it would soon resonate with other coins, granting him greater freedom to traverse between the 2 realms. "Hey, can you come over for a moment?" As he walked along the street, Zhao Mai was surprised to hear the common tongue. He turned to look, but found no one addressing him. He glanced at his provisions. Noticing a small dog fixated on a black cat by the roadside, its throat emitting low growls, displaying signs of wariness. "Do you remember the tongue of heaven?" The cat waved its paw, mimicking the familiar beckoning gesture of the ubiquitous fortune cat found in shops. Subsequently, it turned and slipped through a crack beneath the door into a quaint establishment. Gazing up at the sign, Zhao Mai noticed that the shop specialized in an array of vegetables and flowers. Could it possibly be a store run by a druid? Puzzled, Zhao Mai scratched his head and carried his supplies inside. Chapter 34. Allow me to join you. This was a seldom visited shop, where a few meager shelves displayed a sparse assortment of vegetables. Zhao Mai casually rummaged through them. The cucumbers were limp and could easily serve as whips, while the skins of the tomatoes had begun to wrinkle, indicating dehydration. Only the potatoes and carrots, being more resilient, appeared somewhat presentable. The shopkeeper was a dwarf who had long succumbed to slumber amidst the oppressive atmosphere. A black cat leaped over him, deftly snagging a string of keys from his belt with its tail. It then bounded over the counter, its form suddenly expanding into that of a middle-aged man. He was clad in light brown leather armor, his legs protected by leather pants and knee-high boots. A wooden staff nearly 2 meters long was slung diagonally across his back. Apart from that, he bore no other equipment. The man, now in human form, gestured for Zhao Mai to lower his voice, then lifted a loose brick from the wall behind the counter, inserting the keys into the opening. With a firm clockwise twist, a hidden door in the floor silently revealed itself. The man snapped off a piece of candle from the wall and stepped inside, with Zhao Mai following closely behind. Driven by intense curiosity, the secret door slowly closed behind them, and the man flicked his fingers, causing the candle to emit a flickering light, just enough to illuminate their path. A wooden staircase led them to a basement redolent with the scent of wine, likely once a wine cellar. However, it had since been transformed into a food store, with numerous cheeses occupying the shelves. "Could you please help me with this?" The middle-aged man communicated without uttering a word. The combination of telepathy and sign language proved exceedingly convenient. Zhao Mai watched as he procured a large plate, selecting several pieces of cheese, along with 2 pears and a bottle of wine from seemingly nowhere. The trio, 2 men and 1 dog, then exited from the far end of the cellar. After ascending several stone steps, they opened a sliding door, revealing a courtyard enclosed by walls on all sides, with no other exits visible apart from the door they had entered. In the center of the courtyard stood 2 ginkgo trees, their trunks entwined from years of growth, making them inseparable. The distinction between them was evident only in their leaves. One retained its verdant hue, while the other had begun to turn yellow. Beneath the trees lay 2 stone stools and 3 thick logs surrounding a smooth stone slab. The man placed the cheese platter and wine on the slab, holding up a pear in each hand for Zhao Mai to see. "Which one would you like?" "Choose one." Zhao Mai casually picked one up, wiped it on his clothing, and took a bite. It had been ages since he had tasted fruit. Aside from apples, most fruits were not easily preserved. The pear was juicy and sweet, a rare delight. "Why did you choose that one and not this?" the man inquired. "Pears are meant to be eaten, not to pose questions," Zhao Mai replied. Juice sprang from his bite. "I appreciate your response." The man smiled, chewing thoughtfully. The advantage of telepathic communication was that it did not hinder their enjoyment of food. Even as he crunched on the pear, his words reached Zhao Mai unimpeded. "I introduced myself during our last encounter. I am Joseph, a druid of the farmer's forest. It is a pleasure to meet you." He gestured to his face, then conveyed, "I understand you might not prefer the visage of an elderly man, so I chose this face to meet you." Zhao Mai extended his hand. "Hello, my name is Mike. It is a pleasure to meet you. I find your kind, druids, immensely fascinating, whether it be your magic or your natural transformations. Oh, what do you know about druids? Joseph asked, shaking Zhao Mai's hand, curiosity evident in his tone. I'm not sure I can articulate it clearly. I believe druids possess natural wisdom, a bond with nature, wild empathy, the ability to traverse forests unseen, resist natural temptations, immunity to toxins, the gift of many forms, and agelessness. Given the last two abilities, I cannot ascertain your true age. The druid was profoundly astonished. Although the terms Zhao Mai used were not entirely accurate, the essence of the information conveyed through telepathy was spot on. This was the merit of such communication, enabling individuals to transcend the barriers of language. Yet, it was precisely this understanding that left Joseph in awe, as it indicated that the young man before him comprehended the significance of every druidic skill. Each druid, during their training, develops their own insights, which evolve into theoretical guidance as they age and gain experience. Through generations, druids have termed these insights, which aid newcomers and yield tangible results, as skills to assess their proficiency. However, this system has traditionally remained within the druidic community, rarely shared beyond its confines, let alone in such a structured manner. Have you undergone druidic training before? Zhao Mai pondered for a moment, his expression somewhat vacant, yet his mind raced with thoughts. He realized, in his excitement, he had perhaps revealed too much, but inadvertently, Joseph assumed they were of the same ilk. Druids are powerful and steeped in history, arguably among the earliest spellcasters. In their time, the world was one of elemental wilderness, where even deities had yet to carve out their domains. Intelligent beings needed to utilize, transform, and conquer nature. Understanding it was paramount. The wisdom that resided within forests, plains, mountains, rivers, and oceans was a profound force that predated civilization. Through this wisdom, the most primitive of spells emerged, predating the concepts of arcane and divine magic. It was the power of nature, and its guardians and champions were the druids. Druids possessed the power to heal and wield elemental forces such as lightning and fire. They can communicate with plants, befriend beasts, and have amassed vast knowledge concerning the natural world. With the aid of the earliest druids, civilization began to take shape, wisdom accumulating over time. Eventually, arcane and divine magics emerged from this foundation. Dragons mastered the earliest forms of magic, while elves systematized and expanded upon it. Deities began to emerge, establishing domains and spreading faith, gathering followers. Meanwhile, druids remained in the wilderness, seeming out of place. They are often misunderstood, at times deliberately misrepresented. However, it is widely recognized that druids command the forces of nature, rising against those who dare threaten their lands, unrelenting in their display of wilderness power to those cowering behind castle walls. Their devotion to nature is profound, striving for balance and the cyclical way of life. Endowed with extraordinary power. For Zhao Mai, the allure of extraordinary power alone was enough to pique his interest, coupled with his considerations. A druid with healing abilities could undoubtedly aid his father, alleviating his ailments, a compelling reason indeed. While mages are often seen as the pinnacle of power, Zhao Mai understood that the extent to which someone accustomed to scientific reasoning could traverse the path of a mage remained uncertain. After over 20 years of atheism, the path of a priest would likely prove challenging as well. Among the three primary spellcasting professions, druids appeared to be the most approachable. My training ended prematurely. Zhao Mai stated earnestly, I am not a native of this world. I was only beginning to explore the theory of balance in my own world when I accidentally arrived here. I am eager to learn from you and to journey further along the path of nature. Please allow me to join you. Chapter 35. A deceptive glimpse. Joseph nodded, seemingly unfazed. Given that you have already undergone preliminary training as a druid, it is only natural that you wish to pursue further instruction. Transitioning between various druid communities can often be a cumbersome affair. However, your origins from another realm alleviate such complications. Zhao Mai adorned his face with the most sincere smile. Each druid community possesses its unique ecological environment, and consequently, distinct ideologies and philosophies. Might you elaborate on the principles of your original community? Who can fathom that? Zhao Mai fabricated his backstory, now facing scrutiny. He licked his lips, his mind whirring rapidly. What theme should he choose? Let industrialization be cast aside, long live nature? This was evidently a tad too radical, unlikely to resonate with the mainstream. Moreover, Joseph was currently present in Nebo Town, where the druid community enjoyed a harmonious relationship with the town. Such slogans would be inappropriate here. Discovering self-balance, delving into the essence of nature? This notion, while universally applicable, seemed overly esoteric, ill-suited for a more secular druid community, resembling the style of hermits. Zhao Mai did not wish to be perceived merely as a researcher or thinker. His primary aim remained the mastery of healing spells. Suddenly, inspiration struck him, and a brilliant idea emerged. Being a druid is not just a profession but a culture, imbued with its own worldview and methodology. It embraces nature, the wilderness, and studies the path of balance within the world. Yet, when it comes to the doctrine of balance, the humble druid does not hold much weight. Our guiding principle is the way follows nature, and the highest virtue is like water. If not for the reliance on telepathy, these 8 characters would be utterly untranslatable into the common tongue. At the very moment Zhao Mai uttered these words, Joseph appeared as if struck by lightning. His entire consciousness became vacuous, and all perception of the external world dissolved into nothingness, leaving only those 8 characters echoing in his mind. The way follows nature, and the highest virtue is like water. An overwhelming tide of information surged through his thoughts, as if those 8 characters contained boundless wisdom. He felt distinctly that this information represented the quintessence of understanding, embodying the ultimate truth. Yet, he could not seize it, nor could he transform it into his own insight. It was akin to standing amid a treasure trove, where even a mere fraction could lead to wealth and fulfillment. Yet, an invisible wall obstructed him, evoking endless regret and nostalgia. Joseph found it hard to breathe, his face flushed deep red, until Zhao Mai, sensing something amiss, gently called to him, allowing him to regain his composure. The druid gasped for breath, abandoning all pretense, gripping Zhao Mai's sleeve as he inquired, "What did that phrase mean?" It's difficult to articulate. It embodies a realization. I can only recount it in my own words, for it cannot be translated into the common tongue at this moment. Would you like to hear it? Stop the nonsense, just tell me. Oh. Zhao Mai stifled a chuckle internally, then feigned a look of rapture, reciting a portion of the Tao Te Ching, intentionally reversing the order. The way that can be spoken is not the eternal way. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. The way gives birth to 1. 1 gives birth to 2. 2 gives birth to 3. 3 gives birth to all things. All things carry the negative and embrace the positive, harmonizing through the breath of life. The highest virtue is like water. Water benefits all things and does not contend, dwelling where others disdain. Thus it is close to the way, dwelling in goodness of place, heart like an abyss. With goodness in benevolence, speech in trust, governance in righteousness, actions in capability, movement in timing. Only by not contending can there be no blame. Joseph had scarcely heard a few lines before he fainted. Zhao Mai knelt, checking his breath and the pulse at his neck. Goodness! How easily he succumbed. It was merely a few lines from the Tao Te Ching, was it not? Adhering to the principle of respecting the old and cherishing the young. He moved Joseph beneath the ginkgo tree, arranging him in a comfortable position, before returning to the stone table to await his awakening. The pairing of cheese with wine is quite popular in this world, yet Zhao Mai could never quite adapt to it. Thus, he separated the two, taking responsibility for the wine while the provisions managed the cheese. Recently, the provisions had been growing rapidly, his frame expanding while his fur grew shorter. In the ebb and flow, his size appeared similar to before, yet its substance was significantly richer. Running his hand over the surface, he often plucked out some old fur. The new fur was slightly coarser, yet still pleasing to the touch. The provisions enjoyed burrowing beneath Zhao Mai's palm, seeking a back rub. If Zhao Mai's hands were occupied, the provisions would nuzzle against his feet, showing no signs of discrimination. It had grown steadily, and once it shed its teeth, it could be considered a full-grown dog. It did not resemble a traditional dog, neither in face nor tail. The breed seemed akin to a golden retriever, while the provisions had initially appeared similar to a soft, plump Akita. However, as its limbs developed, it gradually lost that adorably foolish demeanor, resembling more of a rustic dog. Yet for Zhao Mai, this bore little significance. As long as it remained by his side, he was content. Provisions, do you think I could join the druids? If I could learn to forge a bond with nature, I would certainly choose you as my animal companion, just as Carl chose Dogmeat. Woof. The provisions licked Zhao Mai's hand, then rolled over to expose its belly. Scratching the soft flesh of its belly, the provisions kicked its hind legs in delight. It felt supremely happy, never wanting to part from Zhao Mai. Following this master, it had witnessed landscapes previously unseen and experienced unparalleled affection. Its only concern was that its master was too weak and needed protection. It feared accidentally causing harm. The scene of a man and his dog playing together caught Joseph's eye. As a seasoned druid, his body was notably resilient, and even when knocked unconscious, he would swiftly regain awareness. Having heard Mike's account, the telepathic signals had delivered immense impact, even shaking the very core of his nature, a rare occurrence indeed. He yearned to glean more information from Zhao Mai. However, the primary task was to assess whether this individual possessed the potential to become a druid. The sole criterion for such potential was the ability to coexist harmoniously with nature and its creatures. Thus, upon awakening, Joseph remained silent, observing Zhao Mai and his pet dog's interactions discreetly. While Zhao Mai might disguise his character and demeanor, the dog could not. Its emotions were always authentically expressed. The interaction between the man and his dog revealed a profound rapport and harmony, affirming Zhao Mai's qualification to become a druid. Understanding this, he feigned a posture of just awakening, stretching his limbs with exaggerated languor. Chapter 36. It settled upon hearing your words. I found them profoundly enlightening. sparking a deep contemplation of nature within me, leading me directly into a meditative state. I am truly grateful. Joseph stroked his chin, as if feeling the presence of a beard. It was only when his hand fell empty that he remembered he was not in the form of an elderly man, and he could only offer an awkward smile. If I could continue my studies within your druid community, and if my proficiency in the common tongue were to improve, I would be more than willing to share my experiences. Zhao Mai spoke generously. However, I can only recite. My comprehension of the meanings is still lacking, and I may not be able to express them fully. That is more than sufficient. Joseph waved his hand, conjuring a delicate ice flower from the moisture in the air. Each individual perceives nature differently. Perhaps it is a matter of perspective or the paths they choose, leading them to behold diverse landscapes. Some observe the birds soaring in the sky, others fixate on the creatures roaming the earth, while some pay heed to the winds in the woods and the soil beneath the grass. My focus lies on water, encompassing rain, snow, frost, and hail. Your words about the highest virtue being akin to water have deeply resonated with me. I would like to introduce you to the druid community and act as your sponsor. What do you think? That would be a dream come true, Zhao Mai replied. I wish to commence my studies promptly, yet I am unaware of the local community's customs. Let me ponder this. Joseph seated himself beside a stone table, his fingers gently tapping on its surface. The typical progression for a budding druid involves initially caring for the animals within the community, familiarizing themselves with their habits, and attuning them to the essence of nature. Subsequently, they would cultivate herbs, gaining insight into the characteristics of flora and delving into the knowledge of herbalism. This process typically spans 2 to 3 years, although there are exceptional individuals who may complete it in about a year and a half. Following this, one would study the theories of nature, practice meditation, and grasp the nuances of spells. If we adhere to this pathway, it would be 2 or 3 years before Mike could engage with the theoretical aspects of spells and learn the Druidic tongue. Among all languages, Druidic is extraordinarily unique, arguably unparalleled. Other languages can be learned by anyone willing to teach, irrespective of whether one is a warrior, priest, or mage. However, Druidic can only be mastered by those who have become druids themselves. This language is intricately woven with the thoughts, beliefs, and magical powers of the druids, serving as a specialized medium for articulating their philosophies, elucidating the laws of nature, and sharing insights. Should Joseph wish to immerse Mike in the philosophical essence of his original druid community, he must facilitate Mike's swift acquisition of the local druidic language. You have already established a foundation. There is no need to start from scratch. I observe that you interact well with animals. Do you have any insights regarding the care of plants? Certainly, I have studied relevant knowledge, Zhao Mai acknowledged, following Joseph's lead. I am acquainted with numerous plants, understanding their habits, and I know some can be utilized as medicinal herbs. However, this world diverges significantly from mine in many aspects. For prudence's sake, I can begin anew. That would be quite a delay. Oh, perhaps not. I believe you could endeavor to teach yourself. Repetition would merely squander time. I will heed your advice. Zhao Mai responded with utmost compliance. Then it is settled. You shall join the visiting, iglooing druid apprentices and study the local spells alongside them. Should you keep pace, you will continue down this path. If not, you may return to the initial step of familiarizing yourself with the flora and fauna of this world after mastering the druidic tongue. The prospect of learning spells is exhilarating. Zhao Mai struggled to contain his excitement, nodding eagerly in agreement. I am indeed fortunate. My journey to seek you has not been in vain. Joseph exhaled a sigh of relief and remarked, I am grateful I trusted my instincts. Otherwise, I would have missed the opportunity to encounter such a promising individual. Could you share with me the intricacies of our druid community? The notion of our fostered a significant fondness in Joseph's heart for Zhao Mai. He was not a pure-blooded human. He possessed an innate telepathic ability that set him apart, leading to his abandonment as a perceived anomaly. Even after being adopted by the druids, he remained isolated. In his childhood, he struggled to control this ability, either overwhelmed by the cacophony of thoughts from those around him or unable to maintain secrecy, causing his own thoughts to be projected into others' minds. Consequently, few wished to engage with him, often interacting with coldness and severity. As he matured, he learned to manage this gift, and the troubling incidents of his youth ceased. The advantages of his ability began to manifest. Combined with druidic knowledge, he could communicate mentally with animals, making him exceptionally adept at training animal companions and orchestrating them in battle. Though proud of his talents, he also attracted envy from his peers. This jealousy, while not escalating to malevolent actions, deepened his solitude and the prevailing chill. Few among his contemporaries were friends, and the younger generation regarded him with respect but maintained a distance, rarely referring to him as ours. Our druid community is called the Unfettered Walkers, with a core philosophy of bridging the gap between humanity and nature, embodying a notably gentle and tolerant faction. Unity of heaven and humanity? Joseph trembled slightly, a refreshing wave surging from his feet to his crown, imparting a sensation of buoyancy. His pores opened wide, welcoming the essence of nature. This could indeed become addictive. he might gradually find himself unable to part from this young man. Retaining him for guidance? Perhaps it is a prudent notion, yet fraught with risk. Until he has mastered the druidic language, Mike may struggle to convey his thoughts accurately, and the distortions caused by telepathy could lead to misunderstandings, jeopardizing the natural heart he has begun to cultivate. It would be wiser to maintain the current course. One must not be overly greedy. He understood the folly of forcing growth. Once you arrive, you shall gradually comprehend. He hastily shifted the topic. The last time we felt the pulse of natural forces, we sensed significant events unfolding. The elders of the Druid circle discerned your presence through the fluctuations in the energy of the air, and I cast a spell to communicate with you. At that moment, I sensed your latent potential, yet the elders believed they had erred in their search. However, upon reflection, I felt compelled to seek you out, sensing a bond between you and the Druid community. It appears my intuition was not misguided. You are indeed of great significance. It is such a privilege to be valued. When shall we return to the farmer's forest? I can hardly contain my eagerness to begin my studies. Joseph nodded, stating, aside from seeking you, I have a few matters to attend to. I shall meet you at the Hearth Tavern in 5 days and escort you back. Is there anything I can assist with? Zhao Mai inquired eagerly. Just some mundane tasks. There is no need for your assistance, Joseph advised. I suggest you gather your belongings and procure any items you wish from the town. Additionally, acquire some hatching eggs. We shall take them with us when the time comes. There is nothing else of concern. Chapter 37. Oh, thief acquiring a few eggs was a trivial task for Zhao Mai, though he was uncertain of the quantity to purchase. His exuberance led him to forget to inquire. Nevertheless, eggs were inexpensive, costing merely 2 coins each, so he opted to buy 30, along with a basket. The rotund proprietor of the Hearthstone Inn greeted Zhao Mai warmly upon his arrival, their daily interactions over breakfast, lunch, and dinner fostering a neighborly rapport. What brings you to buy so many eggs? Are you dissatisfied with the quality here? The innkeeper inquired. Zhao Mai, guessing the question, replied, it's unrelated to taste. I'm merely assisting someone else. After exchanging pleasantries, he ascended the stairs. His dog, Reserve Grain, sniffed the air and suddenly barked, dashing ahead. Zhao Mai placed the eggs down, unsheathed his short sword, and followed. The door to the room was wide open, revealing signs of a thorough search. Reserve Grain quickly inspected every nook. While Zhao Mai lifted the bed to find a bag of fine salt missing from beneath it, it was evident that a thief had struck. Though fine salt was costly, its production was remarkably inexpensive, so Zhao Mai's loss was minimal. The truly valuable items, his mobile phone, car keys, fake coins, and universal dictionary, were always kept on his person. The first suspect that came to mind was the cunning gremlin. Just days prior, he had mentioned wanting to discreetly dispose of certain items, which could easily be linked to stolen goods, particularly small, high-value items. For over 2 weeks, Gremlin had been frequenting the inn, effortlessly grasping the situation. Even if he hadn't discovered the salt beneath the bed before, he might have thought to check after Zhao Mai's inquiry. The absence of anything else in the room, not even the axe on the table, spoke volumes. Yet, why had the room been ransacked instead of the items being taken quietly? From their interactions, it was clear that Gremlin was intelligent and not overtly greedy. If he had coveted the salt, no matter, speculating on his actions was futile. The pressing matter was how Zhao Mai should proceed. Reserve Grain, come here and sniff this out. There used to be a leather pouch for the salt. Can you determine where it is gone? Reserve Grain squatted low, circling the bed to sniff, before looking up and barking excitedly. Zhao Mai followed closely, observing as the dog sniffed and walked. Passing the inn's proprietor, he said, there is a thief in my room who has stolen my belongings. I believe you bear some responsibility for retrieving them. The innkeeper momentarily froze, a look of anger crossing his face. He quickly set down what he was holding, wiped his hands on his apron, and hurried up the stairs. Zhao Mai did not need to follow. The innkeeper, with his extensive connections, would handle the situation far more adeptly than he could. Mr. Druid was eager to identify the perpetrator to prevent future occurrences. Reserve Grain meandered through the streets, weaving through alleys and straying further from the town center. The locals cast suspicious and cautious glances at the unexpected duo of man and dog. Zhao Mai remained vigilant, assessing those around him for their identities and capabilities, prepared for any unforeseen events. The main thoroughfare of Innerwave Town was clean and orderly, bustling with activity under the sunlight. Registered adventurers kept an eye out for troublemakers, ready to earn a bounty. This area exuded safety. However, in the dim, narrow alleyways, shrouded in darkness and seldom traversed, becoming a victim was never a good fortune, regardless of whether justice could be served afterward. Best to pass through such places swiftly. The man and dog hastened through half the town, arriving at a house with a private courtyard. Reserve Grain indicated that the salt had surely entered here. This was a 2-story house with a fireplace, possibly featuring a small attic beneath its pointed roof. The doors and windows were tightly shut, thick curtains blocking both warmth and prying eyes, while waist-high iron fencing enclosed a garden of onions and carrots. There were no guard dogs. only a rusted sign that read, "Private property, trespassers will face consequences." A similar sign adorned the front door. Zhao Mai, hand resting on the hilt of his sword, paced before the gate. He surmised the occupants' intentions and decided to call reserve grain over before departing. Inside, 3 spies from the Ironclaw Guild lowered the curtains, exhaling in disappointment. "All right, let's gather our things. That fellow is too cautious to approach. Did he realize we were here?" A diminutive, sharp-faced man said, lowering his crossbow in dismay. "He shouldn't have sensed our presence." The leader, a middle-aged man, shook his head. "I doubt it. He likely fears the potential trouble he may face, prompting his retreat. He may seek assistance, so remain vigilant, understood?" "Yes, boss," a thief responded. "But, boss, that dog of his is formidable. I intentionally stepped on numerous strong scents on my way back to mask our trail. There will always be individuals with exceptional talents, much like our guild leader." The middle-aged man admonished. "You are too greedy. We have a mission at hand, yet you still attempt to pilfer. If we jeopardize the guild leader's interests, we shall have much to answer for. It won't delay us." The sharp-faced man chuckled. "I overheard them discussing wanting to offload some items. And it turns out to be a bag of elven alchemical salt, weighing 13.5 pounds, worth over 800 gold coins." "Understood," the middle-aged man replied. "Since there are no fatalities, this simple theft won't draw undue attention to the town. The risks remain manageable. In fact, if that fellow had blundered in here, eliminating him would have been the ideal scenario. This town is quite agreeable. Simply post a no entry sign, and any intruder who perishes does so in vain. How I relish this regulation." Boss, isn't that sign meant to deter thieves?" "Precisely, to deter you." The middle-aged man smirked, delineating himself from the band of thieves. He then addressed one of his subordinates leaning against the wall. "Go check on the captured fellow and persuade him promptly. What a fine thief he is. Yet he seeks to act on a misguided sense of justice, attempting to reclaim our spoils." This individual, known as Gremlin, had once been a notorious con artist, leading many to ruin. For reasons unknown, he had since left that life behind, no longer associating with gambling, effectively escaping the game. "I'll accompany you to persuade him," the diminutive man said to his companion. "Should he refuse to cooperate, it would mean he intends to turn the tables on us. According to our code, he deserves 3 daggers for that. Go handle it. I'll ponder the plan further." The middle-aged man waved his hand, sending his subordinates off to work. Chapter 38. "Oh, please don't do that." Green's eyes widened as he wore a faint smile, gazing innocently at the robber across from him. He excelled at this expression during card games, easily diverting the attention of his opponents. Sure enough, after a brief moment, the young guard watching him shifted his gaze away, aimlessly scanning the room. There was little to see in this place, merely an unventilated basement, once used for storage. Since the house had been converted from a residence to a rental, all the original clutter had been cleared away, leaving only the imprints of cabinets and a few battered wooden planks in the corners. With a subtle twist of his wrist, Green deftly maneuvered his slender fingers, causing the ropes binding him to begin to shift, the knot gradually falling under his control. Maintaining his smile and gaze, his nimble fingers worked tirelessly. Once he deciphered the method of his captor's binding, he silently undid the knot and swiftly fashioned a slip knot he could manipulate. In the event of danger, a mere flick of his wrist would free him from his restraints. The theft of Mike's belongings had thrust him into an exceedingly awkward predicament, particularly since Mike had inquired just 2 days prior about potential avenues for transactions. After painstakingly establishing a reputation and credibility in the town, finally shedding the identity of a gambler to start anew, could it all be jeopardized by this band of inept thieves? Indeed, calling them inept was quite accurate. Through their conversations, Green pieced together the sequence of events. This group had intended to find a window to surveil a target, but had mistakenly entered the wrong room. Although the thieves were yet unaware of their appearance, from their voices, Green surmised that a short, stocky individual had forcibly opened the lock to Mike's room and entered brazenly. The tools left in the correct room would not spontaneously migrate to Mike's quarters, prompting the thieves to search frantically, ultimately discovering a sack of salt. It seemed they realized their error and hastily departed. As for their intended target and objectives, Green was indifferent. His sole concern was that sack of salt. Now that he had ascertained their numbers and equipment, he could contemplate taking action. Footsteps echoed from outside the wooden door, heralding the arrival of 2 more individuals. Green preserved his original expression, quickening his heartbeat through controlled breathing to heighten his body's alertness. Particularly, his hands were his forte. With a creaking sound, the intruders entered. Within the basement now lay a crossbow, 2 short swords, a spear, a whip, and an indeterminate number of throwing knives. "Green, our leader has a proposition," announced a diminutive, sharp-featured figure, standing tall with an air of feigned grandeur. "You forget that you have seen none of this. Close your mouth and leave town for a while. If you agree, you may depart." "Could you return my belongings?" Green inquired. "You are engaged in grander schemes. Surely, these trifling gains would not pique your interest?" The little man pondered for a moment, believing he had conceived a brilliant idea. If you remain silent for a week, this matter could be negotiable. However, retrieving everything is quite impossible. Oh, splendid. I shall remain silent and return to seek you after a week, Green replied. The little man smirking inwardly at the naivety of this individual. Well then, it is settled. You may leave now. Wait a moment. I require him for a few more minutes. Another thief licked his lips, casting a chillingly peculiar gaze at Green. He unfastened his jacket, revealing a hairy, muscular chest. I wish to converse further with this once-renowned gambler. Do you know who I am? Green blinked innocently. The thieves exchanged glances and chuckled. Some of us have witnessed your prowess at the gaming table, and it was indeed enviable. Were it not for your past as a thief, we would not afford you this opportunity. The Iron Claw Guild is eager for you to rejoin and resume your former trade. You need not take risks. Merely oversee a couple of establishments to ensure no other players cheat. I shall consider it. I only hope you will honor your promise. I currently have no such intentions. You will change your mind. The hairy-chested thief chuckled twice, impatiently shooing his comrades away. He then closed the wooden door, his gaze lingering between Green's legs. I wonder how long you can endure. I look forward to a surprise from you. I do not believe this is a wise idea. Green nonchalantly loosened the ropes behind him, wrapping them around his hand. Yet, his eyes betrayed a mixture of panic, surprise, and fear. I relish your expression at this moment. The hairy-chested robber crouched down, his hands creeping from Green's knee upwards. In a few minutes, you will surely bend to my will. Green was determined not to allow those hands to reach his vulnerable areas. After all, it would not align with the prevailing aesthetic sensibilities of the readership. His arms whirled like windmills from behind him to the front, ensnaring the rope around his assailant's neck, while simultaneously tying a knot that pressed against the thief's throat. The sudden turn of events took the hairy-chested robber completely by surprise. The last remnants of air escaped his throat, manifesting as a hoarse and low-uck. He reached out in desperation to grasp Green. But the latter had anticipated this maneuver, rolling over his opponent's shoulder and concealing himself behind him. With his knee pressed firmly against the center of the thief's back, he yanked the rope with force. In his panic, the hairy-chested robber knocked over a chair, losing his only opportunity to use it as a weapon and his sole chance for self-rescue. The rope tightened significantly, eliciting ominous cracking sounds from his neck. Green did not relent. His agile hands transformed into a vice, capable of crushing even steel. He was infuriated, gripping tightly while inwardly cursing. Knowing my identity, you cannot leave. I will not permit anyone to disrupt my current life. Moreover, you repugnant creature, your intentions towards me are unacceptable. Should you succeed, how would I continue to survive? Yet, from his lips emerged a sound that sent shivers down spines, a mix of despair and fear. Oh, this cannot be. How could this happen? You, please stop. This voice resonated faintly through the door, and the thieves, upon hearing it, exchanged knowing smiles. Chapter 39. The discovery of a coin. 2 flowers bloom, each representing its own branch. Zhao Mai departed from the hideout of the thieves, choosing not to return directly. Realizing that trouble could find him even if he sought to avoid it, he made his way to the marketplace near the guild. There were several shops catering specifically to adventurers, alongside a blacksmith's forge selling a variety of lightweight weapons. His heart was set on acquiring a crossbow. Its formidable power and ease of use made it an appealing choice. He had often envied the ranger Carl, who carried a crossbow with him everywhere. Lacking the time to practice with a bow or a sling, the crossbow became the optimal selection. After browsing several blacksmiths and examining the goods, Zhao Mai was perplexed to find that there were no crossbows available locally. This was utterly illogical. There had to be an underlying issue. As the most accessible ranged weapon to master, it was in high demand among both adventurers and farmers alike. Could it be that demand had not fostered a market? Crossbows. Nearly all the shopkeepers responded with the same dismissive attitude. We don't have any in stock. If you truly desire one, I can place an order for you. However, only a few are available each year. And they don't come cheap. Are you certain you can afford it? Wasn't the price of a light crossbow 35 gold coins and a heavy crossbow 50? This price was derived from the costs of other weapons, though there was some variance. The prices in Nebo town were relatively stable. 15 gold coins could buy a longsword and 75 for a longbow. Considering production costs and other factors, the shopkeeper's pricing was about right. Unfortunately, it's not the right time for you to visit. The shopkeeper remained unyielding. If you want a crossbow, you must place an order. That is the current rule. If you seek an immediate purchase, we could negotiate. 200 gold coins would be a fair amount. Alternatively, you might find one from other adventurers at the guild. That is also an option. Having lost his salt, Zhao Mai found himself with less than 40 gold coins, sufficient to purchase a light crossbow for protection under normal circumstances. What was transpiring in the shop appeared to be a monopolistic price inflation, and Zhao Mai, alone, could not contend against the shopkeeper's alliance. As for buying from adventurers, that would likely incur additional costs. Who would be foolish enough to part with their weaponry at this juncture? The best solution to this predicament would be to gather a stock of reasonably priced crossbows and release them into the market. However, such an action would undoubtedly alert the local authorities. Ultimately, a crossbow was still a weapon, not something anyone could produce, store, or transport in bulk. It was uncertain whether the merchant's actions had the shadow of the powerful behind them, or if it was indeed an order from those in authority. Should he settle for a sling in the meantime, or practice throwing knives? Zhao Mai shook his head, temporarily casting those thoughts aside. He resolved to continue exploring, hoping for some fortunate discovery. Aside from the shops lining the streets, there were also a number of vendors peddling their wares. Spread upon a mat were the treasures they had gathered or hunted, while others sold various homemade foods. Lacking proper seasoning, the dishes appeared enticing. Yet their aromas and flavors left much to be desired. He spotted a vendor selling skewers of roasted meat, simultaneously questioning the origin of the meat while reminiscing about the spicy, salted, and cumin-laden lamb skewers from Earth. Suddenly, the fateful coin responded, growing slightly warm and vibrating against Zhao Mai's chest. Stepping back, the vibration ceased. Advancing made it intensify. So this is how it works. With a flutter of excitement, Zhao Mai proceeded towards the direction of the strongest vibration. He soon encountered a dwarf, standing about 1.40 meters tall, but broader and thicker than a 2-meter tall human. His dense brown hair and equally thick beard blended together, giving him a lion-like appearance. The dwarf wore a half-moon iron helmet, seemingly entangled by his hair, and donned the attire of a craftsman, holding a double-barreled hunting rifle. Wait, Zhao Mai rubbed his eyes. Surely he wasn't mistaken? 2 long black tubes, a dark wood grip, and 2 independent fuses. This was undoubtedly a dwarf-esque firearm. Had technology advanced to this degree? Zhao Mai stroked his chin, deciding to engage in conversation. One reason was to glean insight from the fateful coin, while the other was to learn more about the rifle. The dwarf, Sork, hoped to gain recognition for his invention among humans. His own clan was too traditional and resistant to new ideas, leaving him unsupported in his endeavors. He had heard that Nebo Town was the most open and inclusive place in the north of Graelian, leading him to journey here in search of fortune. The locals had shown willingness to let him demonstrate his weapon, even gathering several merchants to observe. Yet, at the critical moment, his rifle refused to fire. Lacking validation, he attracted ridicule, leading him to question whether he had erred and incurred the dwarf goddess disdain. Perhaps he should focus on hammers and battle axes instead of inventing firearms. He planned to spend the remaining coins in his pocket on rations for his return journey. Should there be any left over, he might bring back some strong liquor as gifts for his parents and siblings. Despite the failure of his firearm endeavor, the splendor of Nebo Town had left a positive impression on him. Hey, dwarf, I am quite intrigued by the weapon you possess. Could we discuss it? Zhao Mai weighed his purse and addressed Sork. I reside not far from here at the Hearth Inn, where the stews are delightful and the ale is sweet. I sincerely invite you. Do you have time now? Sure, Sork replied, seemingly unguarded, readily accepting Zhao Mai's invitation. Anyone who had sniffed their rations and borne no hostility could be trusted. It was said that a person emanates different scents depending on their emotions, enabling keen-nosed animals to discern anger, joy, sorrow, and hostility. Although uncertain of the accuracy of this method and whether there were cases of wrongful suspicion, Zhao Mai had no better alternatives and chose to trust his loyal companion. As they walked and conversed, they introduced themselves. Zhao Mai naturally followed his usual script, expressing that his command of the common tongue was lacking and hoping for Sork's understanding. The bearded dwarf was perceived by the humans he encountered as an adult who would not require excessive courtesy. Little did they know he had only just reached maturity. Zhao Mai's friendliness quickly fostered a harmonious atmosphere, and before any business could be discussed, Sork found himself fond of this amiable human. Upon arriving at the Hearth Inn, they did not encounter the portly proprietor, only the chef, who was temporarily filling in at the counter before the dinner rush. Zhao Mai purchased a small barrel of ale, approximately 15 liters, and brought it to their table. The clear foam overflowed the oak cups, greatly invigorating the dwarf. Let us first raise a toast to our elders, families, and those who care for us. We shall discuss other matters afterward. Sork was parched, eager to immerse his entire face in the cup. The aroma lingered in his mouth. A refreshing sensation radiated from his throat to his belly, and then spread throughout his limbs. He set down his cup, noticing Zhao Mai's was also empty, and could not help but admire his impressive capacity for drink. Zhao Mai, however, failed to notice Sork's raised middle finger. He was focused on the entrance of the tavern. A ragged-looking man named Green entered, one arm dangling unnaturally while grasping a leather pouch, the very one that contained the stolen salt. Chapter 40. Firearms and fiery enthusiasm. Kongshu Green stood at the tavern's entrance, the setting sun casting an orange-yellow halo around his silhouette. He uttered not a word, remaining as still as a statue. Zhao Mai rose, pulled out the chair beside him, and gestured for Green to sit. I have been pondering your whereabouts. It is a relief to know you are safe. A band of fools captured me as well, but after much persuasion, I managed to return, Green replied. A smile breaking across his face, revealing traces of crimson between his teeth. Those bumbling thieves misidentified their target, hence they were willing to return these items. Zhao Mai took the pouch of salt, tossing it onto the table without even glancing at it. He reached out to touch Green's drooping right shoulder, inquiring about the severity of his injury. From Green's grimace, it was evident that the situation was dire. You have dislocated it. I can mend it, proclaimed the dwarf, Sork, stepping forward with the conviction that a friend of a friend is indeed a friend. With a swift motion, he seized Green's arm and gave it a vigorous shake. It appeared haphazard, yet after a series of cracking sounds and exclamations, Green was able to lift his shoulder and move it normally once more. Thank you, dear dwarf. Your skill is commendable. Sork chuckled, his beard twitching with amusement. It's no trouble. I used to wield a pickaxe and frequently dislocated my joints. So I have become quite adept at this. He advised Green to refrain from exertion and to rest adequately. Zhao Mai nodded in agreement. Green, thank you. Let us sit and share a drink. My proficiency in the common tongue is lacking, and I will need your assistance in translation. Certainly, that is part of my duty, for which you have compensated me. Recalling the matter at hand, the dwarf placed his firearm upon the table. The weighty metal barrel emitted a resounding thud, startling Zhao Mai into thinking it had misfired. In contrast, Green displayed no reaction, suggesting he was unfamiliar with such apparatus. You claim to be acquainted with firearms, yet I find it hard to believe. I have not seen you among the merchants previously, thus I must test your knowledge, Sork declared proudly, confident in his invention. Do you know how to utilize this device? To be candid, Zhao Mai had never operated a gun, particularly one that employed explosive propulsions. His experience with water guns and similar toys hardly counted. Nevertheless, despite his lack of practical skills, his theoretical knowledge surpassed the comprehension of this world. Grasping the firearm, his practiced stance elicited envy from the dwarf. He weighed it in his hand and raised it to his eye level, realizing the absence of sights would necessitate blind shooting. The weapon employed a breech-loading mechanism, akin to a genuine double-barreled shotgun, with a lever that allowed the barrel to tilt downward. What do you load into it? Might I observe? The dwarf retrieved a small pouch from behind him, opening it before Zhao Mai. Green, intrigued, leaned in for a closer look. But the assortment of spherical objects and small paper packages revealed little insight. Upon inspecting the paper packages, Zhao Mai noted their dampness, confirming his suspicion. These are wet. How could you possibly fire iron balls? These items are sensitive to moisture? Sork exclaimed, astonished. Upon inquiry, it became apparent that Sork had lived underground and had never witnessed rainfall, with his worksite distanced from any water source. When he acquired the explosive substance, he merely relied on his artisan instincts for modifications, never conducting environmental testing. Excited by his first encounter with rain, he inadvertently soaked the gunpowder. If it could still be ignited by a match, it would indeed be a grand folly. There are numerous aspects of this firearm that could be improved: launch mechanisms, loading processes, ammunition, and sealing, among others. This is not a task to be accomplished overnight. I believe it could serve as a lifelong pursuit, even for a dwarf's lifespan. Perfecting such a weapon would likely require a generation or two. What Sork longed to hear was this affirmation, a grand, lifelong endeavor. He considered himself a genius craftsman. Yet creating swords and hammers brought him little satisfaction, as they were not his inventions. Only this firearm, if it held promise, could lead him to become a master in his own right. I am no craftsman. I can only offer the perspective of a user, Zhao Mai remarked to the dwarf. As it stands, your current operation involves opening the mechanism, loading the ball, adding gunpowder, pressing in the match, raising it, and aiming. Is this not overly cumbersome? If you could utilize moisture-resistant, combustible paper that leaves minimal residue, would it not be more convenient to pre-assemble the ball and powder? Wouldn't that mix the powder and ball together, making accuracy challenging? You could encase them in a paper tube, separating them with a layer of paper. Mark the ends to prevent incorrect loading, and that would resolve the issue. The dwarf's mouth fell agape in realization, forming a perfect oval. After a few moments, he supported his chin with his hand, finally managing to close his mouth. Even a barrel of fine wine would not induce the same intoxication and lightheadedness he now felt. Inspiration surged within him like a volcanic eruption, his hands and muscles trembling with the urgency to commence work. You are absolutely correct. I can only suggest improvements. Whether they can be realized is uncertain, Zhao Mai candidly expressed. Additionally, you might consider adding a sighting mechanism. 2 fixed protrusions would allow for aiming, indicating the direction of the barrel. Crossbows and bows lack this feature, and perhaps this could be the future direction of development. Sork's mouth gaped once more, his admiration for Zhao Mai soaring to new heights. If he could propose even better ideas, Sork contemplated making him a lifelong mentor. In fact, I have just conceived another idea. Zhao Mai pointed to the match portion. Why not fix a metal piece in place and strike flint against it? With a simple tension-releasing mechanism, you could resolve the ignition issue. Moreover, if one could use magic to heat the metal piece, igniting it when needed. You would eliminate the need for a match altogether. May I address you as master? Sork exclaimed, leaping from his chair and bounding around the table to embrace Zhao Mai's waist. Zhao Mai finally understood the sensation of being trapped beneath a landslide. His heart and lungs surged toward his throat, and his intestines felt as though they were being squeezed downward. Regrettably, beside them, the reserve food wagged its tail eagerly, panting with joy, entirely oblivious to the plight. Ultimately, it was Green who interjected, prompting the dwarf to release Zhao Mai. Master, your insights are invaluable. I am eager to put these ideas into practice. Zhao Mai took a moment to collect himself, carefully considering his words before addressing the dwarf. I can merely offer suggestions. My practical skills are lacking. At best, I can assist you during the design phase. If a blacksmith shop were available, how long would it take you to recreate a firearm? If all materials are at hand, meaning a furnace, an anvil, molds, and several assistants, perhaps 2 or 3 days. What are we waiting for then? This was an unprecedented fervor. It was the first time Sork had felt such enthusiasm from another. He found himself at a loss for how to reciprocate this sense of validation. I am eager and willing, but I have only 20 or so gold coins left. Give them all to me. I shall resolve this matter, Zhao Mai assured him. Rest easy. Chapter 41. Cross-boundary partners. The dwarf, with an innocent expression, pulled out his pouch of coins and, without a moment's hesitation, tossed it to Zhao Mai. Green, his mouth slightly agape, seemed to want to say something but ultimately swallowed his words. After relishing his moment of intellectual superiority, Zhao Mai felt a sense of satisfaction. He addressed Green, saying, It has truly surprised me that you were able to recover this bag of salt. Regardless of how you accomplished it, I am extremely grateful. Thus, half of this salt belongs to you. In his prime, Green's gambling stakes at the card tables often exceeded 1,000 gold coins. While the value of this bag of salt was considerable, it did not reach that level. What he truly valued, much like the dwarf Sork, was the recognition of others. However, he possessed greater social acumen and was not as singularly obsessed as the dwarf. Hence, he inquired, why do this? Due to the loss of the salt. I bear a significant portion of the responsibility for my negligence. By retrieving the salt, you have also reclaimed that accountability, and thus, you rightfully deserve your share. As for the other half, please assist me in selling it, and together with the dwarf's contribution, we can rent a blacksmith shop and procure the necessary materials. Zhao Mai then opened the dwarf's pouch, rummaging through it until he extracted a gold coin. This, of course, was the fateful coin. As for me, I shall keep this gold coin as a reward for my suggestion. Even brothers must keep accounts clear. The dwarf raised his goblet and shouted, to friendship, to our endeavors. Green pondered for a moment. If he continued to play the errand boy, he would soon grow weary and might revert to his old gambling habits. Presently, however, an excellent opportunity arose to reinvent himself and embark on a new venture. The dwarf Sork was a craftsman wholly devoted to his craft, naive yet passionate. Mike was well-versed, quick-witted, and, most importantly, just and generous, a trustworthy individual. Though Green felt he lacked exceptional talents, he understood the intricacies of human relationships and could manage various facets adeptly. The three of them complemented each other perfectly, forming a promising alliance. It is rather inappropriate for me to take this half bag of salt. Yet to refuse would be somewhat pretentious. It would be wiser to convert it into coin and invest it, Green suggested to Zhao Mai. The hour is still early. I can finalize this matter before the guild closes and, overnight, contact the blacksmith. By morning, we should be ready to commence work. Zhao Mai was somewhat surprised and pointed at the salt, asking, Is it truly that simple to handle? I initially had no idea what you intended to sell. I assumed it would be complicated. Once I learned it was this commodity, I realized I had overthought it. This is not a hot item. No one cares where it comes from. Moreover, everyone requires salt, so there will be no trouble selling it. If we meet the conditions, we can directly entrust the guild to sell it on our behalf. The guild will take a small commission but will settle the payment immediately. Salt is a commodity with historical pricing, and everyone has a rough estimate, so the guild won't shortchange us. Then it's settled. You go attend to your tasks while I peruse the dictionary in hopes of mastering relevant terminology, and then I'll collaborate with Sork to draft a list of what else we need to procure. I anticipate a long night of work ahead, but Zhao Mai lifted his cup. To us. To us. The three goblets clinked together with a resounding crash, bubbles cascading through the air, united in spirit. The trio split up. The raucous rat Green busied himself with various errands, while the other two toiled away at the inn. The dwarf Sork, viewing Zhao Mai as both mentor and friend, felt no hesitation in requesting a feast. I require a substantial amount of food to replenish my strength, ideally with some surplus. That is agreeable. Treating others to a meal is a cherished activity among the Chinese, and perhaps we can elevate this to a grand feast. Make sure to eat your fill. If you could conveniently craft me a firearm, that would be splendid. That is no problem. The dwarf Sork chuckled. You need a firearm for self-defense. You are far too weak. Huh, why does everyone insist I am weak? Is it truly that obvious? Indeed. It is evident that you have immersed yourself in books and severely lack physical training. To wield a firearm, you must strengthen your arms, at the very least. You ought to develop shoulders as robust as mine. My legs are not as thick as yours. What is an elephant? The dwarf scoffed. Forget about elephants. Their significance is of no concern to me. I care. In 5 days, I shall commence my training as a druid, during which I will learn about various plants and animals, as well as magic. Becoming stronger is not solely reliant on physical training. A druid, I must congratulate you. We dwarves have underground druids who assist us in expanding our caverns, maintaining the subterranean ecosystem, and providing food and meat. Without them, we would go hungry. Druids are formidable. Does my invitation to dine with you count as being a druid? Haha, that does not count. It absolutely does not. The dwarf laughed, his eyes squinting in delight. It barely qualifies. Observing the dwarf deftly demonstrating the width of a hair with his stubby fingers, Zhao Mai felt assured of his skills as a blacksmith. He then opened the dictionary left to him by the old angel, marveling for the first time at its remarkable breadth. Previously, he had only sought out everyday vocabulary, but upon discovering translations for various chemical compounds and professional terminology, he was astounded. Furthermore, it thoughtfully provided explanations to help the local inhabitants comprehend these terms accurately. For instance, beneath the entry for carbon, it detailed charcoal, coal, and coke, accompanied by comprehensive descriptions of what these substances entailed, and even mentioned some preparation methods. Some of the terminology was unfamiliar to Zhao Mai, yet it resembled alchemical terms. He transcribed entire sentences and studied them word by word. Although this did not confer practical skills, it would enhance his understanding of the alchemical principles of this world. Any avid reader of web novels would be familiar with black powder, which had become an indispensable tool for conquering foreign realms through technological superiority. However, Zhao Mai did not believe that black powder, lacking the support of an industrial system, could hold any sway against the onslaught of meteor storms. Even if one could deploy aerial weapons, what could they achieve against interdimensional assaults? To conquer a magical realm with such a substance was sheer folly. Its only utility lay in the manufacture of self-defense weapons, allowing him to navigate the novice phase with relative safety. Anyone could recognize their own inferior combat prowess. Even if one could feign strength, consistently playing the part of the fool could lead to madness. Observing the dwarf voraciously devouring his meal, Zhao Mai reflected and decided to adhere to his initial plan of withholding the formula and processing techniques. Broadly speaking, he was concerned about revealing too much, as it might attract the attention of certain deities. More specifically, he found it challenging to explain to the dwarf how he derived the formula. It appeared that Sork would not cease his research, so he should not limit the dwarf's line of thought. In a world devoid of gunpowder, there existed alternative methods for creating explosions. Thus, there was no need for him to fret excessively. While contemplating, he scribbled down random ingredients to obscure the true formula and compiled a list to see what could be procured. Chapter 42, The Three Musketeers, Part 1. At Zhao Mai's suggestion, the dwarf Sok prepared to craft 3 muskets simultaneously, each featuring a double-barrel design with identical bore diameters. Green expressed a desire for a more compact weapon, ideally not exceeding the size of a dagger, and absolutely not larger than a short sword. Zhao Mai, on the other hand, wished for something slightly larger, envisioning the addition of a bayonet to serve as a short spear. The idea of adding blades sparked inspiration in Sok, who abruptly slapped his forehead, deciding to attach a hammerhead to his larger musket, enabling it to function as a warhammer after firing. Wouldn't that affect the balance? The front would be quite heavy. Wouldn't it be laborious to wield? Zhao Mai inquired, perplexed. What? Sok did not catch the question clearly. He was inspecting tools in the rented blacksmith shop, effortlessly lifting a several hundred-pound anvil with both hands and relocating it with ease. Zhao Mai wiped the sudden perspiration from his brow, attributing it to the excessive heat from the nearby forge. No, I meant, are the tools here sufficient? More or less. Human blacksmith shops are generally of this standard. I'll check the quality of the pig iron. You sit here for a moment. And please, don't touch anything. I've arranged everything according to my habits. Zhao Mai shook his head, assuring that he would not disturb anything. Observing the blacksmith shop, he couldn't help but admire Green's efficiency. In the time it took Sok to have a hearty meal consisting of 4 chickens, 2 legs of lamb, a whole barrel of ale, and a basin of potatoes, Green had sold salt and secured the blacksmith shop. Now he was perusing the list Zhao Mai had provided, eager to gather supplies before the few alchemy supply stores, somewhat unscrupulous, closed for the evening. Originally, there was no rush. But upon hearing that Zhao Mai would be attending druid training in 5 days, Green's enthusiasm surged. At this moment, being able to assist you makes the effort worthwhile. Oh dear, the furnace temperature here may not suffice. The magma furnace I used in Yangdahof is the only place capable of producing sufficiently strong steel. Yangdahof, is that your homeland? The dwarf inhaled deeply, savoring the air, and exhaled slowly, a look of contentment gracing his face. That is my beloved place. Even if no one supports my endeavor to forge muskets, it remains dear to me. Yangdahaf lies beneath the sprawling thoughtful mountain range. From here, one must journey east, cross a large lake, traverse a mountain range, and then pass through a plain to arrive. I will certainly return, armed with fresh ideas and your blessings. To prove to my family that my aspirations are sound, I must visit you when the opportunity arises. I have yet to witness the splendor of a dwarven city. Zhao Mai resolved to assist Sok to the best of his ability. After pondering, he declared, as for the furnace temperature, I shall see what can be done. Though uncertain of how the laws of physics and chemistry from Earth would apply in this realm, Zhao Mai believed that grinding coal into a fine powder would enhance combustion and raise the temperature. It was labor-intensive, but not so arduous that only Sok's considerable strength could manage it. With nothing else demanding his attention, Zhao Mai took on this task. Before long, Green returned, having hired a cart and brought 2 full sacks of materials. There is still some money left, but I suggest we keep it for emergencies. That is a wise decision. Let us proceed with that plan. Come, let us prepare the materials and tools. Sok was resting, stating he needed to offer a prayer. We can accomplish what we can, right? Green saw no issue with this. After all, it merely involved breaking down the large lumps of coal and crushing them as finely as possible. The neighboring shops had closed for the night, and even if they were to make noise, it would not disturb anyone's slumber. Observing Zhao Mai's earnestness regarding the dwarven muskets piqued Green's own interest. As they demonstrated that powdered coal could indeed achieve higher temperatures, enthusiasm among them soared further. Different metals could be obtained at varying temperatures. Though Zhao Mai did not comprehend the intricacies, he understood that higher temperatures were preferable. The bellows were not overly complicated. The essence lay in a one-way flap. The phrase, to sharpen the tools before one's work, though difficult to translate into the common tongue, conveyed a universally understood truth. The first day's labor focused primarily on establishing the work environment, drafting blueprints, and organizing tasks. The dwarf was somewhat perplexed, having always worked with passion, consuming ale when fatigued. However, Zhao Mai insisted on instilling good work habits in Sok. Only by passing down design blueprints could more dwarves grasp the concepts, ultimately transforming this endeavor into a true enterprise. In truth, the blueprints served Zhao Mai's ulterior motives. He had perused numerous designs for various firearms online and felt confident in offering many suggestions, since the muskets being crafted were still akin to hunting rifles. Complex mechanisms such as reciprocating actions, automatic loading, or ejection were unnecessary. Thus, the focus remained on ignition and rapid loading. Quality steel should be utilized at the cutting edge. And loading, ignition, and sealing are indeed the cutting edges of the musket. Zhao Mai articulated his theories, while Sok and Green merely nodded in agreement. By employing paper cartridge ammunition, we can leave a sharp point at the back end of the chamber. Inserting the paper cartridge would puncture it, exposing the propellant inside. The challenge lies in accurately igniting the powder. Green shrugged. Clearly, this was not his forte. He resolved to be an attentive listener and servant, leaving the rest to others. The dwarf seemed to have an epiphany, tracing patterns on the table with his finger. After a while, he raised his head and proclaimed, I have a splendid idea. Allow me to share it with you for your input. The dwarf's solution involved utilizing runic magic to precisely transmit the sparks generated by the collision of flint and iron to the bottom of the chamber, at the tip of the firing pin. This would increase the cost slightly, primarily to procure materials like ruby powder. However, the dwarf wholeheartedly agreed with the notion of using quality steel at the cutting edge. This method would mitigate concerns over rain dampening the ignition fuse. If you could take it a step further and craft metal shells, that would be even better. Then we need not fear water at all, Zhao Mai suggested. Construct a cylindrical shell, create a small hole at the center of the bottom, fill it with powder, and seal it with a thin layer of wax. As long as enough force is applied while loading the ammunition, the wax can be punctured, allowing for ignition, correct? Master, we shall proceed as you advise. The dwarf exclaimed joyfully, hopping with excitement. Metal shells. Metal shells. This is indeed our specialty as dwarves. Zhao Mai wiped his brow, pleased to have successfully integrated his ideas. If this continued, who knows, perhaps bolt-action rifles could soon emerge. This world possessed its own body of knowledge. Even if Zhao Mai remained oblivious to the specifics of fulminates and explosive compounds, a complete technological tree, if one might call it a magical tree, would invariably present alternative solutions. The pressing question now was the extent of the dwarf's craftsmanship. Zhao Mai surveyed the tools within the blacksmith shop, pondering how he might forge acceptable gun barrels. Chapter 43 The Three Musketeers, Part 2. What? You suggest making a tin shell and then rolling it before adhering? Is that how humans do it? The dwarf Sork exclaimed incredulously, stroking his beard. From a structural perspective, it should suffice, but it would undoubtedly lack durability. I do not wish to boast, but I have witnessed the weapons crafted by human artisans, most of which we would deem worthless. Sork's disdain was directed not at the artisans of this world, but rather at those from Earth. Zhao Mai paid him no heed, no matter how skilled the dwarven craftsman might be. Could they rival the power of a 10,000-ton forging press? From the expression on Green's face, it appeared he concurred that dwarven artisans were indeed superior to their human counterparts. Should Sork's firearm discharge, or should he merely produce ordinary blades? The merchants of Nebo Town would undoubtedly treat him with the utmost respect, leaving Zhao Mai with no opportunity to acquire such a treasure. The three men meticulously reviewed the list to ensure everything was prepared, then divided their tasks. Sork commenced the creation of the mold, bypassing the conventional method of first using wooden patterns to create clay molds, and instead directly shaping it from large blocks of rock. Dwarves possess an exceptional ability to manipulate stone tools, and in this regard, Sork's skill was commendable. Meanwhile, Zhao Mai, with an air of mystery, began concocting granular gunpowder from a box of alchemical materials. In terms of explosive power, granular gunpowder combusts more rapidly, releasing greater force instantaneously. However, bullets require sustained propulsion within the chamber, particularly before achieving standard sealing. Thus, a longer burn time can yield higher initial velocities. The only uncertainty Zhao Mai faced lay in the relationship between the size of the granules, the weight of the bullets, and the length of the gun barrel, making standardized and precise experimentation quite challenging. With a general direction established, he resolved to leave the rest to fate. Which deity oversees the artisans? Should I offer a prayer? Zhao Mai inquired. Oh, I have already taken care of that. You need not worry, Green replied, though he could not assist with the crafting. He never overlooked such minor details. In addition to praying to the gods, offering tributes, and purchasing meals, Green also managed the trio's external communications. The incident at the Hearthstone Inn had yet to be fully resolved. Capturing the thief was essential for closure. The rotund proprietor feared news of theft from his establishment might circulate, and while he was less concerned about patrons being robbed, he was pressing the town's constable to expedite the case. Expedite the case did not imply simply recovering the stolen items. Green understood the merchant's demands, coordinating with them and the victims to reach an agreement swiftly. Capturing the thief and reclaiming the stolen goods proved to be overly complex. Typically, such matters would be referred to the local thieves' guild, allowing them to pay a portion to ensure peace. Thus, the constable would inform the victim, "We have apprehended the thieves. They resisted arrest and were killed in the scuffle. Unfortunately, we have not located your lost items. They may have already been sold. However, we did uncover some stolen funds, which might include the proceeds from your belongings. These thieves are also linked to several other cases, hence we cannot return all the money to you. Now, please remind me of what exactly you lost, regardless of what was claimed lost, as long as it was not of trivial value." The constable would produce a few gold coins for the victim. In Zhao Mai's case, the salt had already been recovered, meaning any sum offered by the constable was pure profit. As for what Green discovered in the thieves' den, Zhao Mai made it clear he had no interest in knowing. Turning back to the forge, there was no need to reiterate the formula and manufacturing methods for granular gunpowder, given the transition between two worlds. Regardless, by the time Zhao Mai completed his tasks, Sork's mold would be ready. Upon Green's return, the trio united their efforts to commence smelting iron. Zhao Mai operated the bellows. Green added coal dust and assisted with tools, while Sork meticulously controlled the iron ingots. In truth, it was only the dwarf who exerted real effort. The other two merely occupied the periphery. The temperature is still somewhat lacking. It could be higher, Sork lamented, gazing at the flames. Green, just toss a handful of carbon powder in. Zhao Mai strained with all his might to work the bellows, his tongue hanging out like a long simmering reserve. The addition of carbon powder proved effective, and a look of delight sparked in Sork's eyes. He vigorously rubbed his hands together, a crimson glow emanating from his palms, traveling up his wrists and arms until it enveloped his elbows. What is this? A dwarven spell? Zhao Mai began to inquire, but was hushed by Green. Do not disturb him. The molten iron was poured into the mold, and Sork leaned in to listen closely. He tapped the mold with his knuckles, then picked up a hammer to strike it. Zhao Mai watched, eyes wide, utterly bewildered by Sork's actions. The dwarf continued to listen, knock, and shake, repeatedly performing the same actions. After a brief while, he grasped the mold and tugged forcefully outward. The stone shattered into countless fragments, revealing a thick, long barrel before them. The iron had not yet cooled completely, still glowing red. Remarkably, Sork grasped the hot metal with his bare hands, the residual glow slightly diminishing yet still protecting him from the searing heat. Every craftsman seeks a certain tactile sensation, and with the dwarf's ability to handle the glowing iron directly, who could rival his craftsmanship? This 2-meter-long barrel resembled a long rod, spinning effortlessly in Sork's hands. He marked a position with tongs, indicating where it would be cut later. Sork gestured for Zhao Mai and Green to step back before invoking a dwarven artisan spell. The spell emitted a striking spectacle, with light and shadow effects earning a perfect score, yet its workings remained inscrutable. Resounding dwarven runes appeared in midair, advancing along Sork's glowing arm before being pressed into the iron pipe by his palm. Simultaneously, Sork raised a large hammer and began to strike, varying the force and angle. sometimes adding a rotational force at the moment of contact with the pipe. Surely this won't bend the hollow pipe? If a bulge forms on the inner wall, it could easily result in an explosion. Zhao Mai fretted, eager to interject, but finding no opportunity. Sork worked to a rhythm of his own, leaving no openings for interruption. As if sensing the pipe needed more work, Sork occasionally returned it to the furnace. Increase the heat, add carbon powder. His deep voice resonated. However, he spoke in Dwarven, requiring Green's translation before Zhao Mai could comprehend. They say life is the best teacher. Zhao Mai's first two phrases in Dwarven were increase the heat and add carbon powder. After several rounds of hammering, the pipe's exterior remained uneven, even causing Green to feel perplexed. The two humans squatted nearby, occasionally sipping ale to cool down, patiently waiting. All right. Sork immersed the iron pipe in a water trough, continuing to rub it. The residual glow on his arm gradually faded, returning to normal. Let us take a break and have something to eat. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhao Mai picked up the pipe once it had cooled. The smooth, lustrous iron pipe was flawless, devoid of any imperfections or defects. He could only admire the craftsmanship, scratching his head in wonder, exclaiming, "Magic is truly remarkable." Chapter 44, The Three Musketeers, Part 3. The state of the iron pipe greatly pleased the dwarf. After indulging in a hearty meal, he harnessed this momentum to craft several cast iron components. It is said that these would eventually be transformed into parts for firearms through processes of cutting, drilling, and polishing. While Zhao Mai could discern some aspects of the finished product, he could not identify any of the cast iron pieces. This illustrates the notion that while ordinary individuals perceive mere stones, artists envision statues. The ability to unveil intricacy from the mundane is the essence of true artistry. Undoubtedly, the dwarf was engaging in a form of art. As for Zhao Mai and Green, their involvement in the subsequent tasks became minimal, leaving them to await the dwarf's completion. Zhao Mai seized the opportunity to further his studies in the common tongue, with Green dedicating his remaining time to instruct him. The frenzied rat, Green, possessed a remarkable aptitude for languages. He not only learned swiftly but could also mimic with remarkable accuracy. He was able to extract more emotional nuances from others' tones than the average person could. A glance, a gesture, a subtle tremor, he interpreted them with rapidity and precision. This skill proved advantageous at the gaming table, yet he found himself somewhat at a loss with Zhao Mai. For Green, Zhao Mai hailed from a realm entirely distinct, where body language conveyed vastly different meanings, and Zhao Mai's native tongue appeared to him as an inscrutable code. In contrast to the alphabetic structures of the common tongue, Elvish, and Dwarvish languages, which shared a conceptual consistency, the Chinese characters resembled magical sigils to Green. After several attempts to comprehend them, he lost all confidence in his ability to learn. It is said that the common tongue is the easiest to master, with laughter accompanying entry and graduation. Dwarvish letters are the most recognizable, yet their ancient history and the isolation of their cave-dwelling communities have led to a plethora of dialects, making the journey one of tears rather than laughter. Elvish script, while lofty and aesthetically pleasing, presents challenges for other races, as they lack the longevity necessary for such study. Thus, it is said that Elvish is learned with tears, yet emerges with laughter. In Green's view, Chinese was a language that left one in tears before even glimpsing the entrance. Reluctant to face such despair, he abandoned his studies. The following day swiftly passed, and by dawn on the third day, the first firearm was completed. Green's pistol, being the smallest, contained the fewest components, rendering it somewhat simpler. Its rough metallic surface, yet to be polished or refined, imparted an unexpectedly rugged aesthetic. This was a standard double-barreled pistol, with stout barrels that appeared mismatched to its short grip. However, Green prioritized size, thus accepting this design. After examining the piece repeatedly, Zhao Mai had to concede that it possessed a unique beauty, distinct to another world. Sock, Green. I have just come to a realization. You must promise to keep this a secret from the general populace, Zhao Mai began, preparing to share his insights. I have a feeling that the firearm itself is not the most critical element. Rather, it is the ammunition. I have devised three types of projectiles. What do you think? He sketched the designs for buckshot, flat-headed bullets, and conical projectiles. Ultimately, the effect of the shot would depend upon the projectile, and the previously used round pellets might possess lesser power. I've been pondering, since we have settled on using fixed metallic casings, why not modify the projectile? The dwarf stroked his beard thoughtfully before responding. This will complicate the manufacturing process and increase costs. Isn't our aim to create a legendary weapon? What legendary weapon is inexpensive? Zhao Mai shrugged. If we can enhance the sword's power by half, even at tenfold the cost, surely someone would want it. Indeed, you are correct, Green agreed. Only those who can forge legendary weapons will be regarded as master craftsmen, wouldn't you say? Convinced, the dwarf Sock began the process of creating bullets. Since the casings would be rendered useless after firing, there was no need for molds. He decided to roll some iron sheets to test the effects. Given that Green's weapon would primarily serve for close quarters defense, he opted for buckshot. He was intrigued by the widespread impact Zhao Mai described and prepared to conduct experiments. With powder readily available in the dwarf's nimble hands, the first test firing was scheduled for noon that day, but unfortunately, it failed to ignite. After investigating, they concluded that the casing's base was too thick, preventing the wax seal from being penetrated. The second test firing occurred that afternoon, and this time it succeeded. The discharged buckshot left a multitude of tiny dots on the wooden target, and judging by the impact, the weapon's power rivaled that of a hand crossbow, with the added advantage of being more deadly. With this proof of concept, the dwarf commenced the crafting of a second firearm. He shooed the other two away, preparing to work through the night. Not so fast, you must rest. Zhao Mai insisted. Get a good night's sleep, and we will feel at ease. Who knows? Perhaps relaxation will spark a new idea. Under different circumstances, the dwarf would have resisted, but for the sake of the firearms, he acquiesced. Thus, the three of them fell into a deep slumber within the forge. During this time, Green awoke once, claiming that the compensation for the theft had arrived. You must take this, Green told Zhao Mai. It is only 100 gold pieces. Consider it pocket money. The prospect of possessing a pistol seemed to bolster Green's confidence. He even encouraged Zhao Mai not to cancel the room at the Hearthstone Inn, suggesting it would lend credibility to the rotund proprietor. Zhao Mai, however, was indifferent to such matters. He listened to the dwarf's industrious sounds, eagerly anticipating the reveal of his weapon. Yet, by the evening of the third day, what emerged was the dwarf's heavy hammer lance. To all appearances, this weapon was essentially a two-handed warhammer, albeit with a slight curvature to the handle. The barrel formed the hammer's shaft, with the muzzle cleverly concealed at the top of the hammer. Should Zhao Mai attempt to wield this hammer lance, he would likely risk breaking his wrist, while Green might find himself dislocating his shoulder once more. Yet Sok, the dwarf, could effortlessly balance this weapon with one hand, readying it for firing. Fear not, Mike. I have calculated the time accurately, the dwarf declared with confidence. Having crafted the pistol and hammer lance, I have gained further experience that will allow me to make your weapon lighter and more functional. After all, among the three of us, you possess the least robust physique. Thank you for your candidness, Zhao Mai chuckled resignedly, concerned about the completion of his weapon. By dawn tomorrow, your gun will be ready, and I will commence fine-tuning it before producing a sufficient quantity of ammunition. Sok patted Green on the back, explaining that he needed to venture to the Druid Forest, while they had no pressing matters, allowing for meticulous work to be postponed. You do not mind, do you? I have no objections, Green replied with a smile. In reality, the dwarf's final creation took slightly longer than anticipated. As the first rays of dawn broke, illuminating the three companions, a shotgun, approximately half a meter long, lay quietly upon the table. The dwarf, thoughtfully considering ease of grip, had innovatively installed a blade that automatically flipped out beneath the muzzle. Whether for shooting or transforming into a short spear, this weapon maintained a remarkable balance. I have improved the grip. You can use this weapon one-handed. The loading will require both hands. However, one hand is merely for holding the weapon, so you will not be hindered in using a shield or the like. Sok said cheerfully to Zhao Mai. I still need to adjust the balance, but first, I must create some ammunition to assess the feel of it. Chapter 45. Simple needs. As the three musketeers busied themselves with their new gear, Druid Joseph arrived at the home of Ranger Carl. Regrettably, upon his arrival, he found the place deserted. Not only was the ranger absent, but also Saru, Dogmeat, and Longworm had not lingered. The small creatures of the great ranger tree sensed the familiar essence of nature emanating from Joseph. They were not afraid of him, yet they did not approach, remaining quietly engaged in their own activities. The resident white goose honked a few times, yet it did not charge forward to chase him away. Joseph climbed into the tree hollow and noticed that the ranger had taken all his usual weapons with him. The 3 water flasks that once hung on the wall were now gone, indicating that Carl had embarked on a long journey. Joseph could speculate on his purpose. It was likely connected to the recent upheaval at Serpent Cliff Fortress. Y&T he waited for me. Today marks our annual meeting, Joseph pondered, suspecting that this might involve Soru. Perhaps Carl intended to train the half-orc, thus taking him along. Would I really hinder the half-orc's growth? Upon further reflection, it seemed quite plausible. Joseph was one of the few masters among the forest druids, known internally as the Master of No Intervals, signifying his ability to maintain a close bond with any being without separation. Even without the enhancements of his telepathic abilities, Joseph was a polymath in healing, combat, transformation, and knowledge of flora and fauna, his only drawback being a lack of a steadfast, powerful animal companion. While both Carl and Joseph possessed unique skills, Joseph's overall prowess was superior. Should he join the adventure, Sara might find himself in a situation devoid of significant challenges or dangers, hardly conducive to growth. Joseph concluded that this could be the only explanation. Serpent Cliff Fortress had long been a focal point of concern within the druid community, where malevolent shadow creatures emerged annually to harm travelers venturing into that area. Despite numerous attempts, The issue at Serpent Cliff had not been resolved, though it had not escalated either. This year, however, was different. A troubling prophecy had manifested in the druids' natural dreams. Shadows took on form, evil gained flesh. The forest burned, and rising ashes obscured the sky. After deliberation, the elders of the No-Interval Walkers community deemed this prophecy likely to come to fruition, heralding a dreadful calamity. 2 elders journeyed south to connect with other druid communities, both to issue warnings and to gather more information, leading 2 teams. They began patrols from different directions, seeking subtle clues to ascertain the potential time and location of the impending disaster. The final elder, Joseph, was tasked with managing the daily affairs of the No-Interval Walkers community during this period. Feeling that such responsibilities were a misallocation of his talents, he seized the annual meeting as an opportunity to slip away. He wished to accompany Ranger Carl to Serpent Cliff to ascertain the situation for his peace of mind. At the same time, the youth he had seen in the dream intrigued him. Unexpectedly, Mike exhibited a remarkable affinity for druidic talents and possessed a solid foundation. Regardless of whether this prophecy would culminate in disaster, Joseph believed the druid community must continue to thrive. Both the exchange students from the iglooing community and the integration of Mike as a new druid were all aimed at this goal. With Carl absent, Joseph resolved to seek out Mike. After sitting for a moment, he made up his mind. As the interim overseer, he could not abandon the community for an extended period. He could either venture to Serpent Cliff or bring Mike back to learn. He could not do both. Since Carl had taken all his personnel, there should be no major issues. The brilliant gemstone amulet from the gnome village provided substantial protection against shadow monsters, and Carl was unlikely to forget such an item. Joseph departed quietly, unnoticed. Shortly after his exit, 2 furtive figures appeared near the great ranger tree. Half-orc Soru concealed himself among the bushes, squinting as he observed the home he had once inhabited for a long time. The rustling leaves in the wind were achingly familiar. The warmth felt while lying in the sunlit clearing seemed to linger in the air. "Why are you being so cautious? There is no one here," a voice, muffled as if from a severe cold, emerged beside Sara. Frowning, Sara glanced at the nearby goblin, his eyes betraying his disdain. Goblins were the very creatures Ranger Carl had tirelessly attempted to drive away. These loathsome beings were notorious for causing chaos and reproduced at an alarming rate. Yet this particular goblin was unlike the others. His eye sockets were entirely black, devoid of whites, radiating dark lines like smoldering pits. Simultaneously, his strength, agility, and physical resilience had been enhanced, making him a match for Soru. The half-orc had witnessed this goblin casting a cloud of darkness to blind its prey. Soru touched the brilliant gemstone amulet at his chest, surprised at how easily he had come by this trophy. In truth, he held a certain fondness for dog meat. The poor old creature who said nothing and spent its days in slumber. Unlike the snake, which seemed to know everything with its narrowed eyes, often giving Sara the creeps. If dogmeat were to perish and the snake were to rise, life would likely become quite unbearable. For now, life was preferable, more freedom, and the luxury of eating meat without hassle. Slaughter it, cook it, and savor it. Mike's shield was indeed a fine item, no matter the impact it sustained. It felt as light as a feather landing upon him. No wonder he had been able to injure me. It was all thanks to this contrivance. With the shield in hand, and now an amulet, Soru believed he could distinguish himself among his new companions. His immediate goal was to obtain the map from Ranger Carl's home, which detailed the forest's terrain, shortcuts, and the locations of all villages and towns. His words would surely not be as precise as what the map recorded. Sharing this map with his new friends would yield mutual benefits, specifically, potions to enhance physical prowess. The thought of the potions ignited a fervor within Soru. "Wait for me here, I'll be right back." The goblin, with a blade of grass dangling from his mouth, replied nonchalantly, "Go ahead, I enjoy waiting." Bearing the spare shield, Sara swiftly ascended to Carl's room and began rummaging through everything. Yet, the map had long since been given to Zhao Mai by the ranger. How could he possibly find it here? Was it that Carl had taken it with him? That seemed implausible. He had the map in his mind. Why would he need another? Without the map, how could he share anything with his friends? The ranger possessed no valuables. Had there been exquisite weapons, his friends would surely have taken an interest. The white goose waddled to the entrance of the tree hollow, peering in curiously. The sounds of breaking objects emanating from within made it uneasy. As Soru approached, the goose quickly withdrew its neck, feigning to arrange the feathers beneath its wings, hoping to avoid reprimand. A large hand reached for it, the heat of its grasp searing against its neck. Sara contemplated how a meal of goose could suffice, convincing himself it would be shared with the goblin. He surveyed the remaining animals near the great ranger tree. Only a few rabbits were left worth eating. Alas, what kind of life was he leading, perpetually deprived of decent meat? Chapter 46. The elephant becomes a mammoth. The return of Druid Joseph to Nebo Town signified that Zhao Mai should embark on his journey to the farmer's forest. The commencement of the Druid's studies was imminent, filling his heart with excitement, yet tinged with a hint of sorrow. The reluctance stemmed naturally from the impending separation from the three musketeers. Due to time constraints, Zhao Mai's firearm was the only one that had undergone the entire crafting process, including polishing, finishing, and protective coating. It now rested securely against his back, offering a reassuring sense of safety. Each handcrafted bullet had been crafted by the sturdy hands of the dwarves, and a belt designed specifically for holding the 30 flat-headed metal pellets ensured they were safely stored while allowing for easy access without hindering movement, a testament to Green's craftsmanship. Whether it was becoming a druid or forging weapons, Zhao Mai felt he could offer little assistance. However, when it came to creating devices for storing small items, he was quite experienced. Green beamed with pride, revealing that his hidden pockets could conceal playing cards, chips, and daggers without detection. These obedient projectiles posed no challenge. With that in mind, I have a task for you. Exercise caution, for the rewards could be substantial, Zhao Mai advised. Green, somewhat taken aback, inquired, what task? Through their interactions over the past half-month, he had come to realize that Zhao Mai possessed extraordinary thoughts and skills. The matter I am about to teach you could yield great wealth that could consume your very life, Zhao Mai cautioned, weighing his words. Regardless of how much you earn, ensure that a significant portion supports SOC's firearms research. For only weapons and formidable power can ultimately guarantee your safety. Noticing Green's smile fade as he grasped the inherent risks, Zhao Mai proceeded to share his method for preparing fine salt. Is it truly that simple to create elven alchemical salt? Green's astonishment was Zhao Mai's greatest reward. For centuries, even millennia, the elves have employed such a straightforward method to profit from us. I cannot say for certain how elven alchemical salt is made. Perhaps it is similar, or perhaps my method is more efficient. This is a highly lucrative endeavor. Can I trust you with it? Green furrowed his brow, expressing skepticism. We've known each other for less than a month. Are you not concerned I might abscond with your method and pursue my own fortune, neglecting the firearms? Salt will inevitably decrease in value. You may gain an initial advantage, but even if you flee, I can still drive the price down, Zhao Mai chuckled. At worst, I could falsely accuse you of stealing the elven alchemical salt preparation method, leaving you with no defense. Very well, if you can be cunning, then we can indeed collaborate. Green scratched his head, asserting, I shall never again partner with a fool. Once is enough. Later, seizing the opportunity to make final adjustments to his firearm with the dwarfs, Zhao Mai mysteriously handed Green a secret formula. Sock, this is my gunpowder formula and the method for granulation. The dwarf, unable to contain his curiosity, eagerly studied it multiple times, ensuring he memorized it. I noticed your gunpowder is significantly superior to mine. Of course, it may lack explosive power, but it is perfect for propelling projectiles. Indeed, the trifecta of firearm, powder, and bullet is crucial. The absence of any one will diminish the weapon's overall efficacy. I shall remember this formula and create even more superior firearms, Sock grinned, his beard curling into a crescent. Before you proceed, allow me to impart a few words of caution, Zhao Mai advised gravely as he ensured they were alone. Firearms can be disassembled, revealing most of their secrets. However, the mysteries of gunpowder are seldom deciphered from the black powder. You're right, Sock mused, tilting his head, uncertain of Zhao Mai's implications. Keep the formula's secrets close to your heart. If time permits, invest effort into researching better formulas, but maintain confidentiality. Only in this way can we prevent the proliferation of such weapons. It is akin to your finest dwarven martial arts or the elf's superior archery skills. Should they fall into the hands of the numerous goblins and orcs, the consequences would be dire. Sock swallowed hard, finally recognizing the danger. Understanding the devastating potential of the firearms he possessed, he realized they could easily transform an unarmed weakling like Zhao Mai into a lethal threat to knights. If the orcs were to discover the gunpowder formula, they too had blacksmiths who might replicate similar weapons. A handful of orcs wielding crude weapons might not pose a significant threat, yet their numbers far surpassed those of the dwarves. Even the finest firearm would be rendered useless against 10 inferior counterparts. Rest assured, I will not disclose the gunpowder formula, Sock assured after contemplation. Bullets must not be sold indiscriminately. Only those benevolent and friendly races should gain access. Zhao Mai smiled, embracing the dwarf Sock tightly before inspecting his firearm. As the druid training approached, Sock had adorned Zhao Mai's gun with a nature-inspired aesthetic. After secretly consulting Green, he transformed the originally singular blade into a dual design for ease of use, modifying it to a forward-pushing slot system. Consequently, when the blades were extended, the gun's tip resembled the formidable tusks of an elephant. The firearm sight was intricately carved into the shape of an elephant, with at least 2 ears remaining appropriately shaped. The weight distribution was meticulously adjusted to facilitate Zhao Mai's swift adaptation. Time was of the essence. Otherwise, Sock would have liked to incorporate runic technology into the elephantine tusks, enhancing it into a magical weapon. Holding the weapon, Zhao Mai traced the ornate patterns, with dwarven inscriptions hidden within the vine-like grip reading, "To my mentor, the guiding light." the source of mithril. He examined it repeatedly, utterly captivated. Such a splendid firearm deserved a name. Sock, do you have any suggestions? How about the elephant? The dwarf proposed. You once remarked that my arms resemble those of an elephant, so I carved one. The design is based on green sketch. I cannot say if it resembles an actual elephant, as I have never seen one. It cannot simply be called the elephant. That is far too commonplace. The mightiest ancestor of the elephant species is the mammoth, strong, majestic, and resilient, the king of the land. I wish to name the firearm Mammoth M1, for short, Mammoth. I understand the meaning of mammoth. What does M1 signify? It bears no real significance. It is merely to pique curiosity, Zhao Mai explained, to gain wider acceptance. You must ignite interest in others. Merely discussing the technicalities confines you to the realm of craftsmen. For the broader audience, you must learn to present, well, to simplify. As long as it incites curiosity and prompts inquiries, they will hear more about it, will they not? Indeed, how could I have overlooked that? Sock chuckled. You truly are a mentor. Thus, after bidding farewell, Zhao Mai slung the Mammoth M1 over his shoulder, carrying a basket of eggs as he followed Joseph northward. Departing Nebo Town. Chapter 47. Claws and ears from the map left by the ranger Carl, Zhao Mai discerned that the farmer's forest, home to the Wayfarers Druid community, lay quite a distance from Nebo Town. However, Joseph showed no inclination to hire a carriage or ride a horse. Zhao Mai thought to himself that he could not linger here for too long. If necessary, driving would at least save some time. Unexpectedly, the Druid's solution proved far superior to driving. Upon exiting Nebo Town, Joseph stretched his arms and spun around in place, transforming himself into a giant eagle. This colossal creature, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, was capable of preying on large animals such as bison, lifting them high with its talons before dropping them to their demise, feasting thereafter. Such majestic eagles charging into battle have been depicted in various films on Earth. Witnessing this magnificent beast up close left Zhao Mai in awe. A mere feather plucked from its body could serve as a fan, providing ample warmth as a blanket. The enormous beak could easily pierce a human body or cleave flesh in a single snap. Zhao Mai stowed his provisions into his backpack, disregarding the eagle's protests, and slung it across his chest. Excitedly, he reached out, intending to climb onto its back. Joseph's avian head turned, his enormous brown eyes fixed on him. Feeling a chill, Zhao Mai pointed to the eagle's talons and suggested, perhaps I could just stay there? Being lifted aloft by those talons was hardly a pleasant experience. Within 3 minutes, Zhao Mai had expelled his breakfast. This was nothing like flying in an airplane, where one could gaze out the window and enjoy the scenery. Here, there were no seats or safety belts. The wind rushed past, and beneath him lay hundreds of meters of open ground, devoid of any sense of security. As birds fly, their bodies remain relatively still, with wings flapping up and down, while the head, tail, and talons move correspondingly to maintain balance. Zhao Mai felt as if he were a boat adrift on turbulent waters, continuously rising and falling. This experience was immensely nerve-wracking, especially as Joseph ascended ever higher. Estimating their altitude to be nearing 1,000 meters, Zhao Mai felt the biting cold. Fortunately, the druid ceased his ascent, sparing Zhao Mai from becoming an icicle. Spreading his wings, he utilized the air currents to glide over long distances. Zhao Mai curled his body as much as possible, trying to retain feeling in his limbs, praying for a swift arrival at their destination. From their elevated vantage point, the expanse of land lay beneath them. The giant eagle's path predominantly traced the western shore of Ashen Lake, ensuring that a shimmering surface of water was ever in view. Unlike the sprawling forests on the eastern shore, this side of Ashen Lake was characterized by plains and gently rolling hills, dotted with clusters of villages that resembled a necklace adorning the lake's beauty. They passed over 2 sizable towns, one named Cadulia and the other Wolf Ear Town. Wolf Ear Town, situated at the northernmost tip of Ashen Lake, was where a swift current known as the Oil Smoke River poured into the lake, serving as one of its primary water sources, the other being a waterfall beside the Serpent Cliff Fortress. We shall not delve into the peculiar origins of the river's name. Suffice it to say that after soaring over Wolf Ear Town, they soon hovered above the farmer's forest. The giant eagle began to dive, a thrilling sensation of weightlessness igniting Zhao Mai's excitement. After more than 5 hours of straight flight, he had grown fond of this feeling. It was no wonder so many people reveled in the thrill of paragliding. One must experience the wind rushing past and the clouds brushing against one's face to truly appreciate the joy of flight. The dense forest revealed no signs of human habitation as Zhao Mai attempted to locate the druid community. Straining his eyes, he fought back tears caused by the wind, only able to glimpse deer fleeing in terror from the eagle's shadow and a grizzly bear roaring angrily at the sky, even without droplets of water above him. He instinctively wiped away sweat. Upon spotting the bear, he understood that this forest was teeming with wild beasts. Without the druid's abilities, escape would be impossible. The eagle continued its descent, soon gliding just above the treetops. It folded its wings and maneuvered through the canopy, disorienting Zhao Mai. Just as the unfortunate earthling feared a collision with a tree trunk, Joseph transformed back into human form, waving his staff, and the two descended gently to the ground. From their lofty height, one could hardly fathom the scene below. A small village lay concealed beneath the dense foliage, with tiny houses constructed of twigs and grass mats. Reminiscent of an Eskimo's igloo, barely accommodating 3 or 4 people. Most of the Druid community's dwellings were similar. Many coated with a layer of earth and adorned with beautiful wildflowers, creating a natural camouflage that rendered them nearly invisible from the sky. Counting carefully, Zhao Mai noted a total of 15 houses within sight, suggesting a population of 30 to 40 individuals, encompassing the elderly, middle-aged, youth, and children. Particularly, there were many children, frolicking and chasing each other, darting past Zhao Mai in pairs. This place primarily served as a training ground for the education of the young, hence the abundance of children, who were thus protected at the center. Joseph remarked, in this forest, there are several such locales, each serving functions of cultivation, husbandry, and research. Together, these form our Druid community. I will be learning here, correct? Zhao Mai inquired. Indeed, I shall take you to meet the teacher, who once taught me as well. Zhao Mai cast a skeptical glance at Joseph's face, which appeared to be that of a man in his 60s or 70s. When in Nebo Town, Joseph had presented himself as a middle-aged man, but upon returning to the community, he reverted to his true form, resembling the visage Zhao Mai had observed in his dreams. To be the teacher of Joseph, one would have to be extraordinarily old, perhaps nearing a century. Could she still be capable of teaching? He had momentarily forgotten that humans were but a short-lived race, living longer than orcs, goblins, and gremlins, but still fleeting in comparison to other beings. Following Joseph, Zhao Mai encountered his first elf, who would also become his instructor, Aurora Celine. Her long, dark green hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with delicate flowers that exuded a delightful fragrance. A pair of pointed ears peeked through her hair, each adorned with pearl earrings. This flowing mane, coupled with her exquisitely petite features, painted the picture of a gentle and charming woman. Zhao Mai measured his height, at just over 1.7 meters. He found the elf somewhat shorter than himself, yet her slender figure and perfect proportions concealed this fact, instead evoking a sense of protectiveness within him. Even though Zhao Mai understood that a mere approach could see him sent flying by her, feelings are not altered by the disparity of strength. Elder Joseph, what brings you to me? The elf inquired, her voice imbued with an ethereal quality, perhaps enhanced by preconceived impressions. Lady Aurora Celine smiled and added, the 3 apprentices of the Eagle Wing community are promising students. They have made swift progress and should soon be ready to embark on the study of natural perception. So soon? I thought they were still solidifying their grasp of Druidic language, Joseph mused, rubbing his brow, before addressing the elf. I have discovered a promising candidate outside, and wish to send him here for instruction. He should join the classes while you impart the fundamentals of Druidic language to him. The elf expressed no opposition but inquired curiously, why not begin with the cultivation of flora and fauna? My situation is somewhat unique, Joseph explained. Due to dimensional travel, his previous studies as a druid were interrupted. He possesses a foundational understanding of caring for plants and animals, much like the apprentices at Eagle Wing. Thus I have brought him to you. API call failed with status code 429. Error. Code. 429. Message. Resource has been exhausted, e.g. check quota. Status. Resource exhausted. Chapter 48. I desire the potion. When the elven druid lowered her head and brought her ear closer, Zhao Mai experienced a fleeting hesitation. Yet, this momentary doubt did not quench his curiosity. He gently squeezed the ear, finding it slightly firmer than he had anticipated, but the skin was remarkably smooth, delicate, and elastic. This outcome was not unexpected. If the ear were entirely soft, how could it possibly stand upright? After withdrawing his hand, Lady Celine chuckled softly and lifted her head. This is your first encounter with an elf, is it not? Though it was not his first sighting. Engaging in conversation at such proximity certainly was. Zhao Mai offered a slight bow. Thank you for fulfilling a long-held wish of mine. Joseph playfully tapped Zhao Mai on the head, admonishing him for his lack of decorum. And let us not forget, when you first met me, you were equally captivated by my years. However, at that time, you were too shy to express it. The elf then inquired of Zhao Mai, what compelled you to make such a request? You are aware that I will serve as your instructor for a time. Are you not concerned that I might take offense? I believe that complete indulgence is certainly unwise, yet if one can maintain a balance without causing harm to others, it is essential to follow one's inclinations. My curiosity is indeed piqued. I long to understand the sensation of elven ears. If I were to dwell on it, I would find it quite distressing. Oh, this reflects a balanced perspective, Lady Celine remarked. I accept you as my student, but I hope you can temporarily set aside some of your curiosity or redirect it toward your studies to swiftly become a proficient druid. Zhao Mai nodded in agreement, for this was also one of his aspirations. His greatest desire remained to find a remedy for his father's ailment. Thus, seizing the moment before Joseph departed, he eagerly inquired, Master Joseph, Are there any potions for removing diseases within the community? None, Joseph replied. Removing disease is a third-level spell. It should be possible to create it as a potion, should it not? Zhao Mai remained hopeful. Joseph widened his eyes in astonishment, unaware that Mike possessed such knowledge. While that is indeed true, why don't you share your understanding of druid spells with me, and I shall explain why there is no potion for removing diseases. Druid spells are categorized as divine magic, yet they do not stem from divine power, but rather from the forces of nature. Even though some druids may worship deities, those deities merely provide a conduit. The essence of the spells lies in natural energy. The most emblematic spell is the Summon Natural Allies, capable of conjuring anything from the most basic giant rats to colossal elementals and storm giants. As long as they possess the energy, druids can always cast the Summon Natural Allies spell, making it their most effective and reliable ability. Following this, the next category comprises healing spells, which Zhao Mai particularly valued. Because they utilize natural forces, druid spells emphasize natural restoration and adjustment, unlike the more domineering positive energy clerics. While they may slightly lag behind clerics in terms of healing magnitude and speed, they certainly do not lack healing capabilities. After all, druids predate clerics, having begun their studies on healing much earlier. However, in terms of support and enhancement spells, druids and clerics each possess their unique strengths. Druids have certain enhancement spells for their animal companions, as well as spells that enhance themselves after transforming into beasts or elementals. Clerics, on the other hand, focus on boosting group combat abilities, uplifting morale and fortune, often employing divine blessings. It is difficult to claim superiority or inferiority. The outcome relies heavily on the specific environment. Spells that target enemies reveal the stark differences between the two. Druids, harnessing natural forces, rely on nature-themed attacks, lightning, fire, ice, acid, plague, and pestilence, all manifestations of nature's might. Earthquakes, tornadoes, tsunamis, elemental clusters, and vengeful storms fully embody nature's most formidable forms of power. Beyond this, there exist legendary spells, said to have the potential to split continents or even submerge them beneath the ocean. However, my teacher once remarked that a druid's greatest ability is, in fact, the power to create life, thus compensating for and mending the gaps within the natural chain. I did not grasp it fully, but it certainly sounded impressive. Joseph and Celine exchanged glances, both sharing a similar sentiment regarding the intricacies of spells, yet lacking a systematic understanding. In truth, only scholars like mages or clerics who ascend based on contributions would meticulously categorize druid spells. Joseph was the first to regain his focus and said to Zhao Mai, "Your previous teacher must have been a formidable druid. If he contributed to the protection of nature, he is indeed a great druid. Might I inquire as to your teacher's name?" "Charles R. Darwin, a bald old man with a white beard, and he can be quite verbose," Zhao Mai replied. Anyone who has taken a natural science or biology class would surely recognize Darwin. His theory of evolution transcends the confines of natural sciences and often finds relevance in the realms of humanities, politics, economics, and military strategy. It is not an exaggeration to say that I am his student. If only I could converse with your teacher, Joseph expressed, his eyes gleaming with admiration. "Mike, when you have the time, please compile your knowledge of spells learned from Master Darwin. I believe it would greatly benefit the Wayfarers community." "Certainly. I would be delighted to undertake such a task. However, I myself do not yet wield spells, and my recollections may not be entirely accurate. If there are any errors or omissions, I hope you will forgive me," Zhao Mai acknowledged. The druids would require guidance, and he would be eager to provide it. This was an opportunity he greatly desired. Nevertheless, the more he felt this way, the more he needed to maintain a sense of restraint. Yet, my teacher also stated that spells are merely one of many tools. The essence of a druid lies in understanding and maintaining nature. Truly a remarkable individual, Joseph remarked, glancing at the elf Celine before continuing. "Now, allow me to elucidate why there is no potion for removing diseases. On one hand, we live closely with nature, and our bodies seldom succumb to illness. Even when they do, the issues are rarely severe. Moreover, should we encounter a significant illness or plague, we can directly cast spells to remove it, thus negating the need for potions. So, it is not a matter of inability to create one, but rather that there simply is none." Zhao Mai sought clarification. "Not everyone possesses the skills to craft potions. Our Master Duncan is an expert in this field, knowledgeable in the creation of enhancement, amplification, and toxin potions. He can indeed produce a potion for removing diseases. If it is of utmost importance to you, I can introduce you to him upon his return," Lady Celine advised. "However, I must preface this. Master Duncan favors intelligent and capable students. Should your studies falter, I will not permit you to face his reprimand." Zhao Mai responded affirmatively, acknowledging her words with determination. Chapter 49. 3 students rest assured, this child is in my care, said the elf Celine. "I have heard that the patrol team to the east seems to have discovered something. Elder Beckley has returned ahead of schedule. Joseph nodded. Oh, I must hurry to ascertain the situation. He turned and patted Zhao Mai on the shoulder, advising, study diligently and strive for progress every day. Zhao Mai reflexively replied in agreement. The druid chuckled, bent forward, and suddenly transformed into a lithe black panther, swiftly vanishing into the depths of the forest within moments. He is the finest student I have ever taught, Celine remarked with a gentle smile. In the presence of the beautiful elven woman, Zhao Mai felt an overwhelming surge of confidence. I shall become strong as well. Celine remained non-committal, merely stating, currently. I have 3 druids from Eagle Wing Peak under my tutelage. They each grasped the druidic language 3 days ago and have begun to perceive the essence of natural forces. I plan to formally instruct them in the fundamental prayer spells starting tomorrow. What is your progress? I have yet to learn the druidic language, Zhao Mai confessed. May I attempt to communicate directly with the natural forces? The chances of success are slim, yet should you wish to try, I shall not deter you. Follow me. Celine beckoned, leading the way while Zhao Mai, along with their provisions, followed closely, surveying the village's surroundings. Predominantly inhabited by humans, there were also traces of halflings. Zhao Mai had initially mistaken them for human children, only to learn from Lady Celine that these halflings had resided here for decades. They cherish nature, favoring plant life, particularly flowers and herbs that spring from the earth, the elf explained. The pumpkins they cultivate are remarkably delicious, yet the true treasure lies in their tobacco, which can help one unwind and rest more effectively. Do the surrounding animals also enjoy the scent of tobacco? Zhao Mai inquired. Ah, it seems you are quite concerned about the animals' well-being. This will aid you in perceiving the natural forces, the elf replied. However, you need not worry. Those who smoke utilize spells to contain the smoke, ensuring it does not affect other creatures nearby. In fact, this has sparked some debate among druids regarding the merits and demerits of smoking, with no definitive conclusion reached. Zhao Mai contemplated mentioning the health hazards of smoking, but upon deeper reflection, realized that the druids here possessed healing abilities, with their forms potentially transforming into pure, elemental beings. Perhaps the notions he held on Earth were irrelevant in this realm, adhering to the principle of speaking less and learning more. Zhao Mai redirected the conversation towards himself. Teacher Celine, how might one perceive the natural forces? I was just about to explain, the elf said, brushing aside her hair with a finger, her voice clear and soothing. The typical process begins with learning the druidic script, followed by communing beneath the insight tree, utilizing potions and spells to fully engage your mind and body with nature. This may lead to the ability to sense the natural forces. The insight tree, that is an ancient banyan that has thrived for over 20,000 years, one of the oldest druidic legacies in Graelian's northern region. Its trunk bears inscriptions of the ancient druidic language, believed to document the earliest druids' insights. You must understand that the transition from nothingness to existence is the most arduous. Despite our continuous improvements in methods to commune with the forces, we must not overlook the experiences from the inception of this skill. The eagle-winged druids sent these 3 apprentices here because they are exceptionally gifted and capable of approaching the insight tree during their enlightenment, which will benefit their future growth. Subsequently, Celine recounted her own experiences during her enlightenment, imparting numerous pieces of advice to Zhao Mai. Many druid apprentices, regardless of their success in enlightenment, diligently document their observations and reflections, which over time has led to a wealth of accumulated knowledge within the Wanderers community. This repository of wisdom aids apprentices in avoiding pitfalls, significantly enhancing the likelihood of their enlightenment, thereby earning the community a stellar reputation among druids. Ah, look, your 3 classmates are still beneath the insight tree. Let me introduce them to you. The boy with golden short hair and brown eyebrows is named Lucius, currently 17, gifted in his connection with nature and considered a prodigy. I suspect he will soon master the Requiem and subsequently learn first-level spells. Well, a handsome fellow, was Zhao Mai's only appraisal. The boy was seated cross-legged beneath the insight tree, seemingly lost in a meditative slumber, his finely sculpted profile reminiscent of a masterfully crafted statue, devoid of any flaws. The girl with long black hair is Aphra, a serene half-elf who speaks little, dedicating most of her energy to herbalism and potion-making. Though she has yet to master any spells, she has already managed to replicate healing potions that can expedite the recovery of minor wounds. Aphra sat with her back to Zhao Mai, rendering her appearance momentarily concealed. Perhaps he could inquire about potions for disease alleviation from her. Even if she could not produce them, she would likely possess more knowledge than he did. Gaining insights before meeting the druidic potion master Duncan would undoubtedly be advantageous. The final student piqued Zhao Mai's curiosity as he was uncertain of her race. As Celine conversed with Zhao Mai, they approached the insight tree, prompting the 3 classmates to rise upon hearing their voices. Lucius's face remained strikingly handsome, his features perfectly aligned, making it difficult for artists and mathematicians alike to find fault. Aphra's long black hair obscured half her face, while the other half radiated youthfulness and charm. Though she was not a breathtaking beauty, she possessed a captivating allure. The last student emerged from the opposite side of the insight tree, startling Zhao Mai. Her skin was a lavender hue with faint hints of blue. Her deep blue and purple hair streaked with rose, and her violet eyes sparkled. Unlike Lucius, who exuded pride, or Afra, who displayed reserve. She playfully peeked out from behind Afra, introducing herself with a cheerful voice. "Hello, I am Ziyue." Zhao Mai quickly glanced around, detecting no hooves or tail. Yet still feeling uneasy, he inquired, "Do you know Jack, Yabao, and the others?" Ziyue blinked and shook her head. "Are you certain you are not a Drenii? Drenii? Is that a being like me?" The lavender-skinned girl suddenly became animated. "I have always been unaware of my race. Could I be a Drenii? Do they have tails?" Drenii typically possess tails. She deflated, shaking her head. "I do not have a tail. I am not a Drenii, and I still do not know where I come from." "Fear not. As long as you are adorable, that is sufficient," Zhao Mai proclaimed, giving her a thumbs up, embodying the spirit of a true gentleman. Chapter 50. On enlightenment, do you think I look adorable like this? Ziyue clenched her small fists and quickly walked out, feeling dejected. "Do you like my purple skin and blue hair? Why do I feel so unattractive?" "Not at all," Zhao Mai reassured her. "I've seen people with pure black skin, rosy complexions, and even those who are entirely blue or green." Of course, he added silently. "That was in games. The pure blue fellow I encountered was a towering 8 meters tall, a true giant. Yet I still found each of them possessed their own unique beauty. You see, beauty is ever-changing, like flowing water. You truly are a kind person." Ziyue exclaimed as she casually produced a card and then inquired, "Are you a newcomer apprentice as well? Which community do you belong to?" Zhao Mai was at a loss for how to respond. Logically speaking, he had not officially become a member of the Walker community. He didn't even possess the apprentice status required for preliminary members. Fortunately, Madame Celine noticed his awkwardness and spoke on his behalf to her 3 students, saying, "This is Mike. You will be studying together from now on. However, his foundation is somewhat lacking, and he is currently striving to catch up. That's why Mike wishes to attempt enlightenment. And I brought him here." Afla keenly picked up on the word attempt and asked with concern, "Mike, how proficient are you in Druidic? I noticed that the enlightenment tree is covered in ancient Druidic script. If you wish to ensure the quality of your enlightenment, it's vital to study diligently and solidify your foundation." My Druidic knowledge is essentially zero," Zhao Mai admitted, unwilling to deceive them. "I will strive to catch up after my attempt, so as not to hinder your progress." "I must disagree." Lucius, the blonde, shook his head and declared emphatically. "The first enlightenment is exceedingly significant for a druid. It will greatly influence the ease with which you grasp spells in the future. The 3 of us are here to enhance the effectiveness of our initial enlightenment, having gone through special application to come to the renowned Walker community. Sitting beneath the enlightenment tree is a rare experience, one we believe will benefit us for a lifetime. Thus, Mike's current irresponsible behavior is quite erroneous." How am I being irresponsible?" Zhao Mai pouted, feeling a twinge of pain, akin to the sensation of wanting to hit something. "You fail to comprehend this because you are unaware of the significance of the enlightenment tree and the first enlightenment," Lucius explained with a concerned expression, patiently elucidating. "The enlightenment tree can significantly enhance your enlightenment experience, but since you lack knowledge of Druidic, it would be tantamount to wasting it all. If you fail to enlighten this time, the next opportunity will be even more challenging, and I cannot imagine a greater source of assistance than the enlightenment tree. Even if you manage to enlighten, without Druidic knowledge, you would squander a golden opportunity, which is irresponsible towards the entire Druid community. Wouldn't you agree?" Zhao Mai felt a sharp rebuttal lodged in his throat. He had not anticipated that his singular enlightenment could escalate to a matter of responsibility towards the Druid community. Though Lucius's advice held some merit, being laden with such heavy implications was uncomfortable for anyone. "I don't see it that way. Enlightenment isn't difficult. It primarily depends on one's understanding of nature, rather than solely on Druidic," Ziyue said with a smile, gently waving her hand, "Oh no, her hoof." Zhao Mai found it perpetually challenging to shake off that habitual perspective when he looked at her. "Well, I have an idea. Why not let Mike first examine the text on the enlightenment tree? In any case, we can provide a crash course explanation," Afla suggested. "I can explain it to you. Regardless of whether you decide to continue with your enlightenment or not, we will have done our best to assist." "Thank you. I think that's an excellent idea." Zhao Mai's eagerness stemmed from a sense of urgency. He had already spent a month in this world, even with the 30 one-time conversion. A full day had passed on Earth. Although he lived independently and often went weeks without a call, this was indeed quite wrong considering the significant events unfolding at home. Communication might be more frequent than usual. If his parents or siblings could not reach him, they might resort to reporting him missing, potentially triggering a chain reaction that would be exceedingly difficult for him to bear. The 2-month stay he had set for himself was, in his estimation, the longest duration without problems. Thus, in the remaining month, he had but one objective: to find every possible means to acquire the potion to dispel his illness. To meet Master Duncan, he required the introduction of the elven teacher, Celine, making his enlightenment as a druid crucial. Zhao Mai was gambling on this. If he could enlighten without druidic knowledge, his aptitude would likely draw the community's attention, facilitating matters. He did not crave privilege, merely a degree of influence to engage with Master Duncan. Should enlightenment fail, he would face an extended period of druidic study, which would be impossible to complete within a month, let alone a second attempt. If such a scenario occurred, Zhao Mai resolved to shift his focus towards collecting various items that could fetch a good price on Earth, then drive back. If he could first settle his financial matters, that would be acceptable. With this mindset, he earnestly hoped his classmates would assist him. Madame Celine, perceiving Mike's determination, nodded in agreement with Afla's suggestion. However, the well-meaning Lucius continued to counsel, buzzing incessantly in Zhao Mai's ear. Upon closer inspection of the massive banyan tree, Zhao Mai discerned some peculiarities that set it apart from ordinary banyan trees. The smooth gray bark bore strange dark patterns, and the broad, expansive canopy was adorned with triangular, oval leaves with small, round fruits concealed beneath them. A tree that had thrived for 20,000 years without dying was an anomaly on Earth, if any existed. They would have long since become sentient. As Zhao Mai pondered these thoughts, he gazed upwards at the magnificent banyan tree. If only his botanical knowledge were more profound, he could identify the true species of this banyan. After all, the Bodhi tree, under which enlightenment is attained, is a variety of banyan. His limited knowledge robbed him of some sense of the sacred, yet it also allowed him to maintain a pure mindset, preventing overthinking. Look closely. The druidic script is hidden in the dark patterns of the bark. If you widen your eyes, you might see it, Zhao teased, poking the trunk and producing a rhythmic thump. Of course, during enlightenment, you won't be allowed to lean in so closely. Instead, you'll be given a potion. Suddenly, all the letters will appear as large as your head, swirling about in the sky. You are merely wasting time, Lucius interjected. The more you speak, the more anxious he will become, and his success rate will plummet. Alas, I truly dislike seeing a talent squandered. Even so, we must share our insights, especially the key experiences of those who came before, Afla gently urged. Mike, come take a look at these texts. It will provide you with a familiar process. Zhao Mai widened his eyes, earnestly leaning closer to the bark. Similar to the patterns hidden within colorblindness test papers, the druidic script required focused attention to discern. He practically pressed his face against the bark before finally making out some characters. Hiss. Zhao Mai suddenly inhaled sharply, his mind exploding with revelations. Chapter 51. The language of druids. What purpose does writing serve? The most prevalent answer is that it is a means for the dissemination and recording of information, encapsulating the imagery and symbols of language. Upon closer examination, it essentially divides into two categories: the use of letters to convey phonetics and document spoken content, and the depiction of objects through graphical representations. The latter forms the foundation of Chinese creation. Although he is not fluent in the common tongue, Zhao Mai is familiar with Chinese characters. As he strained to decipher the druidic script on the tree, he was astonished to discover Chinese characters, a blend of small seal and clerical script, densely packed in fine print, forming intricate and beautiful patterns on the bark. Zhao Mai collapsed onto the ground, covering his mouth with his hand, uncertain how to express his bewilderment. Could there truly be a connection between the druids and ancient Chinese civilization? If this is the whimsical product of a deity's imagination, then it is indeed profound and far-reaching. According to the fantasy world's lore, druids evolved from primal shamans, born from a reverence for nature during an era when intelligent beings struggled for survival, seemingly without any Chinese influence. Yet, how could Chinese characters be deemed druidic script? It is no wonder that Joseph Druid reacted so intensely upon hearing fragments of the Tao Te Ching, even fainting. This must have been influenced by the cultural lineage. It is hardly surprising that druidic writing is insurmountably challenging for anyone but druids themselves. The difficulty of comprehension is exceptionally high. Furthermore, the spell that grants understanding of all languages can decode every text except for druidic, which is graphical in nature, unlike the alphabetic scripts. Previously, Zhao Mai had struggled to comprehend why druidic writing was so uniquely exceptional among all languages, with nearly every language-related spell making exceptions for it. The root of this peculiarity now lay before him. Had he not visited the druid community and witnessed the enlightenment tree with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a premise. Are you all right, Mike? Zhao squatted down beside him, her knees forming two small ovals. Why are you covering your mouth? Why do you look as if you want to cry but can't? I was simply overwhelmed with joy. Zhao Mai shouted internally. The druidic text was inscribed in Chinese characters. How could there be any cognitive barriers? Unlike phonetic scripts, where letters bear no relation to their meanings, Chinese characters inherently convey significance. For instance, the character for up and down will never be inverted or mistaken. Moreover, since the entire passage is already written in Chinese, what difficulty could there possibly be in comprehension? Do not be disheartened. These druidic texts are from ancient times and are quite difficult to learn, which is why they have been simplified. Afra calmly remarked. With a foundation in the common tongue, modern Druidic writing is relatively easy to master. Lucius flicked his golden hair and added, however, at its core. The essence of Druidic language resides in these characters. Without understanding them, one cannot grasp the history of the Druids. Forgetting the lineage of their heritage may lead to confusion during moments of enlightenment. Mike, I sincerely hope you can abandon radical notions and progress steadily. Only then might you someday reach my level. Miss Celine patted Lucius on the shoulder, indicating he had spoken too much. Lucius bowed his head slightly and fell silent. Zhao Mai gradually regained his composure, deciding to leverage this unique advantage, unbeknownst to others, for his own benefit. However, there was one question he had yet to clarify. So he politely inquired, Afra, could you enlighten me on how to read these characters? Afra's cheeks flushed slightly as she spoke hesitantly. I cannot fully decipher the characters above. And I cannot guarantee accurate pronunciation. If there are any errors, I hope Miss Celine will correct me. The elf smiled encouragingly. You possess the greatest knowledge of ancient scripts among all my druid apprentices. You should speak. If there are mistakes, I will inform you. Well, with only a 1 in 10,000 chance of error, what is there to be embarrassed about? Zhao Mai recalled how he often skipped classes in university, managing to make around 30 mistakes out of 100. After all, passing was sufficient, he added. This minuscule error rate is akin to achieving 9,999 out of 10,000 on an exam. A high achiever. A prodigy. Ziyu had joined in on the excitement. But Zhao Mai could not discern whether she was there to learn or create chaos. It wasn't until Ms. Celine pinched her cheek and pulled her aside that he could finally concentrate on the lesson. As they read each character aloud, Zhao Mai found he could hardly comprehend any of them. From the phonetic patterns, he could still detect some nuances of Chinese, such as tonal variations and rhythmic cadences. He attempted to articulate a sentence in Chinese, but the others indicated they completely failed to understand. There are several possibilities for this disconnect. The characters of the Chinese language have been passed down through generations, yet pronunciation has been influenced by regional dialects, customs, and historical changes, resulting in a diverse array of expressions. While dialects across various regions can often be mutually intelligible in written form, spoken communication may not necessarily be comprehensible. Although one can recognize the language as belonging to the Chinese family, it is highly probable that one might not understand what the other is saying. Mandarin is based on Beijing dialect, which has been softened by the characteristics of northern dialects, and it undoubtedly differs significantly from the language of the small seal and clerical script era. Moreover, it is plausible that the individuals who brought these characters had their own dialectal accents. Time flows on. The Enlightenment tree has thrived for over 20,000 years. Can such an extended period guarantee that the transmission remains flawless? Zhao Mai could not comprehend their Druidic language, and they could not understand his Chinese. Wasn't that a fortunate situation? He then inquired about the meanings of a few characters, discovering that they bore no difference from their Chinese counterparts, which greatly eased his mind. Afra also mentioned that the inscriptions on the Enlightenment tree were haphazardly arranged and expressed no coherent meaning. Only by consuming the potion of enlightenment or with the assistance of a druid master could one reorganize these characters to form impressions in their minds. This aligns with Ziyue's description of characters becoming as large as heads, floating in the sky. Each individual's understanding of the characters varies, and they quickly forget what they have grasped, leaving only a small fraction to linger. This remnant is referred to as one's core understanding, which, when enveloped by the forces of nature, becomes known as the heart of nature. However, they cannot specify where the heart of nature resides, only advising Zhao Mai to experience it for himself. Should one wish to learn from the beginning, mastering Druidic language would require several years. Hence no one believed Zhao Mai could comprehend it merely by attending a few lessons. Afra's suggestion to teach was merely to ease her own mind and contribute in a small way. Zhao Mai remained discreet, revealing nothing about his ability to read these characters. This was his hidden advantage, one that should not be divulged to outsiders. The one who laughs last laughs best. Chapter 52. A Dream of Thunder. Do not squander your talent. I am aware that you excel in certain areas, yet when it comes to enlightenment, it is paramount to heed the counsel of others. While Master Celine stepped away to fetch the potion, Lucius resumed his persuasive discourse. Before you, numerous individuals have attempted to attain enlightenment without an understanding of Druidic language, and their success rate was dismally low. Among them, none ultimately ascended to the rank of master, let alone elder or grand elder. Zhao Mai regarded him and inquired, So, you are preparing to eventually become an elder or grand elder? That is indeed my aspiration. Lucius replied, I cannot guarantee that I will excel in every facet, but in the realm of spellcasting, my talent ranks among the top 100 in history. If someone of my caliber cannot become an elder, who else could? This was not mere arrogance, it was the unvarnished truth. Ah, then I shall congratulate you in advance. Zhao Mai responded with a forced smile. My parents are both elders of the community, and thus the natural essence was already within me at birth. It could have awakened naturally, but to cultivate this power more effectively, a complex spell was cast upon me. enveloping the natural essence to prevent it from dissipating due to external stimuli. Lucius continued, after this enlightenment, the spell binding me will begin to loosen, and soon it will no longer restrain me. At that point, I can undergo a second enlightenment, further deepening my connection with the natural forces. This means my talent for spell casting and perception of the essence will ascend to new heights, a groundbreaking achievement. Zhao Mai, disinterested, crouched down to play with the provisions. The small yellow dog, in the midst of shedding its coat, always sought to rub against Zhao Mai, nibbling gently on his wrist, begging for a belly rub. Observing the provisions curled up with its limbs tucked and belly protruding, tail wagging incessantly, head cocked to one side with its tongue lolling out, was far more endearing than any golden-haired beauty. Ziyue, ever the social butterfly, continually extended her hand to adjust the angle of the provision's tongue for a more aesthetically pleasing presentation. The little dog feigned an attempt to bite her, yet she always managed to evade, causing her to giggle with delight. However, the provisions did not permit Ziyue to touch its belly. That territory was reserved solely for Zhao Mai. Afra sat quietly outside the circle of the insight tree, a thick book made of leaves resting on her lap. She occasionally turned a page and glanced in Zhao Mai's direction, her mind swirling with peculiar thoughts. She recalled how Mike had inquired about the Druidic language. It seemed those characters were not chosen at random. The inscriptions on the insight tree can be categorized into two main styles. One is intricate yet vivid, while the other is simple and abstract. It is said that these characters are the collective wisdom of a community, not the handiwork of a single individual. Mike's inquiries were predominantly focused on the more complex, yet vivid characters. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate choice? Afra sensed that Mike was not as naive as he appeared. How many individuals are granted permission to undergo foundational enlightenment beneath the insight tree? Why has Master Celine consistently supported him? Perhaps you too may succeed, she mused. You will not succeed, Lucius continued to offer his counsel, stating, but I hope that even if you fail this time, it does not deter your confidence. There will be many opportunities ahead. With perseverance, hard work, and a humble approach to learning, you will surely find success. Though the earth is vast, it is not without its peaks and valleys. Trust me, as long as you strive to ascend, the vistas will always unfold before you. If he continued his monologue, the author might well leap in and silence him with a keystroke. Fortunately, Master Celine approached gracefully, holding a bottle of pale yellow potion. Lucius fell silent and led Ziyue away from the canopy of the insight tree, ensuring Mike could pursue his enlightenment undisturbed. This is the potion for communicating with nature. May I inquire its name? Essence of dreaming, Celine replied. Zhao Mai was taken aback, mentally parsing the words to ensure he had not misheard. However, upon receiving the bottle of pale yellow potion, he felt a wave of nausea wash over him. I shall cast a blessing spell upon you to enhance your performance. Concurrently, a spell providing continuous natural healing effects will also be cast upon you. Feel it, control it, and through it, establish a connection with the natural essence, Master Celine concluded. May the essence be with you. In a daze, Zhao Mai perceived everything as surreal. He sat cross-legged on the ground, the warmth from his hands gradually permeating the potion. Time seemed to slow, and he needed to organize his thoughts. The airport, the old man, his father's illness, the navigation app leading him upwards, and the battlefield of angels and demons. The angel who perished while aiding him seemed to have her veil lifted, revealing her expression in her final moments, tinged with regret yet imbued with hope, devoid of anguish. Did she realize whom she had transported away? Perhaps the thought never even formed in her mind. Everything was instinctive, and kindness was likely ingrained within her essence. A defenseless human pursued by demons can hardly compare to the weight of a battle angel on the field. Were Zhao Mai in her position, he would undoubtedly disregard such an abruptly introduced NPC. As a mathematics graduate, he had always approached everything with rational analysis, hoping to evaluate his surroundings through a knowable, measurable system. This is precisely why he cherished TRPGs, often taking on the role of game master. Yet beneath the insight tree of the druids, he encountered innumerable possibilities that transcended his understanding, which ought to have been dismissed by probability. A rational self would not believe in the reality before him. Raising his gaze to the vast canopy of the insight tree, countless leaves danced before his eyes. The saying, "A leaf obscures the view of Mount Tai," resonated within him. Each person perceives the world solely from their own perspective. Could it be that one's shadow blinds them from witnessing the grandeur of the mountain? Could consuming a single potion, coupled with several spells, while seated beneath a great tree, allow one to connect with the natural essence and gain the ability to cast spells? Rationality insisted such notions were absurd. Yet only these absurdities could explain the sensations he was experiencing. He rubbed his eyes vigorously, hoping to dispel the obscuring veil and see everything more clearly. Perhaps he should trust his instincts like that angel, rather than clinging to calculated outcomes. Overthinking and an excessive focus on gains and losses would only serve to crush him and ruin everything. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the way, and the way follows nature. Suddenly, Zhao Mai recalled the famous lines from the Tao Te Ching, and with that thought, he relinquished all distractions, opened the essence of dreaming potion, and tilted his head back to drink deeply. Chapter 53. The potion slid down Zhao Mai's throat, initially bringing forth a bitter taste reminiscent of traditional herbal medicine. However, after a brief moment, a delicate fragrance emerged, rendering it less disagreeable. After releasing a deep, resonant belch, Zhao Mai felt as though he were submerged in warm water, enveloped in a sense of moisture and warmth, swaying gently. The world around him began to blur, with shadows and echoes dancing before his eyes. The tree of perception transformed into multiple entities, shifting and shimmering in a nebulous display. The druidic inscriptions upon the bark emitted a soft, silvery luminescence, gradually becoming clearer and larger, just as the purple moon had described, flitting through the sky like countless heads. Zhao Mai seemed to have fallen into a lucid dream, where the boundaries between fantasy and reality began to dissolve. On one hand, he beheld the earth, penguins from the South Pole and elephants from Africa dancing together, dolphins soaring alongside eagles. On the other hand, he witnessed the beauty of Gralian, specifically the Ashen Lake, the shimmering surface of the water, flocks of white waterfowl taking flight, and panthers leaping gracefully among the branches. Each scene was both vividly real and distinctly illusory. Images morphed continuously. Animals, plants, algae, fungi, even microorganisms and viruses erupted from this phantasmagoria. The heads, transformed from druidic text, sprouted eyes and mouths. Hundreds of eyes fixated on Zhao Mai, and hundreds of mouths opened in unison. Do you wish to connect with the primal force? Why? For nature? For balance? For truth? Zhao Mai shook his head. None of these were his true intentions. I seek power to aid my father, to rid him of his ailments. You are unworthy of such power. You hold no value. The heads bellowed, flames igniting in their eyes. You consume excessively, destroy abundantly. You are merely a vessel of annihilation, a tool of doom, observing without understanding, storing knowledge without emotion, speaking without substance. Only on the path to your own demise do you exhibit creativity and vigor. In the face of their accusations, Zhao Mai raised his hand and clapped forcefully. Well said. Do you not feel any shame? The heads glared at Zhao Mai, circling him slowly, scrutinizing him closely. Do you believe I should waste my time in shame, or seize this rare opportunity to connect with the primal force of nature? Zhao Mai felt his eyelids growing heavy, struggling to focus on the spinning heads. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, akin to having studied for 3 consecutive nights. Why is there no druid in my world, no magic, no divine power? Why is there not a towering tree to enlighten me? The heads fell silent, rising like bubbles before bursting with a soft pop. I wish to help my family, and only then can I pursue other endeavors. Have you ever heard the saying, cultivate oneself? Harmonize the family, govern the state, and bring peace to the world? The final head halted, cracks appearing between its brow, yet it did not explode. The flames in its eyes waned, transformed into an oceanic blue. It spoke. Thus, we grant you the opportunity for self-cultivation. A bolt of lightning struck down, cascading from his head to his feet. Zhao Mai was blasted upward, standing rigidly on the ground. Druidic texts, no, small seal, and clerical Chinese characters rose into the air, forming lines as they flew into Zhao Mai's eyes. He could not control his body, not even blink, only watch and read. All that he experienced was an adventure within the ocean of his thoughts, or rather, in the realm of natural forces and inner sea. Outside, in the vast expanse, Zhao Mai lay trembling on the ground, frothing at the mouth, his eyes rolled back in a pitiable state. The stored provisions nearby cried out anxiously, bouncing about in desperation, yet utterly helpless. Teacher, how do we save him? I've never heard of such occurrences during enlightenment. Purple Moon tugged at Miss Celine's arm, shaking it. Should we pull him out? Purple Moon was correct. I believe we should immediately terminate the ritual, prioritizing Mike's life above all else. Lucius stated, presumptuous actions often conceal immense peril. Forcing enlightenment without a foundation is inherently risky. Teacher, you must have a way to halt the ritual, right? The elf Celine and the long-haired black Afro remained silent, their gazes fixed on the convulsing Zhao Mai. From him emanated a vibrant life force, which hardly suggested he was in distress. Under the continuous enhancement of healing spells, how could one terminate the ritual? Should they drag him out, pry open his mouth, and pour in poison? Even if his body were harmed, the ongoing healing should suffice for recovery. The only explanation for the current phenomenon must lie in the mental realm. Celine, who dedicated herself to teaching apprentices, had witnessed enlightenment thousands of times throughout her long life. Although the excruciating situation Mike faced was unprecedented, it was not without precedents to reference. Elder Joseph's enlightenment also unfolded amidst suffering and torment. His psychic ability, namely telepathy, was forcibly broken through while communicating with the primal forces. Countless voices roared in his mind, which he later described as the thunderous crash of 10,000 waves against a massive rock, yet each collision was distinctly discernible. At one point, he feared his mind would explode, but upon persevering, he discovered an unparalleled tranquility, harmony, and peace. It was uncertain what Mike was experiencing now, but it likely surpassed even Joseph's ordeal. In the past, Joseph had clutched his head and screamed. Yet he did not lose control of his body nor froth at the mouth. A thought, unbidden and difficult for Celine to accept, crept into her mind. Could Mike's aptitude surpass Joseph's? It was precisely this thought that deterred her from intervening in the ritual, choosing instead to patiently await the outcome. The changes in nature are never abrupt. Only with patience can one perceive the tumultuous winds and the serene clouds. Purple Moon seemed to sense something amiss. Biting her light blue fingernails, curiously observing Mike, who was writhing like a shrimp, Lucius continued to chatter, fervently insisting they rescue Mike immediately. Alas, such impatience. Perhaps it was due to his exceptional lineage and talent that he was unwilling to wait, unable to settle his mind? He should be educated more in this regard. Celine resolved. After a spell of trembling, Zhao Mai gradually calmed, his hand tentatively reaching for the head of the stored provisions. The little dog sensed its master's touch and instantly settled down. Although Zhao Mai soon fell still once more, the dog continued to wag its head, nuzzling against its master's palm. The wind rustled through the Bodhi tree, causing its branches, leaves, and fruits to sway, producing a soft rustling sound. A beam of sunlight pierced through the thick canopy, sweeping across Zhao Mai's tightly closed eyelids. He opened his eyes, the earthy brown, grassy green, watery blue, and blood-red hues fading one by one, leaving only the white of light and the black of night. Once more, a breath of newfound life escaped his lips in a gentle sigh. Chapter 54. Challenges in the Art of Spellcasting, Part 1. Upon opening his eyes, Zhao Mai felt as if he had been reborn. The surroundings no longer appeared the same. The trees remained tall, stately, and ancient, the grass still lush and vibrant. Yet Zhao Mai sensed that they had begun to breathe. This feeling was difficult to articulate, and any attempt at expression seemed feeble. Although he had long known that trees and flowers were living beings, it was only now that he truly felt they had come to life. It was as if they possessed the essence of another human, or perhaps not quite so intelligent, more akin to a stored grain, endowed with the capacity for emotional expression. He understood that they were conveying some form of meaning through various gestures, whether it was thirst or a yearning for embrace. In any case, they were no longer mere monotonous backgrounds in a landscape painting. The stored grain gazed at him with its deep, dark eyes, from which he discerned joy and attachment. Each creature radiated emotion, serving as evidence of their existence amidst the cosmos. The so-called natural force was an energy field preserved and generated by all living beings, enveloping, permeating, and interconnecting, encompassing the entirety of the natural environment and coalescing the strength of the world. Miss Celine approached Zhao Mai, her gaze full of concern. In her innate perception, the natural force within Zhao Mai flowed forth like a spring, continuously diffusing, gentle and persistent, slow yet steady, something she had never witnessed in anyone else. Even Lucius, hailed as a rare genius, only manifested the natural force in a vaporous state, creating a rare fog when enlightened. This extraordinary phenomenon lingered for a moment before gradually fading, leaving no trace on the surface. The elf, Celine, regained her composure and remarked, "Mike, congratulations. You are now able to sense the natural force, are you not?" "Indeed. It is a wondrous sensation. The world has become more vibrant, immersed in the rich breath of nature, with every breath feeling like a delight. Does this mean I can begin my studies? Let us take a rest tonight. Our lessons will commence tomorrow, starting with the fundamentals of prayer. You will officially embark on the path of a druid. According to the original plan, I shall take 3 students later today to select animal companions. You are welcome to join us." Zhao Mai shook his head, cradling the stored grain. "I already have one, so I shall refrain from joining. I wish to remain here a while longer, to familiarize myself with the sensation of the natural force." "Of course," Celine replied, gracefully waving her sleeves as she departed with the 3 students. Ziyue bounced along, mischievously giving Zhao Mai the finger before pointing at the corner of his mouth and collar. Zhao Mai glanced down to find that the white foam he had expelled had stained his clothing. It was indeed time to address that matter. The following day, the sound of incantations echoed from a thick, horizontal branch of a tall tree. Dressed in the same robes as the other druids, Zhao Mai endured the coarse fabric's irritation against his skin, trembling as he stood at the edge of the branch, striving to calm his mind while repeatedly casting a spell on the poisonous mushroom in his palm. The natural force lay at his fingertips, yet he could not grasp the task at hand. After attempting a simple food purification prayer over 100 times, he found himself unable to succeed. Beside him, Lucius, Afra, and Ziyue had already completed the spell and were beginning to learn the water creation prayer. To avoid missing out on their instruction, he realized he must pause to listen and learn. The food purification spell could be practiced later. His foundational skills were still too weak, and deep within him lingered an unease regarding spells and incantations, mystical forces that felt foreign. For over 20 years, he had lived in a world devoid of magic, where miracles had faded and wonder had vanished. Everything was intertwined with science, and mysticism had devolved into mere entertainment. Even witnessing Joseph's miraculous transformation and Celine's spell demonstration could not instantly alter his ingrained beliefs. Subsequent lessons in spellcasting encountered similar challenges. Zhao Mai could articulate the incantations and perform the gestures and postures correctly, yet he ultimately failed to complete the spells. Only during his attempt at the light spell did he see faint sparks coalesce at his fingertips, which kept his hope alive. All right, let us conclude for today. You three should practice diligently, transforming your prayers into incantations that your body and mind can readily release. Mike, please remain behind. Apologies, teacher, but I have learned nothing today. Zhao Mai said with a wry smile. Not a single one of the 8 prayers I attempted succeeded. Your movements and words have met the standards. And you possess the natural force within you, Celine said, pressing a finger gently to Zhao Mai's chest. However, it seems you are not yet prepared. Tell me, what do you feel when you cast a spell? When I recite the incantation, I can sense a force responding to me. This power emanates from the surrounding natural beings, especially the great tree beneath my feet. Of course, part of it also derives from the energy within me. I direct them to move toward my target, to manifest my intentions. Zhao Mai scratched his head. But the spell halts there, yielding no effect. I see, Celine said, examining the palm of Zhao Mai's hand before glancing at his shoulders and neck. Are you perhaps of noble lineage, having never toiled as a craftsman or tilled the land? Not quite a noble, but you are correct about the latter 2 points. In this highly commodified society, I have never cultivated or raised anything I would consume. My only means of obtaining food is through the market. Precisely. Now consider this scenario. If you sow a seed, water it, can you command it to grow, bloom, and bear fruit immediately? Certainly not, Zhao Mai replied, shaking his head. We druids must integrate with nature, connecting our small forces with the greater forces around us, communicating, requesting, and cooperating to achieve our objectives. We are not priests, relying on divine assistance to manifest spell effects, nor are we mages, who manipulate, command, or distort elements to reshape them as we desire, Celine explained. What are druids? They harmonize with their surroundings, achieving unity without barriers, thereby becoming free wanderers of the earth. I shall try again. Zhao Mai picked up the poisonous mushroom and began to repeat the food purification incantation. He continuously relaxed, avoiding excessive interference with the forces, allowing things to flow naturally. Yet, after over a minute, the spell remained unformed. Celine observed Zhao Mai's expression closely, reading the nuances of his facial muscles and the depths of his gaze. After his repeated failures, she seemed to discern the underlying reason. Mike, do you doubt that the spell can succeed? Celine asked, frowning. Elder Joseph mentioned that you hail from another realm and have undergone druid training. Yet have you never witnessed a spell before? Zhao Mai bit his lip, furrowing his brow as he met Celine's concerned gaze. Previously, to secure the opportunity for druid training, he had fabricated a story about a druid teacher named Darwin in front of Joseph. Should he continue this deception now? Chapter 55. The Dilemma of Spells, Part 2. Let me ponder this a bit longer. Zhao Mai still hesitated to fully trust the elf, Celine, and thus said, the spells in our world appear quite different from those practiced here. Please grant me time to practice. The elf nodded in understanding. Mike, remember this. You are merely a part of the world. Whatever you endeavor to achieve, you require the assistance of this world. The natural forces are all around you, waiting and yearning to communicate with you, just as you wish to converse with them. Zhao Mai pondered deeply as he returned to his dwelling. He had no fixed residence, merely a hammock tied over a meter above the ground. His loyal companion lay beside the hammock, gnawing on an indiscernible bone. Upon seeing Zhao Mai's return, it wagged its tail and bounded over, circling around his feet in excitement. Crouching down to pet the puppy, the dog's perpetual goofy grin lightened Zhao Mai's mood considerably. Noticing the early hour and feeling unhungry, he resolved to practice a bit more. The best venue for his training was the Enlightenment Tree, where he had experienced his first success. He aimed to enter the state of enlightenment once more, hoping to converse with the heads formed from druidic runes. Much of that moment had slipped from his memory. He could no longer clearly recall what those runes had conveyed as they penetrated his vision. Many shared this plight. Yet few, like him, struggled to cast spells after enlightenment. How he wished for a system to assist him. If only he could observe someone casting a fireball. He could analyze its myriad forms, optimize them, and ultimately learn. Zhao Mai chuckled at his own self-deprecation, realizing he lacked such fortune, a golden finger to guide him. Moreover, how fanciful such a notion was. Who could assert that witnessing the outcome could allow one to deduce the process? That would imply that by merely seeing a person, one could analyze the very posture of their parents during conception, perhaps even refine it in the process. Learning was never simple. He found himself lacking in foundational knowledge compared to the locals, and his understanding of the world was insufficient. The only solution lay in practice. After all, if spells were not cast, the only costs incurred were saliva and a modicum of energy. As a young man in his 20s, such expenditure was negligible. Of course, practice should not be mindless. One must calm the mind to experience and summarize, striving for every infinitesimal improvement. Zhao Mai sat cross-legged beneath the great tree, cradling a toxic mushroom, casting his spells again and again. He remained there for half a day, and when the sky was engulfed by stars and night, he still had not departed. His companion, growing bored, had fallen asleep long ago, weary of waiting. As a dog capable of teleportation, it felt helpless witnessing its master's struggle with such fundamental spells. If it could speak, it might have offered guidance by now. Alas, the only sounds it could produce were barks, which served only to create distractions. If a particular spell could not be cast, it might be due to issues with gestures, incantations, or simply a lack of sufficient natural energy. A parrot alighted beside Zhao Mai, and as it spoke, it began to transform, ultimately resembling the elf instructor, Celine. Mike, do you harbor concerns in your heart? If left unresolved, it will be challenging for the natural forces to assist you. I cannot comprehend why the energy of nature purifies the toxins within the mushroom, Zhao Mai confessed. Ah, so this is what you ponder? Celine replied, settling beside him and tilting her head. In truth, I do not know either. Few druids can articulate the reasons. There are several theories, giving rise to various schools of thought, but since none can persuade the others, rifts have formed among them. Isn't this a crucial question? Zhao Mai queried, perplexed. Should we not explore the reasons, understand the principles, and then adapt accordingly? Your thinking is indeed meticulous. Yet the druids do not focus on such matters, at least not the wayfarers among us, Celine elucidated. Consider it like eating. You do not command your stomach to churn and digest, nor do you dictate your body to absorb nutrients. You trust that they will function properly. When it is time to eat, they prepare accordingly. If a problem arises, they will inform you. Druidic magic operates similarly. I do not interfere with how the natural forces perform their tasks. They possess their own methods and secrets. Your role is merely to convey your intentions through your own energy, akin to placing food in your mouth. The rest is to trust in nature, which possesses its own wisdom. Thus, I have meddled too much, overthought, and allowed my own notions to influence the workings of the natural forces? I cannot assert that this is the sole reason, Celine replied gently. I observe your relentless practice here, more diligent than others, which speaks well of your character. However, I sense that you remain perplexed by spells, and this confusion runs deep within you. There exists a method to dispel this confusion, to personally experience the sensation of casting spells. How does one achieve that? The elf brought her fingers together, pressing them against Zhao Mai's temple. Relax your breathing and focus your mind. I shall transmit my sensations to you. Zhao Mai gulped and, following her guidance, slowed his breathing. Celine lightly tapped him, first casting the spell Wisdom of the Owl, enhancing his perception of the surrounding environment, whether regarding divine energy or natural forces. The primary condition for casting magic is to feel the existence of both. Under the spell's influence, Zhao Mai's senses heightened. He could distinctly feel the damp, cool touch of Celine's fingers on his skin. Not just her fingers, but the entire image of her arm now mirrored in his mind. Zhao Mai furrowed his brow. This sensation should not stem from the Wisdom of the Owl spell, should it? Noticing his change, Celine softly urged, do not overthink. Immerse yourself in the experience. After experiencing her arm, he felt the sensations of her torso, then her other limbs and head. Zhao Mai found himself within the elf's body, witnessing the world through her eyes and listening with her ears. His heartbeat slowed, a slight itch in his chest, and long hair felt heavy. Was this what Celine experienced daily? Pay attention to the interactions between my energy and the surrounding forces, Celine instructed, casting a series of spells, from simple prayers to higher-level incantations, demonstrating each to Zhao Mai. He found himself too absorbed in the natural forces to fully appreciate the sensations Celine's body provided. The fresh first-person perspective offered insights that mere observation could never convey. Through repeated magical experiences, he finally discerned where his errors lay. Emerging from the elf's body, both were drenched in sweat. Celine, evidently more fatigued, advised Zhao Mai to take care of himself before swaying slightly and departing. Zhao Mai closed his eyes, carefully reflecting on the sensations he had just experienced, then picked up the toxic mushroom from the ground. It was neither command nor plea, nor the imposition of his will. Zhao Mai mused. I am but a cog in nature, the only distinction being my greater agency. I must maintain harmony with nature, yet harmony is not equality. Equality still implies two static, independent entities, whereas harmony represents a dynamic, mutually beneficial relationship. Thus, the crux lies in a balance and a method. Zhao Mai closed his eyes, following his instincts, resonating with the surrounding energies. All living beings are composed of natural forces. There is no distinction of you or me, nor it. Feeling he had grasped the essence, he chanted the spell for purifying food, placing his trust for the first time in the power of nature. Upon completing the spell, he devoured the mushroom without even opening his eyes. Chapter 56. A day of rest. The following day necessitated a pause in learning. This was partly due to the exhaustion of the elven mentor, Celine, who suffered from a debilitating headache and required rest. On the other hand, Zhao Mai was afflicted with severe gastrointestinal distress, making it impossible for him to attend class. This unfortunate circumstance was linked to his consumption of mushrooms, though fortunately, it was not a case of poisoning. The purification spell he cast successfully eliminated the toxins from the mushrooms. However, that did not imply that he could digest and absorb raw mushrooms. Coupled with his relentless practice of spells, his mental state was exceedingly fatigued, rendering illness a predictable outcome. Acquiring the ability to cast spells marked a significant transformation for Zhao Mai. Although his magical prowess was currently minimal, it was nonetheless a transition from non-existence to existence. He repeatedly illuminated his fingertips with the light spell, his face adorned with a foolish grin. The Druidic order encompassed 14 prayers, and Zhao Mai had memorized both the gestures and incantations associated with them, making it effortless for him to cast these spells. The only limiting factor remained whether the natural forces could keep pace with the spellcaster's actions. Unlike mental abilities or bloodline powers, which do not require prior preparation, Druidic magic necessitates the invocation of external forces, akin to how wizards manipulate elements or clerics commune with divine power. Ideally, a preliminary acknowledgement is beneficial for conserving time. The stronger a druid's connection with nature, the more of these spell slots they can retain, as Celine instructed in the ways of spellcasting. She also elucidated the preparation of spells. By communicating with natural forces, a spellcaster can imprint the energy of certain spells as sigils to carry with them, significantly enhancing the speed of spellcasting. These sigils are influenced by the cycles of the sun and moon, typically lasting for about a day. The reasoning behind this phenomenon is not universally agreed upon among druids. Celine's approach leaned towards setting aside disputes in favor of collective advancement, while the community of the Wayfarers endeavored to prevent schisms among various druidic communities arising from differing philosophies. Druidic abilities exhibit a spectrum of strength, and categorizing them based on spellcasting capability is both the most straightforward and widely accepted method. Similar classification systems exist for wizards and clerics, leading to a rapid dissemination of this categorization worldwide, with warriors and knights also beginning to adopt such practices for their own abilities. Zhao Mai, Lucius, Afra, and Zua remained apprentices of the Druidic order. However, upon mastering first-level spells and forming more than one first-level spell slot, they would ascend to first-level druids. This morning, Zhao Mai began to prepare his prayers for spell slots, currently able to secure 3, ultimately selecting Create Water, Detect Magic, and Light. Druidic prayers lack offensive spells, and defensive spells often prove inadequate, thus necessitating the choice of versatile supportive incantations. Other prayers are not unusable, as long as one remains tranquil and communicates with the natural forces. Dedicating approximately a minute to perform the ritual allows for their release. In combat or emergencies, this method of spellcasting is evidently impractical, serving only a purpose during moments of rest. The spells within a spell slot primarily draw upon and deplete the surrounding natural energy, while the minute-long ritual expends the caster's own energy. Human stamina is finite, and the replenishment of stored energy is notably slow, making frequent use of this ritualistic casting method unfeasible. Because of you, we cannot attend class today, Lucius remarked, fanning his face in front of his nose as if a foul odor lingered. I am eager to learn first-level spells, but you've delayed me. Apologies, Zhao Mai replied, not wishing to engage and prepared to circumvent him. It was rumored that a merchant caravan from Nebo Town had arrived at the outpost, bearing gifts for the druids. Zhao Mai was keen to witness this and glean insights about the nearby town. Unexpectedly, a piercing howl echoed as a leopard leapt before the supplies, baring its teeth. The supplies startled and swiftly retreated behind Zhao Mai's legs, peering cautiously at the large feline. The creature's size dwarfed his companion, and lacking any orders to engage, it would not recklessly charge forward. Come back, Lucius commanded as Zhao Mai's animal companion recoiled, achieving his aim. He smiled and added, apologies. Cats and dogs always seem to clash. My cat never does. Zhao Mai shrugged nonchalantly, steering his supplies aside. As he walked, he murmured to the little dog in Mandarin, is that cat insane? The supplies stuck out its tongue and nodded, as if comprehending. Next time it provokes you, show it who's boss. I'll support you wholeheartedly, Zhao Mai assured, adjusting the harness of his mammoth companion with confidence. The Druidic community is entirely self-sufficient, with its inhabitants relying on foraging, occasionally hunting. Whether hunting or gathering, the same fundamental principle applies. Meeting basic survival needs suffices. Zhao Mai had witnessed how druids processed their game, demonstrating no waste. Even inedible parts were transformed into fertilizer through magic, scattered during patrols. Druids do not stockpile food, nor do they overindulge for mere pleasure. And they certainly do not fell trees or hunt for commercial purposes. While Zhao Mai respected this philosophy, he resolved to adhere to the principle of not hunting for profit and minimizing waste, deciding against restricting himself to 6/10 full at every meal. At present, he possessed a few gold coins received as compensation from the town's constable. He wondered what the merchants might bring, perhaps items of personal utility. Two mule-drawn carts stood outside the village, the mules lowering their heads, trembling, emitting mournful cries. They would never venture into the village, as wolves, leopards, tigers, and bears roamed freely, with over a dozen large pythons watching from above. These animals served as the druids' combat companions, not clashing among themselves nor bullying the two mules outside. Nonetheless, their presence evoked a palpable sense of dread among the prey species. A shrewd-looking merchant leapt from the cart, expertly securing the wheel chock in place. The mules could only tremble in place, unable to escape with the cart. Having frequented the druidic community, Marlowe had prepared for such circumstances. Each mule could only make 2 trips. On the third journey, they would stubbornly refuse to proceed any further. He had to routinely replace the draft animals, effectively deceiving new mules into labor. The cart was laden with goods transported from Nebo town, including weapons, armor, animal feed, cured meats, and various letters. Druids also required weapons and armor for self-defense and forest protection. While they could craft these items themselves, the craftsmanship of specialized blacksmiths and armorers surpassed their own. Animal feed and cured meats were exclusively for their animal companions. Druids themselves did not partake in such fare. They adhered to a simple lifestyle, but never deprived their animal allies, imposing no restrictions on their diets. Thus, while the supplies could gnaw on a large bone, Zhao Mai was not afforded such luxuries. However, the most vital aspect for the druids was indeed the letters. The wayfarer community maintained excellent relations with the neighboring towns, and many druids originally hailed from these towns, formerly farmers or artisans. Upon becoming druids, they continued to correspond with relatives, particularly elderly parents. Even animals understand the importance of caring for aging parents, let alone druids. They read the incoming letters and occasionally crafted items to send back with merchants, expressing their sentiments of longing. Thereupon, the merchant Marlowe first seized a stack of letters and commenced to read the names for distribution. Chapter 57. The Cold-Faced Ghost Chalka. Your letters, come and collect them. Mrs. Barza, this is a letter from your son, and there is another one, though I shall refrain from disclosing its sender. However, in light of his profound affection, you might as well. Never mind, let it be, out of sight, out of mind. At that moment, Marlowe felt a sense of importance, realizing that these formidable druids were willing to stand by, their gazes filled with anticipation. Only one young man appeared indifferent, his eyes scanning the cargo aboard the cart. Judging by his attire, he seemed to be a druid apprentice. Upon leaving here last, he had heard of several students from other communities arriving. This must be one of them. Assuredly, there was no letter for Zhao Mai among them. He had arrived on Joseph's bird claw, while the mule cart had already set out. Even if the rat Folkgrin or the dwarf Sork sought him, they could only wait for the next caravan. Zhao Mai was inspecting the equipment on the cart, noting that his leather armor had seen better days. Perhaps he could find some good wares here. However, after surveying everything, disappointment crept in. The trade of goods in this world was far less advanced than on Earth, with quality items not readily displayed for selection. Truly exquisite armor and weaponry could only be obtained through custom orders from master artisans, much like his handcrafted firearm, the Great Tooth Beast. Druids not only underwent magical training, but also honed their martial skills and studied the flora and fauna. Even apprentices were required to accompany their druid mentors deep into the forest, ensuring they could survive in a completely natural environment. Zhao Mai's firearm was immensely powerful, but with only 30 bullets, it was hardly suitable for hunting beasts. Those druid apprentices had long mastered the art of communicating with animals, while he had no foundation in such matters. Still no crossbows in sight, it seemed the bans in Nebo town had been in effect for some time, likely affecting several neighboring towns as well. Just as he was about to turn away, he heard Marlowe call out, "Master Duncan, here is a letter for you." He has returned? When did that happen? Zhao Mai turned toward the voice, finally spotting his main quest NPC, Master Duncan. The master exuded an air of authority, his thick, bushy eyebrows framing keen brown eyes that resembled those of a hawk, causing Zhao Mai to feel a twinge of unease. Judging by the wrinkles and sagging skin, Master Duncan appeared to be in his 60s or 70s. Yet, he stood tall, his arms swift and strong, pinching the letter from Marlowe's hand with 2 fingers like a pair of pincers. "Master, please wait. I was wondering if the potion commissioned by Baron Pedes during your last meeting is ready," Marlowe inquired respectfully, rubbing his hands together and bowing slightly. "Oh, had you not mentioned it, I might have nearly forgotten," Master Duncan replied, retrieving a small blue cloth pouch from his sleeve, roughly the size of a fist, tightly bound with a red ribbon. He deftly twirled his fingers around the ribbon, causing the pouch to unravel on its own. Suddenly, the fateful coin hanging around Zhao Mai's neck began to radiate warmth, vibrating in the direction of the pouch. Zhao Mai maintained his composure, his expression betraying no hint of agitation, still observing Master Duncan with curious eyes. The master reached into the pouch, extracting a bottle containing a translucent, pale, apricot-colored potion. Before resealing the pouch, the coin's vibration ceased promptly. The potion bottle appeared larger than the pouch, suggesting one possibility. The small pouch was no ordinary bag but a renowned spatial pouch, capable of isolating the coin's sensing ability from one another. Zhao Mai hurried to follow, seizing the opportunity to become acquainted with Master Duncan. Greetings, Master Duncan. I am the newly initiated druid apprentice, Mike. It is a pleasure to meet you. Duncan glanced at Zhao Mai, grunting with indifference, and continued onward without pausing. Master, my father is afflicted by illness, and perhaps a potion to dispel disease could restore his health. I humbly beseech you for a vial of such a potion. Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to ask. The druid shook his head, gently sweeping past Zhao Mai. Determined not to relent, Zhao Mai hastened to catch up. Master, you are renowned in the field of potion making. The dispelling disease potion is a beneficial spell potion, not intended for malevolent purposes. Please, I cannot bear to see my father suffer from his ailment. Master Duncan seemed to pay no heed, circumventing Zhao Mai once more. Standing beneath a tree, he placed his hand upon it. With a soft pop, the druid vanished from view. Woodland evocation? Zhao Mai ground his teeth in frustration, clenching his fists against the trunk of the tree. Druids were still human. Despite their adherence to neutrality, they possessed a diversity of temperaments. Master Duncan may very well be one of those cold and unyielding individuals, akin to the frost and snowstorms in nature, an integral part of the balance of the natural world. But would Zhao Mai resign himself to despair? Certainly not. With no leads from Duncan, there was still the merchant Marlowe. Noticing he had finished distributing the letters, Zhao Mai approached him to strike up a conversation. Oh, young apprentice, is there something you require? Marlowe, well versed in the ways of the druid community, began to recommend items that might be useful during the apprenticeship: moisture-resistant pouches, mosquito-repellent hats, and odor-masking powders. Zhao Mai's mind was not preoccupied with such items. He merely inquired briefly before shifting the topic. I recently arrived here and failed to request a potion from Master Duncan. Might you know how Baron Pides managed to have the master craft a potion for him? Ah, you've truly put me in a bind, Marlowe replied. I know of the occurrence, but the particulars of their conversation are beyond my knowledge. However, Duncan's daughter serves as a tax officer under the Baron. Perhaps that is one reason. Do you know the Baron's domain? Wolf-Ear Town. Haven't you been there? It's located at the northernmost tip of Ashen Lake, near the inlet of the Oil Smoke River. Marlowe chuckled as he spoke to Zhao Mai. However, I advise against seeking distant solutions in Wolf-Ear Town. You are currently a druid apprentice, situated within this community. If you cannot resolve matters close at hand, venturing to Wolf-Ear Town will surely yield no better fortune. But I am truly anxious, Zhao Mai lamented, scratching his scalp and letting out a deep sigh. Nevertheless, I thank you for your assistance. I shall ponder other methods. Marlowe stroked his chin thoughtfully, his eyes darting around. You are an apprentice, which actually serves as an advantage. I recall that there are tasks issued by certain mentors within the community, assigned to apprentices for completion. Perhaps there exists a task from Master Duncan that you could undertake. It may allow you to speak with him again and make another request. I was unaware of such a thing. Zhao Mai promptly inquired. Do you know where these tasks are posted? I believe it is beneath the only maple tree in the community. Zhao Mai turned on his heel and dashed off in that direction. Chapter 58. The Sky Castle. How outrageous. They didn't even leave behind any tasks. How miserly. Zhao Mai found the banyan tree and the blackboard hanging beneath it. On it, chalk had listed several tasks issued by the druids to their apprentices. Yet there was no mention of Master Duncan. Upon glancing through the tasks, which included patrolling, assisting animals in relocation, transplanting certain plants, or dissuading overly intrusive lumberjacks, he found them rather simple, though the rewards were enticing. Teacher Celine had even posted a task to collect seeds from more than 10 purple berry plants, offering a finely crafted staff made of adamantine wood as a reward. Adamantine wood was not a type of tree, but rather a druidic spell that granted timber the hardness of steel while rendering it impervious to flames. Remarkably, it maintained its previous weight and would not sink in water. This task piqued Zhao Mai's interest. Yet he was preoccupied with his father's illness and had no time for leisurely pursuits, thus he reluctantly decided to forego it. The puppy, named Rations, licked Zhao Mai's ankle, trying to console him. You're the only one who truly understands, but that doesn't solve my problems. I desperately need a potion to cure diseases. Yet I am at a loss as to how to proceed. Should I truly have to ask Master Joseph and Teacher Celine to accompany me in search of Master Duncan? The puppy barked twice and shook its head. Zhao Mai chuckled, realizing he had been somewhat muddled. Even if he had become a druid, it did not mean his animal companion could comprehend human speech, did it? He gave the dog a hearty rub on the head and set Rations down. To his surprise, the puppy seized the hem of his robe with its teeth and began to tug him toward a corner of the village. Zhao Mai was bemused by Rations' intentions, but with nothing pressing to do, he decided to follow along and see what was up. Before them stood an ancient tree, even older than the previous maple, its rough bark covered in vines, yet still reaching majestically toward the heavens. If the experience of the tree evoked awe through its immense size and age, the almond eucalyptus tree was undeniably captivating in its height. Zhao Mai looked up and noted that even its lowest branch soared higher than the crowns of other trees. What a spectacle! What brings me here? Zhao Mai inquired of Rations, who remained silent and scampered ahead, grabbing a vine with its mouth. How could you possibly pull that down? He remarked just as the vine coiled around Rations like a serpent, lifting it skyward. Alarmed, Zhao Mai rushed forward to retrieve the dog, but in doing so, he triggered even more vines and soon found himself ensnared, ascending against his will. He was about to call for help when he noticed Rations comfortably nestled within the vine's embrace, panting happily. The dog was unperturbed. Why should he be frightened? Although the position was quite uncomfortable and they were rising further from the ground, Zhao Mai held his tongue. Before long, both he and the dog had surpassed the height of the surrounding treetops, finally coming to rest on a lower branch of the almond eucalyptus. The vines released them and gently descended. Rations led the way, swaggering toward the trunk with its tail held high. A spiral of branches formed a staircase, allowing them to ascend with care through the gaps. After climbing approximately 10 meters, they stumbled upon a structure resembling a bird's nest perched on the trunk. The base was woven from highly resilient branches, while the roof was composed of broad banana leaves, suspended in mid-air, detached from the walls below. Residing in this space would mean that when lying down, one could be shielded by a half-wall, and when standing, one could enjoy a panoramic view. The dwelling had no door, and currently, it was unoccupied. Zhao Mai stepped inside. Within, he found 2 simple sleeping bags, a small pot, and a plate of oat bread beside the pillows. Between the sleeping bags was a fire pit, devoid of wood yet harboring a flickering, slightly purple flame that continuously burned. Have you been here before? Zhao Mai scratched his head, incredulously gazing at Rations. We only parted ways yesterday. I went to study spells. And you went on an adventure. What a remarkable pup you are. He crouched down to scratch Rations' chin, admiring the contentment on its face. Since you're so clever, can you tell me why we came here? Rations scampered a few steps to the side, pawing at a corner of the room. In the crevice of the branch walls lay an unlocked leather chest, roughly the size of a common trunk. Curious. Zhao Mai opened the chest to find it brimming with various potions. Different colors and shapes of small bottles were stacked together, each labeled in the common tongue: healing minor wounds, animal communication, long stride, leap, owl-s wisdom, energy damage protection, and a potion for disease removal. After confirming the labels multiple times, Zhao Mai grasped the bottle containing the disease removal potion. After so long, he had finally discovered its whereabouts. Though it was merely a small vial of less than 100 milliliters, the potion was clear and colorless like water, yet upon uncorking it, he could distinctly sense the rich essence of natural power. Rations bounced with joy, wagging its tail incessantly. Holding the potion, Zhao Mai closed the chest without choosing to leave with the dog, instead settling down. He cradled Rations in his arms, vigorously rubbing its neck. Thank you, Rations. You are truly the most intelligent being I have encountered. I have found what I need, but I cannot simply take it. To take without asking is akin to thievery. And I shall not be a thief. Regardless of who this potion belongs to, I am willing to negotiate with its owner to see if I can acquire it. The forest belonged to the druids, their power radiating over the entirety of Ashen Lake. Even if we were to take the potion and leave, we would not get far. Zhao Mai explained to the puppy, the druids here have been sincere with me, and I shall reciprocate their sincerity. Please wait a little longer with me. Resolved. Zhao Mai sat on the floor of the sky castle, cradling Rations as he waited. Hours passed, transitioning from noon to evening. As he watched the sun slowly dip below the horizon, the vibrant forest gradually falling into silence. As night descended, weary birds returned to their nests. The dynamic and the tranquil were 2 sides of the same natural coin. The sound of flapping wings drew nearer, culminating in a thud as something landed, shaking the branches. Zhao Mai sensed the arrival of another, and just as he stood to greet them, a spear was thrust against his neck. The metallic tip was exquisitely sharp. Chilled by the night breeze, Rations tumbled from Zhao Mai's embrace, landing with a thud, shaking its head to awaken. Apprentice? Who is your teacher? Rasped a voice. It is Lady Celine. My name is Mai, and I have recently arrived at the Walker of the Abyss community for druid training. The dog on the ground is my companion, named Rations. A good dog. It was here yesterday. The spear withdrew from his neck, allowing Zhao Mai to rise from his crouch and turn to face its wielder. The figure was a boy, scarcely taller than 1.50 meters, with a youthful face adorned with white markings outlining his eyes, nose, and mouth, and a third eye drawn on his forehead. He wore a cloak made of feathers, with a light crossbow and bolts at his waist, and numerous throwing knives strapped to his ankles. The spear, which matched his height, was twirled in his grasp before being tossed aside, leaning securely against the wall. You've been waiting here for quite some time. What is it that you seek? The boy inquired in his raspy voice. Chapter 59. The apprentice's task. I have long desired a potion to cure ailments. My little dog led me here and pointed to the box where you keep your potions. I noticed you possess a vial, so I inquired how I might acquire it. Ah, I see. You wish to exchange it for a reward, the youth remarked. I shall be resting here for 2 days, and will set out on the 3rd. As planned, gather your 2 companions to join me. Once the patrol is completed, you may take the potion. Zhao Mai scratched his head, sensing that the individual had mistaken him for someone else. Although he was honest, he was not naive. Since the other was willing to trade the patrol task for the potion, there was no need to correct him. By the way, may I take the potion now? I assure you, I will return to find you on the 3rd day. The youth licked his teeth and waved his hand dismissively. Sure, take it. Zhao Mai joyfully departed the treehouse with his provisions, relishing the sensation of riding the vine elevator once more. He solemnly buried the potion, instructing his supplies to guard it diligently, ensuring no one could take it. Not long after his departure, Ziyue, Lucius, and Afra arrived at the branches via the vine elevator. Mr. Daller? Is Mr. March Daller home? A boy clad in a feathered coat emerged from the treehouse, tilting his head at the trio. Who are you? Lucius bowed slightly, his voice elegant. Mr. Daller, we 3 have come from the Eagle Wing community to participate in druidic enlightenment and learning. Before we set out, the elders of Turk instructed us to seek your guidance post-enlightenment. We understand that serving you is a rare privilege. Please grant us this opportunity. Oh, wasn't the individual who just left from the Eagle Wing community? Daller paused, recalling the letter he received months prior. Didn't the elders of Turk mention that only 3 exchange students from the Eagle Wing community would be here recently? If you 3 are exchange students, then who was the apprentice that came before? Another apprentice came? Lucius frowned slightly, feeling a tinge of displeasure at this unexpected turn of events. Was it a young man with black hair and black eyes, reminiscent of an old bloodline? Indeed, he claimed his name was Mike. So it was him. Lucius quickly added, he is indeed a new apprentice. Teacher Celine instructs both him and us. However, he is not from the Eagle Wing community. How could he trouble you? Lucius swiftly transitioned from you to you, a subtle shift that Daller seemingly overlooked. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, it matters not, after all. He isn't here to learn about eagle transformations. If there was a misunderstanding, so be it. We will set out on the morning of the 3rd day and gather beneath the maple tree. I will assign tasks there, which will also serve as part of your learning as apprentices. Thank you, Teacher Daller. We shall assemble punctually. The trio descended the tree on the vine, with Lucius still in a sulk. Ziyue, on the other hand, was quite pleased. Mike can join us. This way, the 4 of us can assist each other. Oh, I am increasingly looking forward to this apprentice task. He is not from the Eagle Wing community. What is there to be happy about? Lucius shook his head. I believe we 3 are more familiar and trustworthy among ourselves, so we should cooperate more. Sigh. If only Mike had not involved himself in this matter. Why is that? Ziyue inquired. Mr. Daller hails from our Eagle Wing community and has settled in the Walker community. Yet he retains gratitude towards the Eagle Wing. As you know, he possesses a remarkable skill that allows him to merge his natural energies with animal companions, enhancing his abilities to achieve effects akin to animal transformation. Indeed, we are aware of that, although it holds less significance for druids of level 5 and above, who can naturally transform. This skill greatly enhances an apprentice's survival capabilities. Afra calmly stated, this extraordinary skill is influenced by one's constitution and attunement to nature. Thus far, it has been observed that individuals from the Eagle Wing community have a greater chance of mastering it. Nonetheless, this skill does not exclusively belong to the Eagle Wing community. Apprentices from the Walker community can learn it as well. Then why do you dislike Mike joining us? His presence will elevate the difficulty and risk. Mr. Daller will likely favor the apprentices from the Eagle Wing community, but it may be quite challenging now. Lucius expressed concern for the safety of both of you. I fear no danger, Afro asserted. Ziyue, what about you? I am untroubled as well, Ziyue replied. In case anything happens, we have Big Brother Lucius to protect us. That is certain. I shall do my utmost to safeguard both of you. Unbeknownst to Zhao Mai, the trio from the Eagle Wing community engaged in this conversation while he was preoccupied with thoughts of the potion. For the first time, he slept soundly in this unfamiliar place, dreaming of his father consuming the potion, followed by an immediate recovery. His supplies stirred a few times, first awakened by their master's laughter, then by soft sobs. It licked its nose and lay quietly on the ground, using its body to shield the buried potion. The 4 apprentices prepared to accompany Daller for an apprentice task, much to Miss Celine's anticipation. Daller progressed slowly in spells, but was exceptionally skilled in wilderness survival and combat. Once you set out, observe keenly, ask questions, and learn abundantly. In previous instances, Daller had led apprentices along the eastern route of Farmer's Forest. This time should be no different, as it is your first apprentice task. I will provide you with a list to assist in your preparations. Thank you, Teacher Celine. The group chorused, though not all were equally attentive. However, remember that the most crucial preparation lies within your hearts. You must constantly communicate with the natural energies, allowing them to guide and protect you, helping you avoid danger and conquer adversaries. In the coming 2 days, focus on learning communication techniques and strive to master as many level 1 druid spells as possible. Understood? Yes. The 4 rejuvenated themselves, concentrating intently on Celine's teachings. The elf explained swiftly, omitting detailed origins of each spell, focusing instead on the incantation gestures and pronunciations. She understood that in 2 days, these 4 young individuals would venture into the forest. Although they should not encounter significant dangers, having spells to safeguard themselves would be prudent. The 3 eagle wing apprentices widened their eyes, struggling to keep pace with their elven instructor. Only Zhao Mai adjusted to this rhythm, even rediscovering a hint of his high school days. During that time, the most valuable skill he acquired was the art of highlighting key points. Druid level 1 encompasses numerous spells, but their significance varies in different contexts. Zhao Mai had already mentally compiled a list, ensuring he paid close attention to the essential spells, such as Long Strider and Entangle, while others could be deprioritized. Cramming, focused review, and last-minute studying are the 3 mainstays of examination education. And Zhao Mai deftly employed these strategies. Chapter 60. It turns out they are all friends, Mike. Hurry up. You are slowing us down again. Lucius's voice echoed from ahead, reverberating with a slight tremor through the leaves. Zhao Mai let out a grunt, exerting his shoulders to hoist his backpack higher, striving to keep pace with the footprints ahead. His physical condition was still somewhat lacking. Long hours spent riding and driving had left him with little exercise. Fortunately, since arriving in this world, he had consciously worked on enhancing his physical fitness, at least regaining the level of athleticism he had during his university years, perhaps even surpassing it slightly. However, his foundation was insufficient compared to those who had lived in the wild since childhood. Moreover, he had adequately prepared for this expedition. Clad in leather armor and equipped with a shield, a giant toothbeast rifle, a sling, and a plethora of ammunition, he also carried various tools for setting traps, including ropes, snares, 3 candles, a large piece of multifunctional canvas, and even a needle and thread along with a pot. All these items were securely fastened with cloth straps to prevent them from clashing and creating noise that could betray their position. Such knowledge was of little use to the druids, who thrived in their natural environment and could survive even when stripped bare, living as if on a leisurely vacation. Lucius exuded confidence. Clad in leather armor and wielding a bow and spear, he moved ahead with ease. Afrado carried a backpack that seemed filled with various bottles, likely containing homemade salves. Ziyue bore 2 curved daggers, yet her true familiarity lay with the blowgun at her waist. Zhao Mai bore the heaviest load, also responsible for the rations. Although the little dog could run faster than him, it often stumbled over thick tree roots or jagged stones. It must be said that in the realm of traversing mountains and valleys, Lucius's feline companion was far superior. The cheetah leaped silently between branches with remarkable agility. Afrado's animal companion was a gibbon, which navigated the woods effortlessly. Ziyue's companion was an owl, appearing to sleep most of the day, lounging on her shoulder. However, Zhao Mai noted that whenever someone approached, the owl would promptly open its eyes and observe intently. Mr. Dalo has suggested a brief rest up ahead. Mike, do hurry along and stop dawdling. Lucius's voice floated back, almost like an ominous echo. Nevertheless, his voice was not entirely without merit. Zhao Mai could always ascertain the direction of his companions through it. This was an expedition, essentially a fundamental patrol task. Besides accompanying Daler the Druid to the shores of Ashen Lake for an inspection, there was no certainty regarding what else needed to be done. Zhao Mai had long understood that this was not a forced march. The Druids would not allow the group to stray from their control, so there was no need to push his endurance to the limit. Conserving energy was prudent for addressing unforeseen circumstances. Breathing heavily, he focused on regulating his breath, 3 quick inhales followed by a slow exhale, to enhance his body's oxygen utilization. Zhao Mai bent down once more to lift the rations, carefully observing the path before swiftly maneuvering his legs to bypass a thicket of thorns. If left to traverse on its own, the rations would surely be riddled with injuries. Daler had positioned the other 3 by the lakeside and turned back just in time to witness this scene. Mike, have you learned the art of moving through the woods? I have not formally studied it, Mr. Daler. However, I have seen the ranger Carl employ it, and I sought to imitate him. Oh, Carl. He is an old friend of mine. Daler smiled slightly. His woodland skills were learned from me, though he also taught me how to use the crossbow for sniping. Oh, you know each other? Zhao Mai asked, cradling the rations in his arms. You see, this is the pup Carl gifted to me. Indeed, he holds you in high regard. Daler remarked, steadying Zhao Mai and walking alongside him. I met him 15 years ago, at which time his pup was as small as yours. How swiftly the years have passed. I wonder how he has changed. 15 years? Zhao Mai scrutinized Daler, then sighed. Alas, once a druid possesses the myriad facets of existence, their age becomes indiscernible. I thought you were quite youthful. I am not particularly old. By human standards, I am merely equivalent to 30 years, Daler explained. I possess some elemental blood, which grants me a slightly longer lifespan. No wonder you prefer residing at such heights. Were it me, I would be too anxious about falling to sleep, Zhao Mai replied. As they conversed, the bond with their shared ranger friend evidently drew them closer. Upon exiting the woods, They arrived at the riverbank, where the other three had begun gathering firewood in preparation for their overnight camp. While druids adored the natural world, this did not preclude them from utilizing its resources. Collecting dead branches for kindling was entirely acceptable. Zhao Mai set down his backpack and retrieved a small pot. Although Lucius remained silent, he understood well the pot's significance in enhancing their quality of life. They were beside the oily smoke river, where the water perpetually bore a strange, greasy black hue, rendering it nauseating to drink. This phenomenon was reportedly linked to the upstream Stoag Plateau and the Crolans. In ancient times, that land had been governed by powerful arcanists, only to be destroyed due to their downfall. Beasts and wilderness had long since taken over until civilization gradually reclaimed some territory in the past few centuries. The vast alchemical factories and countless sludge creatures continued to pollute the waters of the oily smoke river. Fortunately, while the water was unpleasant, it was not toxic, making it suitable for irrigation. Otherwise, the Crolans would scarcely support vegetation, let alone villages. Crossing the river leads directly to the Crolans. If you head south towards Wolfear Town, you can turn back, the druid instructed the four apprentices. I will monitor your progress but will not accompany you. Following this river, you shall not lose your way. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may seek assistance at Wolfear Town, provided you accept the consequences of failing your patrol task. Walking along the river ensured an abundance of water and food, rendering it one of the simplest wilderness survival tasks. Zhao Mai scooped a pot of water and cast a purification spell, significantly alleviating its foul taste. Zuasl flew off, returning shortly with a captured snake. She clapped her hands in delight, while Zhao Mai scratched his head, unsure whether owls possessed such capabilities. Everyone was aware that tonight's meal would be the last one shared with Daler, thus they prepared it with great care. Afrado caught a catfish, while Lucius's cheetah returned with 2 mountain chickens. Zhao Mai lacked the energy to hunt, but discreetly added extra salt to the broth. The meal was met with resounding praise from the druids. Chapter 61. The first day on the morning of the second day. Only 4 apprentices remained by the oil smoke river, as Mr. Daler had quietly departed. Zhao surveyed his surroundings, finding no evidence of his presence. He exhaled softly. From here on, he would truly have to rely on himself. Does anyone know how far we are from Wolfear Town? Zua's question went unanswered. Even with a map of the region, Zhao could not ascertain their position without any distinctive landmarks or a positioning system. The river's flow remained constant. They could simply follow it. Lucius cast a water manipulation spell to extinguish the campfire and prepared himself. Zhao had the most gear, needing to secure each item individually. Afra came over to assist, significantly hastening the process. I have an idea, Zhao said as he worked. The current of the oil smoke river is not swift, and the terrain is flat. Why don't we construct a raft and drift downstream? It would save our strength and be much quicker. Isn't that cheating? Lucius shook his head. Mr. Daler instructed us to head south, not to drift south. What if we jeopardize our mission for the sake of convenience? Can you bear the responsibility? It's difficult for me to build a raft alone. If no one wants to help, then so be it. Zhao shrugged, not pressing further. He slung his backpack onto his back and secured the clasp at his chest. In case of danger, he could pull the clasp to free himself from the burden. With no caretaker left, he had to depend on the strength of his bodyguard, which was his formidable cleaver beast firearm. Even without ammunition, to prevent loss of gunpowder and accidental discharge, the 2 sharp blades affixed to the long gun remained a fearsome weapon. Your weapon appears to have a dwarven design. Where did you acquire it? Lucius stared intently at the cleaver beast firearm. Throughout their journey, Zhao had lagged behind, not needing to wield his weapon under Daler's protection. And this was the first time Lucius had noticed such a fine piece in his companion's possession. I made a dwarven friend who crafted it for me, Zhao replied tersely. Shifting the topic. Let us go. It seems we must rely on our legs. Thus, the 4 of them commenced their journey south along the banks of the oil smoke river, accompanied by the river's peculiar odors, at times pungent and at others nauseating. The scent would occasionally transform into something unexpectedly fragrant. These remnants were the legacy of ancient mages, even after countless years. The wilderness had yet to fully heal from the scars left by magical wars. Walking along such a riverbank was not merely a trial, but a form of training, evidenced by the occasional furrowing of brows among the group. In truth, after casting a food purification spell, the river water tasted far better than it smelled. Once they overcame the psychological barrier, their bodies would not suffer much discomfort. The 4 druid apprentices advanced along the riverbank, with Zhao walking third. He had originally intended to guard the rear, but Zua's reasoning was compelling. My owl is perched on my shoulder and can always look back. You don't have that convenience. Because Zua occupied the rear, Lucius had to slow their pace, unable to leave Zhao behind. He remained taciturn, leading the group with his weapon drawn. His blue eyes not only scanned the commotion in the nearby woods, but frequently turned back to check on the group's status. Afra, possessing a similarly quiet demeanor, walked second, leaning on her staff. She seldom glanced back, relying on the gray-blue gibbon to relay information. Thus, The group was occasionally punctuated by the odd sounds of the gibbon, which no one could comprehend, perhaps with the exception of Afra. Finally freed from the entanglements of the forest, their reserve animal was liberated. It darted to and fro, seemingly brimming with energy. Zhao picked up a small twig from the ground and flung it. The reserve animal dashed off and returned, twig in mouth. This was also a form of training for their animal companion, enhancing their rapport. On this occasion, Zhao threw the twig a bit too far. The reserve animal ran halfway before suddenly halting, emitting a series of growls towards the woods. Its posture, with a raised tail and lowered shoulders, indicated that whatever lay ahead was no friend. The odor of the oil smoke river is overwhelming. Few animals come here to drink. Surely your dog has mistaken something? Despite his words, Lucius halted. He lowered his gaze at his cheetah, finding nothing amiss. Mike, call your dog back before he could finish. The cheetah's fur bristled. Its tail curled, ears pinned back, mouth agape to reveal sharp teeth. The reserve animal squeaked and rushed past the cheetah back to Zhao's side. Meanwhile, the cheetah had unsheathed its claws, crouching in a poised attack stance. What is it? Zhao squinted, crouching down to chamber 2 bullets. Though he saw nothing, he had great faith in the reserve animal's instincts. The group huddled closer together, weapons at the ready. Lucius seemed to sense something, standing tall and loosing an arrow. His cheetah lunged suddenly, but instead of charging forward, it tackled Lucius. Just then, a spear whizzed past, grazing the cheetah's back. Zhao glanced at the spear's form, approximately 1 meter long, with no metal tip, merely a sharpened stick. The shaft bore a natural curve, indicating poor craftsmanship. Assessing the spear's trajectory and speed in that fleeting moment, Zhao warned, "Be careful. The attackers are likely sentient beings, not exceeding medium size. Since they dare to assault us, their numbers must be considerable. Do not scatter. We must avoid being picked off one by one. We are still 20 meters from the woods. This distance is sufficient to react to spears. When they approach, do not enter the forest." As he finished speaking, he had already equipped his shield. Ziyue chuckled, sidling up beside Zhao, taking advantage of the shield as protection. Afra pondered briefly before crouching and joining Ziyue at his side. "Don't all look at me. One of you should keep watch over the river." Zhao would not underestimate any intelligent adversary, promptly instructing, "Ziyue, you have your owl. This task falls to you." Lucius pushed the cheetah off him, biting his lip as he rose. He should have been the one issuing commands, not Zhao. Although his reaction had been a tad slow, he could have articulated those words himself. There was no reason for that dark-haired boy to steal his thunder. He glanced at the other 3, knowing he could never cower behind Zhao's shield. Therefore, he picked up his bow again, carefully watching the woods. Some small dark figures darted about, using the underbrush as cover while brandishing weapons resembling spears and curved blades. Lucius shot 2 more arrows, both striking the tree trunks. The trembling shafts drew laughter from the other side, a sound akin to chirping. "How many arrows do you have left?" Zhao inquired. "I haven't counted." "Well, then, conserve them." Zhao felt utterly exasperated. Chapter 62. An unpleasant first encounter. Have you discerned what manner of creature they are? Zhao Mai, bracing himself with a shield, could only perceive vague outlines. These beings were exceedingly cunning, refusing to emerge from the thicket. Instead, they remained hidden, occasionally hurling stones or branches to announce their presence. Such harassment was becoming increasingly irksome for the quartet, as they were compelled to remain vigilant, unable to afford a moment's respite. Yet, the notion of charging in for an assault was fraught with uncertainty. Given their ignorance of the enemy's condition, none dared to make such a reckless decision. Therefore, they huddled together, traversing downstream along the riverbank, hoping to discover a more suitable terrain. Reaching a nearby human settlement would be fortuitous. Zhao Mai retained some recollection of the map depicting the banks of the oil smoke river, aware that the area was predominantly desolate. Over the years, the river had gradually eroded the land, shifting westward and leaving behind numerous ravaged old riverbeds. This prolonged erosion created a peculiar contrast. One side of the oil smoke river thrived with vitality, while the other lay barren. Near the farmer's forest, the water flowed beneath the tree roots, yet on Zhao Mai's side, the former riverbed was devoid of vegetation. Farther afield, on the Raven's Plain, only a smattering of small villages existed, clustered around sweet water wells, not situated along the banks of the oil smoke river. It might require an extensive trek to reach Wolf Ear Town near Ashen Lake for assistance. This prospect would undoubtedly dampen morale, thus Zhao Mai refrained from voicing it. An undercurrent of anxiety began to permeate the hearts of the group, though none dared to express it openly. The 3 exchange students from the Eagle Wing community, exceptional among druid apprentices, demonstrated remarkable mental fortitude, as thus far, no disputes or grievances had arisen among them. It was difficult to discern, but perhaps a pack of goblins lay in wait. Among them, Lucius possessed the keenest eyes, utilizing his bow to maintain pressure, thereby preventing the adversaries from advancing. Zhao Mai deduced that Lucius's initial arrow likely struck true, explaining the sudden retreat of the foes. Goblins had the ability to see in the dark. If the confrontation dragged on until nightfall, they would find themselves in dire straits. Zhao Mai glanced at the sky. It was already midday, and these creatures had pursued them for several hours without surrendering. The likelihood of their retreat in the coming hours seemed slim. A decision had to be made. Should they seek a defensive position or attempt to cross the river, using the water as their barrier? Was it truly necessary to flee from a mere handful of goblins? Lucius recognized the merit in Zhao Mai's suggestion, though he was reluctant to admit it. First, they needed to regain the initiative on the battlefield. Zhao Mai asserted, even a pack of wolves will shift, encircle, and then counterattack. However, crossing the river with such a heavy burden is perilous. Though the water flow is not swift, the river is wide, and its depths remain unknown. You cannot swim across, Afrala cautioned. Yet, her statement inadvertently signaled her agreement with the crossing plan. I have a bundle of rope in my backpack. It should suffice, Zhao Mai observed, realizing he had unconsciously assumed command of the group. Let the owl grasp the rope and fly over, circling around the tree a few times before letting the gibbon cross. Afrala, see if you can ensure the monkey holds onto the rope tightly while the two ladies go first. Lucius, do you have any objections? Lucius shook his head. I'm an excellent swimmer. Should I go first? Ziyue volunteered. I can hold my breath for 5 minutes. Most fish cannot outswim me. Then you shall handle any unforeseen circumstances, all right? Zhao Mai directed. You are our safety assurance. Absolutely. After traversing several hundred meters, they arrived at a stretch of river that appeared wider yet had a gentler current. Ziyue opened Zhao Mai's backpack, exclaiming over its contents, and retrieved the rope, tossing it to the owl. She then gestured and whistled to direct the bird, instructing it to grasp the rope and fly across the river, finding a tree to wrap the rope around, successfully securing it. Of course, they could not rely solely on the rope for security. Afrala then took hold of the rope on their side, prompting her gibbon to climb across. Despite some slack, the rope held firm. Grab the rope. The raven-haired girl shouted for the first time with such volume. I'm going first, hee. Ziyue dashed toward the river, plunging into the water. With the rope's aid, she swam swiftly to the other side, quickly tying a knot in the rope and waving at Afrala. Yet, the adversaries were not foolish upon witnessing this. They surged forth from the thicket. Lucius raised his bow, releasing 2 arrows, one of which struck true, toppling one goblin, which rolled on the ground, howling in agony. However, a remaining 10 goblins brandished various weapons, charging through the underbrush with frenzied cries. Who can cast Entangle? Aim for the crowd. Zhao Mai commanded coolly. Afrala, hurry across. Afrala bent down, plucking a blade of grass from the ground and casting it aside. As she recited her incantation, numerous vines erupted from the parched earth, ensnaring several unsuspecting goblins who stumbled into them, either tripped or bound. Unfortunately, the sparse vegetation in the area limited the spell's effectiveness. Seizing the moment, Zhao Mai took the rope and secured it around his waist. Lucius, come to my side and shoot. I'll provide cover. Goblins had begun hurling their short javelins, none yet finding their mark, but their presence hampered Lucius's accuracy. With someone to shield him, Lucius was eager for assistance. Positioned behind Zhao Mai, the many javelins were a concern that Zhao Mai had to contend with. The cheetah dashed into the fray, weaving through the goblin ranks with its agile strides, creating chaos among the foes. Armed with spears and curved blades, the goblins posed a significant threat to the young cheetah. Lucius's archery skills were inadequate to support his animal companion in such close quarters, rendering him hesitant to issue an all-out attack command. A javelin flew towards Zhao Mai, who seized the opportunity, angling his shield and forcefully swatting it aside. Fortunately, the goblins lacked strength, allowing him to deflect the projectile with relative ease. At that moment, one goblin hurled its short sword at Zhao Mai, using it as a thrown weapon. Zhao Mai recalled the tactics Ranger Carl had once explained regarding multi-directional attacks. Even without the absolute defense of a backup shield, he could manage the situation. After all, this wooden shield was significantly lighter than the alternative. An arrow flew forth, felling yet another goblin. Yet, it was now time to engage in close combat. Zhao Mai crouched low, gripping his massive beast spear, prepared for the impending clash. Chapter 63, The Gunfire by the Oil Smoke River. With a deft maneuver, Zhao Mai sidestepped the assault of the knoll, pushing the creature aside with calculated force, mindful not to overexert himself and lose his balance. His right hand swiftly followed, driving the twin bayonets of the great-toothed beast rifle into the knoll's flesh. Blood erupted from the wound, splattering onto Zhao Mai's shoulder. Though he had not struck a fatal blow, the knoll was still alive, momentarily posing no significant threat. At that moment, another knoll lunged at him, its blade aimed menacingly at Zhao Mai's exposed ribs. In a flash, the reserve canine sprang forward, sinking its teeth into the knoll's wrist, compelling it to relinquish its weapon. Zhao Mai pivoted, delivering a horizontal slash that carved a deep gash across the assailant's neck. In its final throes, the knoll desperately attempted to grapple with Zhao Mai, but was tripped by the reserve canine, crashing heavily to the ground. The rope at Zhao Mai's waist vibrated intermittently, indicating that comrades were grasping it to cross the river. The situation had grown dire. Leaving Zhao Mai no time to glance back at the water's surface, he had to steadfastly repel the gnoll's charge. Fortunately, with the aid of his animal companion, the druid's combat prowess remained formidable, rivaling that of seasoned warriors. Armed with a firearm, his confidence bolstered his composure. This calmness incited a tinge of envy in Lucius. Since the gnolls had surged forth, he had been forced to abandon his longbow in favor of a spear. Had he exercised patience, allowing the cheetah to adopt a defensive stance instead of launching a frontal assault, the feline predator could have maintained distance from the enemy, exploiting the advantages of archery. He had previously mocked Zhao Mai for carrying what he deemed burdensome items, yet now he recognized the utility in each one. Lucius, what spells have you prepared? Now is not the time for hesitation. The golden-haired warrior finally acknowledged his tactical missteps and promptly summoned the cheetah back. Taking advantage of the moment's distraction, Lucius stepped back, beginning to cast his incantation. Amidst the sound of shifting sand and gravel, a pale red giant centipede erupted from the earth, charging towards the gnolls. If it stood upright, it would nearly match Zhao Mai in height, its girth rivaling that of 2 stacked gnolls. Curse it! Kill it! Kill it quickly! The gnolls shouted, with 2 of them rushing forward. Mike, 2 women have already crossed. We must prepare to retreat. Lucius suddenly exclaimed, I suspect there are more enemies lurking in the woods. Zhao Mai glanced up, and indeed, 6 more gnolls were rushing toward them. One lagged behind, adorned with a crown of chicken feathers and wielding a short staff. A spellcaster. Retreat! Retreat! Zhao Mai whistled, commanding the reserve canine to immediately cross to the other side of the river. The pup resisted, returning to Zhao Mai's side, determined to stand by him. There was no time for further hesitation. With a swift motion, Zhao Mai released his grip on the shield's control strap, using his left hand to steady the rifle as he aimed its dark muzzle at an approaching gnoll. With a flick of his right index finger, the gun roared to life. The specially crafted round shattered upon impact with the gnoll, slicing through its leather armor and wreaking havoc within its fragile body. The creature, propelled backward by the force of the blast, exploded in a gruesome display of flesh and blood. The gnolls, momentarily stunned, halted their advance, their expressions betraying fear. This weapon was unlike anything they had encountered. The deafening roar echoed painfully in their ears, instilling a profound terror. Some gnolls began to waver, perhaps contemplating flight. At this critical juncture, Zhao Mai could not allow the gnolls to regain their confidence. They were a pack mentality species, thriving on numbers and fear, only emboldened by favorable odds. If one gnoll succumbed to the dragon's terror, the rest would surely follow and retreat without a second thought. With another round still loaded in the great toothbeast rifle, Zhao Mai adjusted his aim towards a different gnoll. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a thick fog suddenly enveloped him, obscuring his vision entirely. The gunfire echoed as usual, but he could not ascertain if he had hit his target. Zhao Mai quickly recognized this as the druid's fog cloud spell, a dense mist that rendered anything beyond a few steps invisible, even to those with dark vision. Lucius, you fool. How could you cast fog cloud without warning? While the mist could provide a cover for retreat, it also obscured the gnolls from witnessing their comrades' grim fates. Before he could finish his thought, Zhao Mai cried out, scooping up the reserve canine and sprinting towards the river. The fog cloud would follow the caster. But it had a critical flaw. It could not be cast while submerged. If Lucius entered the river, the fog would dissipate instantly. At that moment, Zhao Mai would be left alone on the riverbank, facing a horde of gnolls who could see again. He would have no chance of survival. In a moment of clarity, Zhao Mai resolved to flee. As he ran, a purple light orb pierced the fog, curving through the air before colliding with Zhao Mai. His armor was punctured, and he staggered from the impact, blood seeping from a wound on his left side. Damn gnoll sorcerer. Damn magic missile. Zhao Mai cursed inwardly, realizing the spell had been targeted before the fog cloud was cast. Fortunately, a single missile would not claim his life. Magic missiles were swift and unfailingly accurate, striking true if the caster had line of sight. Only force field spells could mitigate their damage. Without the fog cloud, Zhao Mai might have attempted to dodge or use his body to shield himself from the brunt of the attack. Yet, in this moment, he considered himself fortunate that the missile had not struck his face, leaving him still somewhat presentable. He pushed through the water, shouldering the rifle once more. One arm cradled the reserve canine, while the other grasped the rope. Swimming was impossible with his backpack weighing him down. He had no choice but to rely on his comrades to pull him across. The river surged up to his chest, making it increasingly difficult to walk. Yet, the mist still cloaked him, shielding him from the gnoll's sight. Unless fortune turned against him, he would not be struck by their haphazardly thrown weapons. Zhao Mai shielded one side of his body with the wooden shield, keeping his grip on the rope until it slipped from his fingers. In a moment of panic, he choked on a mouthful of water, clutching the wooden shield as a flotation device, and was swept downstream. Chapter 64. Severing ties. The frigid river water incessantly attempted to inundate Zhao Mai's mouth, carrying with it the nauseating taste of alchemical potions. White waves crashed against his eyes, a slick layer of grease coating his skin, creating a disconcerting sensation. In such a state, it proved challenging to discern distant objects. And the thick fog conjured by Lucius still lingered, now enveloping the western bank of the river as he emerged from the water. Zhao Mai yearned to call for help. But first, he needed to expel the water from his mouth, did he not? The immense backpack felt as heavy as stone, relentlessly tugging at him, striving to drag him beneath the surface. With one hand clutching his provisions and the other grasping a wooden shield, he found himself with only his mouth free. Drawing a deep breath, he submerged, relying on the tactile sensations of his tongue and lips to locate the strap fastened across his chest, pulling with all his might. He feared his gums might bleed from the effort. The strap of the backpack finally loosened, and it opened. With the current's pull, Zhao Mai managed to extract his arms one by one, achieving liberation at last. The wooden shield floated nearby, while his provisions clambered atop it, gripping the collar of his garment with its teeth, further aiding his ascent. Zhao Mai was not overly greedy. He merely needed to rest his upper body on the shield for sufficient buoyancy. The oily river carried them downstream, and before long, the site of his earlier struggle with the dog-headed creatures vanished from sight. After taking several deep breaths, Zhao Mai began to paddle toward the riverbank. The water of the oily river was murky, devoid of troublesome aquatic plants or fish, making the paddling relatively effortless. However, the area beneath his left rib, struck by a magical missile, throbbed painfully, leaving him hesitant to exert himself too much. Perhaps a rib was fractured. He had no choice but to brace the shield with his left arm while using his right arm and legs to paddle slowly, gasping for air and sweating as he moved. His provisions had also reached the edge of the shield, extending a small paw to assist in paddling. Yet it consistently failed to find the right direction, causing the shield to spin uncontrollably. At last, his feet touched the riverbed, and Zhao Mai limped ashore. Though the battle was brief, it had drained his stamina significantly, an evident shortcoming of a novice apprentice. His heightened anxiety had affected his muscles, compelling him to act beyond his limits. How could he not feel utterly exhausted? His provision shook vigorously, shaking off the water from its fur. It then approached Zhao Mai, panting and inspecting him, before intelligently taking up the role of lookout. Zhao Mai lifted his leather armor to examine his wounds, shaking his head in dismay. These were not injuries that would heal naturally. It seemed he must resort to magic. He possessed only 2 first-level spell slots, one for the spell of Divine Berry and one for healing light wounds. A healing potion cost 50 gold coins, far exceeding the value of a spell slot. Thus, he could hardly afford not to reserve one for healing magic. Having never experienced the effects of healing magic before, he was now poised to give it a try. Situated at the forest's edge, the natural energies here were abundant, enhancing the spell's effectiveness. Zhao Mai heard a cracking sound emanating from within his body, accompanied by the tingling sensation of bones grinding against one another. Soon after, the pain in his muscles and skin began to subside, and several minor cuts started to scab over. After a simple application of healing light, Zhao Mai no longer felt excessive concern for his wounds. All that remained was to eat well and sleep, allowing for natural healing. Was healing light truly this effective? He found it somewhat astonishing. The magical missile's potency was not particularly formidable, and the resulting wounds should not have been severe. Perhaps it was merely his frail constitution that rendered the injuries so alarming. He believed that as he continued to strengthen his affinity with natural energies, his physical resilience would inevitably improve. He needed to inspect his equipment. He could not be unarmed. Zhao Mai opened the ammunition chamber of his giant toothbeast firearm, carefully retrieving the spent cartridges and cleaning out the remnants of combustion. Presently, there were no smokeless rounds, so some residue remained. Furthermore, being soaked in water, it was inevitable that it would turn into a muddy substance. Remarkably, not a single bullet from his belt was lost, a testament to Glenn's fine craftsmanship. However, during his struggles, the wax seal on one bullet had been compromised, allowing moisture to seep into the powder. Reluctant to discard it, he kept it on his belt, intending to replace the gunpowder when the opportunity arose. Suddenly, his provisions barked excitedly and dashed toward the river. Zhao Mai turned to see his backpack partially submerged and carried by the current toward the riverbank. He hurried over, standing in water up to his chest as he reached out to retrieve it, dragging the bag ashore. The bag had burst open, and several items within were lost, including Zhao Mai's beloved pot and the valuable large canvas. Originally, that canvas could have been fashioned into a tent, a blanket, or even a stretcher and bed. But now it had vanished into thin air. Little remained of use. The slingshot was intact, but the projectiles were nowhere to be found. Only a single candle remained, though it could still be melted down to replenish the wax seal at the base of the cartridges. The water skin was still present, a piece of good fortune, for its cool spring water was incomparable to the foul water of the oily river. Despite having just emerged from the river, Zhao Mai still felt parched and quickly shared the remaining sweet water with his provisions. A rope slipped from the strap of the backpack, hanging loosely against the ground. Following the rope to its severed end, he discerned that it had been cut with a sharp instrument. A surge of fury ignited within Zhao Mai. That scoundrel had betrayed him. Assessing the remaining length of the rope, it became evident that Lucius was to blame. Why had he severed the rope? Did he believe he could act with impunity under the cover of the thick fog? What a shock it was to realize that. While he had always found Lucius somewhat annoying and overly meticulous, he had failed to recognize the malice lurking beneath. There exists a type of person whom Zhao Mai could never forgive, the traitor who betrays their comrades. They had all banded together to escape the dog-headed creatures, and yet, even now, Lucius had begun to abandon his companions. What benefit could this possibly confer upon him? Did he truly think a mere river could drown him? Without delay, Zhao Mai sprang into action, swiftly organizing his belongings and retreating from the riverbank into the woods. Lucius had severed the rope amidst the fog. Yet he would still have to explain himself to the other two upon reaching the shore. No matter how eloquently he spoke, Afra and Ziyue would likely choose to investigate downstream. Even if they were to extend their patrol, the town of Wolfear lay downstream, and they would inevitably arrive at Zhao Mai's current location. Thus, Zhao Mai concealed himself, clutching the giant toothed beast firearm, preparing to deliver a profound lesson to Lucius. Time slipped away rapidly, and the wait grew increasingly tedious. His provisions rolled over, exposing its belly as it resumed its slumber. The surrounding silence was so profound that one could almost hear the sun descending. Zhao Mai flexed his stiff fingers, creating a small shade with his forehead, gazing upstream. How long had he drifted in the river? At most, only a few kilometers, one would assume. Surely, they should have arrived by now. Could it be that the three of them had been so frightened that they turned back to the community? Zhao Mai pondered, finding it inconsistent with their characters. Faced with the unknown, he began to waver. Chapter 65, the road back as dusk descended, the path ahead became increasingly obscured. With the lurking predatory creatures of the forest stirring to life, Zhao Mai slowly rose, brushing off the insects clinging to his body, and stretched his stiff limbs. Upon inspecting his injuries once more, he found they had remarkably improved. Although druids may not be the most powerful class, significantly overshadowed by mages. When it comes to the journey from novice to legend, no other profession boasts such minimal dependency and superior adaptability as the druid. With his food reserves still modest, Zhao Mai contemplated whether to wait another 6 months for them to fully develop. The synergy between him and his reserves would then yield results far beyond the mere sum of their parts. In this world, the only entity he felt he could wholly trust was his food supply. He crouched down, scratching the chin of his reserves. It is often said that dogs are humanity's most loyal companions, and indeed, it seemed true. Despite having fallen into the water for an extended period, not a single soul had come to check on him, leaving him feeling somewhat disheartened. Glancing up at the moonlit sky, he noticed only a crescent moon, resembling a fishhook, hiding behind the clouds, promising yet another night devoid of light. The Druid's Prayer, a 0-level spell, could be cast indefinitely by continuously employing the light spell. He could maintain illumination along his path. However, this would reveal his location, rendering it perilous. Coupled with his gnawing hunger and overwhelming fatigue, it was decidedly not an opportune moment to be traveling. Whatever matters required addressing would have to wait until tomorrow. Utilizing the faint light at the forest's edge, he located a berry-laden bush. After purifying the food, he gently placed it on the ground atop some leaves. Grasping a handful of grass, he vigorously squeezed the juice onto the berries, followed by a few drops of clean water. Zhao Mai commenced the ritualistic casting of the divine berry spell, which would enhance the spell's efficacy. Under his guidance, the surrounding natural energies began to coalesce, infusing the berries with vibrant life. The minuscule berries, initially the size of ladybugs, began to swell and radiate with vivid color and fullness under the spell's influence. After a few minutes, the ritual concluded, resulting in 4 berries transformed into divine berries, each infused with natural energy. This spell belonged exclusively to druids. No other profession, including rangers who also survive in the wilderness, could wield it. Each divine berry could serve as sustenance for an adult, meeting their daily food and water needs, while also possessing the capacity to heal minor wounds. Most importantly, Zhao Mai had heard that these berries were delectable, offering an unparalleled sensation of fullness and satisfaction. It was said that they would not lead to weight gain. With 1 berry reserved and 2 saved for tomorrow, Zhao Mai opened his mouth wide, holding a berry within, and closed his lips before biting down. The sweet flavor surged from his mouth to his belly, spreading throughout his body. In no time, his nasal passages, skull, and every inch of him felt invigorated, banishing hunger entirely. Taking a deep breath, he was filled with admiration for this spell. No wonder it was said that druids could never starve. This spell undoubtedly played a crucial role. Yet, no spell is without its flaws. Though his belly was full, his mouth felt empty and unsatisfied. The lack of a need to chew left him longing for the simple pleasure of chewing gum. All right, good buddy, let us get some rest. Zhao Mai climbed a tree, cradling his food reserves. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. At the break of dawn, Zhao Mai was awakened by the cacophony of birdsong. as if the forest had sprung to life overnight. In stark contrast to the oppressive silence of the previous evening, this morning was rife with noise. In no time, he spotted two squirrels frolicking on a nearby branch, chasing each other playfully, seemingly unperturbed by the quest for food. He casually cast a dazzling spell, unleashing a blinding flash before the squirrels. Taken by surprise, the small creatures lost their balance and tumbled from the tree. Zhao Mai frowned, somewhat dissatisfied with the spell's potency. Druids possess many admirable qualities, yet they lack offensive spells. If only he could unleash ice rays like mages, his arsenal would be considerably enriched. After retrieving the two fallen squirrels, he used the bayonet of his firearm to gut them, handling the task with rudimentary skill. Aware of his lack of culinary expertise, he nonetheless felt assured that the purification spell would prevent any mishaps. One squirrel was allocated to his reserves, while the other filled his own belly, igniting a surge of determination within him. Since you all chose not to seek me out, I shall come looking for you, Zhao Mai huffed, shouldering his firearm and leading his dog upstream. As long as he reached the site of conflict and confirmed the absence of others, he would promptly return to the walker's community. Regardless, he would have some explanation, and none could take his disease-removing potion from him, employing the trees to conceal his movements. Zhao Mai remained vigilant, cautious of the goblins across the river and equally wary of potential threats on his side. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he harbored significant concern about encountering Afra and others, primarily due to his uncertainty regarding how to approach them. Of course, upon meeting Lucius, his first instinct would be to strike him with the butt of his gun, then assess the situation to decide whether to employ his firearm or bayonet against him. Zhao Mai merely hoped that Purple Moon and Afra would provide a plausible explanation for their failure to seek him downstream. Beautiful women should surely be afforded certain privileges. It is a man's duty. As he pondered these thoughts, he pressed on, soon sensing something amiss. His reserves began to exhibit inexplicable anxiety, displaying hostility towards their surroundings yet unable to pinpoint the source of their unease. The plants underfoot, particularly the lowly grasses and mosses, appeared to be dying in patches. Kneeling to touch the ground, he found the plants crumbling into a sticky residue between his fingers. What on earth is happening? Zhao Mai prided himself on his knowledge of the Gralian world's spell system. He was well aware of the effects certain spells could cause. However, he had never encountered a spell capable of reducing plants to a viscous mush. Fire, frost, corrosion, dehydration, these were all common occurrences. Yet none could explain the current state of affairs. The towering trees surrounding him remained unscathed, with only the smaller flora succumbing to this fate. This did not appear to be a targeted environmental spell, but rather the result of some pervasive force. With this realization, Zhao Mai became even more cautious. He signaled to his reserves to remain silent while he readied his firearm. He discarded his nearly empty backpack to enhance his agility and stealth. The further he advanced, the more pronounced the damage to the plants became, affecting the flow of natural energy. Although it was still far from interfering with his spellcasting, it was undeniably uncomfortable, evoking a sense of repulsion. This sensitivity was an inherent aspect of learning druidic abilities. Just as priests must bask in divine light, and mages must maintain a connection with the elements, druids are inextricably linked to the natural forces and are thus acutely aware of any disturbances. As he continued on, Zhao Mai soon recognized a familiar riverbank, the very site of his battle with the goblins. Now, it lay tranquil, the oily river water gurgling softly, concealed behind the trees. He observed patiently. Before long, he spotted something peculiar. On the rocky shore, a withered willow tree lay toppled. Its blackened branches sprawled across the ground like a nest of serpents. Beneath the branches, he discerned an arm, partially obscured, alongside another lifeless body. Zhao Mai squinted, struggling to identify the figure, but no matter how he looked, it appeared unmistakably like Lucius's leopard. Chapter 66, The Funeral and the Captive. Sweat trickled down Zhao Mai's forehead. His heart raced, and his breath quickened, creating a disconcerting dizziness. Even in the presence of gnolls, he had never felt this level of anxiety. Perhaps it was due to countless encounters with gnolls, goblins, and orcs in various video games, which had dulled the unfamiliarity of such confrontations. However, the sudden appearance of a corpse by the river was anything but ordinary. He felt compelled to investigate. He needed to ascertain what had transpired to determine his next course of action. Zhao Mai forced himself to regain his composure, casting aside distractions to meticulously observe his surroundings. Only then did he cautiously emerge from his hiding place. Beneath the willow tree lay the body of a cheetah, its form grotesquely twisted, with its forelegs and hind legs forming a 180-degree angle. It appeared that after crossing the river, Lucius and his companions had encountered an ambush. Could that severed arm belong to Lucius? How could this be? Zhao Mai pushed aside the withered willow branches to reveal the face of the corpse. The eyes of the eagle-winged druid, Dal, were wide open, his heart pierced by a gaping wound, blood long since drained. Judging by the state of his body, Dal must have endured a fierce struggle before his demise, with tiny wounds covering his limbs and torso, as if he had been lashed by steel cables. Dal had been dead for less than a day, so no foul odor lingered, allowing Zhao Mai to suppress his discomfort as he dragged the body from beneath the willow. The fatal wound was a penetrating injury to the heart, suggesting the blow had originated from behind and exited through the chest. His weapons and gear were conspicuously absent. Even the pockets beneath his robe were devoid of any contents. This led Zhao Mai to suspect that Dal had been captured before being executed. There were no signs of the others nearby, and Zhao Mai lacked the skills to track footprints, leaving him at a loss. The most pressing matter was to return to the community swiftly and inform the druids of this grim news. However, he could not allow Dal's body to remain exposed to the light of day. Despite their brief acquaintance, Dal had left a positive impression on Zhao Mai. He had been able to listen patiently to the young man's discourse and readily agreed to reward him with a potion to cure diseases. Zhao Mai had estimated the value of such a potion, a level 3 spell, to be around 750 gold coins, a sum far exceeding that of a novice apprentice's training task. Moreover, during their travels, Dal treated Zhao Mai equally, often accommodating his slower pace. A gesture that warmed Zhao Mai's heart as he ventured alone into this world. Mr. Dal, I wish to give you a proper burial. Yet I fear I am unable to do so. I lack the tools for excavation, and this side of the river is dense with woods, making it impossible to dig a sufficiently large grave. Zhao Mai gazed at Dal's wide-open eyes and continued, there are no fish in the oil smoke river, and a water burial would be ineffective. If your swollen corpse were to drift to Wolfear Town, who knows how they might treat you. Thus, I must resort to cremation. With that, Zhao Mai extended his hand and, employing a method he had seen in films, firmly closed Dal's eyelids. It is said that the human body is difficult to ignite, requiring an abundance of kindling. Unlike some druids, Zhao Mai did not hesitate to gather branches. After more than 2 hours, he had constructed a pyre by the riverbank. A traditional cremation pyre would typically be doused in oil, but Zhao Mai opted for simplicity. He ignited the bark fibers with a fire-starting device, patiently nurturing the flames until he was assured that all parts were ablaze. I am sorry. I am limited in my abilities. Zhao Mai watched as the flames consumed Dal's body, whispering his final farewell, though I could not lay you to rest. The power of nature shall ultimately reclaim your form, and the force will embrace your spirit. I hope I speak rightly, and that you do not mind. Having completed this somber task, he quickly departed with his provisions, heading toward the direction of the druid community etched in his memory. Further west, deep within the thicket, a peculiar procession advanced slowly. At the forefront were 2 earth giants, resembling gargantuan rhinoceros beetles. Their massive, claw-like pincers bore serrated edges, capable of severing obstructive trees. Following them were 4 trolls, laboriously carrying a litter, ensuring its balance as they trudged along behind the earth giants. The litter, draped in heavy fabric, formed a small enclosure, obscuring the identity of its occupant. Occasionally, wisps of gray mist escaped from the seams of the fabric, slowly descending to the ground. Upon contact with the gray mist, frail life forms such as moss and mushrooms rapidly withered, aging and dying almost instantaneously. Trailing behind the litter were 2 robust bear goblins, their muscular frames exposed, their hairy shoulders supporting massive heads. With mouths adorned with protruding fangs, they gnawed on raw meat, freshly severed from some creature. Their eyes darted about, ever vigilant of their surroundings, occasionally glancing at the large cage being carried by the trolls. Lucius, Afra, and Zue were confined within, their hands and feet bound, though their mouths were mercifully unsealed. Any movement would invite a sharp reprimand from the bear goblins, who wielded long sticks to enforce silence. Zue's swollen head was a testament to this harsh treatment. What do you suppose they are planning? Why do they continue to delve deeper into the farmer's forest? Zue mused, gently rubbing her bruise, uttering soft exclamations of discomfort to Lucius and Afra. Lucius, clad only in shorts, bore the marks of struggle all over his body, his neck displaying a prominent, bruised ligature. Occasionally, he would touch the injury, as if still feeling the terrifying grip of the rope that had yanked him towards the water. However, these physical wounds paled in comparison to the anguish in his heart. The sight of the cheetah's lifeless body had struck him profoundly. Afra observed the flickers of despair in his eyes, a manifestation of shock and sorrow. She began to worry for Lucius, fearing he might lose his composure at any moment. For now, he was merely fatigued, still maintaining a semblance of rationality. Aside from the walker's community, what else in the farmer's forest could capture their attention? Even if he is formidable enough to have slain Mr. Dal, the druid masters within the community are not to be trifled with. He is bound to face defeat. Zue grimaced, gesturing dismissively at the litter. This is precisely why we are still alive. Afra interjected suddenly, we hold little value for exchange. Zue, puzzled, responded. But the walker's community is not affluent, certainly not comparable to Eagle Wing. Is it? What do these villains truly desire? Lucius sighed deeply, his head bowed. I fear we 3 are merely pawns to buy time. Chapter 67. It's time to leave in a single sentence. We merely used it to procrastinate. causing even the typically carefree Zhao to feel a shadow of melancholy. Observing the situation, Afula hurriedly shifted the subject. Does anyone know what that entity seated in the palanquin truly is? I can assert it is not a white, for it bears no trace of necromantic energy. Zhao, indeed easily distracted, remarked, it appears to be capable of continuous metamorphosis, shrouded in a layer of oily, shifting shadows, reminiscent of smoke wrapped in black silk. Is such a creature truly possible? Lucius, seated in the corner, shook his head at the observation. Its form is ever-changing, at one point. It even manifested over a dozen slender tentacles. I suspect it may be a creature from another realm, otherwise, such phenomena are difficult to explain. A strange creature. Afula strained to recall, though druids typically held little interest in such entities. To druids, these beings were twisted, unnatural abominations, and their singular thought was to eradicate them entirely. Thus, a comprehensive confrontation between the druidic community and the occupant of the palanquin was inevitable, and the lives of the three of them were gravely at risk. No. It would be more accurate to say they were doomed. The moment Dahl attempted to rescue them and met his demise, their fates were sealed. The sooner they acknowledged this, the more composed their thoughts would become. Only the fortunate Mike had evaded capture. One could only hope he had not perished in the whirlpool beneath the river, for that might preserve a single life. Having been confined in a cage throughout their journey, it was challenging to ascertain their position within the forest. If they could gaze down from above, they would see their group tracing an arc through the farmer's forest, with the center of that arc pinpointing the abyssal community. Zhao Mai had no time to draw any arcs. He surged directly towards the community, avoiding any delays along the way. The druids had planted some special varieties of trees within the farmer's forest. Locating these trees, along with the cardinal directions, would grant them a rough idea of the community's location. This was knowledge Dahl had imparted when he was alone with Zhao Mai, a fact even the trio was unaware of. As long as you pass the apprentice test, you will become a druid of the Abyssal Walkers community. This is essential knowledge. Little did he expect that this knowledge would prove invaluable so swiftly. Lost in thought, Zhao Mai stumbled as a vine ensnared his foot, causing him to tumble to the ground. The reserve grain animal promptly halted, glancing back at its master. All is well, I merely misstepped. Zhao Mai flexed his wrist and ankle, feeling a slight ache, but nothing severe. Nevertheless, to be prudent, he shared the divine berry with the reserve grain, healing minor wounds while replenishing his stamina. If this were a marathon or a longer race, such as the Tour de France, the divine berry would undoubtedly be the finest sustenance. This thought further ignited his longing for home. Now, he possessed a potion to cure ailments and 2 fate coins. Once he returned to warn the druids, he could embark on the journey home, right? Perhaps the thought of home bestowed upon a greater strength. Or perhaps the effects of the divine berry were at play. Zhao Mai resumed his long strides, swiftly navigating through the forest. The reserve grain dashed ahead, utilizing its keen sense of smell to detect any lurking beasts, guiding Zhao Mai to circumvent dangers from a safe distance. Without the aid of his dog's keen nose, he might have become a meal for the bears and pythons of the farmer's forest. From day into night, Zhao Mai showed no signs of halting. The divine berry had replenished all his nutritional and hydration needs for the day, thus his physical condition remained satisfactory. Approaching the community's vicinity, the safety level was considerably improved. Fearing that a protracted night could bring unforeseen troubles, he resolved to continue his journey through the night, casting light spells for illumination. Once the night fully enveloped him, Zhao Mai realized he had lost his way. He could neither discern direction nor ascertain his location. Now, he relied entirely on the reserve grain's nose, uttering not a word about which direction to pursue. Come on, Liang, guide me back to the community. Along the way, Zhao Mai ceaselessly encouraged his dog, for he held complete faith in it. This trust was rewarded when Zhao Mai finally encountered a patrolling druid. There is no time to waste. I must return immediately to see the elder. The druid recognized Zhao Mai and promptly led him towards the community. At last, Zhao Mai beheld the lights of the community, those humble, semicircular dwellings now appearing warmly familiar. Upon entering the village, he overheard Master Joseph addressing the villagers. Danger may soon be upon us. All children and apprentices must temporarily evacuate and seek refuge in the northern Selverian, accompanied by the experienced elders to ensure their safety. The rest will be assigned tasks to protect our Abyssal Walkers community. Master Joseph, what threat have we encountered? A voice in the crowd inquired. How long should the children prepare to stay away? Reports from the forest indicate that this threat is highly targeted. We still lack a clear understanding of its true nature. The natural forces are with us, and the elders, myself included, possess unwavering confidence in our victory. However, the youth and apprentices represent our future, and there is no need for them to face danger, Joseph patiently explained. For this reason, it is prudent to evacuate the elders, children, and apprentices as swiftly as possible. The sooner this is accomplished, the safer it will be. Upon hearing this, the druids exchanged glances, finding no fault in the decision. The northern elves lived in seclusion, residing in the reconstructed ancient city of Selverian. The Abyssal Walkers had maintained amicable relations with these woodland elves, and Celine hailed from Selvirian. She would personally lead the return journey to ensure the elves opened their gates and sheltered these children and apprentices. With an hour until dawn. The first group will depart at sunset, followed by the final group at noon. After that, we will cease to mobilize personnel for evacuation, Joseph concluded. Time is of the essence. Everyone, please busy yourselves. As the crowd dispersed, Zhao Mai pushed through, standing before Joseph, who still bore a look of astonishment. I have returned with troubling news. Dal has been killed, and Afuela, Ziyue, and Lucius are missing. Lucius's cheetah companion has also met a tragic end. Joseph signaled to a companion nearby, who immediately stepped forward to clear a path through the crowd. Mike, come with me. For elders are present in the community. They need to question you in detail. Chapter 68. The journey home. Thus, it is highly probable that the 3 apprentices of the Eagle Wing are still alive. Taken as hostages? Upon hearing Zhao Mai's account, Joseph furrowed his brow deeply. He then inquired of the other druids, are there any other apprentices who have yet to return from outside the community? None, Elder Joseph. The 4 individuals taken by Brother Daryl were the only apprentices currently away. Well then, that puts my mind at ease. Joseph asked Zhao Mai, is there anything else you wish to add? Zhao Mai shook his head. He had already reported the attack by the dog-headed creatures. The severed ropes leading to their fall into the water, and everything else subsequently discovered to the Druid Council. Given the unexpected circumstances, can I consider my patrol mission complete? Indeed, your apprentice task is complete. You are now free to accompany the group northward to seek refuge in the Elven City. I do not wish to head north, but rather southward. Zhao Mai shook his head. I need to return to Nebo Town. Why? Joseph queried. Somewhat perplexed, the forests to the south are exhibiting unusual activity and are not safe. You are merely an apprentice. Your safety cannot be guaranteed. And we cannot spare anyone to escort you. The Oil Smoke River can carry me southward, and once I reach Wolfear Town, I can find a boat or travel overland. I will surely arrive. Joseph and the other elders exchanged glances and communicated silently, then nodded in agreement. Since this is the direction you have chosen, we respect your decision. A calf that strays from the herd may perish, but a tiger must inevitably learn to stand strong. Go inform teacher Celine. She is still tallying the number of those heading north. If you require anything, let Celine prepare it for you. Zhao Mai smiled and bowed in farewell. After he departed, the elders engaged in a dialogue within Joseph's mental space. Are you certain of his loyalty? He is merely an apprentice, and from the perspective of the heart of nature, his character is not yet discernible. Can you truly entrust that item to him? Joseph shook his head. I cannot be 100% certain, just as none of us can accurately predict tomorrow's weather. However, my instincts tell me that Mai is a person worthy of trust. Master Duncan seldom speaks on such matters, yet this time he interjected. Mai is not our only fallback. It is permissible to entrust him. We cannot place all our hopes in the north and west. Now that someone is actively venturing south, it is a promising sign. After much deliberation among the Druid masters, they ultimately agreed to Joseph's proposal by a narrow margin. With a heart full of longing, Zhao Mai first returned to his sleeping quarters, excavating the buried potion for disease removal and solemnly placing it into his backpack. He then sought out teacher Celine to inform her of his intended journey. As expected, although the elven teacher opposed Zhao Mai's plan, she respected his choice. You are no longer a boy. Compared to Lucius and the others, you are more mature and seasoned. I cannot alter your decision, but I can only hope you exercise caution, and even more caution. Thank you for your guidance, teacher Celine. I will return to learn from you again. Well, I will either be here or in the elven city of Selvirian, depending on how long this turmoil lasts. A trace of unshakable sorrow lingered in Celine's eyes, as though she were troubled for the future of the Druid community. However, noticing several apprentices preparing to depart nearby, she quickly concealed her melancholy. Very well. Everyone's time is precious, so I shall not prolong this. You have completed an apprentice task and can now cast first-level spells, according to tradition. I should present you with an apprentice gift. With that, she turned and returned to her tree house, taking a considerable amount of time before reappearing. In her hands, she held a branch approximately 1 meter long, straight and unbranched. The elven Celine, with an awkward smile, said, I initially intended to give you my adamantine staff, but suddenly recalled that it is a reward for a specific task. If I give it to you, I shall have no other. This is an unformed staff. Once you settle down, find a spot to plant it in fertile soil, water it occasionally, and it will eventually grow into a grove staff, although the process may take some time. May the force be with you. Thank you. Zhao Mai felt something amiss but accepted it nonetheless. After exchanging a gentle embrace with the elven teacher, he bid farewell to the community of the unseen walkers. Zhao Mai followed the provisions outward, only to be unexpectedly led by a small dog to the base of Daryl's dwelling tree, where the dog barked eagerly at him. Zhao Mai slapped his forehead, cursing himself for being overly hasty and excited, forgetting such an important matter. Daryl was already deceased. Yet his chest filled with potions remained in the tree, along with some of his former equipment. Given that his physique was similar to Daryl's, he should seek out some new armor. Vines coiled around them, lifting them upward, and soon brought them back down. Zhao Mai donned a complete set of equipment, yet his backpack was only half full to avoid submerging himself again. Adjusting the straps on the leather armor at his shoulders, ribs, and waist, he tightened the leather helmet and acclimated to the newly acquired exquisite wooden shield. He also strapped a jungle machete to his thigh, which could serve as a cutting tool when necessary. However, his greatest gain was the assortment of potions within his backpack. A party of approximately 30 departed the community to the north, while Zhao Mai ventured forth alone. He had learned from his previous experience, ensuring that the weight of his backpack did not hinder his mobility. During the apprentice patrol task, there were others who could slow their pace to accompany him. But such fortune was not present this time. He could only rely on himself. The provisions were busy using their noses to discern their surroundings. They had not yet matured enough to share the burden. Even if they did grow, he likely would not have the heart to burden them. Zhao Mai utilized the wooden staff gifted by teacher Celine as a cane to aid his walking. He held no belief that this item would grow into a staff. All staffs are crafted, requiring the maker's considerable effort. If a branch could spontaneously develop into a grove staff, it would truly be a divine power transcending the laws of nature. Yet, despite its slender appearance, this wooden stick proved unexpectedly sturdy, offering a pleasant tactile sensation, ensuring that even with sweaty palms, it would not slip, making it quite suitable as a cane. Along the way, he frequently encountered vigilant animal sentinels. Sometimes they were tigers lying in ambush behind bushes, other times giant pythons concealed among branches. These were the animal companions of the druids. Although they might not be present at the moment, they remained obedient to the druids' commands. The provisions seemed capable of discerning friend from foe, perhaps having caught the scent of the unseen walkers on them. Regardless, Zhao Mai was often startled by these lurking sentinels. Yet upon seeing that the animals paid him no mind, he gradually settled his nerves. This time, with a clear objective and carrying a light load, he reached the banks of the oil smoke river in half the time it had taken before. Thereafter, he spent over half a day selecting 6 relatively straight branches, binding 4 of them tightly with rope at both ends, while the remaining 2 were truncated and tied to the ends of the raft to provide lateral tension, preventing the raft from capsizing. This raft was not stable enough to support a person standing. It could only be straddled, yet it offered sufficient buoyancy for Zhao Mai's needs, ensuring that the firearm remained above the water and dry. The provisions sat at the bow of the makeshift vessel, while Zhao Mai occupied the center. A flat piece of bark served as a paddle, aiding in steering the raft. With such rudimentary tools, he and his canine companion drifted southward. Chapter 69. Smoke and fire. Zhao Mai and his dog floated downstream on a wooden raft, blissfully unaware of the tumultuous events unfolding in the farmer's forest. Along their journey, they occasionally heard furious roars emanating from the depths of the woods, as if some colossal beast had been roused to anger. At times, the earth-shaking sounds of battle reached Zhao Mai's ears, stirring his curiosity about the scenes unfolding in the forest's heart. However, this curiosity did not diminish Zhao Mai's intellect. He was acutely aware of his purpose. Fortunately, the oil smoke river was devoid of turbulent waters, allowing for a tranquil drift without encountering any peril. Zhao Mai and Aliang dedicated a full 2 days and nights to their voyage before finally catching sight of Wolfear Town, offering them the opportunity to rest on solid ground. This was a town primarily engaged in agriculture and iron smelting, where cargo ships would transport their goods daily across the calm and secure Ashen Lake. Reaching Innerwave Town, Zhao Mai spent a modest sum to board such a vessel that very evening. Just emerged from the river, and you're already pressing onward? The seasoned captain, an elderly man accompanied by his son, inquired. If you're not in haste, you might consider staying the night in town. Elisa at the Grassfish Inn is quite the charming hostess. Indeed, I am pressed for time. I must return to see my ailing father, Zhao Mai replied. The captain, sensing no deceit in Zhao Mai's demeanor, consented to allow him to accompany them. Recently, the farmer's forest has grown increasingly perilous. Rumors speak of dreadful monsters lurking within, capable of transforming into human form to infiltrate the town and commit nefarious acts. The mayor of Wolfear Town has dispatched 2 waves of messengers seeking the druid's assistance. Yet no news has emerged. Zhao Mai's attire resembled that of a druid, and he had brought along a remarkably astute dog. The old man had never encountered such an intelligent canine, which seemed to instinctively know the optimal place to remain without needing direction. Logically, he should have accompanied the druid to meet the mayor, providing the latter an opportunity to inquire about the druid's condition. However, the young man appeared genuinely anxious to return home, prompting the captain to dismiss the inconvenience with a mere shrug. The vessel, a weathered sailing ship, creaked and groaned as the mast swayed gently in the wind. Amidst this symphony of sounds, Zhao Mai meditated, seeking to harmonize his essence with the natural forces around him, attuning himself to the distinct aromas of the lake and forest. Engaging in adventure, and placing oneself in a challenging environment can certainly awaken one's potential and foster growth. Yet, the practice of meditation, a passive endeavor, is equally vital. For both motion and stillness are inherent states of nature, and balance must be attained. Young man, something seems amiss ahead, the captain remarked, shielding his eyes from the sun as he gazed southward. I can't shake the feeling that there are numerous columns of smoke rising from Inner Wave Town. Zhao Mai swiftly stood, straining to peer toward the horizon where the sky met the water. Indeed, as the captain had observed, several dark plumes of smoke were faintly visible against the sky, unmistakably not the result of cooking fires, and decidedly ominous. Let us proceed and assess the situation, Zhao Mai proposed. It may merely be a fire, after all. The captain nodded thoughtfully. Perhaps you are right. We shall continue our journey for a while longer. As they drew nearer, the smoke became increasingly pronounced, and Zhao Mai's heart sank. The number of fiery columns had surpassed 10, indicating that this was no mere accident, but rather a scenario reminiscent of a besieged town. The captain furrowed his brow as he scanned the water's surface, suddenly alarmed. He swiftly turned the ship around, adjusting the sails to steer toward the western shore. Zhao Mai stumbled with the sudden movement and called out, "Captain, why the change in course? Look, from Inner Wave Town, there are ripples in the water, yet no ships in sight. At this hour, whether it be a merchant vessel or a fleeing craft, the lake should not be so tranquil. Do you not see? Someone or something is blocking the waterways." Zhao Mai deduced swiftly. "Captain, if you choose not to venture into Inner Wave Town, could you drop me off at the eastern shore? I can continue on foot." "What do you intend to rush toward? There is fighting ahead," the captain exclaimed. "Only formidable foes could seal off the waterways. Ordinary bandits would not possess such capability. Heed my counsel. Travel along the western shore, or let us make for the castle of Baron Pedes, where you may find refuge." "I insist on landing on the eastern side. Merely drop me off, and you may carry on," Zhao Mai asserted. "My reasons are compelling." "You," the captain began to retort, but suddenly noticed the druid's hand hovering near the weapon at his back, while his dog assumed a defensive stance. Cursed fate. This venture was truly ill-fated. He must have neglected his prayers to the goddess of fortune, Desna, to have encountered such misfortune. Reluctantly, he pivoted half a turn, redirecting the vessel eastward. The eastern shore lacked a proper dock, compelling the cargo ship to anchor at a safe distance, necessitating that Zhao Mai and his supplies wade through the water to reach land. As they set foot on dry ground, the cargo ship had already disappeared into the distance. "Supplies, you ought to accompany me home for a visit. I shall treat you to a grand feast. After all, Chinese cuisine is the finest in the world." The dog barked a couple of times, though it lacked the exuberance one might expect. Zhao Mai regarded it with a long sigh. "Ah, you truly understand my sentiments. Sock and Green remain in Inner Wave Town, and I do worry for them. Yet, as you know, it is equally vital that I return swiftly. I have family in another realm and a father who requires my care." Woof. The dog seemed to comprehend, wagging its tail in response. "Sometimes, one must make sacrifices. I am but a novice druid. What can I do, right?" Despite his incessant musings, Zhao Mai could not entirely shake off his hesitation. He continually reminded himself, "This is not my world. I am merely a taxi driver, certainly not a savior." The black smoke rising near Inner Wave Town in the south appeared increasingly glaring, each glance sending a jolt through Zhao Mai's nerves. He was compelled to lower his gaze, focusing intently on the ground beneath him, striving to avoid thoughts of the turmoil unfolding in the distance. Avoiding trouble does not equate to being trouble-free. Just as he was nearing the location where he concealed the CHE, his dog suddenly dashed into the woods. "Stop! Where are you going?" Zhao Mai shouted. But his call went unheeded, prompting him to follow in pursuit. The dog sprinted with remarkable speed, heedless of the sharp thorns that tore at its fur. Zhao Mai kept close behind, brandishing a machete to carve a path through the underbrush. After traversing merely a few dozen meters into the thicket, he detected a faint scent of blood in the air, sending a wave of anxiety coursing through him. Navigating around a cluster of heather, he followed the sound of barking, only to be taken aback by the sight that met his eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, he rushed forward, reciting a healing incantation with trembling voice. Ranger Carl lay amidst a pool of blood, slumped against a constrictor snake. Both he and the serpent bore grievous wounds, their blood mingling beneath them, forming a small crimson puddle. Upon seeing Zhao Mai and his dog, the serpent nodded slightly, gesturing toward Carl with its tongue. The natural forces of the healing spell, intermingling with Zhao Mai's anxious perspiration, bestowed upon Carl the power of restoration. After one incantation, while the wounds remained, the bleeding finally ceased. Chapter 70. The Master-Disciple Relationship. "You truly are in a dire predicament," Zhao Mai remarked as he observed Carl's eyelids fluttering, indicating that he was gradually regaining consciousness. "I have done my utmost to tend to your wounds, yet it appears you may have sustained some fractures, which I am unable to remedy. I must admit, I have exhausted all available remedies. Indeed, the potions salvaged from Darl's chest were limited. Aside from the one strictly for disease alleviation, I now possess only 3 vials, which merely offer fortitude and protection against harm. Both Carl and the giant serpent had suffered injuries. The healing salves, combined with the divine berry technique, served only to stabilize their conditions temporarily. The ranger's most grievous injury was to his abdomen, where a spear had pierced his intestines. Had he not encountered Zhao Mai, that wound would have led to a slow, excruciating demise. Carl, he managed to lift the corners of his mouth, forcing a semblance of a smile. Thank you for your assistance. Without you, I would have surely perished. You're most welcome. Your injuries appear quite severe. While you are somewhat improved, there remains an underlying risk. Zhao Mai responded candidly. The bleeding has merely been halted, not healed. This indicates there are likely concealed injuries within your body. Taking a deep breath, Carl instantly felt pain radiating through his lungs and heart. He attempted to raise himself, but both his left wrist and shoulder proved too weak to bear his weight. This was a sign of fractures. Any vigorous movement could potentially result in broken bones piercing his internal organs. Who could have inflicted such harm upon you? Upon hearing this question, Carl fell silent, pressing his lips tightly together, his brow furrowed and trembling slightly. He hesitated, uncertain whether to divulge his ordeal to Mai. On the other hand, the circumstances he had faced were truly humiliating, particularly in the presence of someone like Mai, who was half his student. The giant serpent leaned closer, gently nudging Carl's ear. This prompted the ranger to make a decision. After a long sigh, he began to recount his tale. After your departure, I discovered that the gnome had also vanished. Fearing he might pose a threat to you, I dispatched Dog Meat to assist. He truly has become insufferably arrogant while rampaging through my forest. I instructed Dog Meat to retrieve the brilliant gemstone pendant, which you are aware of, correct? Of course. I entrusted it to him. Dog Meat did not return, so I ventured forth to seek him, only to uncover traces of the anger-born minions. These shadowy creatures had never before ventured beyond the Serpent's Cliff Keep and had certainly never appeared so far south. I hastily equipped myself and, accompanied by the serpent, made my way to the Serpent's Cliff Keep. There, I encountered dire troubles. A congregation of nightmarish cultists, whose origins were unknown, had seized control, harnessing the frenzied power of Ramashu to merge the incorporeal anger-born minions with malevolent entities, thereby creating even more nefarious and cunning hybrids. I witnessed them forging weapons and even constructing the bases for siege engines, which filled me with dread. To the north of the Serpent's Cliff Keep lay a range of mountains. To the east was the healthy forest, and to the west lay the Ashen Lake. Their creation of siege engines could only mean trouble for the southern town of Nipo. I hastily departed the keep, first warning the gnome tribe in the forest, then proceeding to alert Nipo. However, I was ambushed en route and sustained these injuries, barely escaping. Carl seemed to gather his strength, pausing momentarily before continuing. 5 assailants attacked me, one of whom was the half-orc, Sorlu. He bore the brilliant gemstone pendant, yet it appeared ineffective. He was under the control of a gnoll, nearly acting as its puppet. I sensed the shadowy aura of the anger-born minions emanating from that gnoll, suggesting it likely originated from the Serpent's Cliff Keep. The battle commenced. I slew 3 bear goblins, but sustained injuries myself, rendering me unable to defeat the gnoll and rescue Sorlu. He pierced my abdomen with a spear, and I knew I could not linger in combat. With the aid of the forest creatures, I evaded their pursuit and escaped to this location. Zhao Mai was taken aback. Sorlu has killed Dog Meat and taken the gemstone pendant? How could he do such a thing? He quickly scooped up the provisions, cradling them in his arms for comfort. The poor dog lay motionless, seemingly paralyzed. Not necessarily him. It is quite plausible that it was the gnoll, Carl replied, his complexion pale. Yet he retained hope for the half-orc. I found him at the forest's edge, nurtured and educated him. I know him well. He would not have acted against me without the influence of mental control. Under normal circumstances, he would still be capable of coexisting peacefully. But did you not notice the hidden fury within Sorlu? Zhao Mai shook his head, recalling their confrontation with the half-orc. When you were present, he may have appeared to be an ordinary child. However, once out of your sight, if provoked, he may lose control. That rage, which seems to be embedded in his very bloodline, is no excuse. Even if conflict arises between us, he was raised by you. Why does he not return to acknowledge his wrongs? Perhaps I was overly stern with him, constantly fearing that his Orcish lineage would exert too great an influence. Carl, I understand your reluctance to admit it, but Sorlu has strayed onto a dark path, Zhao Mai stated firmly. Should I encounter him again, I will show no mercy. Carl realized he could not persuade Zhao Mai. In fact, he could not even sway the serpent. There was something he chose not to disclose. When the serpent had seen Sorlu, it exhibited a terrifying hatred, indicating that Sorlu's presence had thoroughly enraged the cold-blooded creature. The serpent, disregarding other threats, was singularly focused on eliminating the half-orc. Though the ranger did not wish to ponder the implications, he could not help but understand. Mai, let us set aside thoughts of Sorlu for the moment. Can you not warn Nipo? They are about to face an imminent assault from the enemy. It may already be too late, Zhao Mai replied. While by the lakeside, I witnessed black plumes of smoke rising from Nepo, confirming your claims that the enemy has commenced their attack. Your recovery is of utmost importance. Would you like me to escort you back to your dwelling? I must go to the battlefield and ascertain the situation. I cannot allow the anger-born minions of the Serpent's Cliff Keep to continue their rampage. It is my responsibility. The serpent supported Carl's back, aiding him to stand unsteadily. As long as I have breath, I shall continue to fight. You cannot engage in battle in your current state. Zhao Mai interjected, blocking the ranger's path. I have expended so many potions not for you to throw your life away. Nepo has walls, guards, and a multitude of mercenaries. They do not require an aging ranger like you. Carl sighed deeply. I need to see if Sorlu is there. If I can rescue him and persuade him to turn back to righteousness, I would find peace. You are truly foolish. Chapter 71. The vehicle's departure. You truly are foolish. Zhao Mai shook his head, deciding to conclude the discussion with the ranger, Carl. An urgent restlessness stirred within him as his thoughts began to waver. On one hand, he felt an overwhelming desire to quickly extricate himself from the battlefield and return to his family, fearing that he might be swayed by Carl's words. On the other, a deep concern for his friends, who might still be trapped in Nebo Town, gnawed at him, making him dread the possibility of never seeing them again. He feared that if he left without taking action, he might be deemed a coward. The atmosphere became momentarily suffocating, enveloped in an awkward silence. Zhao Mai lowered his gaze, as if seeking some profound life philosophy from the grass beneath his feet. The supply dog wobbled its way to his feet, gazing up with its large, dark eyes fixed on its master. What do you understand, little pup? Have you even turned 1 year old yet? Zhao Mai couldn't help but chuckle softly, shaking his head. Was he not, after all, a youth himself, lacking in wisdom? For over 20 years, he had lived under the protective wing of his parents, following a steady path of growth devoid of arduous choices. Even choosing a university was merely a risky decision based on his grades. This world, known as Gralian, served as the backdrop for Zhao Mai's tabletop gaming and role-playing adventures with friends, instilling in him a persistent sense of being within a game. Despite the clarity and tangibility of his surroundings, an inexplicable feeling of unreality lingered in his heart. In games, one is always presented with a goal, a directive of what to do. The choices merely lie in the methods of achieving that goal. However, the real world is not so neatly structured. Life is not a game. The ultimate destination is death, and one cannot merely advance with that as a goal. Zhao Mai realized he needed to establish a purpose for himself, not in terms of action, but on a spiritual level, to set the tone for his endeavors. He must find a way to alleviate his father's afflictions, with options ranging from learning healing spells to acquiring various treasures. Of course, he could also resort to thievery, robbery, or deceit. Yet, the very reason he refrained from such means was due to his spiritual objective. He must not degrade himself into a scoundrel. Faintly, he could hear the distant sounds of battle, the clamor of troops charging, the cacophony of shouts, the creaking of a catapult's winch tightening. Then the resounding thud as stones struck the ground. He could not ascertain whether these sounds were real or mere figments of his imagination, for they soon diminished, fading into silence. Another sound replaced them, the crashing of buildings succumbing to flames, the last cries of defenders before their defeat, the anguished wails of a mother mourning her child, and the sinister laughter of a malevolent shadow. He struck his forehead with his fist, lamenting this terrifying capacity for imagination. Why had it surged to life at such a moment? In truth, the surroundings were tranquil, an enduring silence blanketing the forest. Zhao Mai glanced at those around him, gradually coming to understand his own heart. Carl, I have made up my mind. I will take you back to Nebo Town. As he uttered these words, a sense of relief washed over him, lightening his spirit. It was a rather foolish decision, yet he had deliberated upon it. If your injuries prove fatal, wouldn't your desire to reach the town become a final wish? How could I possibly refrain from assisting you in fulfilling that? Nonsense. Why not think positively? Carl retorted with a chuckle, then added, you are quite admirable. Far superior to sorrow. But I have one condition. Zhao Mai replied, if you wish to educate sorrow, that is your concern, not mine. However, Sara killed the mother of the supply dog. Father, Carl corrected, and took something that belongs to me. I must retrieve it. You shall not influence me in this matter. I will endeavor to persuade him, but I will not interfere with you. The ranger ultimately acquiesced. Zhao Mai draped Carl's arm over his shoulder, guiding him southward, soon uncovering a concealed taxi. The massive python was too large to fit inside, so Carl instructed it to retreat into the woods and find a place to tend to its wounds. After opening the car door and fastening Carl's seatbelt with great effort, Zhao Mai settled into the long-forgotten driver's seat. The engine roared to life, a familiar power resonating within him as the dashboard lights flickered to life. Ding! The phone vibrated. Zhao Mai was puzzled. There should be no signal here, nor had he set any alarms. What could be the source of this notification? He hastily checked his phone, noticing a solitary digit encircled in the top right corner of the ride-hailing app's icon. One passenger is within 1 meter. hailing from the intersection of the Healthy Forest and Ash Lake in the northern Valysia region of Gralian, heading to Nebo Town. Distance, 50 kilometers. Estimated time, 1 hour. Wait. How did this come about? What had he done? And what had Carl done? This was Zhao Mai's first ride request since his arrival, leaving him utterly bewildered. Staring at the screen, he stood frozen for a full minute before recalling to click the acceptance button. You have arrived near the passenger. Please take a photo to confirm they have boarded. After a flash, an image of Carl, eyes tightly shut, appeared on the phone. Navigation commencing, please wait. This is rather intriguing. Just now, a great many things suddenly dawned on me, the ranger said, squeezing his eyes until tears emerged. So, you are a carriage driver after all. I have mentioned that I come from another world, have I not? It seems you have always had a way to return. Haven to you? This was not Carl's first ride, but it was indeed the first time he grasped this truth. Everything occurring here could be set aside. He was not born here, had not grown up here, bore no obligations to this place, nor was there any need to take risks here, correct? I have come to understand that no place exists where risks can be entirely avoided. Whether small or great, early or late, I will inevitably face choices. Having this opportunity to reflect upon my own heart is quite beneficial, Zhao Mai chuckled. I confess, my morals and ethics do not qualify me as a savior. But if I do not at least attempt to be a hero, would it not render my existence meaningless? I may not be able to vanquish the enemy's great army, but I can strive to traverse the battlefield and deliver you to your destination. Ensuring passenger satisfaction is my duty. With that, Zhao Mai shifted the gear into drive and pressed the accelerator. He mimicked the public transport announcements, saying, "The vehicle is now departing. Please hold on to the handrails. Next stop, Nebo Town. Passengers with grievances, please seek vengeance. Those with injustices, please seek redress. In the event of turns and bumps, kindly maintain cleanliness within the vehicle." Chapter 72. The besieged city Ramashu, known as the God of Nightmares, presides over the domains of destruction, monstrosity, and nightmares. He is depicted as an evil deity with a wolf-like visage, wings sprouting from his back, wielding 2 curved blades. His followers exhibit a near-neurotic frenzy, perceiving reality as a mere constraint, filled with oppression, while the fear of darkness lurking within nightmares represents an immeasurable power. In ancient times, Ramashu is widely venerated across this land. His treacherous, frenzied, and exhilarating power attracted countless beings. In moments of life and death, such power could indeed ensure survival. Yet once tainted by it, addiction ensues easily. However, as cataclysms ravaged the earth, the Dark Age severed the transportation routes to the northern territories. Isolated Ramashu devotees began to devour one another, their madness summoning destruction. A relic mask belonging to a high priest of Ramashu was abandoned. Its origin and purpose were distorted, ultimately transforming into a tool of governance for the master of the Serpents Cliff Fortress. The mask incited madness anew, resulting in the fortress's obliteration. Amidst the ruins, only the nightmare spawn prowled, incessantly wailing day and night. Whether druids, gnomes, or rangers of the wilds, they sought to locate and destroy this mask, yet for centuries, their efforts yielded naught. They could only cleanse the nightmare spawn annually to prevent their proliferation. Yet, a new generation of Ramashu's priests emerged, guided by their deity. Discovering the mask, the nightmare spawn became their formidable army, and the first command of the God of Nightmares was to seize Nebo Town, annihilating the druids and warping all along the shores of Ashen Lake. An army of bear goblins, kobolds, and trolls descended upon Nebo Town, clashing fiercely with the local guards. Nebo Town was no easy prize. The convenience of the guild attracted a multitude of adventurers, skilled in survival, exploration, and monster extermination, utilizing a ring of stone walls. These adventurers engaged in a protracted stalemate with the forces of the God of Nightmares from dawn until dusk. "Zoc, Zoc, where have you run off to now?" Green called out, carrying a wooden box along the walls in search of the dwarf's whereabouts. Fortunately, through the chaos of battle, everyone had come to know who the dwarf Zoc was, and they eagerly pointed him in the right direction. "Good heavens, how have you gone bald? I warned you to be careful, yet you still singed off your hair." Zoc's face was grimy, his scalp resembling a grassland scorched by wildfire, with wisps of smoke rising from the ground, leaving only a few fortunate blades of grass resiliently standing. The dwarf rubbed his eyes vigorously with an oilcloth, revealing 2 pale circles on his otherwise dark visage. "As long as my beard remains unscorched, I can overlook the hair," Zoc replied, setting aside his warhammer as he pried open the wooden box with a finger. "Is this truly the last of our supplies? Is this all the guild has left?" Green spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness. "Not only do we need it, several alchemists are also hastily concocting potions. You know well that if we do not destroy the trebuchets outside the town, Nebo will inevitably fall." Lowering his voice, Green added, "I've noticed they crafted a batch of underwater breathing potions. I can't mistake that blue elixir with hovering bubbles. I managed to snag 2 vials while they were distracted. Keep them safe. If worst comes to worst, it may allow for an escape from Ashen Lake." I would rather die than venture underwater. Zhao retorted defiantly. If you refuse to go underwater, neither will I. Then you may as well slay me, Green countered, knowing well the dwarf's bravery and stubbornness against retreat. Zhao huffed in anger, yet he would ultimately relent. What a pity Mike is not here. His firebombs are the most stable and effective. Had he been present, I might have preserved my hair, Zhao lamented, tugging at his scalp, revealing a deeper concern than he let on. Why don't you wish for something better? What could Mike possibly contribute here? In battle, can he compare to us? Green scoffed. If he were here, I would have another person to look after. Pa, you look after me? I've slain no fewer than 20 foes, including 3 trolls. What about you? Roughly the same, Green replied, licking his lips as he produced a wineskin from somewhere, sharing a drink with the dwarf. See, this is how I care for you, heh. You know my true talents lie in deception. In battle, I thrive. Yet, I sometimes ponder how advantageous it would be if Mike were here. His quick wit might conjure a means of escape. Winning is all that matters. Why overthink it? Zhao dismissed. Listen to me. Green leaned closer to Zhao, only to be shoved back effortlessly by the dwarf's palm. I've made up my mind. Do not speak, for you disturb my mood. Zhao gestured towards the empty wineskin and continued, you would do better to seek more of this instead. Sighing, Green lamented the siege's grim prospects. If one merely calculated the combat prowess within and outside the walls, Nebo Town was actually at an advantage. The creatures outside, though strong, lacked coordination, charging headlong without strategy. Unable to fully unleash their strength, utilizing the low walls, the adventurers employed various tactics, repeatedly repelling the enemy's assaults. Yet, no counterattack was ever made. Leading Green to recognize a troubling reality. As mercenary adventurers, they lacked the spirit of sacrifice. Abandoning the walls was a course of action only taken with absolute certainty. No reward, no matter how enticing, would compel anyone to risk it. If the situation continued in such a stalemate, Green would not overly concern himself with the bear goblins, trolls, and kobolds, nor did he find the trebuchets insurmountable. However, he recognized the emblem upon the opposing banner, the sacred insignia of Ramashu, the god of nightmares. This deity could conjure and manipulate nightmares, and his priests might possess similar powers. Once night fell, and the need for rest arose, trouble could very well commence. He could not predict precisely what would transpire, yet he sensed a considerable risk involved. Weapons and tactics alone did not dictate victory. Morale held decisive significance in many instances. Spitting upon the ground, he began to contemplate his escape route. He would never wait idly for death alongside fools. Once was enough. Hey, look, that half-orc general is out again. The adventurers atop the walls exclaimed nervously. That scoundrel, is he attempting the same trick again? This time. You all better block your ears and not heed his seductions to abandon the walls. Understood? Saru, fully armored, donned ill-fitting armor that chafed uncomfortably. He had not trained for full-plate combat with the Rangers, resulting in his movements appearing awkward. With his left hand gripping a spare shield and his right wielding a serrated sword glowing with a blood-red hue, he had already slain several guards, including a paladin of Iomedy, the god of justice and honor. He understood his shortcomings in chaotic combat, easily susceptible to ambush. He could only maximize the effectiveness of his shield and weapon in one-on-one encounters. At that moment, the cunning Mike had triumphed over him employing just such tactics. Chapter 73, Conservation of Momentum. Who dares to challenge me? Roared the half-orc Sorla. Meanwhile, at the rear of the nightmarish goddess army, a large sacrificial magic circle was in operation. A masked kobold zealot repeatedly inflicted wounds upon himself, pouring his blood into the arcane formation. Upon his demise, another kobold would step forward, donning the mask, and continue the ritualistic actions of his predecessor. The magic circle subtly influenced the residents of Nebo Town, instilling in them a sense of restlessness and an inability to think clearly. Each time this phenomenon occurred, guards whose wills were compromised would rush down from the walls to engage the half-orc in one-on-one combat. Curiously, the half-orc's strength, agility, and combat skills were initially rudimentary, clumsy, and lacking in finesse. Yet, with each inexplicable victory, he grew in prowess at an astonishing rate. Cover your ears, do not heed his ramblings. Such admonitions echoed among the defenders atop the walls. The detestable half-orc stood just beyond the range of typical arrows, shield in hand, impervious not only to ranged weapons, but also to magical projectiles. Sorlu continued to taunt Nebo Town, further dampening the morale within, preparing the ground for his impending nightmare spells. He exhibited remarkable patience, knowing that eventually someone would succumb to their impatience and venture out to ambush him. As anticipated, he caught the scent of a living being. The surroundings fell silent, likely indicating an assassin had cloaked themselves nearby. Aware that he could not detect the intruder's presence, he knew assistance would arrive to remedy this. The so-called duel was merely a ruse, a cunning ploy devised by the priest Ramashu. He gestured backward, and immediately a spellcaster began to chant incantations, enveloping the area in a vast array of malicious flames. The violet flames, devoid of heat and lethal force, adhered to those they touched, rendering even invisibility spells ineffective, thus revealing the outlines of the assailants. What followed was a straightforward confrontation. Swirled grinned maliciously, brandishing his shield and weapon as he charged forward. Under the influence of various nightmare spells, his opponents would invariably lose their composure and judgment, enabling him to claim swift victories and further augment his strength. The half-orc removed his mask, thrusting his serrated sword into the ground, and raised the head of his fallen adversary, allowing the blood of the deceased to cascade down his face as he bellowed his name. Sorlu, Sorlu, General Sorlu. Then, he noticed a pair of luminous, circular eyes gazing at him from afar. Guided by the map, Zhao Mai skillfully navigated around the impassable rocky terrain, crossing a relatively shallow riverbank, and finally arrived at the battlefield. From a distance, he beheld Sorlu's triumphant display and activated his high beams. That scoundrel. That wretch. The Ranger Carl sputtered in fury from the passenger seat. Why are you more agitated than I am? Zhao Mai replied, shaking his neck and flexing his fingers and wrists before addressing Carl. Buckle up. I'm going to deal with him. Turning his gaze through the windshield at the fully armed Sorlu, he pressed the accelerator with determination. The vehicle surged forward, and a thrilling pushback sensation enveloped them. Zhao Mai, lost in a frenzy, let out a furious roar as he barreled down the incline of the hill, even lifting off the ground momentarily as he crested the ridge. The tires kicked up dust and gravel, creating a billowing cloud behind them. Zhao Mai shouted, his hand firmly on the horn, drawing the attention of both sides of the besieged town to the unfolding scene. What manner of beast is that? It appears to be made of steel. Could it be some sort of golem? Someone shouted in astonishment, suddenly realizing something was amiss with their own voice, having stuffed their ears with cloth. Many around them mirrored this action, removing their makeshift earplugs, their eyes glued to the spectacle before them. A golem, perhaps? Some speculated, with the same thoughts swirling in their minds. Yet, who in the north could afford such a combat golem? Is it effective? Let us not forget that Sorlu employs rather insidious tactics, a guard mused, his unease palpable. Remember Sir Williams, the paladin? He charged with all his might, lance striking Sorlu's shield, and yet Sorlu remained unyielding, sending the paladin tumbling from his steed, breaking his right arm in the process. Are you suggesting? Someone else began, recalling the incredulity they all felt at that moment. The paladin's charge, empowered by divine might, was formidable enough to breach castle gates. Yet Sorlu had stood firm, his feet unshaken, a scene that had become a haunting nightmare for all. Look, Sorlu has assumed a defensive posture. There seems to be no escape now. The half-orc was oblivious to what charged toward him, unaware of the tactics it might employ. The two enormous glowing eyes blinded him, rendering him unable to see. He gestured frantically behind him, seeking assistance while positioning his spare tire shield before him. Come forth. Glowing beast, let us duel. The priest Ramasha stealthily cast the Chaos Hammer spell, unleashing a whirlwind of frenzied energy that struck Zhao Mai's vehicle. The Sichi emerged unscathed. Zhao Mai had no time to activate the windshield wipers as he drove forth. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, he pressed the accelerator to the floor. The roar of the turbo and engine reminiscent of a glorious battle cry. The speedometer soared to 120, a tumultuous pace on non-paved terrain. This velocity exceeded even the Ranger Carl's tolerance as he lifted his feet onto the glove compartment, one hand clutching the overhead handle, the other grasping Zhao Mai's shoulder. Hey, slow down. Too fast. The supplies in the back seat had slipped to the floor, curled up and clutching their heads in the small space beneath the seats. A bead of sweat trickled down Sorlu's forehead, tracing his nose before pooling at his lips. It turned out sweat was also salty, akin to the taste of blood. He tapped his spare tire shield with the serrated blade, feeling no vibrations. This shield would continue to protect him. No impact could penetrate it. Come on, glowing beast. Come at me. Zhao Mai slammed into the half-orc, sending him spiraling through the air like a spinning iron ball. A pillar of fire descended, crashing onto the car as Ramash's priest ground his teeth and unleashed the flame strike spell, one of his most potent offensive incantations. To his astonishment, the creature that had just been hurled away remained unscathed, hardly breaking stride, as it continued to charge through the thick cloud of dust toward the half-orc. Sorlu, dazed and disoriented, felt his left arm, which clutched the shield, fracture. Likely his shoulder and ribs had sustained multiple breaks as well. He could not comprehend why for once. The shield that had always served him while had failed to protect him. His vision spun, the sky and earth blurring in an endless cycle. The only constant was the pair of luminous eyes, drawing ever closer. Zhao Mai surged forward once more, crashing into him again. Chapter 74. Self-inflicted. The vehicle came to a halt beside the half-orc. Sara. Before the gaze of all, the trunk lid slowly lifted. In that moment, both the guards of Nebo Town and the monstrous invaders from Ramasha fell silent, exchanging glances. Perhaps it was poised to devour him from behind? The door swung open, and Zhao Mai emerged, wielding a giant toothed beast firearm, crouching down beside Sorlu. The half-orc lay supine, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, each cough manifesting as a small fountain. His gaze was unfocused as he barely recognized Zhao Mai. squeezing out a phantom from his nostrils. The reserve grain emerged from beneath the seat, growling, and positioned itself on his chest. Sara's armor was adorned with sharp spikes, causing him discomfort. After being struck by the vehicle, his armor lay shattered and crumpled, with parts embedded in his chest muscles. A glinting object caught the attention of the reserve grain, concealed beneath the armor. The little dog tilted its head and, with a bite, retrieved a radiant gem pendant into its mouth. Soru let out a muffled groan, his body convulsing as if jolted by electricity, a grimace of pain crossing his face. A chilling sensation enveloped him, urging him to succumb to sleep. Yet, he harbored a profound apprehension that slumber would plunge him into an abyss of nightmares. Observing Saru's suffering from a distance, Zhao Mai felt a sense of detachment. He crouched down, removing the spare tire from Sara's arm and stowing it in the trunk. The forces on the battlefield remained oblivious, allowing Zhao Mai to act freely. However, he was acutely aware that this state of affairs would not endure. His intent was to reclaim what was his, and this brief interval sufficed. The ranger, Carl, remained trapped in his seat. As Zhao Mai prepared to return to the vehicle, Carl cast him a pleading glance. With a deep breath and a reluctant nod, Zhao Mai stood by Sara, gazing down at him. Sara, your innards are gravely injured. You are on the brink of death. Do you have any final words? Any regrets? Any unfulfilled desires? Speak now, Zhao Mai urged, noticing a peculiar stir within the Ramasha camp, sensing an impending danger. He slightly bent, concealing himself behind the outline of the vehicle. I have little time. State what is most important. Mike, I never expected you to be alive. Sara struggled to open his eyes, blood spilling as he spoke. My only regret is that after knocking you out, I didn't slay you. Is that all? Zhao Mai nodded. Very well, when I next see Mr. Carl, I shall convey your message. You won't see him again. Soru smirked, a gleam of triumph in his eyes. I personally thrust a spear into his abdomen, twisting it to ensure he experienced endless agony before perishing. You shall not see him, haha. Carl's face turned pale. A mixture of despair, failure, and guilt painting his features, culminating in a tear at the corner of his eye. He closed his eyes, yet could not silence his ears. So Sara's voice persisted. Mike, you have defeated me in this manner. I am unwilling to accept it. Last time, you cheated with that magical shield. How did you win this time? His eyelids fluttered rapidly, thoughts racing. I am dying. Tell me how you did it so I may rest. I will reveal to you how to wield the bloodlight, serrated sword. Following Soru's gaze, Zhao Mai spotted the red serrated sword lying a short distance in front of the vehicle. Clearly a magical weapon. It could fetch a price exceeding 4,000 gold coins if sold, a considerable fortune. However, the sanguine hue of the blade instilled a sense of danger within Zhao Mai, causing his natural energy to subtly repel the serrated sword. What does your rest have to do with me? Zhao Mai shook his head, deciding to allow Sara to await his demise in solitude. Realizing his scheme had failed, Sara seethed with rage. He clenched his teeth, summoning his remaining strength in a frenzy. Striking towards Zhao Mai's knee, his ill-fitting armor bore metallic gauntlets, the rusted spikes promising considerable trouble for the injured. The reserve grain lunged forward, biting fiercely at Soru's throat. In the blink of an eye, it forgot the gem pendant in its mouth and inadvertently severed the necklace, causing the gem to slide into its stomach. Despite a brief choking sensation, the reserve grain remained focused on attacking the enemy, its teeth sinking deep into Sara's veins and windpipe. Zhao Mai did not let down his guard entirely. He had grown weary of the trope where villains, seemingly defeated, staged a last-minute counterattack. Should he falter in such a scenario, he would never forgive himself. As Soru swung his fist, Zhao Mai raised the giant-toothed beast, slamming the butt of the firearm against Soru. The shoddy, poorly maintained armor stood no chance against the meticulously crafted steel spear. The outcome was inevitable. Soru's fingers and the iron gauntlet shattered, transforming into a morass of mangled flesh. Alyang, step aside. Zhao Mai planted a foot on Soru's chest, rotating the M1 giant tooth beast, aiming the barrel at the half-orc's head. The reserve grain yelped, darting into the vehicle. Zhao Mai pulled the trigger, obliterating Sara's head. The Ramasha bear goblins charged anew, while the trolls, having healed their wounds, swung their morning stars into the fray. Several arrows, reaching their maximum range, struck the vehicle before ricocheting away. Zhao Mai stowed his firearm and climbed into the vehicle, closing the door. I have slain him, Zhao Mai declared to Ranger Carl. This was his own doing. Indeed, it was his own doing, Carl echoed, then added, you did nothing wrong. Zhao Mai sighed, peering through the window at the unfolding situation. Carl, the gates of Nebo town are shut. I cannot enter. It seems unless we swiftly conclude this siege, I shall be unable to escort you inside. That's all right. Just help me untie the strap and drop me off somewhere. I can manage the rest. That won't do. It contradicts the reputation of a skilled Chinese driver. Zhao Mai grinned, tightening the seatbelt. Look at those monsters. They're already attacking me. How could I refrain from retaliating? Let us create chaos. The reserve grain, eager for turmoil, mimicked a wolf's howl, barking loudly. As a result, the gem within its stomach shifted, stirring discomfort anew. The rear wheels of the vehicle spun rapidly, kicking up dirt and gravel. The front swung around, crushing the blood-red serrated sword, and barreled towards the charging bear goblins. The headlights illuminated the terror etched on the monsters' faces. The piercing cries were unnecessary, for their wide eyes, gaping mouths, and flailing spittle conveyed their horror. One or two bear goblins were not Zhao Mai's targets. They scurried about like headless flies. He was no stunt driver, incapable of colliding with many. His focus was razor-sharp. Those immobile wooden catapults were the true key to determining the battle's outcome. Chapter 75. The turtle shall stop it. Hurry, stop it. A piercing scream erupted from the center of the magical array, causing everyone present to freeze in terror. In that fleeting moment, a wave of fear surged within each individual, akin to awakening from a haunting nightmare, reminiscent of the solitude and dread of falling into the abyss of darkness. A black shadow twisted and writhed, emerging from the heart of the magical array, gradually contorting into the visage of a colossal human face. Its skin, hair, and features were all shrouded in darkness, as if it had been steeped in black oil. From the moment of its appearance, it fixed a malevolent gaze upon Zhao Mai, incessantly spewing forth venomous curses. Wherever the curses traversed, be it the bear goblins or the trolls, they were ensnared, enveloped by tendrils of darkness that crawled over their bodies, burrowing into them like worms tunneling through soft earth. The threads intertwined, reducing the once independent bear goblins to mere corpses, which then coalesced and writhed, ultimately transforming into a new monstrosity. This newly birthed chimera, possessing 3 heads, 5 claws, a tail with a mace-like end, and a pair of feeble fleshy wings that barely protruded from its carapace, was incapable of expelling elemental energy, yet its physical form was significantly enhanced. The 3 heads, each adorned with fangs, horns, and hardened bone hammers, charged madly towards Zhao Mai. At this moment, Zhao Mai had already breached the enemy lines, demolishing the first catapult. "Watch out! Watch out!" shouted Ranger Carl. "There's a monster coming up behind you." In truth, through the reflective surface, Zhao Mai had already spotted the massive creature. He swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, accelerating with all his might, causing the taxi to drift several meters before swiftly hiding behind a catapult. The 3-headed beast rampaged through, toppling the catapult with ease. A heap of wooden blocks and stone weights crashed down upon him, which it violently flung off with a twist of its back. Glancing up, Zhao Mai accelerated once more, crashing into another catapult. The black giant head within the magical array continuously emitted piercing shrieks, while flames, ice, negative energy, and a ceaseless barrage of curses flew towards the rampaging vehicle, yet they could not impede its relentless charge. Zhao Mai cheered and roared, reveling in the exhilarating game of chase and escape amidst the shower of debris from the siege engines. Equally exhilarated were the defenders of Nebo Town, who erupted in cheers upon witnessing the catapults being shattered one after another. Sork stood atop a crate, his gaze extending over the city walls to catch a glimpse of Zhao Mai, the familiar sound of gunfire confirming his conjecture. Unable to contain his excitement, he leapt and shouted, "That's my minner! That's my minner, Mike!" The dwarf Sork wielded a formidable firing warhammer, a fact well known among the adventurers guarding the walls. Later, they learned that this weapon, known as the Warhammer gun, was crafted by Sork himself, prompting many to express their desire to acquire one, money being no object. Sork declined, citing the urgency of the war and the lack of time for crafting, which everyone understood. However, some were aware of Sork's previous demonstration in Nebo Town, where his weapon lacked the current potency, raising doubts in their minds. After a bit of probing, Sork admitted that his advancements were entirely due to his minner, the individual named Mike, who had proposed a series of improvements that greatly inspired his thinking, his most esteemed figure. Who is Mike? The adventurers exchanged glances, searching through the townsfolk for anyone named Mike, but none fit the bill. They reasoned that if the apprentice was already so formidable, the master must be even more extraordinary. Indeed, the one called Mike was currently controlling the invincible 4-wheeled golem, wreaking havoc in the enemy camp. Neither blades nor spells could harm him. In a mere moment, he had entered and exited the fray 7 times, leaving only 1 catapult standing from the original 20. The adventurers began to feel a surge of ambition after all. The bounty for repelling the enemy and lifting the siege was substantial, and now was the opportune moment. Hidden among the crowd, Glenn had a sudden inspiration. He feigned having just arrived, pushing aside a warrior to ascend the city wall. He bellowed, "Curse that guild. You 1T trick me. I began my counterattack before you changed the bounty. Charge." With that, he leaped down from the low wall, grabbed a shield from the ground, and charged forward with a spear. The adventurers exchanged glances, suddenly awakening to the call. The second mercenary surged forward, followed swiftly by the 100th. In an instant, Nebo Town launched a full-scale counterattack. The adventurers swept along by a tide of battle fervor, charging towards the disarrayed bear goblins. At this moment, Zhao Mai found himself in a predicament. He had toppled the last catapult but inadvertently drove his vehicle onto a thick log. The front wheels lifted, and the car immediately lost power. He bounced in his seat, hoping to press the front down, but before he could execute his plan, the three-headed beast charged up, nudging the vehicle onto its back. The creature stood atop the car's chassis, attempting to tear it open with its claws and fangs. Yet its strength proved insufficient to breach the car's indestructible nature. Not even a single part could be dislodged, let alone the protective paint. However, Zhao Mai found himself unable to drive. Lying on the car's roof, he cautiously unfastened his seatbelt and after some wriggling, regained his balance. He then assisted Ranger Carl in adjusting his position, as Carl's injuries had yet to heal, and being suspended was detrimental to his health. "We're trapped now," Zhao Mai said, holding the rations close. "We can only wait it out, but at least we're safe in the car, so you need not worry. That thing can't even roll over. Indeed, it's merely a mode of transport, not much different from a cart, with the only advantage being its invincibility." Zhao Mai exchanged glances with the three-headed beast through the glass, playfully giving it the finger. "You seem rather unfazed. Don't you feel any danger?" Ranger Carl frowned and admonished, "You're akin to an animal ensnared in a trap. Although the hunter may be temporarily thwarted, without escape, the animal will ultimately perish. You cannot be so reckless with such an obviously flawed tool. I've never seen a cart charge into battle. Even an indestructible cart would falter." "Ah, I understand. Do you think I would act so recklessly without consideration?" Zhao Mai replied, observing the beast's frustrated demeanor, his spirits soaring. Ranger Carl's reprimands were indeed for his benefit. Yet historically, there were tactics involving carts charging into battle, though they were eventually supplanted by cavalry. "If only I had a tank, I would have flattened them by now," Zhao Mai boasted, although he felt a twinge of doubt in his own words. However, salvation was imminent, as the mercenaries from Nebo Town had surged forward. The dog-headed creatures were sacrificed in droves, and the assembled magical array unleashed a myriad of spells, all wasted on the invincible vehicle. The hastily constructed monstrosity, cobbled together from bare goblin bodies, had little to offer beyond a charge and melee combat, quickly falling prey to the adventurers' very tactics. Before long, they were vanquished. As the magical array lay in ruins, the remaining foes scattered in retreat. Pursuing them was another matter entirely, but for now, the siege had been resolved. Seeing the situation improve, Zhao Mai pushed open the car door and stepped out, only to be immediately surrounded by a throng of adventurers, their ears filled with the same question. "Are you the mentor Mike of the dwarf Sork?" Chapter 76. Yearning for home after much effort, Zhao Mai finally extricated himself from the enthusiastic crowd, having rescued the ranger from the vehicle. He pondered how to overturn the car. "Hey Mike, long time no see. Your entrance was quite spectacular," Green ambled over from the edge of the battlefield. Aside from leading the charge, he had largely remained in less intense areas of combat, occasionally diverting his opponents towards his comrades. Other than assisting the dwarf sock out of a tight spot with a well-aimed shot, he had hardly exerted himself. The dwarf approached as well, having gained significant experience in the skirmish and formulating new ideas to enhance his firearm. The three embraced and, working together, primarily with Sock doing the heavy lifting, they managed to right the car. "Let us head back to town and swiftly complete our task," Zhao Mai declared. This task naturally involved escorting the Ranger Carl into the city. With the enemy in disarray, the townsfolk cleared the roadblocks, welcoming the vehicle into their midst. A notification chimed on Zhao Mai's phone. "You have arrived near your destination. We look forward to your next visit." Due to the proximity, the fare he received was merely a token blessing, leaving him bewildered about its purpose. "You are truly remarkable, Mike," the Ranger Carl remarked, patting Zhao Mai on the shoulder. "I'm delighted to have encountered you by the shores of Ash Lake." Zhao Mai chuckled softly, tilting his head to inquire, "Now that the siege has concluded, what do you intend to do next?" "Oh, I fear the situation will not resolve so swiftly. The mask is still out there, and evil may retaliate at any moment." The ranger glanced at the sky, where the last rays of sunlight dipped below the horizon, signaling the onset of darkness. "My primary objective is to regain my health, train more animal guardians, and then join forces with the druids to seek out the whereabouts of the Lamishta priest." "Druids?" Zhao Mai began to respond, but a sudden thought crossed his mind. If he informed Carl of the peril facing the Wayfarer community, this overly responsible old ranger might impulsively head north despite not having fully recovered. The druids are quite extraordinary. Once you regain your strength and finish training the animals, you should pay them a visit. If any thrilling tales arise, do be sure to share them with me. Will you return? Carl hesitated before asking, "Aren't you heading back?" "This is merely a farewell, not a permanent parting." Zhao Mai looked at him and embraced him tightly. Although Carl was somewhat old-fashioned, he was a friend worth having. Encountering him by the lake was indeed fortuitous. Had it been a tiger instead, Zhao Mai might have become mere fertilizer for the land. The tale of the car's destruction of the enemy outside the town spread quickly. As the peculiar iron contraption entered the main street, the townsfolk's gazes converged upon it. Fixated on Zhao Mai, Sock, and Green, all three felt the weight of numerous eyes upon them, rendering them quite uncomfortable. "I have important matters to attend to, so I must be on my way shortly." Zhao Mai scratched his face, lowering his voice subconsciously. When I departed with the druids, we had already said our goodbyes. It has barely been a month. There is no need for another. No, with so many watching, I feel quite uneasy, Green retorted, disliking the scrutiny of a crowd. As if his secrets were at risk of being unveiled. Suddenly, he remembered something and grasped Zhao Mai's arm. No, you cannot leave just yet. At least you must claim your reward first. At his insistence, Sok nodded in agreement, and together they dragged Zhao Mai toward the guild to resolve the siege. The guild had outlined various combat bounties, whether mercenaries, adventurers, or ordinary townsfolk, even a hapless rabbit that might stumble out of the forest. Those who completed certain tasks were entitled to rewards. Of course, necessary witnesses and evidence were still required. The highest bounty was for defeating the enemy and lifting the siege, yet this was shared among all participants, leaving Zhao Mai with little. The next highest was for destroying the trebuchets, each offering a reward of 200 gold coins. Zhao Mai had single-handedly eliminated all 23 trebuchets, and according to guild regulations, he would receive an additional bonus for bravery, totaling 5,000 gold coins. This was a substantial sum, especially for a novice druid. However, what should he purchase? Zhao Mai desired another vial of disease-curing potion, but was informed it was out of stock, at 750 coins per vial. Few were willing to keep them in inventory. The guild had recently sent their last 3 vials to Gaduria. Oh, very well then. Zhao Mai pondered for a moment before making a request. Since you were giving me 5,000 gold coins, can I choose which coins I want? Perhaps among these coins. There lay a fateful coin, something only he could discern, a notion swirling in his mind. However, this request raised the guild's suspicions, fearing he might be a scout for a thieves' guild. For the safety of their treasury, this request was understandably declined. As a druid, Zhao Mai adhered to various taboos due to his connection with nature's forces. He had considered acquiring a piece of magical armor. But all metal armors would hinder his ability to commune with the natural energies, diminishing his power rather than enhancing it. Thus, he abandoned the idea. Moreover, Nebo was not a large town, lacking even a resident mage, resulting in a rather scarce selection of magical items. After much deliberation, he found that the strengthening belt was out of stock, the physician's glasses were unheard of, the healing gloves were unavailable, and even the recovery badge valued at 1,500 coins was missing. With each item absent, Zhao Mai cast a disdainful glance at the guild's receptionist. And after repeating this process several times, the poor receptionist could no longer hold her head high, beads of sweat trickling down her face. Eventually, Zhao Mai grew exasperated, banging his fist on the table. In such a grand guild, how can there be nothing available? What use is it to shower me with gold coins if I cannot purchase suitable equipment? In Nebo, I could never spend such a fortune in my lifetime. Apologies. But I believe the guild will resolve this issue soon. The receptionist could only reply, we will restock promptly, especially with a grand gathering approaching in 2 months. That has little bearing on me, Zhao Mai shrugged. What if I were to leave with a mountain of gold, only to find nothing to spend it on? That hardly seems right. We cannot currently provide the items you requested. The receptionist was on the verge of tears, lacking weapons, refusing armor. This customer had fixated solely on procuring healing-related magical items. It was well known that both priests and druids had always faced a shortage of such supplies. Temples preferred the sick to visit their sanctuaries to experience divine glory firsthand rather than simply consume a potion. They would rather incur losses to heal than produce more healing potions. Druids were similar in their preferences, often shunning visits from the ailing. Their secluded and isolated lifestyle was what they sought, and although the Wayfarer community was somewhat better, it did not guarantee a consistent supply of healing magical items. Not wishing to wait any longer, Zhao Mai stuffed 1,000 gold coins into the trunk of the car, leaving the remaining 4,000 with Green and Sok to manage a shop and continue developing firearms. Then, seizing the moment before the celebratory festivities began, Zhao Mai activated his phone's navigation and swiftly ascended into the skies. Chapter 77. The Gift of Reunion, accelerating into the spatial passage. There was no need for a steering wheel, allowing Zhao Mai to fiddle with his phone, finally grasping the intricacies of the ride-hailing application. Beneath the app's surface lay a hidden user manual, which commenced with a pivotal statement. To receive a crossing request, one must have a person, a vehicle, and a phone together. Lacking any one of these renders the endeavor futile. The fake coins serve as the most crucial tool for travel, akin to fuel or taxes. They all convey the same essence. The generation of fake coins appears to correlate with the stability of the spatial realm and the complexity of its regulations. Though the manual fails to elucidate the specifics of this relationship, ultimately, the tolls vary across different worlds, a fact previously conveyed to Zhao Mai by the angelic elder. As a taxi, the fare could be adjusted according to prevailing circumstances, such as waiting charges, surcharges during spatial turbulence, like inclement weather, and unexpected insurance in wartime scenarios, all of which could enhance the driver's earnings. However, the most critical point Zhao Mai discerned was the return journey. If a one-way trip was taken, passengers would need to pay fake coins equivalent to double the distance. Since coins would be consumed during the crossing, drivers would not receive any, making it untenable for them to incur losses on the return trip. If a world accessible for 5 coins was reached, would the driver then need to personally part with another 5 coins for the return journey? Oh, dear angel, why withhold such vital information from me? After perusing the FAQ of the user manual, he set his phone aside and focused on driving. Upon emerging from the stellar passage, the vehicle jolted slightly, and upon raising his gaze, he found himself back on the airport expressway. The bustling highway seemed oblivious to the sudden appearance of this private vehicle. Perhaps a manifestation of magic? The long-distance bus behind him honked, expressing dissatisfaction with Zhao Mai's modest speed of 100 kilometers per hour. Now that he was back on a smooth road, it was indeed unreasonable to maintain such a pace. After overtaking a few vehicles, Zhao Mai quickly regained his familiar rhythm. He activated the satellite feature on his map application to adjust his timing. After a short while, he confirmed the temporal flow on both sides was indeed a disparity of 30-1. In the past couple of days, no one had attempted to contact him, save for the diligent telecommunications company sending messages of concern and reminders of the remaining data for the month. In a haze of uncertainty, Zhao Mai felt an uncanny sensation, as if he had never truly departed. Ash Lake, Nebo Town, and the Endless Wanderers community were merely figments of a fleeting daydream. Suddenly, his reserve dog in the back seat began to bark, bouncing to the front and sitting on the seat, playfully sticking its tongue out at Zhao Mai. That was no dream. Zhao Mai reassured himself. It was an extraordinary adventure. Instead of returning home directly, Zhao Mai took a turn, opting to visit his parents first to deliver the disease-eradicating potion. After driving for over 6 hours, he felt no fatigue, perhaps due to the overwhelming desire to return home or the enhancement of his physical condition by natural forces. He stopped once at a gas station to refill the tank. Upon returning to the real world, he noticed his car was once again consuming fuel, and the bumps on the road were distinctly felt. While refueling, he pressed down on the engine cover with all his might, but it would not budge. Perhaps its resilience remained intact, yet he dared not test it. After all, he couldn't simply crash the car into something to see if it would sustain damage, could he? Mom, are you home? Zhao Mai dialed, striving to steady his excited voice. I have a couple of days off and wanted to visit. I'll be home shortly. You'll be home soon? Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have prepared some delicious food. His mother chided, her tone laced with surprise. You really need to plan better. There's no need to go anywhere else. Just come straight home. Your dad will be back soon, and I'm going to buy some groceries. Tonight? Your siblings 1T need to go to evening study sessions. They'll all come home for dinner. By the way, Mom, I'm not alone. I brought a dog. Girl? His mother fell into an unusual silence before hastily responding. I understand. You don't need to worry. Just hurry back. You're grown up now. Enough with the nonsense. Chatting incessantly, his mother hung up the phone. Zhao Mai took a deep breath, rubbed his nose, and fought back tears. He turned to the reserve dog and exclaimed, Doggy, there will be delicious food tonight. The dog bounded around the car, wagging its tongue and splattering saliva everywhere. Upon arriving downstairs, he parked in an unnoticed corner, grabbed his backpack, and pulled the dog along as he headed home. The familiar ambience enveloped him before his ventures. This place had been his fortress, his paradise. He tossed aside his straw sandals, which had been lost during his watery escapade, and walked in barefoot. Suddenly, he glanced down and realized something was amiss. His attire was decidedly peculiar, clad in leather armor, with a pair of linen trousers and a belt adorned with a circle of bullets. Thankfully, the bullets were alarmingly large, clearly fake. Otherwise, the attendant at the gas station would have alerted the authorities long ago, or perhaps a medical professional, a psychiatrist, even. He hurried downstairs to remove the dangerous items, turned back home, rummaged through his old clothes, and then proceeded to take a shower. The reserve dog was not spared from this ordeal either. After a brief struggle, the little dog resigned itself and joined Zhao Mai in the wash. After half an hour of scrubbing, both man and dog emerged clean and refreshed. The keys jingled outside, and the door swung open. His father cleared his throat vigorously, stamping his feet as he changed into slippers. Zhao Mai rushed over, embracing him tightly, eager to release his worries, longing, anxieties, and affection. His father appeared somewhat pale, playfully thumping Zhao Mai's shoulder before gently pushing him away. Then, peering into the house, he turned back with a puzzled expression and inquired, Your mother mentioned you brought a girlfriend home. Where is she? What girlfriend? I'm unaware of any, Zhao Mai replied, utterly bewildered. I didn't come alone. A friend gifted me a dog, and I couldn't bear to leave it alone at home, so I brought it along. Alion, come meet your father. The reserve dog dutifully trotted from the inner room, sitting on the floor and panting eagerly, its tail wagging like a jackhammer. His father seemed to take a liking to the little creature, immediately crouching down to stroke it. Why does it call me father? It's on the same generation as you. It's just a term of endearment. I don't think we can truly count generations, can we? The reserve dog may be considered a brother, but Zhao Mai would never acknowledge being in the same generation as a dog. Watching his father play joyfully with Aliang, Zhao Mai seized the moment to head inside. Retrieving the disease-eradicating potion from his backpack and presenting it to his father. Here, Dad, this is a remedy I procured. Try it and see how you feel. Did your mother tell you about it? His father scratched his face with his index finger, a habit Zhao Mai had inherited. I specifically asked her not to inform you. To spare you the worry. You both have your own lives. My issues can be managed between your mother and me. Hey, I didn't come here to be chastised. Just drink it already. If your son is truly unfilial, that would be the real tragedy. Wouldn't it? You little rascal. His father took the vial, examined it closely, and sniffed the contents. Where did you acquire this unregulated product? It resembles that fraudulent qigong water from years ago. I must advise you against such dubious practices. If you wish to heal, you must rely on a doctor. I can see this isn't prescribed by a physician. The person is a pharmacist. But that isn't the focal point. Just consider it qigong water. It's harmless, so please drink it. Strangely enough, it does smell decent. His father tilted his head back and consumed the potion in one swift motion. Chapter 78. This is not the water of the Ganges. Zhao Mai observed his father as he consumed the medicinal potion, intently watching the flow of natural energy. After the energy from the disease-repelling potion entered his father's body, it concentrated on the right side of his waist, gradually coalescing to mend his physical condition. Ah, I can feel something, his father remarked, smacking his lips and gently massaging his waist. It's not as uncomfortable anymore. But how could it work so quickly? That's because this is a remarkable remedy I procured, Zhao Mai reassured himself. He had harbored a concern. What if the disease-repelling potion from the fantasy realm proved ineffective against the acute kidney disease in this world? This apprehension had deterred him from seeking the potion from the temple priest, fearing that the deities of that realm might not extend their influence here. It was said that Yama and Hades had delineated their territories. Thus, traversing from the fantasy realm to here was likely more complicated than mere travel across borders. It was precisely this worry that compelled Zhao Mai to dedicate himself to studying under the Druids. Each world possesses its unique natural environment, and the interconnectedness of animals, plants, and humans suggests that the Druidic powers might encounter fewer limitations. Moreover, there are Druids on Earth. Although they may not wield spells as adeptly as their counterparts from other realms, they nonetheless represent a localized system of power. In retrospect, this decision appears to have been fortuitous. After consuming the potion, his father's complexion visibly improved, marked by a mix of confusion and disbelief. Yet, to Zhao Mai, this was a cause for celebration. As long as it proved effective, even if one vial failed, the pathway remained open for acquiring more. Furthermore, Zhao Mai himself would not abandon his studies. He would persevere regardless of the challenges. In due time, he would master these spells. Even possessing the ability to resurrect the deceased, how could he fear the inability to cure ailments? What exactly did you make me drink? It isn't some painkiller or drug, is it? His father's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he declared, you must not engage in any dubious practices. When one is ill, one must take medication and undergo surgery. You need to think clearly and not fall for any deception. Father, rest assured, I've been exceedingly cautious, Zhao Mai replied, his mind racing to concoct a tale of an enigmatic, reclusive traditional healer to assuage his father's concerns. Drawing on his extensive experience writing online novels, he found such stories of serendipitous encounters with wise mentors and secretive techniques to be second nature. Enough with the shifty eyes. Are you preparing a pack of nonsense to deceive me? His father scoffed, waving his hand dismissively. You are clever, but you've always strayed from the righteous path. Otherwise, you would have long ago earned a doctorate and established a career. Don't waste your energy. I will be visiting the hospital tomorrow to assess your situation. The efficacy of any remedy must be evaluated, and I cannot allow you to be misled. That's perfectly fine. I will accompany you, Zhao Mai grinned. If it truly works, it would indicate that the individual possesses genuine skills, and I would be resolute in my determination to continue my studies. His father furrowed his brow, pondering for a moment before muttering an affirmative sound. Keep this matter from your younger siblings. They are approaching their final exams, and we must not disrupt their studies. I wouldn't dream of uttering a word, Zhao Mai assured him, but his father retorted, enough of your banter. Get to work. Sweep the floors, tidy up the tables. Peel some fruit. How can you have grown up without learning basic manners? In a buoyant mood, Zhao Mai set about his chores with alacrity. Meanwhile, the family dog, an adept scavenger, rummaged beneath the bed and couch, retrieving forgotten socks and stationery, presenting each item to Zhao Mai's father as if to showcase its industriousness. Feeling considerably relieved, the elderly gentleman's spirits lifted. He retrieved a sausage from the refrigerator, breaking it into pieces as a reward for the dog. The old man and the dog soon engaged in playful antics, just as the rest of the family began to return home. Son, come to the kitchen and help out. It's time to wash the fish. By the way, didn't you say you were bringing a girl? Where is she? In truth, Zhao Mai's mother was quite capable in the kitchen, and her request for help was likely a pretext for a private conversation. Nevertheless, he relished the feeling of being needed and hurrying over with enthusiasm. After sharing a few whispered exchanges with his mother, they were suddenly interrupted by exclamations of delight from outside. Wow, a puppy. Whose is it? It must be ours. In the next moment, his younger sibling's backpack thudded onto the bed, followed by the sound of 2 pairs of slippers racing towards the commotion. Let me hold it. Let me hold it. Although his younger brother was a boy, he could never quite compete with his more mischievous sister. Zhao Mai listened intently, and not hearing any distressing barks from the dog, he decided it was best to leave the situation be. This dog was exceptionally clever and would manage to protect itself. Most of the time, dogs may rely on their human companions, yet in certain circumstances, they can attain a status higher than their owners. Zhao Mai never quite comprehended why, during family meals, there was a designated spot for the dog. It would sway its tail from atop a high stool, eyes fixed on the sumptuous feast before it, tongue lolling as it licked its lips. Come, let's tie a scarf around its neck. His sister fetched a handkerchief, earnestly wrapping it around the dog's neck. Brother, let me have this dog. I promise to take good care of it. Huh, you're thinking too highly of yourself? Zhao Mai chuckled slyly. Shall I begin lecturing you on the importance of studying, and then play the role of a cautionary tale to assist our father in his second round of education? His sister bit her lip, seemingly contemplating whether such an exchange was truly equitable. His younger brother, sensing their father's expression, swiftly kicked him under the table. Let's eat. We must both focus on our studies for now. Oh, it seems she is still not deterred. The family enjoyed a hearty meal together, and afterward, the younger siblings took the now full dog out for a stroll while their parents kept Zhao Mai behind for a private discussion. Father, mother, please don't worry. I am doing splendidly out there, well-fed and learning valuable skills. During dinner, Zhao Mai meticulously crafted his narrative in his mind, distilling it into a few concise statements. At my age, it is my responsibility to care for the family, so you need not feel any pressure. I have made many acquaintances, including a certain Wang Tianhua, known for his wide connections. Through him, I encountered an elderly doctor. His relationship with the hospital is one of discretion, and he is quite formidable. Upon meeting, we hit it off, and he expressed a willingness to teach me a couple of skills. I suspect he may be assessing my potential for future development, possibly considering taking me as his apprentice. Of course, I did not immediately agree. I plan to take you to the hospital for a follow-up tomorrow to ascertain the effectiveness of the treatment. If it proves effective, I would be eager to attach myself to such a mentor. Before you become his apprentice, I want to meet him and express my gratitude, his father replied thoughtfully. That is still quite preliminary, Zhao Mai interjected. This endeavor carries risks. If I wish to learn, I must commit fully, which likely means resigning from my job and residing at my master's home. He adheres to some traditional views, requiring apprentices to live with him and work for several years afterward. Well, that is understandable, his father nodded. I must tell you, there are individuals like that in our workplace as well. Chapter 79. Finally agreed. Zhao Mai's former room had now been claimed by his younger brother and sister, leaving him to nestle on the sofa for the night, clutching a stockpile of provisions. In truth, the provisions could have found a place in the comfort of his room, resting upon a soft mat. Yet, displaying unwavering loyalty, they steadfastly remained by their owner's side after returning from a stroll. The following day, Zhao Mai drove his father to the hospital for a series of examinations, routine urinalysis, blood tests, electrolyte levels, kidney and liver functions, and a renal ultrasound. The morning slipped away as they underwent a complete suite of tests. As it wasn't an emergency, they would have to wait until the afternoon for most results, except for the renal ultrasound, which allowed for immediate consultation with the doctor. You have a slight case of nephritis. It would be prudent to consult a specialist in internal medicine. Ensure you rest adequately and pay close attention to your diet. At your age, neglect could lead to serious complications, the doctor advised. What? Nephritis? The elder man was taken aback. Surely, you must be mistaken. It can't just be nephritis. Are you certain it isn't renal failure? The middle-aged physician raised his gaze, peering over his glasses. I have encountered countless kidneys in my career, and I assure you, this is not a misdiagnosis. Of course, further tests are necessary, but your kidney function does not suggest failure. The hospital's results, including these images, are accessible online. And I must sign the report. I wouldn't provide misleading information. I was still thinking it was renal, before his father could finish. Zhao Mai discreetly tugged at his sleeve, raising an eyebrow to signal him. The elder man quickly caught on, chuckling softly. As long as it's nothing serious, that's a relief. With age, one tends to overthink. Indeed, dear sir, contemplating is not detrimental. It is for the sake of your health. However, do not fall prey to the myriad of rumors circulating online and within various circles, where even minor symptoms are exaggerated into claims of uremia, only to be cured by a simple mung bean soup. Such notions are utterly fallacious. Maintain a normal lifestyle, practice moderation in all endeavors, and cultivate a cheerful disposition. That is the true panacea. For everything else, seek the counsel of a qualified physician. Ah, you're absolutely right, his father conceded after a few polite exchanges, guiding Zhao Mai out of the examination room. Without uttering a word, he gestured for Zhao Mai to follow him to a secluded area where silence enveloped them. Observing his father's countenance, it appeared he was grappling with a dilemma, lost in thought. Zhao Mai understood that in such moments, it was best to remain quietly observant, allowing his father to sort through his reflections. My son, I believe you may have truly encountered someone remarkable, his father finally spoke after a prolonged silence. Habitually, he reached for his jacket pocket, only to remember that he had quit smoking due to his health, letting out a soft chuckle instead. Zhao Mai, though a smoker, had no addiction and always traveled without cigarettes, offering an apologetic smile. Not to worry, it's for the best. I simply have yet to break the habit. His father continued, licking his lips as he resumed his earlier topic. The other results have yet to arrive, but I genuinely feel an improvement. This cannot be fabricated. Even if this ailment remains untreated, the individual you encountered, without ever meeting in person, has demonstrated such remarkable ability with just a prescription that is nothing short of extraordinary. I have pondered this. If you have the opportunity to learn, you must seize it. I will support you wholeheartedly. Really? Zhao Mai rubbed his hands together, eagerly presenting his premeditated thoughts. If I pursue this, I must do so full-time, which means I cannot maintain my job. However, I do have some savings, and I can stay with my teacher. He paused, but after completing my studies, I would need to work for my teacher without pay for a few years, only receiving room and board. Ah, that indeed evokes the traditional master-apprentice relationship, his father nodded. As long as you acquire genuine skills, such arrangements are acceptable. One more thing. You may find it challenging to reach me frequently. When I am with my teacher, my phone will be turned off to avoid external distractions and to focus on practice. However, communication is not entirely prohibited. During breaks, I will call to keep you updated. That does seem curious. Practicing what, precisely? Father, I have yet to embark on this journey. How could I possibly know? My teacher is particularly discreet, insisting that his name should not be casually disclosed, which is why I signaled you earlier. If you were to mention my previous condition, it would raise eyebrows, especially after undergoing dialysis just yesterday. Who would believe such a sudden recovery? What if they mistakenly treated you like a lab rat? Huh, lab rats. Those belong to our workplace. They have no claim over me. His father smirked. Rest assured, I comprehend your concerns and shall remain silent. Once the afternoon results are in, if my condition has improved, I will seek another hospital. It's imperative they remain unaware. Father, you are indeed wise. The father and son, relieved that all was well, strolled leisurely down the street, eventually stopping for a hearty meal at a noodle shop. Zhao Mai observed that his father appeared more relaxed than he had in quite some time, both physically and emotionally. Typically reserved in expressing feelings, he unexpectedly remarked over lunch, "Son, you've truly grown up. It's now you who accompanies me for meals, rather than the other way around. Of course, just look at who your son is. Such a cheeky tongue you have. Is this how one speaks?" At 2 o'clock, they received the test results. His father glanced at the report, and a smile blossomed across his face. Having undergone this examination numerous times before, he may not have understood the intricacies of each indicator, but he was well aware of what the previous results had indicated. Upon consulting with the doctor, he discovered that it was merely a case of renal dysfunction. He was no longer in the late stages of chronic renal failure, uremia. After receiving further admonitions to prioritize his health and to be wary of potential deterioration, his father concocted an excuse, stating that he needed to visit a different designated hospital for follow-up tests, thus avoiding any prescriptions. As they exited, they felt as if the sky had brightened, the clouds had whitened, and the air had become invigoratingly free. His father raised a hand to rub his cheek, stifling tears before they could escape. Yet, Zhao Mai noticed his father's eyes were slightly red, and he could sense the tremor in his voice due to excitement. In an attempt to console him, Zhao Mai remarked, "This result is quite favorable. Please share a copy of the report with me, so I can present it to my teacher. Perhaps he can prescribe some new medication tailored to your condition. However, do not wait solely for my input. Continue with your regular treatment. The illness is not yet fully resolved, and the medication must not be halted. I believe this news should be shared with the family." His father suddenly declared, "I suspect someone has tipped you off. You all have been quietly concerned for me, and I am not oblivious to it. Living under the same roof, when you all huddle together, I can. But I digress. I must show them the test results and diagnosis. At the very least, Xiao Feng and Xiao Wan should be reassured. The upcoming high school entrance examinations are just around the corner. They cannot afford to bear any psychological burdens. Indeed, it is sufficient for me to manage matters at home. There is no need for them to be involved." Zhao Mai nodded, finally embodying the role of an elder brother. "Oh, and please do not mention anything about my teacher. You are the only one in the know. Not even Mom is aware. How shall I explain the improvement in health? Should I claim the prior diagnoses were erroneous? Just say you inadvertently consumed a novel experimental medication that fortuitously yielded remarkable results. They are even considering you as a potential spokesperson. Are you suggesting I admit to having taken the wrong medication? His father suddenly rolled up his sleeves, displaying his habitual proficiency. You little rascal, are you itching for a scolding? Chapter 80. Urban and fantasy. The improvement in his father's health lifted a tremendous weight from Zhao Mai's heart. It seemed that as long as he continued to study spells or discovered more remedies to banish ailments, his father would undoubtedly recover. Furthermore, with the tale of a miraculous physician as a backdrop, he could afford to spend more time away without causing his parents undue worry. The path ahead became clearer. He needed more gold, extended periods of absence, and enhanced spellcasting abilities. The first two depended on fortune, but perhaps he could enhance his natural magical powers without returning to the fantastical realm. After all, this world also possessed natural environments, surely. Training here would not pose a problem, right? Understanding that he could not meditate in front of his parents, Zhao Mai bid them farewell and drove home. Once there, he settled into a cross-legged position, inhaling deeply to align his mental state with the surrounding natural energies. Then, unexpectedly, he expelled his breakfast in a fit of shock. What kind of environment was this? The lack of vegetation, the toxins from industrial pollution, the exhaust fumes. In the refuse, these elements were the antithesis of natural power. They not only obstructed his magical flow but also invaded his body, striking his stomach like a heavy blow. Fortunately, he quickly emerged from meditation. Otherwise, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. It appeared that a highly industrialized city was indeed a desolate place for a druid. Where could he possibly find wild natural surroundings? Even the various nature reserves were not easily accessible, and contemplating his immediate vicinity, he realized there were no such places to be found. In contemporary society, people often express disdain for the city's congestion and clamor, seeking escape to surrounding areas, only to carry the noise and crowd with them. Consequently, while these locales were marginally better than the city, they still fell short of being true natural habitats, offering little benefit to the accumulation of natural energies. However, Zhao Mai discovered something peculiar. The wooden staff gifted to him by teacher Shilin, which he had been using as a cane, continuously radiated pure natural energy. Upon closer inspection, he was astonished to find that the end of the staff that frequently touched the ground had developed tiny root hairs. Could it be that using it as a cane and frequently inserting it into the soil had prompted this change? He was hesitant to believe it, but perhaps, just perhaps, this staff could be cultivated. Regardless of whether it could grow into a forest staff, if it could provide natural energy, it would be of immense assistance to Zhao Mai. He recalled that there were a few old flower pots on his balcony, where the plants had long since perished, but the soil remained. A 1-meter-long staff placed in a flower pot with a diameter of less than 20 centimeters looked decidedly awkward, yet it was the best option available to him. He decided to plant it and see if it could take root. If it did, he could always repot it later. His pet, the food reserve, paid no heed to what Zhao Mai was saying, seemingly indifferent. The dog, who was teething, gnawed incessantly on a beef leg bone. Zhao Mai's residence was a rental, filled with the landlord's furniture, while some miscellaneous items belonged to the previous tenant, though he had never met the former tenant. The presence of flower pots and a pile of fertilizer indicated that at least he had been fond of plants, even if he had left no living specimens for Zhao Mai. Relying on instinct, Zhao Mai watered the soil and added a scoop of fertilizer, then clapped his hands and left it be. He had never studied botany or zoology. All his knowledge had come from educational channels. Moreover, he had fabricated a tale of a magical master for his father, a fictional character who naturally had no concern for his sustenance. Therefore, Zhao Mai still needed to address his own eating situation. In the trunk of his car lay a box of gold coins, approximately 1,000 pieces, rewards for lifting the siege of Nebo town. He needed to find a way to liquidate these assets. Suddenly, he recalled something. Hastily lifting the food reserve and poking its belly. Did you manage to pass the gem you swallowed? It's not still inside, is it? The food reserve struggled, finally breaking free from Zhao Mai's grip and leaping onto the bone, refusing to let go. Reflecting on his recent actions, Zhao Mai realized he hadn't seen the food reserve use the restroom since returning. The only time he had taken it out was, "Hey, bird brother. When you take the dog for a walk, does it relieve itself?" "Oh, you picked it up afterward? Did you find a gem that looks like a colorless, transparent diamond?" "No? Really? Forget it. If it's lost, it's lost. You ask about my father? He is indeed recovering, not deceiving you. I underwent the examination with him. You know my integrity, right? What? You little rascal, the next time I bring gifts, you won't be getting any." Humph. After hanging up, Zhao Mai pondered with a furrowed brow, sensing his younger brother was withholding information. However, without concrete evidence and considering they were family, he deemed it inconsequential. The gem was a trophy of the food reserve, and if the dog was unperturbed, why should he be anxious? The priority was the health of the food reserve. As long as its belly was fine, Zhao Mai felt content. Regarding the gem, he could later probe his younger brother, perhaps scaring him a bit to see if he spoke the truth, allowing the matter to fade away. Let us go handle the gold coins, food reserve, Zhao Mai called. And the food reserve nodded, clutching the bone as it followed its master. Upon reaching the car and opening the trunk, they were both taken aback. The box remained. Yet not a single coin was inside. After checking multiple times, Zhao Mai finally conceded defeat. The coins had indeed vanished, along with some items from his backpack. Rope, rations, candles, these had all mysteriously disappeared, while the water pouch remained, albeit empty. The shield, slingshot, and spear had also vanished. What on earth is happening? Zhao Mai frowned. His car should not have been robbed. Otherwise, the firearms left in the trunk would have been stolen as well. Moreover, who would steal coins while leaving the box behind? Why not take everything in one go? Could this be related to the rules of crossing worlds? Zhao Mai meticulously recounted his belongings, compiling a list. He discovered that everything he wore remained untouched, all containers were unaffected, magical items, potions, were intact, and living beings, the food reserve, remained unharmed. But why were the firearms unaffected? Could they be considered magical items of some sort? There seemed to be many unanswered questions. And Zhao Mai could not find a satisfactory explanation. His mobile app for accepting orders did have a paid feature for answering questions, but it required 1 fake coin per inquiry, and he was far from affluent. On the contrary, he was left with only 1 last coin, if he spent it. Acquiring more would be exceedingly difficult. He needed to devise a plan to earn money. Zhao Mai grimaced and set his order status to available for new passengers. He assumed it would be a while before the next customer appeared, but to his surprise, less than 10 minutes later, a notification startled him, nearly causing him to drop the flower pot. The app displayed only the passenger's location without revealing the destination, piquing Zhao Mai's curiosity. Never mind, I'll accept the order first. If necessary, I can always drive back empty. A little adventure across realms could be worthwhile. He swiftly completed the necessary operations and pocketed his phone. Food reserve. We have work to do. Ah, if only this were not a fantastical world, Zhao Mai mused as he settled into the car. If it were urban life, perhaps he could linger on Earth a while longer. At this pace, he might have already encountered the female lead, wouldn't he? Chapter 81. A misconception of 3-in-1. Is it not a common belief that the female protagonist is about to make her appearance? Such notions are mere illusions. One cannot expect that a part-time taxi driver would casually pick up a beautiful passenger, let alone one who would fall for the driver at first sight. In reality, after accepting a fare, Zhao Mai called the client, only to hear a voice undergoing the throes of adolescence, presumably belonging to a boy of about 15. He was equipped with rations and a giant toothed beast, fully prepared as he arrived at the designated location, where he was met by a bespectacled boy with a buzz cut, clad in school uniform, carrying 1 bag on his back and another in hand. His face riddled with acne and eyes filled with anticipation. Upon parking the vehicle, Zhao Mai recognized that this was indeed the individual in need of transportation. The coin of fate nestled in his chest emitted a subtle warmth, vibrating to guide him toward his passenger. However, the acne-ridden youth hesitated, circling the car thrice, scrutinizing it from every angle. You must be surnamed Shui, right? This is indeed the car you requested, Zhao Mai remarked, growing impatient as he had already provided the license plate number. Raising the trunk, he added, do not bring everything into the cabin. Larger items belong in the back. Let it be known that due to the peculiar nature of this journey, I cannot guarantee the safe arrival of all belongings. What should I call you? The boy appeared quite nervous as he entered the vehicle, unsure of where to place his hands. Through the rearview mirror, Zhao Mai observed him, noting how his eyes darted around the interior of the car like a thief preparing for a heist. Yet, no sense of danger emanated from him. Otherwise, the rations would surely have reacted. Call me Zhao. You may refer to me as Mike, which sounds rather sophisticated. Although I accepted your order, the destination is not indicated. So I must inquire where you intend to go. Actually, I am unsure. I simply wish to leave here and traverse to another world. Another world may not necessarily be an improvement. At the very least, the food is far inferior to what we have here, and I can assure you of that. Zhao Mai surveyed the surroundings, which did not seem to pose a risk of sudden police intervention for illegal parking fines. With time to spare, he turned back, smiled, and inquired, are you traveling alone? And do you plan to return? What about the people in this world? Should I be able to traverse? I truly do not wish to return. Shui, the acne-riddled youth, appeared frail yet resolute, having evidently made a significant decision. His voice resonated with a sense of indignation, akin to a desperate rock anthem. No one cares for me. No one loves me. What purpose does my existence here serve? Brother Mike, can you truly take me away? You are not some peculiar psychiatrist, are you? How I wish I were a doctor. I would know precisely how to counsel you, Zhao Mai replied, rubbing his nose. Now, before we discuss your desire to traverse, please tell me, do you possess any coins of fate? Moreover, clarify how you managed to contact me. My profession is somewhat unique, and I must verify your identity. In truth, Zhao Mai was not genuinely concerned about verifying identity. Rather, he sought to gather information indirectly to deduce the mechanics of traversal. the taxi service, and the entire operational process. The complete instructions on the ride-hailing app required 2 coins to unlock, effectively controlling the critical information he needed most during a financially challenging time. Oh, I discovered these while sifting through my grandfather's collection of ancient coins at home. Here, take a look, he said, producing 2 Kaiyuan Tongao coins from his jacket pocket. Zhao Mai's coin of fate responded with heightened intensity. The Kaiyuan Tongao was the currency employed by Emperor Li Yuan of the Tang dynasty when abolishing the Sui dynasty's Wushu coins. Witnessing the rise and fall of the Tang Empire and standing among the esteemed ancient coins. However, Zhao Mai found himself perplexed. Was it the Kaiyuan Tongao that possessed the essence of fate coins, or had the fate coins merely transformed into the appearance of the ancient currency? Lacking the expertise to appraise the ancient coins, he could not discern whether these were indeed minted during the Tang era, leaving the mystery unsolved. Indeed, these are they. You were fortunate to have found such a rarity. Zhao Mai nodded solemnly, asking, what comes next? In truth, I discovered these coins long ago, admiring their square and grand design, and I intended to keep them for a few days, unaware of their other potential. The boy continued, today, feeling quite despondent. I wish to escape this place. Unsure of where to go, I simply entered Traverse to another world in the ride-hailing app's destination field, and to my astonishment, someone actually accepted the fare. Following that, my phone displayed several notifications, and I learned about the coins of fate. Indeed, all of that sounds accurate. Zhao Mai feigned curiosity. Did you memorize the notifications? Repeat them back to me. Must I go through such trouble? The boy's face reddened, revealing his propensity for frustration. Potentially due to adolescence or familial upbringing. Spare me the chatter. I recite 5 principles and 4 beauties daily before getting into the car. Zhao Mai huffed, adopting a serious demeanor. If you were to travel to America, would not the embassy's interviewers pose various questions? Would you not be required to respond? Consider the multitude of travelers to America each year, and then think about how many traverse to another world. Thus, the scrutiny here is far greater. Is it too much to ask a few questions? Brother Mike, I concede, I cannot recite them all. Shall I read them instead? The youth hastily retrieved his phone, searched for a moment, and recited, first, traversing to another world requires the payment of fake coins. Round trips necessitate payment. Even one-way journeys require funds for the return journey. Otherwise, the driver reserves the right to refuse service. Shui continued reciting for a full 10 minutes, while Zhao Mai listened attentively, nodding along. Now he understood that the rules for transporting passengers differed from those for returning empty. After all, this was a passenger vehicle, and besides the driver's personal belongings, there were strict limitations on cargo. Firstly, in the 2 worlds without established exchange rates, no currency could be transported back, and most non-magical items were similarly prohibited. Magical items were subject to specific conditions. Those compatible with the power system could be transported, while those with lower power levels than the destination faced restrictions. Items like spatial bags would be confiscated, yet non-spatial containers remained unaffected. Hence, the reason why water bags could be brought along while the water itself was absent. Surprisingly, living beings, with the driver's knowledge, were permitted to traverse, even if they were not passengers who had paid with fake coins. Zhao Mai speculated that this was perhaps due to unique circumstances, such as when a driver was prepaid to pick someone up, and the passenger lacked coins. If living beings could not be transported under such conditions, it would effectively render the service a lethal taxi. Passenger safety must always be prioritized. A principle Zhao Mai wholeheartedly supported. Fortunately, this regulation existed. Otherwise, his rations would have become mere dust in the spatial passage. In contrast to the stringent rules governing empty vehicles, the regulations were significantly more lenient when paying passengers were involved. During such instances, most items could be transported, with the sole restriction being that they must not exceed the power system limits of the target world. Furthermore, transporting an excessive quantity would require more fake coins. Zhao Mai conjectured that transporting explosives across should pose no issue, though nuclear weapons were, of course, unattainable. The regulations comprised over 40 stipulations, and should they all be documented now, it would likely suffice for the author to produce 3 chapters worth of content. Disregarding the unrelated details, Zhao Mai, having listened thoroughly, inquired once more, what kind of place do you wish to visit? Chapter 82. Playing the lute to a cow. I yearn for a world of freedom, devoid of study and examinations, where I can pursue my own desires. The glimmer of hope in Shue's eyes was unmistakable as he declared, I no longer wish to toil over language and mathematics. They're utterly useless to me. I want to study magic and become a renowned sorcerer. The might of powerful magic is what I truly crave. Fortunately, he was not seeking the path of immortality. Otherwise, Zhao Mai would have been at a loss. But is learning magic truly so splendid? In the past, Zhao would have immediately taken him on a journey without a second thought. Recently, having rekindled the warmth of family life, he recognized it as an indispensable part of existence. He could not bear to see this child impulsively abandon his family, perhaps never to return. Your thoughts are not without merit. Magic is indeed formidable, and no one dares to underestimate a spellcaster, Zhao Mai remarked. However, do not be overly naive about this endeavor. The first step is to master at least 2 foreign languages. From what I understand, the common tongue is relatively easy to learn, akin to many phonetic languages. With your foundation in English, you should have no trouble. Yet, a wizard must also learn Draconic, the difficulty of which remains a mystery to me. Such challenges cannot deter me. For the sake of magic, I will surely learn, he replied confidently. Then how do you plan to support yourself and cover your tuition? Zhao Mai winked, pouring cold water on his enthusiasm. Here, you have family and parents. And regardless of their strictness, they have provided for you. Over there, however, you must rely solely on yourself. What skills do you possess? I can leverage my knowledge from here to surpass them. Even if I merely transcribe the textbooks, I can earn money. Zhao Mai found himself uncertain, struggling to formulate a response. He could not fathom how a teenager discussing potion making would feel in his presence. Conversely, what impact would the same youth have while teaching mathematics, physics, and chemistry to the people of Graylian? Perhaps only by sheer luck could he find a suitable audience before starvation claimed him. The fantastical realm is rife with perilous creatures far more dangerous than those found here. Zhao Mai kindly reminded him, intelligent beings are not limited to humans, goblins, kobolds, and even some rabbits can wield magic. Shui, clearly growing impatient, slammed his fist against the seat, exclaiming, "Are you a driver or a nag? I need to cross over quickly. I want to shortchange you a single coin." All right, Zhao Mai shrugged. Satisfying my clients is my principle. Let us set forth. However, traversing dimensions carries risks, so I must prepare. First, I'll return home to don my armor. Rest assured, this leg of the journey will not incur any charges. And you may use this time to ponder what else you might need. I estimate we'll only be delayed for about 30 minutes, provided we avoid major traffic. Is that acceptable? What a hassle. Shui huffed, but ultimately acquiesced. With a press of the accelerator, Zhao Mai sped back home, this time with a passenger aboard. There were numerous items he could bring, yet time was of the essence. He hastily tossed the armor into the trunk. Essentials like cooking oil, vinegar, cola, instant noodles, and tissues were carelessly packed into a box for the journey. Hey, it's time. We need to leave. Shui, lacking patience, urged from the car. You've already made 2 trips. If we don't set off soon, I'll file a complaint and dock your fare. Is that a feature? Zhao Mai mused, uncertain of the truth in his words, yet he felt no need to test it. This time was tight. The anxious state of the passengers left little room for delay. If only he had another half hour, he could stock up at the supermarket. Last trip, I must bring my flowers. Just 2 more minutes. Zhao Mai believed Shui would not forfeit his chance to cross dimensions for a mere 2 minutes. So he dashed back home to grab a flower pot along with a bag of fertilizer. Most items left in the house were electronic devices that would become mere trinkets without batteries in another realm. A mechanical clock might fetch 1,000 gold coins on the other side. Next time, I must remember to bring the car charger and my laptop. However, that too carries risks. Should they vanish upon my return, it would be a significant loss. It appears there remains much for me to learn and prepare for. No matter the profession, even that of a driver, there are depths to explore. Yet Shui seemed devoid of any such zest for learning, sitting leisurely in the car, watching Zhao Mai bustle about, a cryptic smile occasionally gracing his lips, leaving Zhao to wonder what schemes occupied his mind. Zhao had set an example through his actions, but unfortunately, the other seemed to quickly disregard it. Are we finally able to drive? Huh. Shui observed Zhao Mai as he settled into the driver's seat and fastened his seatbelt. Excellent. Let us hurry. We are bound for Graylian, a Western-style fantasy world, home to elves, dwarves, and dragons, a realm of sword and sorcery. Since you lack a specific destination, I will place you in a human-dominated village, allowing you to determine your own path. Can't you drive me around a bit longer? Consider me a ferryman to the underworld. Ferrymen only handle the crossing, not the 10-day tour of hell. Zhao Mai attempted to instill a sense of urgency, but judging by Shui's expression, his efforts seemed futile. I'm not dropping you off in the wilderness. A welcoming and kind-hearted safe town is not something one finds everywhere. Fine, I understand. Let us move. I've resolved never to return. I have ample time to explore. Activating the navigation software, Zhao Mai set the destination to Nebo Town. Lacking the gold to download the complete map of Graylian, he could only navigate to places he had previously visited. Destination entered. Please take a photo of the passenger for confirmation. Zhao Mai complied, snapping a quick picture, hoping it would not be Shui's last in this world. Drive carefully, and refrain from opening the doors or windows, Zhao Mai advised with a smile. While I'm not entirely certain, the crossing may involve chaotic energies, akin to turbulence encountered during a flight. I know about turbulence, Shui waved dismissively, gazing out the window. Zhao Mai glanced in the rearview mirror and noticed no hint of nostalgia for this world in Shui's demeanor, confirming that persuading him to reconsider was futile. While waiting for the traffic light to change, Zhao Mai texted his father, explaining that he would be studying with his master and might retreat for some time. Then, under Shue's relentless urging, the Siege roared to life, ascending into the skies. Chapter 83 Untitled as the car soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds and narrowly brushing against the tail of a passing passenger jet before entering the spatial corridor. Shue's expression finally shifted. He gripped the car door handle tightly, his leg trembling incessantly, resembling a pile driver. Zhao Mai cast a sidelong glance at him and said, "There is something I ought to share with you. Consider it a friendly gesture." Shuedo swallowed hard, his voice quivering slightly. "Go on. You previously claimed you would never return, which is why I called for a return trip, resulting in a deduction of 2 fate coins from you. However, I see that you are still a minor, so I shall extend a concession. I have business here and will not be leaving any time soon. Should you change your mind and wish to return home, leave a message in the town where we land. Perhaps I will spot it and can take you back. Don't underestimate me. I will never retract my decision. Let us not speak so definitively, young man," Zhao Mai replied, recognizing that he too was still young. Yet he had traversed these realms and thus possessed some wisdom in such matters. "I cannot predict when I will depart, but there should be several months ahead. Communication in this world is quite inconvenient. The sooner you contact me, the better your chances of finding me." Shuedo turned his head sharply, gazing out into the darkness speckled with distant starlight, clearly unwilling to engage with Zhao Mai any further. Zhao Mai thought to himself that he had done all he could. The rest was up to the young man. Confidence is a virtue, while leaving no avenue for retreat is folly. Interpreting others' advice as malice is a path to destruction. It is akin to recklessly crossing the street at a red light. That is not bravery, but sheer stupidity. Countless lives have been lost to impart such wisdom. Yet some foolish individuals insist on testing it with their own lives. Is there hope for such people? After approximately 10 minutes traversing through the spatial corridor, Zhao Mai found himself once again beneath the sky of Glalian. As customary, he pressed the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a steady halt not far from Nebo Town. The battlefield where they had previously shattered a trebuchet bore no trace of its former chaos. New grass had sprouted, covering the charred remnants of war, and debris had long been cleared away. Zhao Mai's round trip had spanned over 4 days in Earth time, which translated to over 4 months in Glalian. Enough to witness the clock leap from late spring to deep autumn. Nebo Town is situated in a region with a notably short summer. The town had undergone an upgrade post-battle. The low stone walls had been reinforced, now standing nearly 3 meters high, and the entrance had been replaced with an iron gate. Every 50 steps or so, watchtowers had been erected, a clear indication of enhanced defenses. The gates of the town stood open, and Zhao Mai observed adventurers strolling in and out, shoulder to shoulder, while laborers toiled with carts laden with goods. A troop of knights had gathered at the town gate, conversing with the guards. They could easily be identified by their predominantly white armor and silver capes, emblazoned with the emblem of the sword of courage on their shields and the armor of their steeds. Such swords, encircled by sunlight or flames, bore no scabbards, with their tips pointed downward, unmistakably recognized by all. 7 holy knights of goddess Zhao Mai. Their presence was indeed a rarity. Zhao Mai recalled the knowledge he possessed regarding this deity. Although Zhao Mai had recently ascended to independent deity status, this did not imply any deficiency in power. Having inherited a significant following from the previous deity, Oridon, Zhao Mai commanded a devoted, vibrant, and charismatic cadre of temple priests and knights. Zhao Mai speculated that something significant must be occurring in the vicinity of the town, yet he knew that wherever Zhao Mai's knights were present, kindness and justice would surely prevail. Zhao Mai halted the vehicle at a distance and turned to Shuedo, saying, "We have arrived. Just ahead is Nebo Town. You can disembark and see for yourself. My vehicle is too conspicuous to drive in ostentatiously, so you shall have to walk the rest of the way." Here is my final piece of advice. Before he could finish, Shuedo had already flung open the car door and exited. Zhao Mai followed suit, opening the trunk to allow him to retrieve his belongings. Observing the young man's determined and proud stride, Zhao Mai was left pondering the source of his confidence. Was it akin to growth hormones secreted by the pituitary gland? He climbed back into the vehicle, promptly reversing direction towards Ashen Lake. Having participated in the battle against the priest from Ashu, he was well known among those familiar with his vehicle. Driving directly into town would draw too much attention. Moreover, with Shuedo still within the town, his personality might inadvertently attract trouble. Should the opportunity arise to assist, Zhao Mai would be inclined to help, but he would not expose himself to unnecessary entanglements. Ultimately, Zhao Mai was a cautious individual. He could not be a savior, nor would he play the role of a saint. He might perform good deeds, and on occasion, even grand ones, but such acts were not his primary calling. Shuedo embarked on what could be termed his perilous journey, or perhaps a divine ascension. Dying could lead to divinity? Shortly thereafter, Zhao Mai received a notification on his phone indicating that the fare had been processed. Due to Shuedo's lack of formidable skills, he had provided Zhao Mai with 3 enhancements to choose from: boundless confidence, unwavering determination, and a once-in-a-lifetime stroke of luck for finding things. After deliberation, Zhao Mai opted for the luck, decisively foregoing the others. He returned the vehicle to its previous position before beginning to alter his appearance. Leather armor, a cap, a druid's robe, a shield, and the mammoth M1 spear were his standard gear. He applied green moss as paint to ensure Shuedo Do would not recognize him. He meticulously inspected his attire, ensuring that nothing visible was of earthly origin. He appeared as a druid skilled in wilderness survival, and no one would suspect him to be a foreigner in Glalian. At this juncture, one must mention the stick growing in the flower pot. Zhao Mai had watered and fertilized it, and to his surprise, it had rapidly begun to change. 2 leaves sprouted directly from the stick, each the size of a thumb. Oval-shaped, deep green, plump, and glistening, they appeared quite adorable. Zhao Mai reached out to pinch them gently, discovering that the leaves were remarkably resilient, even with half his strength. He could not pluck them off. He refrained from further testing, deciding to wait until more leaves emerged and the plant matured before continuing. The pressing question now was where to plant it. Keeping it confined in the trunk was evidently unsuitable. Without sunlight and fresh air, it would never develop into a healthy plant. After careful consideration, Zhao Mai resolved to plant it beside the vehicle. The proximity to Ashen Lake provided moist, fertile soil, alleviating concerns about water. Moreover, having such an unusual object as a car nearby would render the stick relatively low-key and secure. With a firm decision made, Zhao Mai chose an auspicious corner and soon dug a hole. He retrieved the flower pot, preparing to extract the stick, but before he could exert any force, a faint scream pierced the silence. Who was it? Zhao Mai set the flower pot down and scanned his surroundings, gripping the M1 spear tightly. The bushes and trees were eerily silent, devoid of any sign of life. The reserve grain, previously dozing nearby, now regarded its master with a puzzled expression before wagging its tail. It must be a figment of my imagination, Zhao Mai mused. Alien, stay vigilant, he instructed before returning to his unfinished task. As his hand brushed against the stick, the faint scream echoed once more. This time, even a fool would discern the source of the disturbance, and coincidentally, Zhao Mai was such a fool. Chapter 84. The Forest Tree. A stick does not possess the ability to speak. This is a certainty that Zhao Mai holds dear. However, the mere fact that this stick has sprouted leaves is itself a marvel. Should it ever find its voice, it would not be beyond comprehension. In choosing the path of a druid, one inevitably engages with a myriad of flora and fauna. Among the druidic spells, there exists a first-level incantation known as Speak with Animals, a 5th-level spell that can enlighten plants and animals, enabling them to acquire language and wisdom, and a 7th-level spell that animates plants, granting them the ability to move freely. All druidic magic is derived from nature. Thus it is certain that sentient flora and fauna do exist. Zhao Mai is mentally prepared for the extraordinary encounters that await him. Yet he knows that the initial moments of astonishment will remain vivid. Zhao Mai settled cross-legged on the ground, placing the potted stick before him. He inhaled deeply, allowing himself to relax and enter a state of force perception. During his attempts on Earth, the heavily polluted environment had caused him to collapse. But here on the vibrant land of Gralian, meditating in the force is a true delight. The power of nature is pure and harmonious, circulating between heaven, earth, water, and soil, filling Zhao Mai with a buoyant sense of ease. The stick tree, too, absorbs and releases the natural force. As Zhao Mai attuned himself, he discerned a distinction. The stick tree absorbed a more primal essence of the natural force, yet what it released felt processed, more easily comprehensible and absorbable. From the perspective of energy absorption for practice, the stick tree would be of greater aid to the druid. However, the current output of natural force from the stick tree is insufficient to envelop Zhao Mai's body, preventing complete absorption. It is essential to view matters with an eye toward development. Just because the stick tree is currently inadequate does not preclude future potential. After all, it was not long ago that there was not even a trace of energy. With his curiosity piqued, Zhao Mai began his experiments. It seemed that the stick tree was quite content with its pot, unwilling to leave. Zhao Mai suspected that perhaps his actions might disrupt the roots of the stick tree, which is why it had emitted a cry. Reflecting on this, he realized there was no need to be adversarial with a mere pot. The stick could remain inside, and as it grew, it would naturally expand. Concerned about the nutritional deficiency of the soil, Zhao Mai retrieved some fertilizer from his bag and added it to the pot. At that moment, the stick suddenly conveyed a wave of joyful energy, reminiscent of a little girl's laughter. How curious. Could it be that this stick understands the benefits of fertilizer? Zhao Mai, having never tended to plants before, was unaware of the proper usage of fertilizer. Artificial fertilizers differ significantly from humus-rich soil. Their nutrient concentrations are exceedingly high, often competing for water from the plant's roots, much like salt would eliminate a slug, potentially leading to the plant's demise. These fertilizers require appropriate dilution, typically around 1 part fertilizer to 1,000 parts water. The previous tenant had mixed the fertilizer and stored it in a bag, mastering the dilution ratio without need for instructions. However, by the time it reached Zhao Mai, it had become a product with no guidelines. What needed to be diluted at a ratio of 1,000 to 1 was simply poured into the pot by Zhao Mai, which would have spelled disaster for any normal plant. Yet, the stick was no ordinary specimen. Its growth demanded substantial nutrients, leading to a naturally slow growth rate. Zhao Mai repeatedly inserted it into the soil, and after absorbing the earth, it slowly awakened, requiring at least a year to develop leaves. However, after introducing the fertilizer, an abundance of nutrients stimulated its immediate revival. While a singular type of fertilizer might lead a plant to develop unevenly, the mixed fertilizer from the previous tenant provided a balanced approach. Even if some waste occurred, it would not cause the plant to grow disproportionately. This environment delighted the stick, ensuring it would not abandon the pot. Zhao Mai added more fertilizer, and the stick emitted a sound of acknowledgement, stretching its leaves as if yawning. This was indeed amusing. Zhao Mai remained hopeful that the stick would eventually transform into a forest staff, adopting a better safe than sorry mentality as he continued to add fertilizer. The gray-black fertilizer quickly absorbed into the soil, vanishing without a trace. Soon, the soil in the pot began to clump, with cracks spreading like a spider's web due to lack of water. Fortunately, with Ash Lake nearby, he could soak the pot without concern. Thus, Zhao Mai continued the repetitive tasks of fertilizing and watering, accompanied by the melodious laughter of the stick. Before his very eyes, the stick sprouted leaves, one after another, quickly enveloping its body. It neither grew taller nor thicker. It simply continued to produce foliage. Zhao Mai observed with great interest, feeling as though such effects were reserved for CGI animations, perpetuating a sense of unreality. When he pinched the leaves, he was astonished to find that the leaves seemed to pinch him back. His heart raced momentarily as he cautiously extended his fingers once more. The tender green leaves enveloped his fingers, gently overlapping as if engaging in a handshake. Good heavens, he was being playfully teased by a stick adorned with leaves. Zhao Mai whistled, summoning the stockpile, dragging it over by its paw. To his surprise, the stick tree disowned the target, and this time, the leaves did not ensnare the dog's paw. The little dog leaned in to sniff, only to find the stick tree playfully swatting at it with its leaves. Though the motion was gentle, it startled the stockpile, causing it to retreat with a whimper of alarm. How delightful! Zhao Mai comforted the little dog, and, filled with renewed vigor, continued his routine of fertilizing and watering. Finally, as the bag of fertilizer neared its end, the stick let out a groan and began to sway vigorously, under the watchful gaze of both man and dog. All the leaves rapidly turned yellow and brittle before disintegrating into fragments that fell to the ground. Subsequently, the outer skin of the stick began to peel away, reminiscent of neglected plaster flaking off a wall. The stick, over a meter long, gradually diminished before their eyes, ultimately leaving behind a mere 10 centimeters. With a crisp crack, the remaining segment split into 4 parts, revealing a young seedling emerging from within. It bore 2 small leaves yet to fully unfurl, with a pearl-like white floral bud nestled between them. The moment it emerged, the surrounding natural force surged, converging toward the flower, unreservedly penetrating its core. Zhao Mai felt his own force waver as the little flower absorbed some of it, subsequently replenishing him with a purer essence of force. Then, the leaves unfurled, and the flower blossomed. 5 red petals cradled a swirl of yellow and pink stamens at their center. The little flower, sensing Zhao Mai's presence, gently swayed left and right, as if performing a delightful dance.